Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 10 SP Chapter 406. Bet, Sha Li. Charlie rolled his eyes again when he saw Ron's look of being so obedient after getting an advantage. Stop pretending to be stupid, Charlie said angrily, his face reddened by Ron's anger. Haha. Ron saw Charlie and knew he was pretending, so he smiled awkwardly. Well, I did have the intention to invite a beautiful fishman sister like you on the boat before we started, but you and I have just met, and I just learned your name and invited you on the boat. I'm afraid it's very strange. What's wrong? I listened to your prophecy and made a bet with you later because I thought that if your prophecy came true in a short period of time before I left the Fishman Island, I could use this bet to legitimately invite you to me. The ship's gone. Ron paused. There was no objection to seeing Sha Li. In the end, who would have thought that it was God who favored me, a caring person? Or it was our destiny? The thing you predicted actually happened to me. So I came out to rescue you, the Fishman Island, Ron said slowly. Seeing Sha Li still had no objection. You said that I started the calculation. Yes, it's not true. I did make that bet with you because I wanted you to get on the ship. But whether the bet can come true or not depends entirely on God's will. If Hody Jones, a group of people launching a war to seize Dragon Palace City, did not happen during the time I was on the Fishman Island, so this bet is basically useless, right? Ron continued and looked at Charlie silently. Ron grinned slightly as he looked at Charlie's speechless expression, and felt a wicked smile in his heart as if his treacherous plan had succeeded. How did Sha Li know that Ron actually knew that Hody Jones and his gang would launch a war to seize Ryugu Castle in the next few days, so he made a bet with Sha Li. Ron is from Otherworld, and in Otherworld, the One Piece world is just a painting drawn by others. It's just a world constructed in a comic, and Ron is an obsessive reader of One Piece comics. Ron knows everything about the pirate world. Ron was sure to win this bet with Charlie from the beginning. Yes, although you did have the intention to make this bet with me, you can't control whether the bet will come true or not. This can only be said to be God's will, Changli said slowly. Advertisement, and I'm very glad that I lost this bet. If I win, it means that the Fishman Island will really fall into darkness. That would be really scary. Sha Li's tone became serious. Thank you, Ron. Thank you very much. Fortunately, you are here. Charlie suddenly burst into tears from his eyes and said to Ron sincerely. Ron saw Charlie crying and silently handed her a tissue. Thank you, Charlie said as he took the tissue from Ron. Ron looked back in confusion and saw Nami and Hancock standing behind him at some point. He looked back at Charlie and saw Charlie looking at him with a smile as if he was looking at a bad guy. Captain Ron, are you sure you want to go sailing with me for a bet? Ron felt excited when he heard Sha Li called his captain and said, when are we going to set off? But he still had a calm expression on his face. Asked Sha Li. Yeah, okay, think about it carefully. I will give you everything you want, trust me. Ron added uneasily. Please give me flowers. I think you haven't thought about it yet. Think about it carefully. Once this matter is decided, it will affect all your future life, and your future life will be completely different from the previous one. Ron said again. I want to slap myself a few more times. 0. But I can guarantee that if you become my crew, you will not be in any danger, and you will enjoy a life that you have never dreamed of before. Ron found himself speaking quickly as if trying to persuade him to quit, Yajong said. Advertisement. After hearing Ron's words, Charlie did not answer immediately, but fell silent. Huh? The two beauties behind you? Shiroshi? But there is no other way. If I say it, I will throw water away. It is useless to regret it now. I have pretended half of it. Even if I kneel down, I still have to finish it. Haha. Okay, I know. I'll find you, the two beauties behind you and Princess Shiroshi when I'm ready. Charlie couldn't help but smile when he saw Ron eager to show off his own look, said. At this time, Ron regretted very much that he had asked Charlie this question. If he had not asked Charlie this question just now, he would have directly told her the specific sailing time and asked her to arrange the surroundings on the Fishman Island and then come directly to meet him. Everything will be fine now. After a while, Sha Li calmed down. Charlie was amused when he heard Ron's sudden change of tone. When Ron saw Sha Li's reaction, he was scolded in his heart. He wanted to slap him for talking nonsense. Okay, I understand, I'll think about it, Charlie continued to say when he saw Ron, interrupting Ron's words. Captain Ron, when will we set off? Sha Li broke the calm and said. Chapter 407. Get aboard, it's over, I've been seen through. Ron felt like a naked person in front of Charlie, who could see through everything at a glance. Seeing Ron's confused look, Charlie felt amused again. Okay, I'm leaving, Sha Li said with a smile. Well, we are going to gather at the Coral Apartment Hotel tomorrow to enter the new world. Come over as soon as you think about it. We will sail in the afternoon. Seeing Charlie turning around to leave, Ron quickly told her the time and place of their sailing, to prevent Sha Li from deciding to sail with him and not being able to find him, although, 550, now seems to be unlikely to have such a situation. Oh, let's gather. It seems you have more than just these beauties on board. Charlie caught the key point of Ron's words and turned around to tease her again. Well. Ron felt as if he had exposed something unintentionally and was about to use words to round it off. That's right. We are all on Brother Ron's boat. Suddenly a voice came from a few meters away from Ron. It was because of the war in the Fishman Island that ABC and Kaya followed the people of the Fishman Island to the central square of the Fishman Island. Kaya. Ron recognized the owner of the voice and turned to look at Kaya. Brother Ron, you were so handsome just now. I almost fell in love with you just now, Kaya said to Ron with a little fangirl expression on his face. Me too, Abis said the same as Kaya. Normally when Ron heard these two little beauties saying this, he would pick them up and love them, but now when he heard these two little beauties saying this, he wanted to find a hole in the ground to hide in. Advertisement. Ron looked at Charlie from the corner of his eye. Is there such a little Lolita on your ship? Charlie asked when he saw Kaya and Abis looking at Ron in surprise. Charlie felt that he knew Ron even more deeply. Hi, Captain Ron, everyone. Just when Ron didn't know how to speak, Tashigi and Kuina emerged from the crowd and shouted loudly to Ron and others. I'll go. Ron was in despair at this moment. Okay, I'm leaving first. You have a good reunion with your beautiful crew. I won't disturb you, Captain Ron. Charlie saw Kuina and Tashigi again, turned to Ron and looked at Ron with a smirk on his face and said. Ron felt relieved when he saw Charlie's evil look. Fortunately, Charlie didn't mind. Haha, okay, don't forget our sailing time. Seeing that Sha Li was about to leave, Ron emphasized to Sha Li with a guilty conscience. When Ron saw Charlie's right-hand gesture, his nervous heart immediately relaxed. Everything is under my control. Why am I nervous? Even if Sha Li didn't agree to go sailing with me just now, I can use the gate of time and space to travel back, change my words and deeds in front of Sha Li, and directly let Sha Li fulfill her obligations to me. As for the bet between them, wouldn't it be enough to force her to become his crew member? Ron paused. Oh, I'm not afraid of bad people being bad, I'm just afraid that bad people are powerful. Nami couldn't help but sigh. Both Kaya and Abis turned pale and Ron said with a glance. The beauties in Nami couldn't hold back a word for a long time after hearing what Ron said. Although they knew in their hearts that Ron was trying to show off, in fact, just now Ron was really nervous. Advertisement. You. The beauties on the side gasped when they saw Ron's excited look. It's so irritating. Brother Ron was obviously nervous just now, but we couldn't refute him, KK said, his face reddening with anger, and Nami echoed angrily. Nami complained on the side. So I'm not nervous at all. Sha Li, was my sis from the beginning. Do I need to be nervous? Ron explained forcefully in a calm tone. Charlie had turned around and walked forward without replying to Ron's words. After walking a certain distance, Charlie raised his right hand above his head and gestured, okay. Cough, nonsense, Ron said in a serious tone, pretending to be calm. It doesn't look as majestic as before, Kaya agreed after hearing Nami's words. Ron heard what Nami and Kaya said next to him, and quickly stopped his excitement. Your brother Ron was really nervous just now, after all, we and you came at the wrong time. The positive image he finally established in front of the beautiful girl Sha Li was instantly destroyed by us. So how does Sha Li look at him and think he is? What kind of person may be defined by Sha Li as a pervert who goes around collecting beautiful women? Do you think he cannot be nervous? Now that he has received the answer that Sha Li is on board, do you think he cannot be excited? But don't say it, Nami and others really can't refute Ron's words. After all, Ron 2.1 does have that kind of ability. As long as he wants to get something, he will definitely not be able to escape. That's right, yeah, Ron shouted in excitement as he waved his right fist. Brother Ron, look how excited you are. Advertisement chapter 408. The treasure is emptied. Haha, Ron felt happy when he saw the two beauties, one big and one small, looking helpless. After a while, do we really have to leave for the new world tomorrow? Hancock asked Ron. My original plan was yes, and now we can basically proceed as planned. We have almost played on the Fishman Island, and we also caught up with the historic event of the Fishman Island coup. Come to the Fishman Island. The experience of this trip to Fishman Island has been very rich and unforgettable. What, haven't you had enough fun on the Fishman Island? Ron asked Hancock. No, I also had a lot of fun on the Fishman Island. I just want to make sure, Hancock replied. Ron turned around and looked at the beauties around him. The beauties from his ship who came to the central square with the people of the Fishman Island, plus Nami and Hancock who were always by his side, accounted for most of the beauties, as well as Robin who went to the sea forest. 6 other beauties including Mrs. Golden Week and Miss Valentine from the 13th game of Orovia and Fishman Farm did not come back. Aren't you tired from playing in the past 2 days? I'm going to Dragon Palace City in a while. If you feel tired, you can go back to Coral Apartment to rest and wait for Robin and others to come back. If you are not tired, you want to go to Dragon Palace with me again. If you want to go shopping in the city, you can come with me. Ron asked the beauties for their opinions. Brother Ron, what is Ryugu Castle? Kaya looked at Ron with wide eyes and asked. It's the royal residence of the Fishman Island, Ron replied to Kaya. Is it big inside? Is it fun? Kaya asked again. It's very big inside, and the people in Ryugu City can serve you comfortably, Nami said from the side. Oh, then I'll go. Kaya raised her hands excitedly and shouted after hearing Ron's words. Okay, who else wants to go? Ron looked up and asked the others. Advertisement. Everyone else seemed tired when I saw them, and they didn't have much interest in Dragon Palace City. Don't you want to go to Ryugu City anymore? Ron asked Nami and Hancock. I won't go. I've already seen it. I think Dragon Palace City is not as comfortable as my palace. There is seawater everywhere, which is troublesome. Hancock replied calmly, I have no interest in Dragon Palace City anymore. I don't want to go anymore. I have seen all the treasures there and I have taken out all the valuable ones. There is no longer much value in my eyes. Nami also expressed that he did not want to go anymore. Oh, that's okay. What, you've taken all the treasures in Dragon City? Ron suddenly realized an important point in Nami's words and asked with his eyes widened. Yes. Nami replied simply. You didn't steal it, did you? Ron asked again. How is that possible? I, Nami, have long since changed my career as a thief. Those treasures were given to me by Lord Neptune. Nami said righteously. Does Neptune know how much treasure you brought out? Ron asked, looking at Nami with sharp eyes. That's, King Neptune said, I can take whatever I want, Nami replied with a guilty conscience. Ron shook his head and looked at Nami speechlessly for a while. With Nami's temperament of caring about money, it is estimated that the treasure of Dragon Palace City is already empty. That's not what you think. I didn't take all the treasures in Ryugu Castle. I just, Nami explained that she felt even more guilty here. Just what? Ron knew in his heart that what came next was definitely not a good thing. Advertisement, I just left them a box of gold, Nami said loudly while suppressing her guilt. Ron was almost petrified after hearing Nami's words. You don't need to be so rude when someone asks you to be polite, right? This is no different from robbery, right? Ron and the beauties beside him were petrified after hearing Nami's words. Nami, have you finished taking all the treasures? Toshigi couldn't help but ask Nami in a low voice with doubts in his heart. Alas, you don't know, this Dragon Palace City should have more than just those few treasure rooms. The follower who took me to get treasure 707 took me to a few treasure rooms, but he didn't take me there anymore. I remember, I also saw 3 doors at the back that are the same as the previous treasure room. Nami said with a dissatisfied look on his face. When everyone heard Nami's words, there was a dark look on their faces. Nonsense, only a fool would open the other 3 doors. Everyone was thinking this in their hearts. Ron was relieved to hear that there were 3 more doors. If we take away all the treasures in Dragon Palace City, Neptune still doesn't think we are robbers, Ron was afraid. Okay, I'll take Kaya there, you guys can rest at the Coral Hotel. After Ron finished speaking, he waved his right hand and a space door appeared in front of all the beauties, allowing the exhausted beauties to go directly back to the Coral Hotel to rest. Ron watched them all enter the space gate one by one and then took Kaya towards Dragon Palace City. Chapter 409. Real and Fake Ron. Okay, we're here. Ron said as he brought Kaya to the entrance of Dragon Palace City. Huh? Is this the entrance? This Dragon Palace City is actually in the sky? Kaya said curiously with her eyes wide open. This is not called the sky. It is called the upper sea here on the Fishman Island. This upper sea is where the Dragon Palace is located, and the coral apartment we live in is in the lower sea. Ron explained to Kaya. Oh, it turns out that I was always at the bottom of the sea. Here, take this. Ron took out a coral and handed it to Kaya. What are you giving me this for? Kaya asked Ron as she took the coral from Ron's hand and looked at the coral in doubt. When you enter Dragon Palace City, it will be full of seawater. This can blow bubbles to help you resist the seawater. Ron explained to Kaya. Huh? That's it, Kaya said holding the coral and blowing on it. As Kaya kept blowing, a bubble emerged from the coral. The bubble kept getting bigger and eventually wrapped Kaya's entire body inside. Ron also took out a coral and blew a bubble. Okay, let's go. After Ron said to Kaya, he took Kaya's hand to the bottom of the entrance. Who is it? A voice came from the entrance. Ron said to the clairvoyant there. Ah, it turns out to be Lord Ron. Open the passage quickly. Advertisement following the soldier's order to connect the passage, Ron and Kaya stepped into the entrance and were quickly teleported to the Dragon Palace City by a torrent. Strange. Master Ron, didn't you just go out to Dragon Palace City just now? Why are you here again? When Ron and Kaya entered the passage, the guard whispered in confusion. Ah, Master Ron, you are here. Ron and Kaya had just been teleported out of the passage. The guard next to them recognized Ron at a glance. After hearing this, Ron nodded and smiled slightly. Now everyone knew that Ron was here on the Fishman Island. Huh? Sir Ron, why are you? Welcome Sir Ron. The guard's words gave Ron an inexplicable feeling. Ron, you're back again. Come in. The Prince of the Star, who was standing in front of the tall gate, suddenly appeared in front of Ron and said to Ron. Ron took Kaya to the front of the prince. Why am I back again? Didn't I just come here? Ron asked, looking at the prince of the cartoon in confusion. That's right, brother Ron, and I just arrived here. Kaya also echoed with a strange look on her face. Didn't you come here just now? Did I just send you away? Prince Cartoon also looked at Ron with a strange look on his face and said. Ron felt bad. Someone just pretended to be me. Ron said in surprise when he inferred the result from the words of the star. You mean that person just now wasn't you? Did you really just come here? Said Ron, the shocked prince. Why did my brother Ron lie to you? Kaya said aside. The star was silent for a while with a surprised look on his face. Advertisement, I'm just telling you. The feeling you gave me just now was very different from the one before. It turns out you were a fake. said the star with an annoyed look on his face. What's going on? What did the person pretending to be me to hear? Where's Shiroshi? The first thing Ron thought of after hearing the words of the prince was Shiroshi. Shiroshi was the ultimate purpose of coming here, so nothing could happen to him. Don't worry, Shiroshi is fine. That fake didn't go to see Shiroshi. Kanzai quickly said to Ron when he saw Ron's expression of concern for Shiroshi. Ron felt relieved. Then, King Neptune, Princess Odahime and King Shark. Ron continued to ask. Don't worry, your father, the queen, your queen, and your brother are all fine. Prince Sunset interrupted Ron's question and said. Then, what did that fake guy do in Dragon Palace City? Ron asked the prince again in confusion. Ron couldn't understand. That person pretended to be his identity and came to Longgongchen, but he didn't seem to have done anything? Alas, Prince Carabiner let out a long sigh. It's a pity that we have so many treasures in Dragon Palace City. Prince Kuaisei said with a distressed look on his face. Treasure? Did that person come to Dragon Palace City to make money? Ron said. When Ron heard that the person was coming to Ryugu City to make money, the first person that appeared in Ron's mind turned out to be Nami. No, it can't be Nami. What are you thinking? Ron shook his head to get rid of the unrealistic thoughts in his mind. Qian Zhao Zhao. Yes. The person who pretended to be you just came to Ryugu Castle. He didn't ask to see Shiroshi or his father, he just told me that you plan to leave the Fishman Island immediately, but you don't have much money left. You want to be with us? Here to ask for some treasure. I took him to the treasure room of our Dragon Palace City without thinking too much. Prince Sunset said to Ron angrily. Alas, what a pity for the treasures in the 4 treasure rooms. You said that if those treasures were taken away by you, Ron, we wouldn't feel any heartache. You have done so much for the Fishman Island, even if you have taken away the Dragon Palace City I can give it to you, but those treasures were deceived by thieves. The star felt heartbroken again when he thought of the 4 empty treasure rooms. Change. Chapter 410 Skin? 4 treasure rooms? Ron was puzzled for a while. Didn't Nami just tell herself that after she scanned the treasure room in Ryugu Castle, there were still 3 left? Why did 4 more appear? Then, Prince Karyo, does that mean that all the treasures in Dragon Palace City are gone now? Ron asked Prince Karyo in order to eliminate the doubts in his heart. Oh, no, we have a total of 6 treasure rooms in Dragon Palace City. 4 of them were taken away by the thief. There are still 2 treasure rooms left. Prince Rollover replied to Ron. Ron understood immediately after hearing what Prince Carabao said, and he was very embarrassed and didn't know what to say. It seems that the Prince of the Overturning Star didn't know that the 3 treasure rooms before were emptied by Nami. Later, he took the fake to the treasure room to get the treasure. It must have been that the fake had planned his attack well and didn't let him follow him in. That's it. Prince Kuei is like this now, thinking that the 4 treasure rooms were all emptied by the fake. That's right. How can a prince of your country worry about a few money? Ron said, holding his shoulders when he saw that the prince had figured it out. Okay, then I'll go find her, I have something to tell her. Haha, Ron smiled when he heard the words of the prince. Shiroshi has been busy taking care of his father and brother Sharkstar, and has just returned to her room to rest, Prince Kaizing replied. Well, let's go now. Ron patted Kaya who was laughing and told her to pay attention. Advertisement. Oh, brother F****** Y star. Money is all external, BDFE. The most important thing is that the fake is just looking for some money. You said it would be the most terrifying if he had evil intentions, not to mention you, Dragon Palace City with the financial resources of a country, the money will always be replenished. Ron comforted the Prince of the Overturned Star in order to ease the embarrassment caused by Kaya. Oh, it seems that there are not only a lot of beauties on Brother Ron's boat, but also people of all ages. Prince Cartoon and Ron looked at each other and said with a smile. The prince was silent for a moment after hearing Ron's words. Delete 500 words. Okay. Go quickly. Sister Shiroshi always used to be in a daze when she was taking care of her father and brother Sharkstar. I think she was thinking about you in her heart because of her thoughtful look. Prince Shiroshi understood clearly, Ron said again. Ha 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 ha. Kaya on the side also understood after hearing what Prince Carabiner said, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. I'm brother Ron's crew, Kaya said with a smile and her hands on her hips. What about Shiroshi? Ron asked the Prince of the Overturned Star, skipping the topic just now and going straight to the purpose of his trip. Well, I've been in panic just now, and I haven't asked who this beautiful girl is. Fang Shixingzi calmed down and asked Kaya next to Ron. A prince is still a prince, no matter how upright he is on weekdays, he always has a lot of fun in private. Ron thought secretly in his heart. The star was stunned for a moment when he heard Kaya's words. Yeah, the most important thing is that that person doesn't have any evil intentions, Prince Sunset said, feeling a little more comfortable after hearing Ron's words. Chapter 411 Women's Friendship. I don't know where brother Ron is now. He promised to take me to see the world. He should be here soon. Shiroshi sat in his room, missing Ron blankly. Shiroshi's mind is now filled with Ron, and he just wants Ron to appear in front of him quickly, otherwise Shiroshi feels that he has no motivation to do anything, and nothing seems attractive to Shiroshi. While Shiroshi was thinking about Ron constantly in his room. Suddenly a sneeze sounded outside the door. Ron walked to Shiroshi's room door and was about to knock on the door when he suddenly felt his nose itching and sneeze. Eh? Can brother Ron still catch a cold with his body like this? Kaya on the side asked in confusion when she saw Ron sneezing for a rare occasion. Impossible. How could my divine body be sick? Shiroshi must be missing me in his heart, Ron said to Kaya with a narcissistic look on his face. Seeing Ron being so narcissistic, Kaya deliberately made a look of disgust towards him. Ron smiled when he saw Kaya's disgusted expression. Boom. Boom. Who is it? Shiroshi was sitting on the edge of the bed, thinking about Ron in a daze, when he suddenly heard someone knocking on his room and asked. Shiroshi, it's me, Ron replied standing at the door. When Shiroshi heard Ron's voice, he jumped up from the bed as if he was suddenly shocked by electricity. Brother Ron. Shiroshi shouted in surprise as he ran towards the door and opened it without hesitation. Yes, it's me, Ron replied happily, hearing the excitement in Shiroshi's tone. Advertisement, squeak. Brother Ron. You are here, come in quickly. Shiroshi opened the door and saw Ron standing at the door and said to Ron with a face of joy. What's wrong? Are you so happy to see brother Ron? Are you thinking of me? Ron teased Shiroshi as he walked into Shiroshi's room. Ah, no, Ron's words immediately hit Shiroshi's mind. Shiroshi's heart beat suddenly when he heard Ron's words. His face immediately turned red and he hesitated in reply. Still saying you haven't? Look at the guilty look on your face, brother Ron, I can see through it right away. Ron continued teasing. Oh, brother Ron, can't you save some face for Shiroshi? How can I be so embarrassed when you directly reveal someone's thoughts like this? Shiroshi whispered with a blush when he saw that Ron wanted to reveal his little thoughts. Complaining to Ron, Shiroshi said that his voice became smaller and smaller at the end, almost silent. Ha 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 ha. Ron laughed when he saw Shiroshi's extremely shy look. Brother Ron, you're still laughing, Shiroshi complained with some annoyance when he saw Ron still laughing. Oh, okay, brother, stop laughing. No Luo fan saw Shing a little annoyed and said quickly. Wow, is it really okay for you to just ignore this beautiful girl like me? Kaya suddenly spoke to the side when she saw two people like this. You are? Shiroshi's attention was all on Ron, and he didn't even pay attention to the little human Lolita who came in with Ron. Only when he heard Kaya's words did he pay attention to Kaya. My name is Kaya. Kaya replied a little depressed when Shiroshi finally paid attention to her. Kaya. Advertisement. Oh yes, Shiroshi, this is Kaya, from my ship. Ron pointed at Kaya and introduced Shiroshi. Please give me flowers, it turns out to be brother Ron's companion. Hello, I'm Shiroshi. Shiroshi heard that this was Ron's companion and greeted Kaya respectfully. Hello. Kaya initially saw Shiroshi neglecting her, and felt that Shiroshi was a spoiled fishman princess who was rude to others. She had a bad impression of Shiroshi in her heart, but now she saw that Shiroshi was treating her badly. Such a respectful and polite look just wiped away the depression in my heart. The fishman princess Shiroshi is so beautiful. You are the most beautiful mermaid I have ever seen. Kaya observed Shiroshi carefully and found that Shiroshi really had no flaws at all, so she couldn't help but sigh. 0. Haha, Shiroshi smiled happily when he heard Kaya say this. No matter what species they are, women like to be praised for their beauty. You are also a very beautiful human girl. I have never seen a human girl as beautiful as you. Shiroshi couldn't help but praise Kaya back. Haha, Kaya smiled happily after hearing Shiroshi's words. Ron looked on with a smile. If this scene were to be seen on other people, it would definitely be suspected of two women exchanging business information, but if it were to be seen on these two extremely beautiful women, it would give people no idea of any commercial exaggeration. Feel. Oh, your clothes are so beautiful, your earrings look great too. Yes. Brother Ron gave this to me. I like it very much. If you get on our ship, brother Ron will definitely give you many beautiful things. Really? Of course 5, chapter 412 I want to set sail? Ron looked helpless as he watched Shiroshi and Kaya, who had formed a deep friendship with just a few words, exchanging enthusiastic compliments. Oh, now I have become the one who is ignored and ignored, Ron spread his hands and thought sadly in his heart. After a while, just when Ron was about to fall asleep out of boredom. Brother Ron. What's wrong with you? Are you sleepy? Shiroshi and Kaya finally ended the friendly conversation between the women and thought of Ron beside them. Oh, it's okay. Are you done? Ron, who was half asleep, was awakened by Shiroshi's question and asked confusedly. There is no. 310, Kaya and I have just met. We just chatted casually. There are many things that we haven't had the chance to talk about. There will be plenty of opportunities to talk about them in the future, Shiroshi replied. You also know that you have just met. There are so many things to talk about when we just met. And this is just a casual chat. Wouldn't it be endless if we had an in-depth chat? Ron looked confused, thinking darkly. Brother Ron, are you going to take me sailing when you come to see me today? Shiroshi asked excitedly. Ron put away his depressed mood. Yes, have you told King Neptune and Princess Odahime about this? Ron asked. I haven't told my father and queen about this yet, how about I go tell them now? Shiroshi said and ran to Neptune and Princess Odahime for instructions. Ron looked at Shiroshi's excitement, and it was obvious that he had no doubt or distrust in him, and he was very happy in his heart. Advertisement. He got up and took Kaya with him to follow Shiroshi towards Neptune and Princess Odahime. Father, are you okay? Shiroshi came to Neptune's room and found that Neptune was already exercising energetically. Oh, Shiroshi's precious daughter, father is fine now, come here quickly. King Neptune looked happy when he saw Shiroshi's arrival. The physique of this fish man is indeed much different than that of humans. If this human was as seriously injured as Neptune, he would have lost half his life. Neptune could have just rested for a day. Ron followed Shiroshi into Neptune's room and saw Neptune, who looked refreshed and secretly thought. Ah, Ron is here. Please take a seat, please take a seat, Neptune said politely with a surprised look on his face when he saw Ron behind Shiroshi. Oh, it's okay King Neptune, I'm here to see Shiroshi, Ron replied without concealing his concern for Shiroshi. Ha 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 ha. Neptune was very happy after hearing Ron's words. His daughter was so good that Ron cared about her so much. Ron, you care about my daughter like this, Shiroshi is really lucky, ha ha ha. Looking at Shiroshi's anxious look, Neptune gritted his teeth and said, how could I disagree? I'm afraid Ron won't agree. You have lived in Ryugu Castle since you were a child, and even the bottom of the Fishman Island has you. I haven't been there a few times. There are many things in the outside world that you don't understand and you don't know. I'm afraid that if you don't understand anything, you will cause trouble to Ron. King Neptune, don't worry, why would I bother Shiroshi? You are really worried, Shiroshi, and I came to you because I welcome Shiroshi to go sailing with me, Ron said quickly and sincerely. Father, don't you agree? Shiroshi asked nervously when he saw Neptune's trouble. Don't worry, Shiroshi will only get better and better with me here, and she will be at the top of the world in her future life. Advertisement, yeah. Shiroshi shouted excitedly when he heard Neptune's words. When Neptune heard Shiroshi's words, his smile slowly disappeared, and a troubled expression appeared on his face. As long as Ron doesn't dislike him, I, Neptune, will definitely have no problem with it, Neptune said firmly. Oh, it's not that I don't agree, yes, oh, that's it, King Neptune said with relief after hearing Ron's words. Father, I want to go sailing with brother Ron. Shiroshi looked at Nipta and said seriously. I'll trouble you, Ron, to take more care of my daughter Shiroshi from now on, Neptune told Shiroshi and then asked Ron. Then Shiroshi, you will go sailing with Ron in the future. You will not be in Ryugu City anymore. You have to learn to do some things by yourself. Help everyone more, get along well with everyone, and try not to cause trouble to Ron, Puton warned Shiroshi again. Yes, father, brother Ron agreed that I would go sailing with him. He said that I would not be in any danger with him. When Shiroshi heard that Neptune was not disapproving of his going sailing with Ron, he was afraid that Ron would not want to. Taking myself on a sailing trip made me feel happy. Father and daughter have something to tell you. Shiroshi cut to the chase and said to Neptune. Shiroshi stared at Neptune's face anxiously, waiting for Neptune to continue. Ron heard Neptune say this. 0.054302513212483161. Say it. Neptune asked Shiroshi to continue. 1.6 Haha. Neptune was also very happy when he saw the excited expression on his daughter Shiroshi's face. Chapter 413 Drunk. My daughter Shiroshi following you is the best choice for her, I have never doubted that. After listening to Ron's words, Neptune said without any doubt about Ron's promise. If these words were spoken by others, they would most likely be empty words, but if Ron said these words, they would be 100% true. Shiroshi, go and talk to your mother, after all, your mother has just reunited with us and I'm afraid she won't be able to let you go. Tell her so that she can be mentally prepared as soon as possible, Nip Dun ordered to Shiroshi. King Neptune, don't worry, Princess Odahime doesn't have to worry about not being able to see Shiroshi in the future. As long as Shiroshi wants to come back or Princess Odahime wants to see Shiroshi, I can use the gate of time and space at any time to let them meet immediately. Ron saw Ni if Tan had any worries, he quickly dispelled Neptune's worries and said. Really? Neptune looked at Ron with joy after hearing Ron's words and asked. Yes, father, brother Ron has the ability to travel through time. I can return to you and my mother at any time, or you and my mother can come over to see me at any time, Shiroshi said to Neptune with a happy face. Haha, Ron is really like a god. It seems that there is nothing you can't do, Neptune exclaimed to Ron without any worries in his heart. Haha, King Neptune, I can tell you this, nothing in this world is a problem to me now, and nothing can trouble me. Ron was so humble when he heard Neptune's admiration, Purdon said. Haha, Kaya and Shiroshi were amused by Ron's arrogant words. Haha, I have no doubt about what you said. I, Neptune, am completely in awe of you, Ron. Neptune said to Ron respectfully without hesitation after hearing Ron's words. Advertisement, so, Ron, when are you going to leave? At the banquet, the half-drunk Prince Wangxing asked Ron while holding a glass of wine. I plan to set sail tomorrow afternoon. Ron's purpose of coming to the Fishman Island was accomplished, and he was extremely happy. He drank freely at the banquet, and looked drunk with Prince Huangxing. He clinked the wineglasses and replied to Prince Huangxing. After saying that, the two drank up the wine in their hands. So soon? My sister will leave with you tomorrow. Alas, Prince Wangxing said in confusion. What, you can't let go of your sister, Ron, who was also drunk and could not speak clearly, asked Prince Wangxing. Ah, Wangxing is drunk, he can't drink anymore. I asked him to go back to his room to rest. Come on Ron. I'll drink with you. Neptune said to Ron with relief when he saw Ron's confused look. No, it's okay, just drink some wine. Brother Ron only gets drunk when he is in a good mood. If Brother Ron doesn't want to get drunk, the wine will have no effect on Brother Ron at all. Kaya knew it in her heart and said to Shiroshi. Brother Ron actually gets drunk sometimes, this is really unprecedented. Kaya, who was sitting next to her, looked at Ron's drunken look and said to Shiroshi in a funny way. Okay, no problem, come on, drink. Ron immediately picked up the wine glass and said to Neptune after hearing Neptune's words. At first, when I saw Ron drinking down both Sharkstar and Cartoon Neptune, I was a little worried that one of the four of them would not be able to drink up to Ron alone. Now, finally, Emperor Star also drank with Ron. Ron also started to look half drunk, and Neptune felt relieved. Oh, don't go. Ron yelled in confusion when he saw Prince Wangxing being helped away by the guards. Advertisement, hey, that's not true, my sister is the one I watched growing up, she hasn't left my side for so many years, I'm so reluctant to leave suddenly, Prince Wangxing said with tears, it's almost flowing. Boom. Brother Ron, haven't you ever been drunk before? Shiroshi asked Kaya after hearing her words. Ron picked up the wine glass and clinked it with Prince Wangxing, and they both drank it in one gulp. After clinking glasses, Ron drank another gulp. I know this, but I still can't let it go, I can't let it go. Prince Wangxing was completely drunk at this time, and he even started crying sadly. Come here, two guards. Help Wangxing back to his room to rest. Neptune, who was standing by, saw that Wangxing was already drunk and shouted to the guards beside him. Shiroshi was stopped by Kaya just as he was about to get up. Then let me tell Brother Ron to drink less. Shiroshi heard Kaya say that Ron didn't drink much before and wanted to persuade Ron to drink less. Prince Sharkstar and Prince Rollerstar had been drinking with Ron before Prince Royalstar. Neptune's three sons were all very good drinkers, and Neptune understood this. Didn't I tell you? I can let Shiroshi come back at any time, you can see her whenever you want. Ron comforted Prince Wangxing still in a daze. Yes. Brother Ron didn't drink much in the past, maybe he is happy because he got you today. Kaya replied to Shiroshi. Chapter 414 Two Lil Fans. Come on, Ron, drink. Neptune and Ron started to get confused after drinking for 3 rounds, and said to Ron while holding the wine glass. Come on, drink. Ron was already drunk and lying on the table in a daze. Bang. The wine glasses clinked. Stop drinking, father, I think Brother Ron is already drunk. Shiroshi saw that Ron was already drunk and lying on the table, and Neptune was also in a semi-drowsy state. He felt a little distressed and said immediately. Okay, then that's it for today. Fortunately, Neptune was still somewhat conscious and agreed with Shiroshi's words. Well, who said that I was drunk? I was not drunk, again and again, again. The confused Ron vaguely heard someone saying that he was drunk, and he immediately sat up, he said stutteringly. Okay, Brother Ron is not drunk, we are not drunk, but we are almost drunk today, and we are here. It was the first time Shiroshi saw Ron who was drunk and confused, and felt that such Ron was very cute. He said to Ron as if coaxing a child. No, I haven't drinked enough. Boom. Ron was so confused that he fell down on the table and fell asleep before he finished speaking. Kaya felt that Ron was so funny like this, so she covered her mouth and laughed. Brother Ron, Shiroshi called twice when he saw Ron falling asleep. Ron was still lying motionless on the table, showing no reaction. It looked like Ron was really drunk and Neptune was staggering. Shiroshi, you should arrange for Ron to take a rest, Neptune said to Shiroshi slightly drunk. Okay, father. After Shiroshi heard Neptune's words and answered, he helped Ron into his arms and left the banquet hall. Advertisement, then Kaya is going to rest too, King Neptune. Kaya said hello to Neptune and got up and followed Shiroshi. Who? Ron fell asleep soundly after being placed on the bed by Shiroshi. Shiroshi lay next to Ron, holding his cheeks in his hands, staring at the sleeping Ron and observing Ron's face carefully. Brother Ron's nose is tall and straight, like a mountain. Brother Ron's eyelashes are so long, they look like a girl, so pretty. Brother Ron's face is so masculine, even when he's sleeping he looks so manly. Shiroshi observed Ron like a nymphomaniac, praising Ron in his heart. Everything about Ron seemed so charming to Shiroshi. Hey, it seems that you were really fascinated by Brother Ron. You know you were like a nympho now. Kaya looked at Shiroshi who was staring at Ron for a long time and couldn't help but complain. Haha. Shiroshi suddenly realized his gaffe when he heard Kaya's words. He quickly sat up and smiled sheepishly at Kaya. But it's understandable. Brother Ron is an impeccable and perfect person. Kaya said, crawling onto the bed just like Shiroshi just now, holding her cheeks in her hands and staring straight at the sleeping Ron. When Shiroshi saw Kaya who was teasing him just now, he looked at Ron with a look of infatuation. He no longer concealed his inner emotions and followed Kaya as before, staring straight at the sleeping Ron. A look of fascination on his face. The two of them stared at Ron quietly for a while. While you are discussing whether there is a perfect man like me in this world, Ron replied looking at Shiroshi with a smirk on his face. Advertisement. Male. After working on it for a long time, it turned out that Ron was pretending to be drunk. This made Shiroshi and Kaya shy, but their hearts were pounding. Of course not. There will never be another man as perfect as Brother Ron in this world. Kaya replied to Shiroshi without hesitation after hearing Shiroshi's words. The two of them blushed for a while. Have you two seen enough? Ron, who had his eyes closed, suddenly spoke to the two little fans in front of him. That's right. I also feel that I will never find someone like Brother Ron again. Shiroshi agreed with Kaya's words. The two of them looked directly at Ron for a while. Ah! Shiroshi heard that Ron heard what he had just said to Kaya, and his face that was already blushing became even redder. Ah! Shiroshi and Kaya were startled by Ron's sudden words. Do you think there is a perfect person like Brother Ron in this world? This will be replaced by Shiroshi asking Kaya. Brother Ron, when did you wake up? Shiroshi asked Ron in a low voice with a blushing face. Brother Ron loves to tease people like this. It turns out that Brother Ron is so bad. At some point, Ron's snoring stopped. I feel the same way, Kaya agreed with Shiroshi's words. Shiroshi, do you think Brother Ron's facial features are the most beautiful? Kaya asked Shiroshi, still staring directly at Ron's face. I think Brother Ron's facial features are impeccable. Shiroshi replied to Kaya without raising his head, staring at Ron. Chapter 415. Fake Drunk. Ron heard Kaya's shy complaint and looked at Kaya with a slight grin. Brother Ron, why did you sober up so quickly? Shiroshi would usually have to sleep for a long time if his father and brothers were drunk, but Shiroshi would see Ron still drunk just now. Mew Mew looked like he was sleeping soundly, but now he looked like a normal person. He was very confused and asked Ron. Shiroshi had never had the opportunity to observe Ron well before. Mainly because he felt shy staring at Ron. He thought that he could observe Ron well now that Ron was drunk, but he didn't expect that Ron would wake up so quickly. Shiroshi just said the questions were also mixed with a hint of complaint. I have a good physique, and the alcohol will affect me for a short time. Ron said perfunctorily to Shiroshi. He couldn't say that the wine was actually of no use to him at all. Shiroshi was just happy that he had harvested it, and the wine was not intoxicating to everyone. Get drunk, and then just want to see how Shiroshi reacts to his drunken self. Brother Ron, please pull him down, you just pretended to be drunk to cause trouble. Didn't it feel so good when Shiroshi held you in his arms just now when you pretended to be drunk? Kaya had already figured out Ron's thoughts at this time and did not give Ron anything. Cover asked Ron directly. How could that happen? I was really drunk just now. Ron didn't expect that Kaya, a little girl, could understand his thoughts so thoroughly. This question directly poked Ron's heart, and Ron's heart beat for a while. Then he quickly concealed his thoughts and denied it. TCH, Kaya rolled her eyes at Ron, looking at Ron's guilty expression after being exposed by her. Is this really true, Brother Ron? Shiroshi saw Ron's panic expression and asked Ron. No, I'm really drunk. Ron still refused to admit it. After Ron finished speaking, Kaya rolled her eyes at Ron again. Advertisement, A. Ron rolled his eyes at Kaya again when he saw her. His thoughts were completely revealed by this little girl, staring at Kaya with wide eyes. Brother Ron, you are so bad. Shiroshi understood Ron's thoughts and said coquettishly to Ron with side eyes. Ron smiled awkwardly at Shiroshi. Seeing that he was exposed in front of Shiroshi, Ron felt unwilling for a while. The image of his close brother that he had established in front of Shiroshi was completely ruined. No, Kaya blushed and refused quickly before she heard what Ron said. Kaya is here. Ron suddenly turned around and stared at him with eyes motionless as if he wanted to eat him. He suddenly felt a bad feeling in his heart. Why are you so far away from my brother? Come on, get closer to your brother. I'm afraid he won't be able to hear you if you're too far away, Ron said, pulling Kaya's body back away from him just now. Okay, Kaya, you are becoming more and more disobedient to your brother. Where has the good Kaya who used to be considerate and provided cover and support for her brother gone? Today she actually exposed her brother's thoughts. What's wrong? Are you jealous of Shiroshi? Ron asked, still looking at Kaya with a sullen look on his face. Brother Ron, please rest early. Shiroshi went back to rest. Shiroshi felt ashamed when he remembered that he had just held Ron in his arms, and that Ron was actually awake. Shiroshi blushed and said quickly to Ron, and then stood up quickly, left Ron's room. Oh, if you're not jealous, then you are sincerely causing trouble with your brother, right? Then your brother will punish you, Ron said and slowly moved his face closer to Kaya. It's really wrong. Kaya looked at Ron with a look of begging for mercy and replied. Advertisement. Kaya became even more nervous when she saw Ron like this, and moved her body further away from Ron. Oh, Ron was about to speak to stop Shiroshi from leaving, but Shiroshi didn't give Ron a chance and left without looking back. Really? No, you're wrong. Ron obviously had no intention of letting Kaya go easily. When Ron heard Kaya's words, he suddenly sat up and got closer to Kaya. Ron looked out the door and thought to himself, Shiroshi's expression and flustered figure when he left just now should not be angry but shy. Thinking of this, Ron felt relieved. Then since you were wrong, you must accept punishment, Ron continued. Ron slowly turned his head to face Kaya with an expression on his face that he wanted to punish Kaya. I'll punish you, Ron said in a deliberately long voice. What, punishment? Kaya asked nervously. Oops, brother Ron, I was wrong, I had a short circuit in my brain today. Kaya really didn't mean to cause trouble for you. Please spare me. Kaya looked at the evil-looking man who was getting closer and closer to her. Ron felt nervous and scared for a while, and he quickly admitted his mistake and begged for mercy in a low voice. No, how could I be jealous? Kaya replied nervously. Chapter 416 Casino. What's not okay? I just asked you to give me a massage. Why are you so nervous? Ron felt better when he saw Kaya's nervous and shy look, and said to Kaya with a mocking look on his face. Ah, massage. Kaya suddenly looked at Ron in surprise when she heard Ron's words and said. Otherwise, what do you think it is? Ron looked at Kaya with a provocative look on his face. Oh, brother Ron, you're evil. Kaya struggled to break away in shame and anger. Ron grabbed his arm and stood up and said to Ron. After Kaya said that, she ran away quickly, not wanting to stay by Ron's side for a moment. Ha ha ha, Ron felt funny in his heart after teasing Kaya. I wonder what my babies are doing in Coral Apartments right now. Ron regained his composure and lay on the bed thinking about Hancock and a group of beauties. No, I'm going to find them. Ron found that the alcohol not only made him drunk but also seemed to refresh himself. He didn't feel sleepy at all now. Whenever he closed his eyes, he thought about those beauties. Ron sat up and waved his right hand. A door to space opened and Ron walked in. Huh? Where is the person? Ron arrived at the top floor lobby of the Coral Hotel and found that there was no one there. Did they all take a break? Ron wondered in his mind. Master, you are back. A familiar voice suddenly sounded behind Ron. Ron looked back. Advertisement, Charlie? Ron was surprised to find that the owner of the voice was Charlie. Charlie smiled sheepishly when he saw Ron's surprised look. Why are you here? Ron asked Charlie in surprise and curiosity while walking quickly towards Charlie. Why can't I be here? This place is mine. Charlie looked at Ron and asked. Is this your property? Ron asked in surprise as he looked at Charlie. Yes, I am the largest shareholder of this Coral Apartment. Then why haven't I seen you before? Ron asked again. Have you ever seen the big boss personally serving customers? Charlie asked. That's right. When Ron heard what Charlie said, he felt that Charlie was right. Oh, that's not right. What happened at the Fishman Cafe? Ron suddenly realized something was wrong and asked Charlie again. You, a big boss, would actually work as a waiter in a Fishman Cafe? It doesn't make sense, does it? Charlie smiled slightly when he heard Ron's question and didn't answer. Ron didn't want to answer when he saw Charlie. It turns out that it wasn't just me who was interested in you at the beginning. It turns out that you were also interested in me. Ron looked at Charlie and continued with a look of realization on his face. Have you known me for a long time? So you deliberately attracted my attention in the Fishman coffee shop? The more Ron thought about it, the more he felt that Charlie was a scheming girl and continued to ask her. Advertisement. You think too much. Do you think everyone is as scheming as you? Charlie knew that Ron was overthinking and said to Ron. The reason why I want to contact you is because you are a human being but you were received by Prince Shark when the Fishman Island was under martial law, and you also lived on the top floor of the Coral Apartment, so I am just curious about you, Lee continued, explained. Ron was right after hearing Charlie's words. He had indeed thought too much just now. If she had known who she was from the beginning, she wouldn't have acted like a little girl in the central square. Please give me flowers. Oh, is this Coral Apartment yours? Why are you so rich? Ron asked, skipping the previous topic. To be precise, this Coral Apartment belongs to my family, and that Fishman Cafe belongs to me, so I will stay in the Fishman Cafe, not this Coral Apartment. Oh, Ron heard Charlie's words and understood that Charlie had to explain later. My family used to be the economic backbone of the Fishman Island. My father, Sha Feng, was once the richest man in the Fishman Island. Charlie continued to tell Ron. Oh, Ron was surprised when he heard Charlie's words. This Charlie's background is so big. The plots in One Piece that I have seen before are completely without these? Sure enough, the One Piece world that I have seen before is just a part of the world that the author wants to show to readers. The world of pirates. This world of pirates is a huge and complete world, and there are many worlds that the author has not shown to readers that I need to understand by myself. Our family used to run all the entertainment industries in the Fishman Island, and the Coral Apartments was the center of my family's entertainment industry. It was not a place to provide accommodation before, but a casino. How did your family get rich? Ron asked curiously. Because of my divination, Charlie said. That's right, although your divination sometimes cannot accurately predict everything, it is quite useful to predict that the Fishman Island will be developed and prosperous in the future. Ron said to Charlie that it was understandable. Chapter 417 The past goes with the wind. I have been able to see things in the future from the time I can remember. At first I described these to my father. My father thought I was just a child with a rich imagination and was talking nonsense. But later my father discovered that the basic things I described to him were only when everything came true did I believe that I could really see the future, and then my father relied on my ability to understand the changes in the Fishman Island earlier than anyone else. Charlie continued to narrate to Ron. Then your father became the richest man in the Fishman Island because he saw business opportunities earlier than others? Ron understood after hearing this and asked Charlie. Yes, that's right, 850, Charlie replied to Ron. What happens after that? Why did this Coral Apartment become the Coral Apartment today? Ron asked Charlie again. After that, my father became rich because he became the richest man in the Fishman Island. He no longer regarded our original home as home and spent all day living and drinking outside. My mother and father always quarreled whenever they met. In the end, my mother and father completely broke up. After we were separated, I cut off the relationship with my father and my mother, and it was my mother and I who opened the Murloc Cafe. Charlie told Ron with a hint of sadness. Alas, your father's success was all because of you, but he ended up abandoning you and your mother. He is really not worthy of being a father. Ron was very angry when he heard that Charlie's father did such an outrageous thing after he was rich, said to Charlie. Charlie was silent for a while after hearing Ron's words. Later, my father discovered that without my ability, he could no longer learn about business news earlier than others. His business empire was quickly swallowed up by other businessmen. Finally, when he saw that he was about to go bankrupt, he came to me and said he regrets what he has done and hopes that I will give him a chance to be a qualified father again. Charlie paused at this point. What about the Queen? You won't agree, right? Ron listened intently. Of course not. My mother and I begged him hard in the hope that he would not kick us out of the house because of the family relationship for so many years, but he treated us completely like strangers we didn't know, with that kind of indifference. Cruel and decisive, I will never forget it. I made up my mind at that time that I would never have any feelings for this so-called father, and I would never have anything to do with him again. When he said this, Charlie's eyes flashed tears. When Ron heard about Charlie's tragic experience and saw how pitiful Charlie looked at this time, he felt heartache and pity for Charlie. Ron stretched out his hand to take Charlie into his arms and rested her head on his chest. His hand gently stroked Charlie's hair. Charlie showed no resistance to Ron's actions and was naturally held in Ron's arms and leaned against Ron's chest. Charlie felt that Ron's body was so warm and his chest was so strong. Her lonely and cold heart seemed to have found a place where she could rely on warmth. Charlie leaned on Ron's chest and cried peacefully. Advertisement. After a long time, Charlie gradually calmed down and found that he was in Ron's arms. His face turned red and he came out of Ron's arms with embarrassment. When he came out, Charlie felt that he was so comfortable and at ease in Ron's arms. This feeling, I haven't felt it for a long time, but there is a trace of reluctance and nostalgia. Ron saw that Charlie was embarrassed and broke away from his arms. Seeing that there were still tears hanging from the corners of Charlie's eyes, Ron compassionately stretched out his fingers to wipe away the remaining tears from the corners of Charlie's eyes. Charlie blushed again due to Ron's actions. Then your father's business empire collapsed? You left this casino and transformed it into the current Coral Hotel? Ron asked gently. In the end, my father quickly went bankrupt because he lost my ability to predict things and he didn't have much business acumen. In the end, while he lost his wealth and status, my mother and I also hated him and regarded him as a stranger. He was completely unable to bear it, he went insane and was admitted to a mental hospital and died soon after. When Charlie said this, he became a little sad again. Finally, I heard that my father was admitted to a mental hospital and couldn't bear to visit him a few more times. Every time he saw me, he was crazy. He would become normal, hold my hand tightly, and shed tears of pain, saying that he was wrong, that he was not a good father. He is ashamed of me and my mother. He begs us to forgive him and begs me to call him Daddy, Charlie said. At this point, I couldn't help but shed tears again. Ron took Charlie into his arms again. The last time I saw my father, he kept begging me to forgive him. I looked at his miserable look and couldn't help but scream. When he called me Dad, he was as happy as a child when he heard my words. I felt a little better when I saw his happy expression. As a result, that night I received news that my father was gone. Woo-woo, the man said that when his father left, he was very happy and peaceful. He kept shouting, Lee Lily Woo-woo, chapter 418, Salmon Fish. He was as happy as a child when he heard what I said. I felt a little better when I saw him happy. As a result, that night I received the news that my father was gone. Woo-woo, the man said that when his father left, he was very happy and peaceful, and kept shouting, Lily, Lily, woo-woo. Charlie said that she was already crying. She hugged Ron tightly, buried her head in Ron's arms and cried loudly. Ron patted Charlie's back gently with his hand, letting her cry in his arms and keeping her tears in his arms. Okay, it's all over. From now on, as long as I, Ron, are here, you won't have any misfortunes anymore, and I won't let you suffer anymore. It's really hurt. Ron comforted her gently. Woo-oo. Charlie was comforted by Ron's words and slowly became smaller. After a while, Charlie's crying disappeared, leaving only silent sobbing. Ron slowly raised Charlie's head, held Charlie's face with both hands and gently wiped the tears from Charlie's face with his fingers. Okay, it's all over, don't cry anymore, it makes me so sad when you cry like this, Ron said to Charlie while wiping his tears. Charlie, who slowly calmed down, immediately bowed his head shyly when Ron said this. After Charlie told her past this time, the relationship between Ron and Charlie improved rapidly. Now the two of them feel that their hearts are very close. It feels like they have known each other for a long time. Charlie calmed down and left Ron's arms. Let's go for a walk. Ron felt that he should take Charlie out for some air at this time. Okay, Charlie replied with a slightly trembling tone. Let's go. Advertisement. Ron took Charlie out of the room. Ron and Charlie walked to the rooftop of Coral Apartments and to Wangxian Lake on Fairy Mountain. Let's make this salmon fish and look up high, Ron suggested to Charlie. Woo! Woo! The salmon fish in the water suddenly became active as if it had been stimulated by something. What's going on? Ron asked confused. I saw Charlie bending down, and all the mackerel fish gathered around Charlie. Charlie looked up at Ron with a smile. I have fed these salmon fish since they were young. They will be very excited when they see me, Charlie explained to Ron. That's it. Ron said he understood. Those mammal fish were tumbling and jumping in the water. Big dragon, come here. Charlie shouted. A huge shadow suddenly appeared at the bottom of the water. This shadow was larger than the 3 salmon fish on the water. The shadow slowly surfaced. Wow! A huge red salmon fish emerged from the water. Charlie gently stroked the head of the huge salmon fish, and the salmon fish was stroked by Charlie with a look of enjoyment like an obedient child. Charlie suddenly jumped towards the giant salmon fish and stood on it. Advertisement, Ron, come on up. Zanji stood up on the matter of the Great Mahabeast War and shouted to Ling Huan. When Ron heard Charlie's words, he jumped onto the back of the salmon fish. Ron, hold on to me, Charlie said to Ron as he grasped the fish's tentacles tightly. Wait until 2 people. Go to DeLong. Charlie shouted loudly to DeLong. Woo! DeLong shouted when he heard Charlie's words, and shot out with a whooshing sound like an arrow leaving a string. The salmon fish are likened to lightning in the water. Their body structures are grown for speed. Their tail muscles are extremely powerful and have extremely explosive power, so their acceleration is like an explosion. The speed of the tail will increase exponentially if it is only slightly faster. If they move forward rapidly, it will be difficult for Doran to catch it with the naked eye. In fact, in ocean wars, salmon fish are ideally used as mounts for raiding soldiers. However, this marine creature is naturally fierce and unwilling to surrender to others. 083 Even if it means death, they will not be tamed by others, and many salmon fish that are forced to be locked up and tamed will eventually choose to commit suicide to end their lives. So finding an obedient salmon fish is as rare as winning a Mark 6 lottery. Oh, Sha Li stood on the dragon's back and shouted excitedly, feeling the lightning speed brought about by his rapid forward movement. Ron felt happy when he saw Charlie shouting happily. It can be even faster, Charlie said loudly to Ron as the whistling wind sounded in his ears. As long as you are happy, I don't care how fast you want it to be, Ron said to Charlie close to his ear. Ha ha ha, Big Dragon, speed up. Charlie laughed when he heard Ron's words and loudly asked Big Dragon to speed up. Woo! DeLong heard Sha Li's words and shouted again, waving his tail vigorously. Boom! The big dragon swung its tail and stirred up thousands of feet of waves, as if a rocket accelerator was added, and its speed doubled in an instant. Chapter 419. Everyone loves you, yeah. Ron opened his eyes sleepily, turned his head and saw Charlie lying on the side, still sleeping soundly. Ron was slightly startled. What happened? Charlie and I. Ron tried hard to recall what happened between Charlie and him last night. After a while of thinking, and seeing Charlie sleeping next to him fully clothed, Ron was convinced that nothing happened between him and her. Then Ron sat up and stretched to cheer up. Ron waved his hand and the door to time and space appeared, and Ron walked in. Ron fell onto the bed as soon as he walked out of the door of time and space. Sleepy, Ron and Charlie had too much fun last night and played very late, which made Ron unable to rest. He still felt sleepy when he woke up in the morning. Brother Ron, it's time to get up. As soon as Ron lay on the bed, he remembered Shiroshi's voice outside the room. Ah, Ron sighed reluctantly with his panda eyes open. It's really not possible without a divine body. Ron sighed in his heart, closed his eyes and then opened them suddenly. Ron, who just now had bloodshot eyes and a tired face, was now a different person, with a radiant face and bright eyes. Brother Ron, are you coming in? Shiroshi shouted for a long time and found no response from the room, so he immediately opened the door and entered. Oh, don't. Ron's energy suddenly rose up due to the effect of the divine body. As soon as he stood up from the bed and was about to get dressed, he heard Shiroshi coming in. Before Ron finished speaking, Shiroshi pushed open the door and entered. Ah. As soon as Shiroshi opened the door and entered Ron's room, he saw Ron standing beside the bed, who was naked, and immediately screamed. Shiroshi looked shy and panicked and quickly covered his eyes and turned away. Brother Ron, did you do this on purpose? I just called you for so long and you didn't reply? Now you do this as soon as you walk in? Shiroshi blushed and said angrily to Ron. Advertisement, how could it be? It was an accident, by chance. I just got up and wanted to get dressed, and you came in, Ron explained. Besides, why are you so shy? I'm not completely naked, don't I have one more piece? Ron walked up to Shiroshi and pointed to his underwear for Shiroshi to see. Seeing Ron like this, Shiroshi hurriedly walked out of Ron's room. Brother Ron, please hurry up and get dressed. Kaya walked outside and whispered to Ron, then left in a panic. Ron looked at the shy Shiroshi and shook his head. Oh, she is as pure as a piece of white paper. I'm obviously wearing clothes. What's so shameful about this? I need to teach her a lesson in the future, Ron thought to himself. Huh? Where are my clothes? Ron was about to continue looking for clothes when he suddenly realized that he had no clothes. Ron was stunned. Oh, it's at Charlie's place. Ron remembered that he hadn't brought his clothes over when he came from Charlie's place. I don't know if Charlie has woken up. Ron thought and waved his hand again and went to Charlie through the gate of time and space. Ron walked out of the door of time and space and found that Charlie was still sleeping deeply. It seems she is really tired, Ron thought as he looked at Charlie sleeping quietly. Ron walked to the bed and picked up his clothes. Nothing happened between me and Charlie, so why did I take off my clothes? I clearly remembered that I and Charlie talked very late last night, and the two of them fell asleep in a daze, and I seem to you didn't take off your clothes? Ron muttered in confusion. When Ron was about to go to Dragon Palace City through the gate of time and space again. Leaving without saying hello? Charlie's voice suddenly sounded behind Ron. Haha. Ron was startled by the sudden sound, and turned to Charlie, scratching his head and smiling. Charlie saw Ron's movements and smiled slightly at him. Last night Charlie said to Ron, advertisement. Nothing happened to us last night, Ron quickly explained before Charlie could finish his words, fearing that Charlie might misunderstand him as a pervert. Charlie looked at Ron, who was busy explaining nervously, and chuckled. Why are you nervous? I didn't say what we had yesterday. I remember everything yesterday clearly. Oh, Ron relaxed after hearing Charlie's words. Ha 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 ha. Charlie looked at Ron's relieved look and felt funny again. I just want to say thank you for chatting with me last night. I haven't slept so soundly for a long time, Charlie said to Ron with a grateful face. Ron smiled slightly after hearing this. Go to sleep a little longer. I see that you still look sleepy, so you probably haven't fallen asleep yet. Ron smiled slightly when he saw Charlie closing his eyes and sleeping peacefully, then turned and walked into the door of time and space. Ron had just stepped out of the door of time and space. Brother Ron, where have you been? Kaya asked with her eyes wide open as she looked at Ron coming out of the gate of time and space. Kaya. Ron said when he saw Kaya. Have you just come back from where the other sisters are? Kaya asked Ron, speaking her mind. Yes and no, Ron replied. What do you mean yes and no? Kaya asked in confusion. I just came back from Charlie, Ron would answer. Li. Oh, is that the beautiful Fishman sister I saw in the central square? Kaya seemed to remember who that Li was and confirmed to Ron. Yes, that's right. Ron confirmed. Wow, you guys are making such rapid progress, so quickly. Kaya said to Ron with a naughty look on her face. I can't help it, who can make us love everyone? Ron said to Kaya in a pretentious manner, blowing his bangs. Chapter 420 Show Off. Kaya rolled her eyes at Ron when she heard what he said, smelly and arrogant. After saying that, he turned around and left. Come over for dinner. Kaya walked very far away from Ron and said loudly to Ron again. Shiroshi, please eat more, these are your favorite things made by your mother, eat them quickly. Okay, Queen, I'll eat, this is your favorite braised Poseidon hoof, come on, eat it quickly. Well, okay, Queen, you can eat too, my mother won't eat it, these are what my mother made for you today. At the dinner table, Princess Odahime was frantically picking up food for Shiroshi. After a while, Shiroshi had a pile of food in front of him. Mother, please stop picking up food for Shiroshi. Shiroshi can't finish it, Yuxing said to Princess Odahime as she watched the food in front of her eat more and more. Oh, okay, mother is not coming anymore, you eat these first, I will come again after eating, Princess Odahime said to Shiroshi with a slightly sad tone. Ron understood where Princess Odahime's sentimentality came from. Princess Odahime, look. Ron put down the food in his hand and waved his hand, and a door of time and space appeared in front of Ron. Nipta and the three princes opened their eyes wide when they saw the time and space gate in front of Ron. They didn't know what it was, but they just felt that this thing must be very powerful. Advertisement, Princess Odahime, you must be familiar with this, right? After all, I used this to take you back to the Fishman Island from the Daughter Kingdom. Ron said to Princess Odahime, pointing to the gate of time and space. Yes, I did return to Ryugu Castle instantly through this gate, Princess Odahime said excitedly, B'dage. At the time, I was so excited to return to Ryugu Castle to see my daughter, son, and Neptune that I didn't pay much attention to it. The more I thought about it afterwards, the more incredible it became, Princess Odahime sighed. Mother, brother Ron used this to travel through time and space to save you, Shiroshi said aside. You said you can travel through time and space through this? Prince Shark asked Shiroshi from the side. I heard before that Ron saved his mother by traveling through time and space. Sharkstar admired and appreciated Ron for a while. He never understood how Ron managed to travel through time and space. Now it turned out to be this door in front of him. Sharkstar was a little excited. Yes. Shiroshi replied affirmatively. My time-space gate has been developed to its peak. I can travel through this time-space gate anywhere in the future, past and present. Ron said to everyone. Let you see. After Ron finished speaking, he snapped his fingers at the door of time and space. At that time, the door to space seemed to be alive, slowly moving like Ron and others, and finally swallowing everyone in. Huang, Kazaru, Admiral, Prince Sharkstar shouted in shock with sweat on his head and despair on his face. Defeating his alliance with Aokiji, and casually killing a Kainu who was stronger than him in Summit War, these left a deep shadow on Kazaru. A dazzling light suddenly appeared on the top of the building, which made Neptune and others unable to open their eyes. Advertisement Kazaru slowly turned into many beams of light flashing like the roof of the building. What are you doing here? Kizaru asked Ron nervously, sweating profusely and facing an enemy. Who? A group of soldiers patrolling on top of the building were startled by the sudden appearance of Ron's group. Quick, quick. Another intruder. Don't move. A group of soldiers pointed guns at Ron and others while shouting for help. The light gradually weakened and Kizaru slowly revealed his figure. Neptune and others were horrified when they found that they suddenly appeared on the roof of the Marine headquarters and were found with a gun pointed at them. Who are you? How dare you break into the Marine headquarters, Ron? After Kizaru revealed his body, he scanned the people in front of him with a carefree look on his face, but when his eyes swept over Ron, his look on his face suddenly changed, and he looked at Ron in horror and shouted. Don't be nervous. I'm just showing off my skills. Ron sat next to the table, put one hand on the table to support his chin and finished speaking leisurely, then he clicked the door of time and space and appeared, showing a frightened Nip. Dunn and others and himself were devoured again. Ah, Kizaru? Long time no see. Ron greeted Kizaru with a leisurely expression. Please forgive me. Kizaru slowly regained his composure and muttered to himself at the place where Ron had appeared just now. Kizaru had a deep understanding of Ron's shocking power. Kizaru stared blankly at Ron and others who had disappeared, his panic disappeared, and he let out a long sigh of relief. After all, this is the Marine headquarters. The strongest in the world government are all gathered here. Kizaru, who was guarding the Marine headquarters building, noticed the commotion on the roof. Nipta and others, who had just been eating in Dragon Palace City, suddenly found themselves on top of the Marine headquarters building. Chapter 421 Shiroshi's secret. As the gate of time and space swallowed up Ron and others again, a group of people left the Marine headquarters and returned to the Fishman Island in an instant. Neptune, Princess Odahime and the three princes had just seen Marine Admiral Kizaru. They were nervous and frightened for a while. Now that they had returned to the Fishman Island, they all gasped for air, slowly calmed down his racing heart. It's so scary. I was so nervous just now. Ron, please don't make such jokes to us again. I can't bear it, Prince Overturner said to Ron, still a little frightened. That's right, Ron, stop scaring us like this. Neptune also lost the majesty he should have as a leader of a country and begged Ron a little. Ron felt helpless when he saw how nervous each of them looked. Why are you nervous? What are you afraid of when I am by your side? You can rest assured that Ron is here even if Marine and Admiral are at the headquarters. If they dare to attack, I will make them die without burial. Besides, they would definitely not dare to do anything when they saw me. Ron said to them leisurely with an indifferent expression. Oh, Ron, we know that you are very capable and can defeat all the Marines by yourself, but we, the Fishman Island, should try our best not to provoke the Marines. Although Neptune heard that Ron was on top alone. The battle shocked all Marines and killed the former Admiral Akainu, but Neptune was still afraid of Marine's powerful strength. After all, Marine just sent an admiral to the Fishman Island, and the Fishman Island was finished. If Ron is not there one day, the Fishman Island Marine comes to attack the Fishman Island will be finished. Ron was speechless for a while when he saw Neptune looking afraid of Marine. King Neptune, I didn't tell you to provoke Marine. I just wanted to tell Princess Odahime that I have the gate of time and space and can let Shiroshi return to Ryugu Castle at any time, so that Princess Odahime can safely let Shiroshi on board. And you don't have to worry about not being able to see your daughter for a long time. Ron explained to Niton. That's it, Neptune said with a smile. 0. King Neptune. The Fishman Island is still under Whitebeard's jurisdiction now, right? Ron stopped joking and turned to Neptune and said seriously. Well, since I have Whitebeard's protection, I don't need to pay too much attention to your safety. After all, there are probably not many people in this world who dare not give Whitebeard face. Neither Marine nor pirates will easily provoke you. You guys, Ron said what was on his mind. Advertisement, I'm afraid that Shiroshi will follow me outside to play wild and won't want to return to the Fishman Island. Then you can't blame me, Ron suddenly joked. Ah, yes, the Fishman Island has spent so many years safely thanks to Whitebeard's protection. We are still under Whitebeard's command, Neptune replied to Ron affirmatively. You know? After hearing Ron's words, the Prince of the Star looked at Ron with a surprised look. The Prince of the Star felt that this Ron was really unfathomable. He knew everything. I will be who I say I am. Shiroshi also looked at Sharkstar with wide eyes, not knowing what he was going to say. Oh, by the way, Ron, since you and my sister Shiroshi are going to sail together, I have a situation about yuxing that I want to tell you in advance. Prince Shiroshi suddenly remembered something and said to Feigned. Oh, what's the matter? Ron looked at Prince Shark with some confusion and asked. Oh, so that's what you're talking about. I know this. After hearing Prince Shark's words, Ron was not as surprised as others, but replied to Prince Shark very calmly. Ha ha ha, Neptune and Princess Odahime next to them burst into laughter after listening to their words. Asking for flowers. My sister Shiroshi has an ability that ordinary people don't have. She can summon the giant sea kings of the deep sea by shouting in a critical moment, Prince Kuaise said to Ron solemnly. No, Shiroshi doesn't want to go back to the Fishman Island. I will definitely miss the Fishman Island very much and will come back every day. Shiroshi said he disagreed with Ron's words. Don't talk so full of words, Shiroshi, it would be bad if it wasn't what you said. Yes, that's great, Ron, You have this ability that you can use at will, so I don't have to worry about not seeing Shiroshi anymore, Princess Odahime said to Ron in a relaxed and happy tone as the worries in her heart were eliminated. Yeah, ever since Whitebeard came to the Fishman Island and claimed it as his territory, the Fishman Island, which was originally invaded by major pirates, no pirates have dared to come here to run wild in these years. The only war in these years, the Fishman Island Civil War, was also caused by Hody Jones and had nothing to do with outsiders. Not long ago, Whitebeard went directly to the Marine headquarters to rescue Ace with the help of Ron. This deeply shocked everyone. I don't think anyone would dare to come to the Fishman Island to act wild, Neptune replied to Ron with a grateful look on his face. Chapter 422 Poseidon. Poseidon. The sea kings that appeared in the square were really not accidental but were summoned by you, Shiroshi? Neptune opened his eyes wide when he heard the words of the prince, and looked at Shiroshi with surprise and asked. Princess Odahime looked calm when she heard this and was not surprised by Prince Kusei's words. Yes, Brother Wong, are you saying that those giant sea kings that appeared several times were summoned by me? Shiroshi asked the Prince of the Sunken Star in confusion and shock. Shiroshi still knew nothing about his own abilities. He had never understood why a group of sea kings appeared when he was greatly stimulated. Now, after hearing the words of the overturned 10-0 Star Prince, he realized that these Poseidon seemed to be summoned by himself. Yes, sister, you should have discovered that every time you screamed when you were stimulated, a group of giant sea kings would appear, right? The first time I saw those sea kings, I was just frightened. After leaving, my two brothers and I started discussing what was going on. Why did these sea kings appear after my sister screamed? Is it a coincidence? Until the last time I saw you in the central square, you screamed and then a group of people appeared. When the giant sea kings shocked Hody Jones and everyone, I was convinced that the appearance of these giant sea kings was not accidental, but was summoned by you. Prince Carabao revealed his discovery. So is it really as we three brothers speculated privately before? My sister can really summon the sea kings? Prince Sharkstar asked because he had not arrived at the central square at that time and did not see Shiroshi screaming and the sea kings appearing. Asked. Yes. The appearance of those sea kings is definitely related to my sister's screams, Prince Wangxing replied to Sharkshin. Ron listened calmly to what they had to say. Advertisement. So Ron, how did you know? Cartoon Star looked at Ron suspiciously and asked. Because I saw it. As soon as Shiroshi screamed, sea kings appeared, Ron explained in a calm tone. Yes, I was aware of it when Shiroshi first showed his ability when he was young, Princess Odahime replied affirmatively. What? Shiroshi is Poseidon, one of the three ancient weapons. Ah. Neptune and the third prince looked at Princess Odahime with wide eyes, their eyes revealing their inner shock and questions. Odahime, you already knew about this? Neptune also asked Princess Odahime with a shocked look on his face. Not only do I know that Shiroshi can summon sea kings, I also know why Shiroshi has this ability, Ron said to everyone seriously again. Princess Odahime slowly raised her head after hearing Ron's words. Because Shiroshi is Poseidon from the ancient weapon, the three major legends in your pirate world, Poseidon. Ron said casually, still in a calm tone, as if he was talking about a normal thing, but in fact, Ron saw this. It is indeed very common. After all, Ron has received all the frontal attacks of Pluton in ancient weapon, so to Ron, these ancient weapon are just three ordinary weapons with slightly greater lethality. Shiroshi himself had a puzzled look on his face, feeling confused about what Rose was saying. Sea Lord one wave of cold winter? Me? Advertisement, mother, did you know this a long time ago? Shiroshi and the three princes turned to Princess Odahime with shock on their faces after hearing what Princess Odahime said. I am very worried about people with evil intentions discovering that Shiroshi is Poseidon. After all, Shiroshi is a child. He cannot yet control his own power to protect himself, and his mind is not sound and mature. We cannot say that we can definitely protect Shiroshi. If Shiroshi is captured by bad people and used to do bad things, the consequences will be very terrible. When I found out that Shiroshi was the ancient weapon Poseidon, I was both happy and scared. What I was happy about was that my daughter turned out to be the weapon Poseidon that could destroy the world. In this way, when Shiroshi grows up, he can control this weapon. After the power, he will be like the guardian angel of the Fishman Island. But more than this, I am more worried about Shiroshi. Princess Odahime paused here. Yes, that's right, it's just like what Ron said. Shiroshi is the legendary Poseidon. Princess Odahime, who was silent, suddenly spoke and said to everyone solemnly. Only Princess Odahime's eyes flashed. Everyone nodded doubtfully after hearing Ron's words. Do you know why Shiroshi has the ability to summon sea kings? Neptune and the three princes looked at Ron with expressions of disbelief upon hearing Ron's words. The eyes of Neptune and the three princes were even wider than before, and they even felt like they were about to fall out of their sockets. Ron thought in his mind, Maiden, you can't say that I knew that Shiroshi can summon sea kings before I came to this world, right? I'm worried that the 1.0 fact that Shiroshi is Poseidon will be discovered by other people. Everyone wants to get the powerful power. The power to destroy the world will become the power to protect love if it is obtained by people with good intentions. But if it is obtained by people with evil intentions, if the person who misses it gets it, the consequences will be disastrous. Chapter 423 The right person? Ron So I know that the less people know that Shiroshi is Poseidon, the better, so that Shiroshi can grow up safely without being targeted by bad people. When Shiroshi grows up, I hope she can meet a brave man with a righteous heart. In this way, he can provide shelter for Shiroshi and allow Shiroshi to use his power correctly to benefit the world. Princess Odahime said this with a solemn tone. Now the hero Shiroshi has been waiting for has finally appeared. Princess Odahime said, staring closely at Ron. Ron saw Princess Odahime staring closely at him with hope shining in her eyes, and he understood that the brave person Princess Odahime talked about was him. The three princes of Neptune on the side heard the words of Princess Odahime, and the doubts in their hearts slowly disappeared. After thinking about Princess Odahime's words, they found that what Princess Odahime thought was really correct and comprehensive, and would only make fewer people only by knowing the fact that Shiroshi is Poseidon. Poseidon can Shiroshi be safer? The more people know about it, the more people will inevitably talk. If the news spreads, if 13 words are accidentally leaked, it will be troublesome. After Neptune and the three princes figured it out, they all nodded to express their understanding. Don't worry, Princess Odahime. Shiroshi will follow me from now on. I will slowly train her to use her own power and let her use this power for the right path. Ron said firmly in order to make Princess Odahime feel at ease and rich. Princess Odahime said, "Oh, it's great to have you Ron by Shiroshi's side to protect her. You are Shiroshi's best choice. With Shiroshi by your side, I think there are very few people in this world who dare to have thoughts about her. She follows you and me. I couldn't be more relieved." Princess Odahime finally let go of the stone that was Shiroshi in her heart and said to Ron excitedly, "It's not that few people around Shiroshi dare to have a crush on her, it's that no one dares to have a crush on her. If anyone dares to have a crush on her, then I will stop my heart from beating," Ron said firmly. After that, she gave Princess Odahime a confident smile to reassure her. Princess Odahime felt extremely relieved when she heard Ron's crazy words. Saying these words from others would make people feel that the person who said these words was bragging, but Ron's words only made people feel at ease, not at all. A little doubt will arise in people's hearts. Queen Mother, thank you for being so considerate for the people. Don't worry, Queen Mother, the people will definitely make good use of this power, use it to protect the people they love, and protect the peace of the world. The people looked at Princess Odahime with a smile on her face. He promised seriously, the power related to the sea can destroy the world? Oh, Brother Wong, you are annoying. What's good about me? What's so good about those who grew up together? Shiroshi complained uncomfortably to the three brothers. That's right, Shiroshi is Poseidon. Poseidon, Poseidon, the king of the sea. So since he is the king of the sea, don't all creatures in the sea have to obey the king of the sea? So when Shiroshi fully masters her own power, she can summon all the sea kings in the sea or for their own use. Just imagine if thousands of sea overlords appear together, wouldn't that scene look like the end of the world? Isn't that powerful enough to destroy the world? Ron still said to them seriously, Poseidon, Poseidon. The reason why Poseidon is called Poseidon and the reason why Poseidon can destroy the world is of course related to the sea. Ron explained to the three curious princes. Advertisement, no. Shiroshi destroyed the world because of your power over her, Ron continued. Ron looked at the three excited princes and looked curiously at Shiroshi, shaking his head and smiling slightly. Of course it won't work just by summoning those giant sea kings, but what if Shiroshi can summon all the sea kings in the sea? Ron said seriously as he looked at Sharkstar. Well, mother, I believe in you, my good daughter. Princess Odahime was very moved when she heard Shiroshi's words and said to Shiroshi warmly. Yes, yes, come on, sister, let us take a good look at your legendary Poseidon. Let us understand why you can destroy the world. The other two princes also looked at Shiroshi with their eyes wide open and said to Shiroshi excitedly. But, although the sea kings summoned by my sister are really the overlords of the deep sea, it seems that those few sea kings alone cannot destroy the world, right? I think so too, the three princes continued to say doubtfully. I used to think that ancient weapons were all mechanical. When I found out how powerful ancient weapons were, I always dreamed of seeing them. I didn't expect that this beautiful flesh and blood body of my sister would be the one with the destruction that I always wanted to see. One of the three ancient weapons of world power. Prince Sharkstar couldn't bear the excitement in his heart and stared at Shiroshi with his eyes shining. Are you saying that my sister can control all the sea kings in the sea? Prince Shark was once again deeply shocked after hearing Ron's words and asked Ron. Tsunami or earthquake? The three princes heard what Ron said and said what they thought. Shiroshi was a little embarrassed by the three king brothers. Has something to do with the sea? Summon sea kings? Chapter 424. Accidentally hit by Uranus? Yeah. Prince Kuaise could not help but shudder as he imagined the scene in his mind of Shiroshi summoning thousands of sea kings. That scene is really the scene of the end of the world. That power is really enough to destroy the world. The three princes all understood why Shiroshi could destroy the world. If 6 or 7 giant sea kings appeared at the same time and collided with the Fishman Island, the Fishman Island would not be able to hold on for more than a minute before it would be crashed and sink into the dark deep sea. If thousands of giant sea kings collided at the same time, I'm afraid the entire red line would be shaken and destroyed. That means there will be no more land, and the creatures in the ocean will also be wiped out due to the riots of the overlord of the sea. Wouldn't this be the destruction of the world? One of the three weapons has such power to destroy the world. I don't know what the other two weapons are like, and what terrible power they have, Prince Huangxing said with a look of sigh and longing. Of the other two weapons, Uranus is in my hand, Ron said to Prince Huangxing casually after hearing Prince Huangxing's sigh. What? The three princes, Neptune and the always calm Princess Odahime, were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped to the ground after hearing Ron's words. Yes, Ron said in a normal tone after already guessing their reaction. Advertisement, and I was hit once by Uranus's attack, Ron added casually. At this time, Ron was not saying anything shocking, but he was determined to show off his awesomeness in front of Neptune and others, and pretend to be the ultimate. Neptune and the others listened to Ron's words, and everyone was stunned by Ron's words. It felt like the place they were in now was unreal, and the Ron in front of them was not a real person. The other two pieces? Uranus? In his place? Uranus in his place? Uranus in his place? Uranus in his place? Plus Shiroshi's words, that's him. I have two ancient weapons. Two ancient weapons. Uranus Ron's. Poseidon Ron's. Both belong to Ron. Neptune and the three princes were all shocked and speechless. They looked at Ron blankly, with these words echoing in their minds for a long time. Wait, what did Ron say just now? I vaguely heard that he was hit by Uranus's attack. Hit by Uranus's attack. Hit by Uranus's attack. Got it, hit. She's quite big. The other three princes were also sweating profusely as they stopped Ron from taking out the Uranus, fearing that Luo, Zhao Nuo's, and would accidentally destroy the Fishman Island. Yeah, it hurts a little. Being hit by Uranus hurts a little. It hurts a little. It hurts a little. It hurts. Ron, do you really have Uranus? Neptune asked Ron in disbelief after coming back to his senses. Oh, by the way, I've been messing with Uranus recently. Sometimes it goes off easily. If I take it out and it accidentally goes off and blows up the Fishman Island, it's none of my business. Ron suddenly wanted to give it to me, they said as a joke. After a long time, advertisement Neptune and the three princes slowly came to their senses under Shiroshi's loud call. Ha ha ha, Ron burst out laughing when he saw Neptune and others acting like this. You don't believe it? Then I'll bring it over and show it to you, Ron said and stretched out his hand as if to take out the Uranus. Father, brother, father, brother, Shiroshi shouted loudly to Neptune and the three princes who were standing motionless, trying to make them come back to their senses. Neptune and the three princes were spitting again when they heard Ron leisurely say that he was hit by Uranus. But these ancient weapons have the power to destroy the world, so their size is not small, such as Shiroshi, Ron said, pointing to Shiroshi. Ron looked at the dull expressions of Neptune and the three princes, and the dumbfounded expression of Princess Odahime, and felt excited in his heart. It's so fun, so fun. I give myself 100 points for this pretense. Perfect score, ha ha ha. Brother Ron, the reason why I was born so big is because of my father, not because I am Poseidon, Shiroshi complained in a sweet voice, dissatisfied with Ron's words. Ahem, Ron, stop it, stop it. Neptune became nervous when he heard Ron's words and quickly stopped him. Yeah, it hurts a little. When Neptune and others were stunned, Ron deliberately expressed his inner feelings about being hit by Uranus. I'm kidding. It's okay, Uranus is very safe if it is not started and will not misfire. Don't worry. Ron stopped laughing and said seriously to Neptune and others. Neptune and the three princes were too shocked to think at this time. Ron's words just echoed in their minds. Nothing in the outside world could affect them. They are all immersed in their inner world. Chapter 425, Leaving Dragon Palace City. Then look at your three brothers. Their statures are very different from yours, Ron said, disagreeing with Shiroshi's words. The so-called ancient weapon Uranus is a real high-powered destructive weapon. It is very huge. It is so powerful that it can destroy half a country in one blow. I have personally tested this power. It can beat me until I feel pain. It definitely has such power, Ron said seriously. The point of Ron's words was not that ancient weapon Uranus's blow had the power to destroy half a country, but that he emphasized to everyone that he had received Uranus's blow forcefully and only felt pain. Destroy half the country with one blow? What a terrifying power. And Ron, you were unscathed by Uranus's head-on attack. How did you do it? Prince Shark looked at Ron with a god-tier look and asked. Well, my physique is a problem. I have cultivated my physique to the top level in this world. No, 070 has been cultivated beyond the level of this world. There should be nothing in this world that can hurt me. Yes, Ron said slowly to Prince Shark. Everyone had expressions of admiration and shock after hearing Ron's words. At the same time, they were all wondering how Ron had trained his physique to reach such a state. Brother Ron is really awesome. Shiroshi praised Ron for a while. When you train on my ship for a period of time and master the basic use of your abilities, I will give you a big gift, Ron said to Shiroshi with a smile. Advertisement, what kind of gift? Shiroshi looked at Ron excitedly and asked loudly. I won't tell you now. Ron had no intention of telling Shiroshi right now that he could directly upgrade her learned abilities to full level. Okay, then I have to work hard. Shiroshi really wanted to know what gift Ron was going to give him. There is a fighting spirit in my heart, and I will step up my training and strive to learn to use my abilities as soon as possible. In fact, Shiroshi also has small expectations for her abilities. After all, after she fully masters her abilities, she will be able to summon countless sea kings. Then she will be able to let them take her to travel around the world. Shiroshi thinks about it. it was a burst of excitement. Brother Ron, please hand it over to me now, Shiroshi begged Ron impatiently. Ron looked at Shiroshi's impatient look and shook his head. Don't be anxious, I will teach you slowly when we go sailing later. Ron told Shiroshi not to be anxious. Ron chatted with Neptune, Princess Odahime and the three princes for a while, and then Princess Odahime also told Shiroshi everything she wanted to tell her. Okay, King Neptune, we are going to prepare to leave. Shiroshi, do you want to stay here for a while to accompany your father, queen and mother, and then I will come to pick you up when I am ready, or do you want to come with me now? Ron asked Shiroshi. Shiroshi looked at Neptune and Princess Odahime. Advertisement, you don't need be Deb, Shing, you can accompany Yuxing, you can do whatever you want, it's really hard for you to be trapped in the hard tower for so many years, Nip Shiroshi said. Yes, Shiroshi. Anyway, Ron has the ability to break the distance between space. It is very easy for us to meet. You don't have to worry about not being able to see your father and mother in the future. Follow your heart now and pursue your ideal of traveling the world. Princess Odahime's tone was gentle and there was no trace of sadness caused by the separation of mother and daughter. Because of Ron's ability, Shiroshi would be by her side even to the end of the world, so there was no need to be sad at all. Okay, Queen Mother, Shiroshi is going to travel around the world with Brother Ron. Shiroshi also looked excited and said excitedly to Neptune and Princess Odahime. Sister, you must remember to come back often. Don't go wild and forget about your home as soon as you go out, Prince Wangxing jokingly warned Shiroshi. Brother Wang, do you still need to say this? I won't be like you. After I walked out of the Fishman Island and saw the outside world for the first time, I was so fascinated by the outside world that I forgot about it. I didn't have any information from you for half a year. My father and two royal brothers thought you didn't want the Fishman Island. Shiroshi, in turn, teased Prince Huangxing. When Prince Wangxing heard Shiroshi mention this, he suddenly felt that he had been trapped in the hole he had dug. I have explained it to you all, I am lost. The outside world is too big, Prince Wangxing said to Shiroshi with a guilty conscience. Oh, you have been lost for half a year, alas, but I remember that Brother Wang, you are not a road fool either. Ha ha ha, Neptune, Princess Odahime and the other two princes burst into laughter watching Shiroshi and Emperor Hoshi bickering. Ron felt happy as he looked at the scene in front of him of Neptune and a group of people enjoying Shiroshi's farewell without any trace of sadness. This is what Ron wants. Chapter 426 The Richest Man. Ron just showed his dimension portal and took Neptune to the naval headquarters, and told them that he could help Shiroshi exercise her abilities and protect her. The purpose of doing this is to tell Neptune, Princess Odahime and the three princes that Shiroshi can come back at any time, and that she will have a bright future with him, dispelling all their worries and concerns. Now looking at the happy family scene, Ron is very satisfied. This is the result Ron wanted. Those sad scenes of parting made Ron feel uncomfortable just thinking about it. Well, father, queen, and brothers, I'm leaving with Brother Ron. Shiroshi said goodbye to Neptune and others after finishing speaking to them. Well, go ahead. Remember Shiroshi, you are the princess of the Fishman Island, so you have to behave well. Don't embarrass the Fishman Island. Neptune waved goodbye to Shiroshi while not forgetting to give instructions to Shiroshi. Yeah. Shiroshi nodded heavily to Neptune, then turned around and ran to Ron, who was waiting for him at the door of the gate of time and space. Ron waited until Shiroshi came to his side, waved goodbye to the Neptune group, and then pulled Shiroshi towards the gate of time and space. Oh, by the way, Brother Ron, where is Kaya? Have we forgotten Kaya? Just when Shiroshi was about to enter the gate of time and space, he suddenly remembered that Kaya seemed to have been forgotten, and said to Ron. Kaya asked me to send her back before. She said she wanted to go back early to prepare. Ron replied to Shiroshi. Oh, so that's it? Shiroshi understood and walked into the door of time and space without hesitation. Through the gate of time and space, Ron and Shiroshi arrived at the top floor of the Coral Hotel. Welcome back, Master. A group of service staff saw Ron suddenly appearing in the corridor and greeted Ron quickly. Ah, this is... The service staff suddenly became a little commotion after seeing Shiroshi slowly walking out of the gate of time and space behind Ron. Advertisement. Is this our princess? It seems to be our Princess Shiroshi. It's so huge. Why does the princess appear here? A group of waiters were confused and discussing in low voices. When Shiroshi followed Ron to the service staff. Happy. Welcome Shiroshi, princess. The service staff still couldn't calm down and hesitantly welcomed Yuxing. Yeah, Shiroshi heard their welcome and smiled politely at them. Fortunately, I live on the top floor of this coral apartment. If I lived on other floors, there might not be enough space to bear Shiroshi's huge body. Ron sighed as he looked at Shiroshi's huge body. Brother Ron, what are you talking about? Shiroshi vaguely heard what Ron was saying in a low voice and asked Ron. I mean, it's a good thing that this space is about the same size as Ryugu Castle, otherwise you wouldn't be able to move around here. Ron told Shiroshi what he was thinking. Haha, Shiroshi smiled happily at Ron when he heard that Ron was concerned about him. Whitebeard, I heard my father say that uncle protected the Fishman Island, Shiroshi said. Brother Ron, where is this place? Why is the interior decoration here not even comparable to Ryugu Castle? We have a place like this in the Fishman Island? Shiroshi looked at the luxurious decoration on the top floor of the Coral Hotel. There was a burst of wonder in my heart. Yes, it is easy for him to destroy a country, and he alone, Ron said to Shiroshi. Advertisement. The richest man in the Fishman Island is actually so rich. He's richer than Ryugu. Shiroshi didn't feel much when he heard about the richest man before, but now when he saw the buildings here, he seemed to understand what the richest man was. Although you say that I have such strong power, why'd I never feel that I have such strong power? Shiroshi felt that he was a weak mermaid and could never feel his own power. He was a little discouraged and said to Ron. Please give me flowers. Zero. Ah what? Don't forget that you are the top combat force in the world. You can easily destroy 10 countries. Ron reminded Kushing with a smile when he saw his stunned look. As he spoke, Shiroshi and Ron walked to a door. Ron smiled slightly when he saw Shiroshi's shocked look. This is the last property of the former richest man in the Fishman Island, Ron said to Shiroshi. What's wrong? Ron asked as he noticed Shiroshi's. When Shiroshi heard Ron's words, he smiled proudly for a while, and then suddenly looked a little listless like a deflated ball. You still have too little experience. You have been in Dragon Palace City since you were a child. The outside world is too big. Slowly you will find that the rich people in this world are even richer than a country. The powerful people are more powerful than there are many ways a country can be more powerful. Do you know Whitebeard who protects your Fishman Island? Ron asked Shiroshi. And the property of the richest man in Fishman Island? Huh? Shiroshi was shocked again by Ron's words and opened his mouth wide. Ron smiled slightly when he heard Shiroshi's words. After all, Shiroshi was still young and had been trapped in a hard-shell tower for 10 years. He didn't know much about the Fishman Island where he lived. Chapter 427 Shiroshi and Shali, how old are you now? Besides, you have just learned about your own power. How can you master your power without training? Don't worry. After my training, I guarantee that you will soon learn to control the power in your body. Ron he opened his mouth to comfort Shiroshi. After listening to Ron's words, Shiroshi's melancholy was swept away, and he looked forward to being able to master his own power. Ah, Ron, you're back. As soon as Ron entered, Nami and others who were sitting on the sofa in the hall saw Ron coming in and said to Ron. Ah, yes, it's almost time to come back, Ron replied. Wait until Shiroshi followed Ron and 707 appeared in front of everyone. Let me introduce to you, this is our new crew member Shiroshi, the princess of the Fishman Island. Ron pointed at Shiroshi and introduced to the beautiful women. Ah, hello everyone, I am Shiroshi, please give me your advice in the future. Shiroshi greeted everyone quickly when he saw Ron introducing himself to everyone. Hello. Welcome to our big family, Tashigi greeted Shiroshi politely. Hello Shiroshi. From now on we can live and sail together, haha, Nami said enthusiastically to Shiroshi. Wow. The princess of the Fishman Island is so beautiful, she deserves to be the most beautiful girl in the Fishman Island. Miss Valentine and other beauties who had just met Shiroshi on the side were full of admiration. But it's so huge, some people lamented Shiroshi's hugeness. Haha, Shiroshi smiled politely when he heard that everyone welcomed him warmly, some praised him for being beautiful and some lamented that he was huge. Advertisement, Shiroshi, you're here. Let me introduce you one by one. Kaya and Shiroshi are already familiar with each other. After all, they got along well last night. Now when Kaya saw Shiroshi's arrival, she hurried to Shiroshi's side and told Shiroshi he said kindly. Yes, please introduce Shiroshi. Ron agreed when he saw Kaya wanted to introduce Shiroshi. Okay, brother Ron. Kaya replied to Ron obediently, and then led Shiroshi to introduce the beauties Shiroshi had not met one by one. Is Robin back? Ron looked around and still couldn't find Robin and Orovia. Now only Robin and Orovia are not present. Oh, they're back. They came back very late yesterday. They look exhausted and are still resting, Kuina replied to Ron. Oh, that's good. It would be nice for Ron to hear that Robin and Orovia are back. Okay, I have introduced everyone here to Shiroshi. Kaya and Shiroshi turned around and returned to Ron's side and said to Ron. Do you all know each other? Ron asked Shiroshi. 0.2 Ron smiled happily when he saw that Shali was already mingling with Nami and others. Charlie, come in quickly. Brother Ron, there are so many beauties on your ship. After Kaya introduced them to me, I only remembered a small part of them. Shiroshi replied to Ron in a low voice. Charlie winked at Ron playfully when he heard Ron's question. Advertisement, haha, it's okay. The important thing now is that they remember you. From now on, we will gradually get to know each other as we get along. Ron said with a smile. That would be great, and it would save me the trouble of having to introduce him again, Ron thought. Are you talking about me? As soon as Ron finished speaking, Charlie opened the door and walked in and asked Ron loudly. Haha, Boss Shali, your makeup is so beautiful today. The Fishman Island beauty makeup? I know a lot about this too. Shiroshi heard Nami and others discussing the Fishman Island beauty makeup with Shali, and suddenly became interested and joined their discussion with excitement. Come to Shali, Nami said and walked to Shali's side, took Shali's arm and pulled Shali to the sofa to continue yesterday's unfinished study on the Fishman Island beauty makeup. That's not true. During the day yesterday, Shali took us to see a lot of fun things, and he also enjoyed a lot of the beauty makeup and clothing of the Fishman Island. We found that the beauty makeup and clothing of the Fishman Island are not as good as ours. There are a lot of merits, Nami said to Ron with a happy face. Ron saw Charlie walking in and was about to introduce him to everyone. The beauties behind Ron seemed to be very familiar with Charlie. When they saw Charlie arriving, they greeted her like friends. Charlie smiled slightly when he saw a group of beauties behind Ron greeting him, and then looked at Ron standing in front of him with a confused look on his face. Have you already met? Ron asked, looking at Charlie suspiciously. Charlie, you're here, okay. Now the two beautiful mermaids who had just joined quickly integrated into Ron's family without any discomfort. Ron looked at them with a relaxed look on their face and watched their discussions with excitement. Oh, by the way, we have a new member I want to introduce to you. Ron suddenly thought of Charlie and said loudly to the beauties. Chapter 428. Dissension arises. Ron's sword and Rose pirates gathered together, preparing to leave the Fishman Island and head to the New World. This is different from coming to the Fishman Island. Ron's sword and Rose pirates will leave the Fishman Island when they leave. 2 more roses. Okay, we're going to set sail into the New World. Ron stood on the boat and said to the beauties, let's start our new journey. The New World is a world where big pirates are rampant. The world where big pirates are entrenched and controlled is a realm that even the world government dare not step into. There is no order there. The only order is the law of the jungle. Among them are 4 powerful pirate groups. Their strength is terrifying, and almost no one dares to provoke them. They control the territory of the New World. The pirates who enter the New World will either join their team or be destroyed by them. They exist like emperors in the New World, known as 4 emperors. When Ron and his sword and the 13 Rose pirates headed towards the New World. In the New World. Captain Creu. Why haven't Vice Captain Kurt and the others come back yet? Should we go look for them? A bald sweat asked a blonde pirate named Creu. The pirate named Creu was silent for a while after hearing the words of the bald man. Looking at his face, it was obvious that he had a vague feeling that something might have really happened to his vice captain, otherwise he would not have bought one. The supplies have not come back for so long. The 6 of you will follow me to the island to look for them. You first go and tell Harda and Izang. Creu came back from his contemplation and ordered the men beside him. After speaking, Creu took 6 of his men off the boat and entered the island. Creu and his group of 7 people followed the route they guessed Vice Captain Kurt might take to look for them. They came to Dakomiku. Boss. Have you seen 3 big men? The leader is carrying a long gun. He is tall, thin and dark-skinned. No, if you don't buy anything, it will affect my business here. There are so many people coming and going here every day. Can I remember them all? Before Creu could finish describing Kurt's appearance, the boss impatiently interrupted Creu's description and said rudely. Advertisement. A-hole, why is your boss so rude? A team member from Kelikang who had a scar on his face became furious when he saw the boss being so rude and yelled angrily. Hey, are you not convinced? Come here. Someone dares to cause trouble here. The boss saw the anger on the scarred face and was not afraid at all. He shouted loudly with a confident look. Not long after the boss's voice fell, a group of fierce-looking muscle sweaters rushed out in front of the boss. What do you think? When the boss saw the thugs coming, he shouted arrogantly. Scarface turned red and was about to take action. Boss, give us 10 kilograms of rice. Creu on the side stopped the scar-faced man and said to the boss. When the boss heard what Creu said, he felt that Creu had given up. If you want to buy rice, tell me early. It will make Lousy angry. Once rice is 10,000 belly. The boss took advantage of the situation and opened his mouth to try to get more money. You. Creu's subordinates saw the boss smacking his nose and face, and wanted to scold him angrily. Okay, 10,000 is 10,000, Creu replied to the boss loudly. Captain. His subordinates looked at Kraken in confusion. Creu waved his hand to signal them to calm down. The boss stretched out his hand. Pay first. Creu handed the money to the boss's hand. Advertisement. Hey. The boss smiled proudly and evilly after receiving the thick wad of money handed over by Creu. You. Take them to the back to get rice. The boss regained his arrogant expression and gave instructions to the thugs. You guys, come with me, a leader said to Creu and others. After a while, the leader led the 7 Creu people to the rice warehouse at the back. After the leader stood still, he turned around and stretched out his hand in front of Creu. Huh? What do you mean? Scarface asked the leader in confusion. What do you mean? Of course I paid 790, the leader said arrogantly. Didn't I give you money just now? A yellow man next to Creu felt angry when he heard the leader asking for money again, and asked angrily. That was your money to buy rice just now, and my money is money to lead the way, the leader said harshly. Stop talking nonsense and give me the money quickly, the boy behind the leader shouted. How much? Creu looked at the leader in front of him with a gloomy face and asked in a cold tone. When the men next to Creu heard the captain's tone, they knew that the captain was about to have an attack, so they stopped saying anything and waited for the moment when the captain took action. Buy rice for 10,000 and lead the way for 10,000, the leader said still arrogantly. What if I don't give it? What can you do to me? Creu's tone became even colder. If you don't give it, then don't even think about leaving. As the leader finished speaking, a large group of people suddenly surged out from around the Creu people and surrounded them. Chapter 429 Mr. Hong. Creu looked around at the group of people around him and found that many people still had this injury on their faces. Looking at the injured parts, Creu was sure that the person who injured them was his vice captain. Sure enough. Were there 3 people who came to buy rice here before and were caught by you and you? Creu asked gloomily as he looked at the leader in front of him with a murderous look on his face. That's right. Since you can't leave today, what can I do if I tell you? Catch them and send them to Mr. Hongjun. Following the leader's order, a group of thugs surrounding Creu came towards Creu and others with weapons. Boom. Boom. Snapped. There was a fight mixed with screams. Say, where did you take them? Creu held the leader's neck with his right hand and lifted him up in the air and asked contemptuously. Big brother, this little boy is blind. Taishan, please forgive me, please, little brother. The arrogant leader just now, with a bruised face and a swollen face, was being carried by Creu like a chicken in his hands, begging Creu for mercy with a horrified look on his face. Stop talking nonsense. Tell us where the 3 people you captured earlier went. If you don't tell the truth, I will break your neck right now. Ba Lian yelled at the leader viciously. Advertisement, they were given to Mr. Hong by us. The leader was pinched by the neck and couldn't breathe. He blushed and answered with difficulty. After hearing this, Creu released the leader's neck. Thump. Cough cough cough. Cough cough, cough. As Creu loosened his grip, the leader collapsed on the ground and coughed violently. Why are you arresting them? Creu asked coldly, looking at the leader who fell on the ground. But it's impossible for us to be able to tell which pirate has a background and which one has no background, right? So we have captured some pirates with some strength before, and then there were people like you looking for someone, but in the end we went to see Hong Lord Jun and the person who led the way have not come back since then. So. HMPH, I guess you weren't forced by that Hongjun? You were clearly looking arrogant just now. You obviously enjoy doing this kind of thing. Ba Lian said and was about to give the leader a slap in the face. Go to the west. What did you say? Let us not save our brothers. When the people behind Creu heard the leader saying that they would not be allowed to go to the arrested people, they felt a burst of anger in their hearts and wanted to kill the person in front of them. Everyone looked at the leader with wide eyes and shouted. Brothers, it's not that I won't let you save, but if you can't save them, they will probably get you in. Hao Jiao. We also captured a lot of pirates passing by here before and sent them to Mr. Hongjun. Most of them are little pirates with no background and no strength. If they are caught, they will be caught. No one will care about their life and death, but... The leader hesitated at this point and did not dare to continue. Brother, have mercy on me. The leader turned pale with fright when he saw Ba Lian was about to hit him on the head and screamed for mercy. Don't get excited. Listen to what he has to say, Creu said calmly to the person behind him. Advertisement, Barton. Keep him, we still have him take us there, Creu said to stop Barton's movements. I'll save your life first. Barton put away his hand and looked at the leader and said angrily. Let's go. Take us to see that Hongjun. Creu ordered the leader in a cold voice. Also, brothers, I know you are very strong, but you really should not go to them, the leader said tremblingly. The leader could not help but shudder and beg, remembering the fate of those previous betrayers. But what? Say it quickly. Huang Mao impatiently urged the leader to continue talking. Yes, this has nothing to do with my business. The big brothers really don't care about my business, it's Mr. Hongjun. Mr. Hongjun forces us to send people to her every day. If we don't send people to her every day, we will be cruelly treated as a punishment, the leader replied in horror. Sir Hongjun is the person in charge of our Rosa manufacturing factory. As for the people who were sent there, I really don't know what happened to them. Brothers, please spare me, Mr. Hongjun has a high position and authority, and we dare not resist her orders. She asked us to do this, the leader replied with his body trembling. When the leader heard that Creu wanted to take them to find Hongjun, his face turned pale again and his body trembled. Who is Hongjun? Why do you ask you to give people away to her? How will the people sent away be treated? Keela Yu then asked. Thank you, brother, thank you, brother. Seeing Barton stop his hand, the leader quickly expressed his gratitude with fear. Brothers, please do well. I can take you to see them, then I will be dead. With their methods, I will definitely die without any body parts. I will obey you. Chapter 430 Underground Factory. Hearing this, Creu finally understood that this so-called Miku was just a cover. It was actually a black rice shop designed to catch those passing little pirates and deliver coolies to the Ross Rosa manufacturing factory. Brothers, I know you are very powerful. The 3 companions before you were all drunk. We also injured dozens of people. Even 5 of the 10 powerful thugs sent to us by Mr. Hongjun were killed. I was injured, and now I have seen that your elder brothers are extraordinary in strength. I know that you are strong and not easy to mess with, but, big brothers, you are still. Then Hongjun is really not easy to mess with. The powerful people around her are all heap. Even if a few strong people like Big Brother go there, they probably won't get any benefits. The leader explained anxiously to the others in Creu, hoping that they would give up the rescue, otherwise he would definitely be doomed. Ha, Captain, it's fun this time. This person has touched our people, and their road has come to an end. When Scarface heard the leader say that, he didn't feel scared at all. Instead, he suddenly burst into laughter and said to Clara, You said. Creu heard Scarface's words and remained silent. You, if you want to go, go by yourself. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. The leader saw that the Creu group in front of him was unmoved by his words, and he suddenly felt that he was going to die. Begged nervously. Okay. Stop talking nonsense. Take us there quickly, or I will let you die now. Huang Mao walked up to the leader, grabbed him and threatened him fiercely. The leader looked like he was about to cry and walked reluctantly in front of them to lead the way. The leader led them to a wall. In the meantime, the leader walked to a shelf and twisted an ornament on the second floor with his hands. As the leader twisted the ornaments, the originally flat wall in front of Creu suddenly cracked and a door appeared. Creu looked inside and found that there was a stone staircase leading directly to the bottom. Here we come. Creu turned his head and looked at the leader, pointing his finger inside and ordered to the leader. After hearing Creu's words, the leader reluctantly moved towards the door slowly. Advertisement. Hurry up. Huang Mao saw the leader moving slowly and walked over and pushed him, urging him. Keela Yu and a group of people slowly followed the leader down to the end of the stairs. At the end of the stairs was a narrow and straight passage. The group continued walking for about 10 minutes. A door appeared in front of everyone. The leader stopped when he saw the door. You can see the chief engineer after entering through this door. The leader pointed to the door in front of him and said to the group of people in Creu. Let's go. Huang Mao found the leader standing there trembling and motionless, looking at the door with a horrified look on his face, and shouted to him impatiently. Plop. The leader suddenly knelt down in front of Creu and the others. Brother, all brothers, this is right here. I can't go in. I'll die if I go in. Please let me go. The leader's face was sweating profusely and his body was trembling with fear as he begged. You. Huang Mao pointed at the leader who was kneeling on the ground and was about to have a seizure. Okay. Kupeng and Barton, you two stay here and watch him as backup. The others come in with me. Creu ordered everyone. Creu led 4 people to the door and was about to push the door open when he heard a sound coming from inside. Advertisement. Hey, what's going on? Why haven't those people been dealt with yet? How are you doing things? Came the words of a person who was obviously in charge. Brother Longji, these 3 people are stubborn and have not obeyed us. I have already disabled one of them, and he injured several of us while struggling, and they kept shouting that they are from the Whitebeard pirates. People, you are going to do whatever you want with us. Everyone who comes here uses the name Whitebeard to protect themselves and scare them. Another voice sounded. Oh, I think there are 3 of them and we keep them because they are very skilled. If they don't obey, we will send them to Mr. Hongjun, steal their minds and turn them into walking zombies, and they will work until they die, said again. Okay, Brother Longji, they seem to be talking about the 3 vice captains, Huang Mao said to Captain Creu after hearing the conversation between the 2 men clearly. Creu also heard clearly the conversation between the 2 people. Obviously, his people have not been taken to Hongjun yet, and now is the best time to rescue them. Creu heard the conversation between the 2 and opened the door without saying a word. After pushing the door open, he discovered that it was part of a huge underground factory. Creu took out his weapon and struck down the big shirtless fat man named Longji with a meteor hammer that had not yet reacted. Ah! Longji screamed and fell to the ground. You! Who are you? How did you get here? The subordinate who had just been talking to Longji asked when he saw his boss was suddenly knocked to the ground by someone who appeared. He looked at Creu's group of people with surprise on his face. Huang Mao didn't wait for the man's reaction, he went up and kicked him over. Chapter 431 Prison. Brother Ron, look! We seem to be in the new world. Shiroshi shouted to Ron as he swam happily in the water following Ron's boat. Well, we're here, Ron said with a smile and nod. Huh? What kind of island is this? Why is it different from the first island Luffy and the others arrived in the new world before? Ron looked at the island in front of him and became confused. The person who had just spoken to the manager was kicked unconscious. Where are the 3 people you arrested just now? Hand them over to me quickly. Creu stepped on the shirtless manager and shouted sternly. Then, those 3? The manager was in agony after being hit by Creu, and screamed at Creu. Stop pretending to be false to me, it's the 3 people you just mentioned. Seeing that this manager still dared to pretend to be false, Creu got a little heavier on his feet and shouted at him sternly. Ah! Don't leave them in the dungeon, stop fighting, I will take you there right now. The manager was in severe pain when he was stepped on by Craw Yu, and did not dare to have any more thoughts and obeyed Craw Yu repeatedly, begging for mercy and screaming. I'm sorry you don't dare to play any tricks. After speaking, Creu removed his foot from the manager's chest. Get up quickly. Take us there quickly, Huang Mao shouted when he saw that the manager was still lying on the ground screaming and couldn't get up. If the 3 of us vice captains lose a hair, I will make your life worse than death. A burly man behind Creu picked up the manager who was lying on the ground and said angrily. Advertisement. Which passage do you enter? The strong man asked sternly while carrying the manager. The 3rd one, the manager replied painfully. After listening to the manager's words, the strong man carried him and walked into the 3rd passage first, followed by the others. Creu looked around for a moment before finally entering the passage. After Creu subdued the manager and asked him to lead them, he was able to observe the scene here. This is a general processing place for arrested people. The captured people are sent here, and then the manager is responsible for their distribution. Going to different places, there are 4 doors side by side next to the door that Creu just entered. It seems that Miku is not the only place where captured young pirates are transported here, and there are 3 doors opposite these 5 doors. Obviously these 3 doors are where captured pirates go and are treated differently. You didn't lie to us, did you? You have to be careful. If we find out later that the place you told us is not the right place, but the location of your companions, then you will be the first to die. Creu was worried that the managers would secretly play tricks on them and bring them to their companions, which would not be a good thing for them. Although they are not afraid of these people, it is inevitable that they may encounter people above them, which will be difficult to deal with. Creu and others are here to save people. Saving people comes first. After the people are rescued, the account will be settled slowly. No, I didn't lie to you, the manager said in a somewhat dissatisfied tone after the pain passed. But you have to think clearly. This is Mr. Hongjun's territory. Do you know what the consequences will be if you dare to cause trouble here? Said the manager, Langlongshi Creu. Hey, this manager is really different. He's quite brave, not afraid of us, Huang Mao couldn't help but said when he heard the manager was still yelling at this time. HMPH. If Laozi hadn't been unprepared for your sneak attack and knocked unconscious with a hammer, you might not have been able to beat me, the manager said unconvinced. Then why were you lying on the ground and screaming just now? Are you pretending to be here now? The grandson is the grandson and he is still pretending to be an uncle here. Please give me flowers, Huang Mao cursed at the manager. Advertisement, don't talk nonsense to him. Find the vice captain and the others. Let the vice captain deal with this guy properly and let the vice captain and the others vent their anger. The strong man behind Huang Mao said. After a while they came to a huge door. Who are you? Big brother, what are you? The 6 guards in front of the door saw the arrival of Creu and others. Seeing that they didn't recognize the person coming, they asked. After a closer look, they found that the strong man in the lead had that person was his boss, and when he realized something was wrong, he was about to take out his weapon and shout, but before he could finish his words, Huang Mao and others rushed forward and captured him instantly. Boom, 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 boom. With the sound of their bodies hitting the ground, the 6 guards fainted in front of the gate. What a bunch of weaklings. If the vice captain and the others hadn't been drinking and misbehaving, how could they have been caught by you weaklings? Huang Mao easily defeated the guards and then turned around and said contemptuously to the manager. When the manager saw Craw Yu and the strong man holding him, he didn't take action. Only Huang Mao and a few people easily killed the 6 strong men guarding him. A trace of fear slowly arose in his heart towards Craw Yu and the others. Who are you? The manager asked, looking at Huang Mao in front of him with a flash of fear in his eyes. When Huang Mao saw the manager, he became afraid of them, looked at him contemptuously and turned away. You don't need to know this, just know that we are people that you and your boss Hongjun cannot afford to offend, Huang Mao said majestically. Squeak. Huang Mao stepped forward and pushed away. Huang Mao and the 6 people behind him were stunned for a long time by the sight that came into view. Chapter 432. Being cheated. What's wrong? Creu shouted in confusion when he saw the people in front of him standing in front of the open door and staring blankly inside. Then he quickened his pace and walked to them to look at them. Creu was stunned after looking inside. Inside is a huge factory-like place, and it seems that some chemical engineering is being carried out secretly. But these were not enough to shock Creu and others. What really shocked them was that there were many zombie-like people hanging in the center of this huge room. When you saw these people, you could tell at a glance that they must have suffered some inhuman torture, and their skin was wrinkled like tree bark, sunken eyes, messy hair, skinny bones, tongues hanging out, each one hanging in the air screaming in pain, and a few of them were obviously dead. It really was like hell. Slowly, Creu came back to his senses and looked at the manager. I will take you to find your companions. They haven't been harmed yet. Really, you have to believe me, they are right over there. The manager saw Creu looking at him with murderous intent and hurriedly looked at him, said. Let's go. Creu gritted his teeth and said, holding back the murderous intention in his heart. The group of people endured the anger in their hearts and continued to move forward. What on earth are you bastards doing here? Are these people captured by you to torture like this? Huang Mao clenched his fists and said fiercely to the manager. No, these people have all made serious mistakes. They have all done serious sins. When the manager saw Huang Mao and others looking like they were about to eat him, he quickly smeared those who were caught. People who come to do experiments. Oh, then that child has also done something serious and sinful? Huang Mao pointed to the shriveled body of the child lying next to him and asked the manager with scarlet eyes. This, the manager stammered when Huang Mao saw through his words and didn't know how to continue making up. What is this? You scum. Advertisement. The strong man behind the manager couldn't help but kick the manager down and cursed. Ah, the manager screamed like a dog with his face on the ground. Brother, it's none of my business, I was forced. I don't want to do this. But if I don't dare, the people above will use me for experiments. I don't want it's like that. The manager explained in panic. Where are those doing the experiments? Creu asked sharply. They don't do experiments here, they just bring these people who have done experiments here. Those who survive will slowly recover and be used by them, and those who can't survive will be dealt with by us. That one. At this time, the manager was afraid that he would be eaten alive by a group of people in Creu, and he did not dare to hide anything anymore to protect him from telling everything he knew. Then where are they conducting experiments? Creu continued to ask. I don't know, the manager replied nervously. Huang Mao was about to kick him up. I really don't know, brother, I am a low-ranking person and I'm only responsible for things here. I don't know about other things, I really don't know. The manager saw that he was about to be beaten again. He quickly begged for mercy. Okay. Get up quickly and take us to find someone, Creu said coldly. Oh, okay. Seeing that he was about to hide away, the man quickly got up from the ground, nodded and bowed. Finally they came to a prison door. This is it. Where are your companions? They're very good, said the manager. Vice Captain Shajiao. Huang Mao quickly ran to the cell door and shouted loudly into the darkness. What are you still dawdling about? Open the cell door quickly, Huang Mao and others ordered the manager sternly. Vice Captain. As the cell door was broken, Huang Mao and others entered as fast as 0.3 seconds. Advertisement, boom. Creu was shocked when he saw this. Seeing this, Creu suddenly felt bad. When the manager fell in, the floor was immediately occupied again. Huang Mao waited for a while and shook his head to express that he didn't see it. Suddenly the floor beneath the manager's feet suddenly collapsed, and the manager immediately fell in. The cell was very deep. Huang Mao vaguely saw a figure about 10 meters inside. Huang Mao was about to explode. Women are indeed foodies. Ron shook his head helplessly as he watched a group of beauties rushing towards the snack bar like wolves as soon as they landed on the island. Let's go. Let's try the specialties here first. Get out of the way. Creu picked up the meteor hammer in his hand and smashed the steel cell door with all his strength. Did you see where that guy pressed his button? Creu asked Huang Mao and others anxiously. Huang Mao and others were frightened, lit a fire to illuminate the cell, looked around and found that there was no one else but this body. Vice Captain. Huang Mao ran over happily and shouted excitedly when he saw that his figure looked a bit like the vice captain. Oops, I just forgot to get the keys from the guards you knocked down, the manager suddenly said with a dark smile. Forget it. Let's save people first. Although Creu had doubts in his heart, he still prioritized saving people. But when Huang Mao took a closer look, he realized that this was not the deputy captain, but a shriveled corpse. Chapter 433. Trapped. After searching all the places, Creu and others found that there was no trace of the 3 deputy captains. This guy has planned all this since he gave us the road? Creu thought in shock and anger. Captain, we were deceived. There is no vice captain or the others here, Huang Mao said angrily to Creu after discovering that they had been tricked. Come on, let's go out first. Creu felt that the manager had run away at this time, and they couldn't stay in this place for too long, otherwise they would easily give the guy enough time to report the news, so he wanted to take Huang Mao and others out first. We will discuss the matter of rescuing people later. Are we leaving now? What will the vice captain and the others do? A team member asked unwillingly. Let's go out first, and then we'll find a way to get rid of them. After Creu said that, he took the 13 others back. The manager who escaped through the secret passage smoked a cigarette to calm down the panic in his heart, with several subordinates standing beside him. Boss. What should we do now? Should we summon everyone and arrest them all? A tall and thin subordinate said to the manager. No. These people are not ordinary people. The bald guys were knocked down by them in an instant. I'm afraid we are no match for them, the manager replied after blowing out a puff of smoke. Seal the cell exit immediately. Just guard the cell door and don't let them escape. After thinking about it, the manager still felt that he did not dare to confront Creu and others. I'm going to invite Mr. Tisner. After the manager said that, he immediately pinched off the cigarette he had finished smoking and turned around to invite Mr. Tisner. Yes. Creu and his group of 5 people had just turned back and walked not far from the prison gate. Advertisement, The cell door suddenly closed tightly. Then another thick iron door dropped inside the closed door of the building. This cell was actually used to hold those subjects who went crazy after experiments. Some subjects were transformed and became very powerful and aggressive. This is where they were shut down to kill each other in order to select the strongest experimental subjects. In order to prevent them from breaking out, the thick iron gate inside was specially built for them to prevent them from breaking through and escaping, but it was abandoned and useless. Seeing that the door was suddenly closed, the 5 people from Creu quickened their pace and ran towards the closed door. Get out of my way! A muscular soldier holding a big knife shouted and slashed towards the door. Bang! How can it be so strong? The muscle team member's arms felt numb for a while, and when he looked closely, he saw that there was only a shallow mark on the reinforced and thickened iron door, and he said in shock. Captain Creu, what can we do? Creu didn't expect that this place would have so many mechanisms. Don't worry, Ba Lian is still outside. When they find out that we haven't come out yet, they will definitely come looking for us. Creu felt at this time that it was right to let Ba Lian stay outside. The manager stood in front of a big-bellied man wearing oversized baby clothes and sucking a pacifier in his mouth. Anyone who knows Senor will think that this big man is Senor's twin brother. When others look at this big man's attire, they will definitely think that he is a fool, has no temperament and looks like a lunatic. Lord Tisner. Our place was invaded by 5 people. They are all very strong. We are no match for us. After they beat me, they humiliated Lord Hong and you, the manager said with a flattering look. Advertisement. Tisner sucked the pacifier in his mouth a few times. Oh, is there such a thing? How could they know about me and Hong Jun and humiliate us? Tisner said with a deep look on his face. This. The manager didn't expect Tisnor to have such a vicious vision, and immediately noticed the loophole in his words. You have to think clearly. You know the consequences of cheating us, Tisnor said leisurely, sucking the pacifier in his mouth. Lord Tisnor. Damn it. Damn it. They tortured me and beat me. If I didn't tell them, they would beat me to death. I had no choice but to say something, but don't worry, I didn't mention your and Lord Hongjun's names. The 417 managers quickly confessed to Tisnor. Tisnor looked at the frightened and trembling manager with contempt. Can't you handle the 5 people here? Tisnor looked at the manager with a questioning expression and asked. This person is really powerful, we are no match for him, he is a small one, he is useless. Why are they coming here to cause trouble? Tisnor continued to ask. They are here to find someone. It seems that some of the people we arrested today include their companions, the manager quickly replied. Tisnor's eyes flashed with light after hearing the manager's words. Oh, this man actually dared to take risks for his companions? Not bad, it's worthy of my action. Tisnor stood up and said with an expression of appreciation. Where are they now? Tisnor asked the manager excitedly. Sir, I trapped them in the previous cell when I came, the manager replied. Chapter 434 Tisnor. Hey, come here, this squid grilled on the teppanyaki is delicious. Yeah, Kaya muttered to Ron and others while devouring the fragrant squid in her hands. How delicious can squid be? Nami said disapprovingly, walked up to Kaya, picked up a skewer and took a bite. How can this be so delicious? Take me there, Tisnor said with a wave of his hand. Yes. Captain Creu and the others have been gone for a while, why haven't they come back yet? The one-eyed man next to Scarface said to Scarface with some worry. Yes, he should be back too, Scarface also said a little strangely. Let's go find them. One Eye felt something was wrong and wanted to go find Creu and the others. Brother, let's go back, if they are okay, they will definitely come back, if something happens to them, even if you go, it will not help. You are just sending 2 people away for nothing. The timid leader heard that One Eye was about to go in to find them, he whispered quickly. What are you talking about? Your companions are in danger and you want us to leave them and run away. Only a coward like you would do such a thing, Scarface scolded. But if you, the captain, can't save your companions, what can you 2 do? The leader still didn't want to give up and continued in a cowardly tone. You kid. If something happens to the captain and the others, none of us or you will go out. Ba Mian stared at the leader fiercely and said. Let's go. After Ba Lian said this, he pushed the leaders back hard and ordered him to go in with him. Squeak. The 3 of them pushed the door open and entered. Looking at the tables being smashed, the benches overturned on the ground, and the room in a mess, it was obvious that these were done by Captain Creu and his men. Advertisement. There is a person lying there, One Eye said to Ba Fian when he saw the little follower who had been knocked unconscious talking to the manager. One Eye slowly walked to the unconscious little follower. Not dead yet. One Eye approached the little follower and probed his nose with his hand to find that he was still breathing. Scarface took out a wine bottle from nowhere and flicked it into the face of the little follower who was lying unconscious on the ground. Cough, cough, cough. The little attendant woke up and coughed. Who are you? The little follower looked nervously at the 3 people in front of him. Huh? You? Who are you? The little follower asked, pointing at the leader who was covering his face. Stop covering up. You have been recognized, Scarface said to the leader. The leader was very frightened when he saw that he had been recognized. Where is the person who knocked you unconscious just now? Scarface asked the follower, ignoring the leader. I don't know, they kicked me unconscious when they came up, I don't know where they went. These bastards. Who sent you? Those people haven't been caught yet? The little follower said. At that time, it was not clear whether Ba Lian and Du Yan were friends or foes, so he asked with a relaxed expression. Catch your mother. Du Yan slapped the follower on the face. The follower's cheek was sore from the sudden slap. Are you in the same group? The follower looked at One Eye and asked in horror. What do you think? Ba Lian stared at the follower with wide eyes and said fiercely. Okay, don't worry, we won't kill you, One Eye shouted. Advertisement? Oh, would you rather die than help us? One Eye looked at the follower with interest and asked. What are you doing? The follower yelled in horror when he saw Du Yan taking out a knife and trying to stab his eyes. If you want me to say that you don't have the consciousness and determination, then don't pretend to be so cool. Didn't you look like you were ready to die just now? One Eye looked at the frightened follower Daoliang with contempt. After figuring out the situation, the follower slowly turned his head towards the leader. Kill me. I will not betray, I would rather die, the follower said seriously, as if he was ready to die. Brother, did he force me to do that? I have no choice, the leader said with a sad face. Hurry up and lead the way. Ba Lian shouted to the frightened follower on the ground. After hearing the words of the follower, Du Yan slowly put away the knife. Yes. The consequences of betrayal are worse than death. I am willing to die, the follower said firmly again. We can also make your life worse than death. If you don't take us to find our companions, I will cut off your eyes, nose, ears, etc. one by one. One Eye said with a fake look on his face. That's right, I won't kill you, I will definitely pay attention, I will never hurt your life. I just cut off all your facial features, okay, let me start. After saying that, One Eye pointed the tip of the knife. The follower's eyes. Jiao Hao. slowly pierced towards the follower's eyes. After hearing what the leader said, the follower just glared and did not pay any attention to the leader. You just said you wouldn't kill me, the follower said in fear. You betrayed us. You know what will happen to you, the follower said to the leader fiercely. Ah, don't blind my eyes, I'll take you there, the follower shouted in shock. His crotch was wet at this time. The follower watched the tip of the knife slowly getting closer and closer to his eyes. The tip of the knife became bigger and bigger in his eyes. The follower became more and more nervous, his body couldn't help but tremble with fear. He was about to stab the follower. When he saw it, the follower closed his eyes in horror. Chapter 435 A large group of beauties. Wow, boss, look, beauties. A bunch of beauties. A thief-minded young man with a wretched appearance stared at Nami and dozens of other beauties not far away beside Ron, without looking back. While shouting, he slapped the boss on the side with his hand. You don't need to tell me, I'm not blind. The boss was already staring at the group of beauties around Ron with bright eyes like the wretched subordinate. Here, if I let them stay with me for one night, I would live 10 years shorter, the boss said, swallowing the saliva that was about to flow out of his mouth. Don't say 10 years, I'm willing to do it in 20 years too, the wretched man said with an intoxicated look. Isn't it so eye-catching that I have these beauties around me? Ron noticed how the people around him were looking at the beauties around him. The men's eyes shone brightly as they stopped to admire, while the women saw these peerless beauties around them one by one. The beauty quickly left like a deflated rubber ball, turning her head from time to time with a look of jealousy. Chunin couldn't help but think 990. Brother Ron, try this squid. It's so delicious. Shiroshi ran to Ron and handed him a bunch of squid. Okay, let me try it. Ron took the squid handed over by Kaya. Hey, did you see it? In a castle far away from Ron, a man in rich clothes, young, thin, and with a depressed look looked through the telescope at a group of beautiful women in Nami in the distance, and excitedly looked at the other people around him. Several companions of similar age shouted. This castle is the tallest castle on the island of Rosa. It is 50 meters high. Standing on this castle, you can have a panoramic view of the entire scenery of Rosa Island. The castle is where the royal family of the island lives. Place. The people who can be in this castle are all rich and noble people on this island. Advertisement. What's wrong? A man who looked like a woman walked over and asked. Beautiful women. A large group of beauties. I have never seen such beautiful beauties, and there are mermaids. Ah, the sluggish man said as he swallowed his saliva like a pervert who found his prey. Mermaid. Where is it? The bald man who was originally sitting on the chair and was not interested in the sluggish man's words was surprised when he heard the sluggish man talking about the mermaid suddenly sprung up from the chair and quickly walked towards the sluggish man. Asked. Yes, and it's a mermaid who will conquer the country. The sluggish man was still staring at Shiroshi in the distance through the telescope and peeping carefully. Show me. The bald man came to the window and looked. He found that he could not see clearly, so he snatched the telescope from the sluggish man's hand. Second brother. What shall we do this time? The bald man asked the second child. Oh, I haven't finished reading yet, the bald man complained to the bald man with a dissatisfied look after the bald man snatched the telescope from his hand. You have a nosebleed, the sluggish man said, handing the bald man a box of paper. I want that mermaid. Don't snatch it from me. The third child sincerely likes mermaids. Seeing such a beautiful mermaid like Shiroshi, he longs to have her in his heart. Okay, show me, the woman-like man said as he eagerly snatched the telescope from the bald man's hand. Immediately, act immediately, the bald man shouted excitedly. Advertisement. How is it? When do we take action? The sluggish man asked with an evil look after seeing the bald man stop the nosebleed. Stop complaining at this time. Do you think they will accept our invitation and come here with confidence? The bald man said with great self-knowledge. And I disguise myself as a woman to deceive them? The third child feels that although he looks like a woman, he is still a man after all. He keeps asking himself to do such things. Recently, he feels a little pervert in his heart, so he is a little reluctant. Asked. Fart. Impossible. You have to pick first every time, not this time. The bald man also liked Shiroshi and disagreed after hearing what the third child said. BDDE, she is really a beauty. No more. The bald man used a telescope to peek at Shiroshi for a while and then felt that his nosebleed was about to burst out. Don't be in a hurry now, okay? We'll talk about how to separate them later. The most urgent task now is to capture them first, said the sluggish man. What else can we do? It's the same as before. Invite them over first, the second child replied to the third child. After listening to the sluggish man's words, the third child slowly put down the telescope in his hand. The bald man ignored the words of the two people around him and carefully scanned the island's beach with a telescope. The two of them stopped arguing as soon as they heard what made sense. Lao-san, stop looking. Once we catch these beauties, we can look at them as much as we want and play with them as we want. Yi Minin said to Lao-san, who was still peeping with the telescope. Oh, I was the one who came first. The man who looked like a woman also complained after the bald man snatched the telescope. Chapter 436 Undercurrent Holy Land Mariajoy. Ah, no, please. Mondo Blanco sat leisurely at the table and looked at the scene in front of him coldly. Ha ha ha. Tilde operator, Brando, not bad. What I delivered this time is much better than last time. A big man with a greasy face looked at the woman who was beaten by him crying and begging for mercy, and then laughed crazily and said to Mondo, Brondo Langdu said. This and the dozen or so I carefully selected from outside. Make sure Lord Hamo and the people above you like them. Mondo Brando said evilly to the middle-aged Hamo in front of him. Hamo smiled with satisfaction. By the way, I've been here 3 times, why did I only see you? Mondo Blanco was quite happy when he saw Hamo and took the opportunity to see if he could ask anything. Heimer's face sank when he heard Mondo Blanco's words. You'd better not be curious about things you shouldn't know. Haha, okay then. Mondo Blanco would not reveal any information to him when he saw Hamo, so he waved his hand and said with a smile. How have you been lately? Heimer asked seriously. I recently learned that Big Mom and Kaido had a conversation. The specific content is unclear, Mondo Blanco said. Big Mom and Kaido talked, Hamo said in surprise when he heard Mondo Blanco's words. Yes. Mondo Blanco would definitely answer. You need to tell Yi about this as soon as possible. Oh, okay, you go back first. Halfway through his words, Heimer realized that Mondo Blondo was still around, so he quickly stopped talking and said to Blondo. Then I'll take my leave first. Mondo Blanco stood up and said to Heimer. Remember, you must pay close attention to their every move, Heimer emphasized again to Mondo Blanco, who had not gone far. Old thing. Mondo Blanco cursed angrily in his heart without replying to Heimo's words. You want the horse to run but don't let it eat grass, still don't trust me? Mondo Blanco thought silently in his heart. Go back to Rosrosa. Mondo Blanco walked to his ship and ordered his subordinates. Advertisement Ron and a group of people were sitting around the dining table. Ron, I've been playing so crazy these days. I'm afraid the files on the desk in the Daughter's Kingdom have piled up like a mountain. I have to go back for a few days, Hancock said to Ron. It seems so. I'm afraid your 2 sisters are about to explode at this time. Ron smiled at Hancock. After Ron finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the gate of time and space appeared. You guys have a good time. Hancock said goodbye to the others and got up to enter the gate of time and space. Ron grabbed Hancock. Ron, what's wrong? Hancock looked at Ron and asked. We won't see each other for a few days, why don't you express your gratitude? Ron said to Hancock with a shameless expression. Hancock was stunned after hearing Ron's words, then he pulled Ron over. Yeah. Hancock kissed Ron hard, then turned around and walked into the gate of time and space gracefully, looking like a queen. Why do you feel like you are the one being teased? Ron was confused for a while. Ahem, haha. Ron coughed twice and smiled as he looked at the remaining beauties who were looking at him with evil smiles. It's still me, Queen Hancock Haki. Sister Hancock is so handsome. So cool, so many stars. The night view here is so beautiful. Advertisement. The sky slowly darkened. Ron and a group of beauties were watching the night view on the sea. Please give me flowers. Help, I locked him in an underground cell. Oh, where are they now? The one named Mos Bell asked calmly. Ron and all the beauties were attracted and looked towards the direction of the sound. 0. Lord Mosbell. Someone broke into our underground factory and injured one of our people. The bald manager stood in front of a burly man with a beard and a sweaty face and lied to report. Ha 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 ha. Tilda operator. What happened? Ha ha. Where's the princess? You are a princess. Why don't you have any guards accompanying you? If you were a princess, would we still be able to get close to you? A man laughed evilly, not believing what the woman said. Let me go quickly. Just as the 2 thugs were laughing crazily, a voice came from behind them. 12. That's why I ran out secretly, so there were no guards following me. Mine is really a princess. This is my token. If you don't want to die, leave my side quickly. The woman saw the 2 people in front of her. The man didn't believe his words and anxiously took out his token and said. The 2 laughed even more crazily. Hey, what are you doing? Who are you? How dare you kidnap me? Do you know that I am the princess of Rose Rosa? If you hurt me, you will die miserably. A woman with a fairly good appearance panicked at the 2 people in front of her. A fierce-looking man warned. As a result, not only were the 2 people not afraid, but they became even more arrogant. Haha. I made a lot of money today. Let's enjoy you first, and then take you to pay back the money. You must be worth a lot of money. Suddenly a cry for help sounded. Chapter 437. Accept the invitation. You are so brave. Hey, here comes the nosy. What, you want a hero to save the beauty? The 2 thugs who were preparing to commit violence turned around and looked at Ron after hearing Ron's words, shaking the sharp knives in their hands, as if they were watching a joke, said to Ron. What I hate most in my life are people who rob civilian girls, Ron said coldly, looking at the 2 people in front of him. Then what do you want? The thug felt very unhappy when he saw Ron not afraid of the 2 of them and looking very pushy, and asked Ron fiercely and loudly. Ron didn't want to waste any more time with these 2 ants, so he moved the ring finger of his right hand slightly. 507. A thunder and lightning suddenly appeared in the sky. Thump. With a scream, the thug who asked the question was struck by lightning and fell to the ground covered in charred black. You. Another thug saw his companion being knocked down by the sudden lightning. He was so frightened that his legs weakened and he sat on the ground. The woman on the side was also frightened by this sudden blow. She didn't expect Ron to be so powerful and so cruel. The assailant, who was paralyzed with fear, looked at Ron in horror. Then he turned to face the woman. He was about to say something to the woman. The woman suddenly snatched the knife from the panicked assailant's hand and slit his throat. The perpetrator covered his bleeding throat with both hands and looked at the woman in front of him with wide eyes, his eyes full of shock. Advertisement, the abuser finally pointed a finger at the woman in front of him and tried to say something, but before he could finish speaking, he fell to the ground and died. When the woman saw her attacker lying motionless on the ground, she panicked and dropped the bloody knife in her hand. It doesn't matter. If I hadn't appeared, what they would have done to you would have been 100% crueler than this, so you didn't do anything wrong, so there's no need to panic. Ron comforted him when he saw the woman look frightened after killing someone. The woman came back to her senses after hearing Ron's words. Thank you. Thank you. The little girl's name is Jaya. Thank you so much, the woman thanked Ron repeatedly. It doesn't matter. My name is Luozu. Why are you here so late? Doesn't this give these thugs a chance to be punished? Ron thought it would be better to reveal his identity. After all, the word, Ron, is too became famous. I'm actually the princess of Rosaros Island. My brother didn't let me come out to play, so I ran out secretly. I really regret not listening to my brother now, the woman said to Ron regretfully. Ron, it seems that you saved the beauty, came a voice. A group of beauties appeared behind Ron. That's right, punishing evil is the responsibility of Ron and every good young man, Ron said jokingly to the group of beauties behind him. After Nami and a group of beauties appeared, the woman was stunned. She stared closely at the group of beauties in front of her, with an unexpected light of intoxication and greed in her eyes. Did everyone just come here? They don't look like people from here, the woman asked again. In this case, I would like to invite you all to the palace on May 6th. Let me entertain you well and repay your life-saving kindness to me. When the woman heard that Ron and the others had not found a place to stay, she immediately extended an invitation to them. Haha. Ron cast an approving look at Kaya and smiled slightly after hearing her words. Advertisement, okay. Let's go then. The woman was so excited when she saw Ron agreeing that she immediately led Ron the way. So have you found a place to live? When the woman saw this, she felt that she might have heard wrong just now. Nami and the others were very happy when they heard the woman's praise. They smiled kindly at the woman and praised her in return. Oh, they are my companions, Ron answered, understanding the woman's question. We haven't found it yet, but we don't have to find accommodation. We can rest on our own boat, Nami replied. Everyone, are you all? The woman asked Ron again. Yes, brother Luozu, you are such a handsome hero who saves a beautiful girl. Kaya reacted and praised Ron, changing her name to Luozu. Your name is Ron. The woman gathered her thoughts and looked at Ron with doubt in her eyes. You heard me wrong. My name is Luozu. It's Luozu? With the last sound of Luozu, Ron deliberately turned his head and raised his voice to the beauties behind him, so that they could all hear it. Okay. That's great. The palace is comfortable. It's much more comfortable than a hotel or a boat. It just so happens that we can escort you for a while, so that you won't be targeted by bad guys again. Ron interrupted Nami's refusal. It's okay, you don't have to. Nami hasn't finished speaking yet. Ha. You are beautiful too. It turned out to be my benefactor's companions. You are so beautiful. You sisters are so beautiful, the woman praised. Yes, we just arrived at the island, Ron replied. Chapter 438. Alarming Mondo Brando. This Ron really pounces on beautiful women when he sees them. Nami complained softly as she watched Ron talking to the woman in front while walking with Robin. Ha. Ron has always been like this, Robin said with a smile after hearing Nami's words. Who are you? Dare to intrude on our territory? Besmok asked sharply, looking at Scarface and One Eye in front of him. Where is our captain? Hand him over quickly. Scarface shouted to Besmok, then raised the weapon in his hand and struck Besmok. One Eye originally wanted to talk to the person in front of him first, because he used observation Haki to find that the person in front of him was very powerful, and it was difficult for him and Scarface to win together, but at this time, he saw that Scarface had already launched an attack and raised his weapon. Followed. After a fierce battle. Hoo. 13 tie them up for me. Besmok panted and ordered the men behind him. Under the guidance of the manager, Besmok met Scarface and One Eye who came to look for him as soon as he arrived at the door of the cell. These people are definitely not ordinary people. Besmok thought as he looked at Scarface and One Eye, who were knocked unconscious by him with great difficulty. Besmok felt the strength of these two people when he fought Scarface and One Eye. Just ordinary members have such strength, this is definitely extraordinary. Have they ever said who they are before? Besmo asked the manager on the side. No, the three of their companions captured before, they claimed to be members of the Whitebeard Pirates, the manager replied. What? Besmok said in surprise, feeling bad in his heart. Sir. There are many people who were caught pretending to be the Whitebeard Pirates here to protect themselves. They. Shut up. Besmok shouted at the manager. Yes, the manager replied with a trembling voice as his body trembled slightly when Besmok suddenly became angry. Are the people you trapped here? Besmok asked the manager, pointing to the cell door. Yes, the manager quickly replied. Advertisement. Remember, don't open the door. I'll go ask Master Mondo Blanco, Besmok told the manager. Is this going to alarm Lord Mondo Brando? The manager was surprised when he heard Besmock's words. Besmock glared at the manager when he heard what he said. Yes. The manager quickly lowered his head and replied when he saw Besmock glaring at him. Idiot, of course I have to report it to Lord Mondo Brando. I can hardly handle these two people. If the captain they talk about is released, I'm afraid it's not them but as who will be dealt with. Besmock walked as he walked, while thinking secretly in his heart. Welcome back Lord Mondo Brando. The guard standing at the palace gate saw Mondo Brando coming towards him and said to him respectfully. Mondo Blanco ignored the guards and walked into the palace firmly. Mondo Blanco came to his office and sat down, thinking deeply. Beep. 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 Suddenly the telephone buzzed in the drawer of Mondo Blanco's desk. Mondo Blanco picked up the phone. Brando. How are things going? A deep voice came from the other side after the phone was connected. Everything is ready, sir, Mondo Blanco replied respectfully to the person on the other side of the phone. Okay. I'll send someone over tomorrow. Don't make any mistakes, the person on the other side of the phone said unceremoniously and seriously. Of course, don't worry, sir, Mondo Blanco still replied politely. Doo-doo, Lord Mondo Brando. The manager's legs felt weak when he saw Besmock walking towards him with Mondo Brando. Advertisement. There are some incredible guys coming to the factory. According to my guess, they should be from the Whitebeard Pirates. And there is also a captain. Besmock said to Mongolia 390 de Brando in a concise manner. What's the matter? Mondo Blanco asked Besmock. Mondo Blanco put down the phone bug in his hand. Lord Mondo Brando. Besmock shouted, standing in front of Mondo Brando. He was afraid that if Mondo Blanco was unhappy, he would kill him. Besmock walked in. What? Mondo Blanco stood up in surprise. Not a moment. But Mondo walked straight past the manager without reading aloud, without even looking at him. Damn it, my subordinate. My mismanagement caused my blind subordinates to get into trouble. I am willing to be punished. Besmock knelt down and panicked when he saw Mondo Bruno seemed a little angry. Yes. Mondo Blanco was silent for a while, his face slowly softened, and finally turned into a sinister smile. Besmock became more and more panicked when he saw Mondo Blanco's cold smile. The hang-up prompt sounds. Take me to see them, Mondo Blanco said leisurely to Besmock. After a while, Mondo Blanco came to the door of the cell under the leadership of Besmock. Chapter 439. Let companions meet? Lord Brando. This is it, they're inside. Besmock stopped in front of the cell door and pointed at the cell door and said to Mondo Brando. Open the cell door, Brando said calmly. Lord Brown, shouldn't we prepare? After all. Besmock asked Mondo Brown with some worry when he heard how easily Mondo Brown allowed himself to open the cell door. If you are asked to open the cell door, open it, although there is a captain of the Whitebeard Pirates inside, as long as it is not the first 5 captains, they will not pose a threat to me. Are you still afraid that I can't handle it? Mondo Brown, he said, very unhappy to see one of his subordinates still looking scared when he was around. Ah, how dare I doubt Master Brando's strength? It's because I'm timid. It's because I'm useless. Open the cell door to Lord Brando quickly. Mosbeck saw what he had done. Mondo Bruno was displeased and quickly apologized to Mondo Bruno, and then quickly gave instructions to the manager. Okay, sir. After hearing Besmock's words, the manager quickly went to activate the switch of the cell door. Rumble. The cell door slowly opened. Team Nagato is open. Huang Mao, who was locked in the cell anxiously, suddenly found the door of the cell moving, opened it slowly, and shouted loudly to Creu beside him. Huh? It's not Scarface and One Eye. After the door slowly opened, Creu and others saw that it was not Scarface and One Eye but Besmock and Mondo Blundo standing facing them. Are you the new Shichibukai Mondo? Advertisement. As a captain, Creu had a sharp eye and recognized Mondo Blanco's identity at a glance. Oh, I'm really honored to be recognized by the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Mondo Blanco said a little surprised when he saw Creu and recognized him at a glance. Captain, it's the bald one. Huang Mao shouted to Creu, pointing at the bald manager who escaped from their hands and stood against the wall a few meters behind Mondo Blanco. Lord Mondo Brando. The manager panicked when he heard that Creu and others were members of the Whitebeard Pirates. When he saw that he was noticed by them, he became even more panicked, and his tone trembled slightly. He looked to Mondo Blanco for shelter. Oh, you brought Captain Creu and his guests here? Mondo Blanco asked, staring at the manager. Mr. Mondo Brando. I was forced by them. They threatened to kill me. I'm afraid of death. The manager hurriedly heard Mondo Brando's question. He explained to Mondo Blanco with a sad face. Stop talking nonsense. Where did you catch our vice captain? Huang Mao said angrily and took steps to catch the manager. Kra Ugn stopped the impulsive Huang Mao. Oh, you caught the companions of Captain Creu's guests? Mondo Blanco looked at the manager coldly and asked. Mongolian. Ah. As soon as the bald manager opened his mouth to explain, Mondo Blanco cut his throat with a casual blow. Advertisement. The manager's face was horrified and he fell into a pool of blood. I'm sorry, everyone, my subordinates are ignorant. I'll kill him to make amends to you. Mondo Blanco killed the bald manager like a dog, then turned around and said to Creu and others. Creu saw Mondo Brando being so cruel and ruthless, and the scene just now made Creu vaguely feel that Mondo Brando seemed to be bullying them. We don't want any apology, just let our companions go. Creu said coldly to Mondo Blanco. Haha, Captain Creu, look at what you said, how dare we arrest your people? After I knew that this short-sighted thing had arrested your men by mistake, I quickly invited your companions to my house as guests. No, I am here just to welcome a few people who came to my house together, so that I can make a good apology to these guests. A trace of evil flashed in Mondo Blanco's sincere eyes. Creu said to the others, are you telling the truth? Creu asked suspiciously after hearing Mondo Blanco's words. How could I deceive you? Mondo Blanco, Jiao Hao, said with a sincere look. How do you make us believe you? You captured our vice-captain, and now you say that the vice-captain and the others were invited to your house by you, and now you come and tell us to let us go too. Do you think we will believe you easily? Huang Mao also doubted the first page. Since you don't believe me, let Mr. Hong bring some of my companions here. You will believe me after you see them. Seeing that Creu and others did not believe it, Mondo Blanco said again. If you ask my companions to come to see us, we will believe what you say. Creu replied to him even though he didn't know what medicine was sold in Mondo Bruno's gourd. Chapter 440. Kill. Lord Mondo Brando. Lord Hongjun's people have been dealt with. We can't call them out. When Besmok saw Mondo Brando, he wanted the people he had captured to come to see Creu and the others. He stepped forward and reminded Mondo Blanco in a low voice. Mondo Blanco ignored Besmok's words. Everyone, please wait a moment. After speaking, Mondo Blanco took out a phone bug. Hongjun, you immediately take Captain Creu's companions to the abandoned cell. They don't believe what I say. Yes. An emotionless voice came from the phone. The voice was extremely cold, as if death came from the mouth of a dead person. After a while, Vice-Captain, it's really the Vice-Captain. Huang Mao saw the Vice-Captain really appear in front of them, and ran to him excitedly and shouted excitedly. Strange, didn't you say Lord Hongjun has already dealt with them? Besmok was puzzled for a while when he saw the Vice-Captain acting like a normal person. I thought that guy was lying to us. It seems his words are true. Several other team members also gathered around the Vice-Captain and said happily. Vice-Captain, where are Mamba and Monk? Oh, they're waiting for us in the lobby, the Vice-Captain also said happily. Then, let's go. Go meet them. Mondo Browndew, I'm sorry we misunderstood you. Huang Mao apologized to Mondo Browndew. Advertisement. Mondo Blanco smiled slightly. Captain, let's go. A team member shouted to Creu, who was observing the Vice-Captain with strange eyes. Captain, it's true, let's go, the Vice-Captain said to Creu with a smile on his face. Please come this way. Mondo Brando waved his hand and asked Creu and others. No, Creu shouted suddenly. BDJ, Mondo Brown, what did you do to my team members? Creu shouted sharply at Mondo Brown with a murderous look on his face. After hearing Creu's words, the team members who were just excited about seeing their vice-captain suddenly made a warning move towards Mondo Blanco. After Mondo Blanco heard Creu's words, he closed his eyes in silence and lowered his head. What's going on, Captain? Huang Mao made a warning gesture towards Mondo Blanco and turned back to Creu in confusion. Ha 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 ha. Mondo Blanco, who was silent and calm, suddenly grinned and let out a creepy laugh. As Mondo Blanco's laughter rang out, the vice-captain who looked like a normal person just now suddenly stiffened and his eyes slowly became empty. Vice-captain. Huang Mao screamed in surprise when he saw the deputy captain next to him who looked like a dead man. A-hole, what on earth did you do? Creu yelled angrily at Mondo Blanco, who had revealed his true colors. Advertisement, it seems I can only deal with you here. Mondo Blanco, who had stopped smiling sinisterly, suddenly became filled with murderous intent. After finishing his sentence, he attacked the group of people in Creu. Ha 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 ha, third child, you can do it. Your disguise as a man and woman is so perfect. Even I almost think you are a beautiful woman. The woman Ron rescued who claimed to be a princess just opened the door. The boss's voice was heard as he walked into the house. Stop talking. I'm almost sick to death. That stupid man actually wanted to flirt with me and got close to me all the way. How disgusting. The woman's voice suddenly became a little rough. He complained with a look of disgust. It turns out that the woman Ron saved was the 3 princes of Rosarosa City who went around seducing young girls from good families. Haha, good job, third brother. It seems that your previous efforts were not in vain. They're getting more and more similar. How about you just have a transformation surgery and become a woman? Haha, the wretched second brother also said, he joked to the third child. Shut up. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Get ready quickly and take them down as soon as possible. I'm almost sick to death, the old master said without wanting to act for one more second. What are you preparing for? We will go out to eat with them later and put the drug in the food. When they fall down, the men who like it will be sent to Hong Jun. If they don't like it, they will be killed. The women will be tied up with ropes. Why don't we just do you want to do whatever you want? The bald man said and finally rubbed his hands with some excitement. This time is not like the previous times, don't take it lightly. The man named Luo Zhu seems to be no ordinary character. Ah Da, who played the role of a thug before, was scorched by that boy's lightning. The third child said to Ron's introduction. The lightning strike was very shocking, and he said to the 2 people around him with some uneasiness. It's okay. What are you afraid of? This is our territory, he can still turn the world upside down. He is Luo Zhu, not Ron, the wretched guy said nonchalantly. Don't say that, We must be fully prepared this time. We can't show any flaws, the third child said with his eyes becoming serious when he saw that both of them didn't care about his suggestions. Okay, listen to you. We must act seriously this time and never let them see any flaws, the boss said as he saw the serious expression on his face. Okay, it's time for us to appear. We can't keep waiting for them. Chapter 441. None of them are yours. Come. Thank you Luozu and all the beauties for saving my little sister. As her brother, I propose a toast to you. The bald man raised his glass and toasted to Ron and his group. It's all trivial, don't worry about it. Ron picked up the wine glass and said politely to the bald man. Then Ron, Nami and other beauties drank all the wine in their hands. The bald man was making drinking movements and he noticed from the corner of his eye that Ron and others drank the wine in their hands. With a slight grin on his lips, he raised his head and drank all the wine in his hands. Haha, come and eat. The bald man happily put down the wine glass in his hand, picked up his chopsticks and said politely to Ron and others. After listening to the bald boss's words, Ron and others picked up their chopsticks and started eating. Haven't had a few bites yet. Your Majesty, why is this wine so strong? Kaya said as she stopped picking up food and felt her head was dizzy. Kaya, I told you that children can't drink, but you drink instead. What do you think? It's only 1 cup. What's going on? I'm drunk too. Nami originally wanted to teach Kaya a lesson when she heard what Kaya said, but mid-sentence, Nami suddenly felt dizzy. After Nami became dizzy, Robin and others except Ron covered their heads with their hands and shook their heads hard, trying to stay awake. With a sound of boom, Kaya finally couldn't hold on any longer, and the sun fell on the table. Yes, Kaya. Boom, 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 boom. With a burst of sound, Nami and other beauties fell on the table. Ron watched from the side as Nami and others suddenly fell down. He understood in his heart that this was not normal. Suddenly, Ron also felt a little dizzy for a moment, but it was only for a moment. Ron's physique is different from ordinary people's. This drug has little effect on Ron. Advertisement. Ron felt a little confused, closed his eyes and shook his head. When the bald old man Yamato saw that Ron was also drugged, he looked at each other and smiled, showing a triumphant smile of success. Ha 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 ha. I was shocked just now. I thought this boy was really not afraid of being addicted to our powerful drugs. The wretched second prince said evilly. Just now, Ron didn't feel dizzy after Nami and others showed signs of dizziness. This made the wretched man feel flustered. If he wasn't afraid of this medicine, then he could be sure that Ron felt that it was not something they could resolve. Now he saw Ron with his eyes closed and shaking his head. Obviously the effect of the medicine was only a little slow on Ron, but it was still effective. The wretched man breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, Ron had just closed his eyes and shook his head and had already woken up. At this time, he was just acting to see what he would do to himself and others. Okay, it's finally solved. Damn, Lousy has really had enough acting. The third child, who had been sitting at the table just now with a ladylike look on his face, revealed his true colors at this time and wiped the makeup on his face with his hands. He complained in a rough voice. What AFK? Ron, with his eyes closed, almost couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood when he heard the rough voice. Lousy actually flirted with AS asterisk 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 E all the way. Ron wanted to die now. Ha ha ha. The wretched man stood up with a wicked smile and observed Nami and other beauties lying on the table. 0. That's pretty much it. That fishman must be mine, and that one. The third child was very happy after hearing the wretched man's words, and immediately started to choose. Hurry! Kill him! The third child was so frightened by Ron that he shouted loudly to the guards who rushed in. Advertisement. The second and third children thought about running away while Ron was entangled with the guards, but what they didn't expect was that Ron wiped out all the guards in an instant. They were so frightened that their legs became weak and they fell to the ground in fear. They looked at Ron, who was walking toward them step by step, looking like Shiro with murderous intent. Ron, who suddenly closed his eyes and pretended to faint, opened his eyes and said coldly. This island is under the control of you perverts. I really don't know how many decent women have been ruined by you. Ron ignored the bald man's words, stood up and said with a holy look on his face. Please give me flowers. 0. This group of beauties are all the best. It's all your fault, third child. We let you choose first, so it's worthy of your sacrifice. The wretched man swallowed as he looked at the beautiful and sleeping beauties. Drool said. None of them belong to you. Come on, come on. The bald prince was about to call someone. Prince. Prince. Suddenly a group of guards rushed in. Thunder. Facing a group of guards who were charging toward him with weapons in their hands, Ron raised and lowered his right hand. Thunder and lightning flashed out, instantly vaporizing the guards who were rushing towards him. The 3 bald men were suddenly startled when they heard Ron's voice. You, how could you be okay? The bald man looked at Ron in horror and said as if he was looking at a ghost. Ah, brother. The wretched man screamed in horror when he saw his eldest brother was instantly killed by Ron. Ah. The bald man screamed, his eyes suddenly exploded, and his face was ferocious. Ron broke his neck and fell to the ground. Chapter 442 Resurrection. Chang, thump. Ha 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 ha. Mondo Blanco looked at Creu and others who fell on the ground and laughed crazily. You will regret it. Creu, who was lying on the ground with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, said in a weak tone to Mondo Bruno who was standing beside him. Mondo Blanco stopped laughing. No, I won't regret it. Do you think your friends will know that I killed you? You're overthinking it, Creu? Not only will they not avenge you, but they will also die in your hands, Mondo Blanco said to Creu with a sinister look. 350. What did you say? Creu asked Mondo Blanco with a hint of consciousness. I said I would control you to return to Whitebeard and become my undercover agents. If necessary, you will kill your companions. Mondo Blanco already had a chance to win at this time, and he didn't mind letting Creu die. Close your eyes. Ha, ha ha. After hearing Mondo Blanco's words, Creu was not as horrified and angry as Mondo Blanco thought, but instead laughed. Why are you laughing? Mondo Blanco asked unhappily. I'm laughing at you, controlling us to go to Daddy? This idea of yours is so stupid. Do you think Daddy and senior officials won't find out? You can't even deceive me, so why not? I want to fool my father, haha. Creu laughed at Mondo Brown for a while. You don't need to believe it. Mondo Blanco felt unhappy and didn't want to talk nonsense to Creu anymore. A thin line shot into Creu's ceiling. Creu's pupils slowly dilated. Advertisement, Lord Mondo Brando. What should we do now? Besmock asked Mondo Brando when he saw Creu dead. Get out. There is nothing to do with you here, Mondo Blanco said to Besmock. Ah, okay. Besmock walked out doubtfully, after Besmock went out. Mondo Brando suddenly glowed with a dazzling light. Ah, Mondo Brando yelled. A huge evil spirit that seemed to be black and impermanent from hell appeared in the sky above Mondo Blundo. Hand of God. Mondo Blanco shouted loudly. The evil spirit raised its arms. When they were level, the arms shook, and 10 black lines emitted from its fingers. It first shot towards Kra Yu and others who were lying on the ground, and one end of the line was thrown into the zenith Gaiken of Kra Yu and others. Then the evil spirit's fingers kept moving up and down, and the thread also trembled up and down. After a while, under the constant stirring of the evil spirit, Kra Yu and others who were lying on the ground suddenly moved and sat up. Then they twisted their bodies randomly and slowly stood up. Creu and the others stood up and stood like zombies. Then the evil spirit flew over their heads, faced Creu and the others, and blew slightly at Creu and the others. After the evil spirit of Kra Yu and others took a breath, their twisted bodies suddenly changed to a standing posture. Mondo Brando waved his right hand at the finished evil spirit. The evil spirit's body slowly turned into tiny scales and dissipated. Mondo Bruno's fruit ability, puppet fruit ability, and Mondo Bruno's fruit ability has been awakened. The awakened puppet fruit ability can summon the soul of the deceased and inject the soul of the deceased into the body of the deceased, and can control the souls of the deceased, but not everyone's soul can be summoned and controlled. Whether it can be summoned and controlled depends on the strength of the person being summoned. Hoo-hoo-hoo, Mondo Blanco was sweating profusely and panting heavily after the evil spirit dissipated. Puff. Advertisement. Suddenly Mondo Brando's face turned pale, he knelt on the ground, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. After a while. It's really difficult to do this to a captain-level person. After regaining his strength, Mondo Blanco wiped away the blood remaining at the corner of his mouth and stood up. But fortunately it was successful. Mondo Blanco stood up and said with a proud grin. He walked to Creu's side. Go back to Whitebeard and do what you should do. After Mondo Blanco finished speaking, he left without looking back. Team leader, is everyone here? Done, let's go back. After Mondo Blanco left, Creu and others suddenly started talking like normal people, but their memories were obviously 4.9 different from when they were alive. No, don't kill me. The third child looked at the wretched man lying next to him and screamed loudly in horror at Ron who was walking towards him. Who are you? I'm sorry, it's you who we can't recognize. Ron grabbed the third child by his collar and picked him up. Don't worry, I won't kill you. You deceived my feelings and caused Lousy to be humiliated. Lousy must punish you well. Since you like to pretend to be a woman so much, then I will help you. After Ron finished speaking, he punched the third man who was disguised as a woman. Chapter 443. Soul out of body. The third child covered his crotch and rolled on the ground in pain. Ron looked at him coldly. After a while. Give me the antidote, Ron said coldly. No, antidote. I can only wait until the effect of the medicine wears off. Lao San still retained some consciousness and answered with difficulty. A hole. Ron cursed when he heard the third child's words. How many women have you seduced with this drug before? Ron saw that the third child was so skillful and natural at pretending to be a woman, and knew that they must have done this more than once. They must have done this many times before Ron. No, Lao San denied. Ron kicked the third child in the face after he denied it. 13. Do you think you can deceive me? Tell me the truth quickly. Otherwise I will castrate you right now. Ron threatened the third child in a stern voice when he saw that he was not honest about his confession. In the beauty pavilion on the top floor of the castle, the third child knew that he couldn't deceive Luo, so he told Ron the truth. After listening to the third child's words, Ron opened the observation Haki and went to the top of the castle. Sure enough, he detected the scent of many women in one room. Ron turned around and looked at Nami and others lying on the table. With a wave of his hand, a door of time and space appeared and sent the sleeping beauties back to the ship. After Ron passed Nami and others back, he turned around and lifted the third child to the top of the castle. There was a flash of thunder and lightning, and Ron carried the third child to the top of the castle. The third child was stunned by Ron's series of unusual abilities, and felt a burst of regret in his heart that he had offended Ron because he didn't have the eyesight. Advertisement. Who are you? The third child asked, looking at Ron like he was looking at a ghost. Ron. Ron felt that there was no need to hide his identity at this time and said frankly to the third child. You are, Ron, and the third child was frightened out of his wits when he heard the word Ron. Ron ignored him. Walking in front of a door, Ron vaguely felt that this room was not an ordinary place, but he couldn't tell what was unusual. Ron hesitated for a moment before pushing the door open. 0. It's unusual to be injured, lousy, huh? The moment Ron opened the door and walked in, his body swayed slightly, and he felt like he was lifting into the air. But this feeling only lasted for a moment and then disappeared. Soul attack. Ron was secretly surprised. The feeling at that moment was not accidental, but Ron's soul was attacked the moment he entered the room. The feeling of rising into the air at that moment was the feeling caused by Ron's soul being separated from his body for a moment. There is actually a soul attack on people in this room. Interesting, this level of soul attack is too weak for Ron, but it does not affect Ron's interest in it. After all, this was Ron's first experience with an attack on his soul. Ron walked into the room and looked at a room full of beauties standing calmly with their eyes closed, as if they were asleep. Ron felt confused for a while. The scene here didn't look like what he thought. I'm asking you where their souls went. Ron impatiently picked up the third child who was begging for mercy, pulled him to the door of the room, slapped him and asked. Ron originally thought that these captured civilian girls must have been tortured by these three beasts, but now when he saw the abnormal beauties standing in front of him like normal people, it was not what he thought. Advertisement in Lao San's memory. This is where he and his two brothers did whatever they wanted to the captured women. None of them should look like this at this time? No, little one. No, Master Ron, what are you talking about? How dare I plot against you? Even if you give me 10 courages, I wouldn't dare. You kids still dare to pretend to be stupid here. What's going on? Lao San said as if he didn't know after seeing the scene in the house. The third child saw clearly the scene inside the house. Pa. Ron walked out of the room and came to the third child's side, raised his hand and slapped him. You kid, how dare you be dishonest? You actually want to plot against Lousy? Ron shouted at the third child sternly. Ron turned on observation Haki to ultimate to explore this group of women standing like zombies. In the end, he found that each of them seemed to be just a soulless body without any sense of their consciousness. What do you do to the women in the house? Ron didn't finish his words. It's wrong, how could it be like this here, how could it be like this? Is this in a dream? The third child couldn't believe the scene in front of him as if he had seen a ghost, shaking his head crazily. Another hard slap. Sir Luo 887, it's the little one who deserves to be damned, I won't dare to do it again. Just spare me this time, just once, I'm willing to work for these women in the future, make up for my mistake. The third child begged Ron for mercy with tears in his eyes. Snapped. Chapter 444 The Castle of the Living Dead. The third child suddenly felt as if his head was going to explode. He covered his head and screamed miserably. What's going on with this guy? Isn't he just pretending? Ron used observation Haki to sense Lao San's heart and found that he really didn't know what the scene in front of him was about. Could it be? Ron seemed to have thought of something. He picked up the third child next to him and threw him into the room. The third child screamed in shock after being thrown into the air by Ron. When Lao San's body entered the room, the screams stopped abruptly. The third child fell heavily to the ground, but he did not scream, but slowly got up from the ground, and then stood side by side with the women with his eyes closed. As expected, there is a person behind this who controls their souls. Ron confirmed his suspicion after seeing the third child entering the room. Ron is now convinced that the three of them are just puppets. Due to their nature, they will capture beautiful women everywhere, and the person who manipulates their souls set him up so that no matter where they catch the beautiful women, they will be sent to come to this room, and when they send the beautiful women to this room, their souls and the souls of the women they sent will be taken away by the people behind the scenes, and then stand here like zombies. It seems that these three people are just tools to capture women for others. The real behind-the-scenes person has not yet appeared. Ron felt strange about this castle. There were not many people in the castle, and there were only 3 people in the castle. The prince did not have the king, princess and others. Now it seems that they may have been killed by the people behind the scenes. When Nami first entered the castle, she said to Ron that she felt that the place was too empty, which made Nami feel there was even a hint of coldness. Now Ron understood that this was a puppet castle filled with living dead. In that case, let me meet the real culprit behind the scenes. Advertisement. Ron grinned slightly, waved his right hand, and the gate of time and space appeared, transferring all the women in the room to his ship. Then Ron turned and flew out of the castle. When Ron reached the castle gate, he stopped. Ron slowly raised his right hand and opened his palm upward. When Ron's arm was raised to the highest point, the sky above Ron's head suddenly became dense with dark clouds. The dark clouds were rolling, and the light of thunder and lightning came from time to time. Thunder! Ron shouted, and suddenly countless lightning bolts fell from the sky and fell on Ron's hand, forming a small thunderball. As the thunder and lightning continued to gather in Ron's palm, the thunderball became more and more intense. Growing larger, the thunderball eventually became as big as a house. Destroy it! Ron said coldly, then threw the huge thunderball in his hand towards the castle in front of him. The moment the evil spirit appeared, it punched Ron, Jiao Mo Jiao, under the control of Mondo Blanco. This feeling is really unprecedented. Not bad, not bad, I like this fruit. Mondo Blanco vaguely felt that something big was happening and accelerated his progress. Is that you? Let me clear away the darkness on this island? Everything where the thunderball spoke was destroyed and burned to black. When the thunderball reached the center of the castle, Ron gently snapped his fingers. Advertisement. Boom. A burst of dust rose. After Ron threw the lightning ball, he didn't turn around and walked away. Ron didn't need to look to know that no one in the castle could catch his move, and the final result could only be that the castle was destroyed. What is going on? After Mondo Blanco walked out of the underground factory, he saw the charred ruins of his castle in front of him. It was that damn B*************** D who did this. Mondo Blanco yelled angrily and loudly with a ferocious face. What's going on? Mondo Blanco was walking underground towards his palace. Suddenly he felt a violent shaking all around him, like an earthquake, and he said in surprise and doubt. Boom! The thunderball exploded after Ron snapped his fingers, destroying everything in the royal palace centered on the castle. The explosion power of the thunderball made the entire island shake. The flying dust dispersed, and Ron's middle finger blocked the evil spirit's fist. Wow! Ron's soul had just been punched out of his body by the evil spirit. Ron's soul floated in the air for a while before returning to Ron's body. Just when Mondo Brando was extremely annoyed and had nowhere to vent, Ron's voice suddenly sounded from behind him. How is this possible? Mondo Blanco added with an unbelievable expression on his face when he saw Ron catching his blow so easily. When Mondo Blanco heard Ron's words, he didn't even look back. He raised his right hand and the black and white evil spirit appeared. Ron grinned slightly when he saw the evil spirit attacking him. Ron stretched out the middle finger of his right hand and put it in front of him. Chapter 445 Ron. You. Who are you? Did you destroy my castle? Mondo Blanco didn't expect that the hard blow he just made was easily resolved by Ron with one finger, and he felt sorry for Ron in his heart. He felt a sense of fear and did not dare to attack Ron easily again. He looked at Ron solemnly and asked. What devil fruit is this? Ron asked him, ignoring Mondo Blanco's question. You are looking for death. When Mondo Blanco saw Ron ignoring his question, the anger in his heart rose again. Since he became a Shichibukai, few people dared to be so rude to him. Evil spirit. Extract his soul for me. Mondo Blanco summoned the evil spirit again and ordered it loudly. After Mondo Blanco finished speaking, the summoned evil spirit opened its mouth and attacked Ron. The monster's mouth kept getting bigger as it attacked Ron, and finally the mouth was big enough to swallow an elephant. Alas. It seems you are not honest if I don't subdue you. Ron couldn't help but shook his head as he looked at the scary monster with a big mouth in front of him. 073. Conquerors. Ron's eyes suddenly opened and he released Conqueror's Haki. After feeling Ron's Conqueror's Haki, the evil spirit stopped in the air, its mouth slowly became smaller, and finally turned into a normal appearance. What's going on? Demon spirit. Tear his soul apart for me. Mondo Blanco suddenly stopped when he saw the demon spirit he summoned. He felt strange in his heart and ordered the demon spirit loudly. But the demon spirit didn't seem to hear Mondo Blanco's words and remained motionless in Kongshan. Advertisement. Ron smiled slightly, walked slowly in front of the demon, and then extended his right hand to the demon. A scene that made Mondo Blanco crazy appeared. The evil spirit lowered its head obediently like Ron's puppy, and let Ron's right hand reach out to touch the top of his head. Mondo Blanco was shocked when he saw this unimaginable scene. Come back. Mondo Blanco shouted to his demon spirit, and the evil spirit that surrendered to Ron slowly disappeared in front of Ron. Around 20 years old? The power of lightning? Stronger than Kaido-sama? Kaido-sama is much taller than this person. He can't be Kaido-sama. This is really great. This devil fruit demon can actually appear in reality in its original form, and it also has its own thoughts. Ron said in surprise as he watched the evil spirit slowly disappearing. After repeated thoughts in Mondo Blanco's mind, he finally found a logical person, Ron. There is only one person before the person in front of me who can make his own demon appear in such a state, and that is Kaido of the Beast-sama. Is it possible that the person in front of me is Guy? Rarin. But after Ron saw the devil fruit's ability today, he discovered that some demons can come out of the host's body and have thoughts. Advertisement. No. Mondo Blanco shook his head to dispel his unrealistic conjecture. Mondo Blanco looked at Ron standing in front of him with sweat on his head in horror. Then who is he? Mondo Blanco's head turned rapidly. Etc. Ron always thought that the devil in devil fruit has no self-thought. It's just that after someone eats the devil fruit, the devil inside will enter the human body. Once it enters the human body, it cannot come out again. Unless the host dies, the devil will come out. The host's body came out and reattached itself to a fruit and became a new devil fruit. Even if the demons came out of the host's body, humans would not be able to observe them with the naked eye. Are you Ron? Mondo Blanco almost sat down on the ground in fright when the name, Ron, popped out of his mind. He could block all marines with one person. It exists. You must know that Kaido of the Beasts, known as the undead creature, would be captured alive in the end if he single-handedly challenged the entire naval headquarters. Whitebeard is an old man in his twilight years. The man in front of me looks only about 20 years old. It can't be Whitebeard. Mondo Blanco saw that the demon he summoned actually bowed to Ron, and he was completely afraid of Ron. The reason why he could control this demon, BDCD, spirit, was because he ate the devil fruit. This demon had to fight with him. Only by coexistence can he control this demon, but Ron actually made his demon surrender to him without this prerequisite, which made Mondo Blanco horrified. Oh, not bad. You can guess who I am. You are very smart. Ron praised Mondo Blanco, who looked frightened in front of him. A person who is as strong as Kaido-sama or even stronger than Kaido-sama, Whitebeard? You are really Ron. Although Mondo Blundo had already determined in his heart that the person in front of him was Ron, when Mondo Blundo received Ron's affirmative answer, he still couldn't help but tremble. Chapter 446. The Scum Behind the Scenes. Now I'm going to ask you a question, and you have to answer it truthfully. If I am satisfied with the answer, I will let you go. If the answer is not satisfactory to me, then... Ron raised his right hand as he spoke, and a bolt of lightning flashed out. Sir Ron, just ask. I will tell you everything you know. Mondo Blanco saw that Ron did not have any intention of killing him. He immediately saw hope and said to Ron firmly and sincerely. Is this castle yours? Ron began to ask Mondo Blanco. Yes, it's mine, Mondo Blanco replied respectfully to Luo without any hesitation. Then you are the king of this island? Ron asked again. No, the king of this island is the eldest prince of the royal family of this island, Mondo Blanco denied. You dare to say that you are not? Those three scum are your puppets. Do you think I don't know? Ron asked Mondo Blanco with a somewhat unhappy tone. Oh, yes, I'm sorry, Sir Ron, I just spoke without thinking. They're the kings in name only, Mondo Brandoto said quickly when he saw Luo being a little unhappy. You are the actual king. You controlled those three scum to capture women. You extracted the souls of the women you captured. Why did you do this? Ron asked again. This, Mondo Bublondo didn't expect that Ron would ask this question and was speechless. Are you wondering why I know this? Ron understood what Mondo Blanco was thinking. Advertisement. Those three puppets of yours have set their target on my woman, Ron said coldly. Mondo Blanco almost spat out a mouthful of blood when he heard Ron's words. Sir Ron, I really didn't mean to do this. If I knew he was yours, even if you gave me 100 courages, I wouldn't dare to let those losers touch your people. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. Mondo Blanco quickly apologized to Ron. Okay, Ron said nonchalantly. If you did it on purpose you would be a dead man now, Ron said coldly. Yes, Mr. Ron, you don't care about the villain. The villain really admires Master Ron. Mondo Blanco quickly flattered Ron. Stop telling me these useless things here, answer my questions quickly. Ron didn't want to hear these useless things, so he said to Mondo Blanco. Sir Ron, I didn't mean to capture these women. I was forced to capture these women. These women were captured not for me, but for... Mondo Bulang Duo said there was some hesitation here. To whom? Ron asked Mondo Blanco impatiently. Give it to the celestial dragons. Mondo Blanco trembled in fright when he saw Ron getting angry, and gritted his teeth and said it. Celestial dragons. These old boys again. Ron couldn't help but feel angry when he heard the words, celestial dragons. Didn't Lousy teach them enough lessons last time? Are you still here doing such a shameful thing? Ron shouted angrily. Ron thought angrily for a while. Advertisement. When Mondo Blanco saw Ron's face full of anger, he didn't dare to say anything and stood aside silently. Who are the celestial dragons? Ron snapped out of his thoughts. In his thinking just now, Luo thought of many ways to punish these celestial dragons, one of which was to go to the Holy Land Mariajoy again and destroy all the celestial dragons. But in the end, Ron thought about it and it still wasn't right. After all, not all celestial dragons are bad. Among them, there are definitely people who love life and are friendly to others. If he punishes all good people regardless of good or bad, then it seems that he is no different from the evil ones to those good people. What is the difference? So Ron finally wants to figure out which people in celestial dragons are cancer and which people need to be eliminated by himself. I don't know about this either, Mondo Blanco replied with some fear. Zero. Ron glared at Mondo Blanco after hearing what he said. Little, I really don't know. Those celestial dragons protect themselves very well. They don't show their faces in person. Every time I go to give someone away, they will have a recipient. I hand the person over to the recipient. After that, they let me go. I never saw the people behind the scenes, Mondo Blanco quickly explained when he saw that Ron didn't believe what he said. Ron thought it made sense when he heard Mondo Blanco's words. Those old foxes were all very shrewd. How could they leave clues for others to find them? I'll let you go today. You have 3 days to find and tell me those scumbag celestial dragons. Otherwise, I will eradicate you in your criminal palace. Ron said to Mondo Brown Duo snapped. 3 days? 3 days, too little, Mondo Blanco said with a sad face when he heard that Ron asked him to find out the celestial dragons behind the scenes within 3 days. Then why don't I kill you now, and then I'll go look for you myself. Chapter 447. Resurrection. Oh, no. Okay Sir Ron. 3 days. Just 3 days. After 3 days I will definitely find out for you the celestial dragons behind the scenes. Mondo Blanco reluctantly told Ron, assured. Ron grinned after hearing Mondo Blundo's words and walked to Mondo Blundo's side. Okay, I'll wait for your news. I'll come to you in 3 days to get the answer. Ron patted Mondo Blanco on the shoulder and said to him. Okay, Sir Ron. Mondo Blanco saw Ron showing a satisfied smile, wiping the sweat from his head and said to Ron Nanuo. Seeing that the matter had been taken care of, Ron waved his right hand, and 557 appeared on the door of time and space, and he walked in. Mondo Blanco was shocked and surprised when he saw Ron's figure disappearing into the door that appeared out of nowhere. Hateful. Bang. A stone next to Mondo Brown was smashed into pieces by Mondo Brown's palm. I actually met Ron, the god of plague. Mondo Brando dared to vent his dissatisfaction after seeing Ron gone. Ron returned to his ship through the portal of time and space, and came to the bedroom to find Nami and other beauties still asleep on the bed. Ron walked out of the bedroom and onto the deck. Standing on the deck were the group of women captured by Mondo Blanco that Ron had brought back. Looking at the group of women standing like zombies, Ron felt that there was something he forgot to tell Mondo Blanco. Ron waved his right hand, and the gate of time and space appeared again. Mondo Blundo. Give back the souls of those women you captured. Ron stretched his head from the gate of time and space and said to Mondo Blundo, who was still standing next to the ruins of the castle. Advertisement, Mondo Blanco was looking at the ruins of the castle, feeling annoyed for a while, and he was cursing behind Ron's back. Suddenly, Ron poked his head out in front of him, scaring Mondo Blanco to death. Sir Ron. Mondo Blanco saw that Ron didn't seem to hear his curse. He calmed down and shouted to Ron. Stop the ink. Return the souls of those women quickly. Lousy is bored to death right now, Ron said impatiently as he looked at Mondo Blanco, who was slow to react, then winced and returned to the boat. Yes, Mondo Blanco said repeatedly to the disappeared gate of time and space. Spiritual return. Mondo Browndew didn't dare to neglect, and Ron had the ability to travel through time and space. If Mondo Brown was neglectful, Ron might be unhappy and come back through time. Then Mondo Brown would not a good ending. Ron stood beside the group of women on the deck, waiting for the moment when their souls returned. Where is this? Little sister, a Jew. Why are we here? Who are you? A group of women whose souls came back made a lot of noise. Sure enough, the group of women began to trust Ron when they saw Ron's behavior. Some of them laughed at Ron's narcissistic behavior. Have you ever seen a bad guy who looks like me? Shouldn't bad guys all look vicious? Like this, Ron said, making a fierce look at the women. Yes, why should we believe you? Some women had already believed Ron's words. After hearing the questioning woman's words, they asked Ron wearily. Advertisement, everyone, please be quiet, Ron said loudly to the confused middle-aged woman. I remember, my sister and I came to this island, and then a princess sister said that she would take us to the palace to play. We have never been to the palace before, so we happily went, and finally. You said you were a good person, me. Why should we believe you? A woman didn't believe Ron's words and asked Ron in a frightened tone. Seeing that these women already trusted him, Ron smiled slightly. Do you still remember what happened to you? Ron asked. When Ron heard this, he smiled slightly at the women. Ron asked again. Don't you still believe me? What kind of bad guy would be like me? I would say nice things to you and then play a role with you? Besides, I'm so handsome. How could I be a bad guy? Have you ever seen a bad guy as handsome as me? Seeing that the group of women had already trusted him, Ron explained to them while pretending to be narcissistic, which could completely dispel their concerns. The woman heard Ron's question, thought for a while, then shook her head and said. Then if you think about it carefully, what is the closest thing you can remember to now? I'm Ron, you don't need to be afraid, I'm a good person. I saved you. You're on my boat now. Ron comforted the group of women who looked like frightened deer. When the women saw Ron's behavior, it seemed that he was really not a bad person. No, I don't know, are you really not a bad person? Did you save us? The woman asked Ron again with some belief. Who are you? Where are you? Why are we here? The women covered their bodies with their hands and looked at Ron with confusion and fear. Chapter 448 Simply Doing Good Deeds. Last I remember that I had a glass of wine with the princess sister and her 2 prince brothers during the meal, and after that, the woman said after a pause and tried hard to think about what was going to happen next. I won't know anything about it after that. The woman really had no impression after finding out. Yeah, me too, yes. After hearing what the woman said, a group of women nodded in agreement, indicating that their memories were similar to hers. You were deceived by those 3 guys. That princess sister is actually not a sister at all. She is a man, Ron said to them after hearing what they said. Male? How could this happen? A group of women were surprised when they heard Ron's words. Those 3 princes are 3 perverts. They often use the method you just mentioned to lure women to their castle on this island, and then drug you to bewitch you. You were all drugged by them. It's medicine. 13 Ron continued to explain the situation at hand to them. The women were shocked and frightened after hearing Ron's words, and quickly checked their bodies carefully to see if they had been hurt in any way. Luckily you met me. Otherwise the rest of your life would be. Ron said with a worried expression on his face as he looked at the group of women in front of him. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. The women expressed their gratitude to Ron while kneeling down to him. Ron quickly stopped their movements. Okay, I don't think any man would just sit idly by when a hero saves a beauty. You don't need to thank me too much. Advertisement, what is the name of the benefactor? My name is Ron. Turns out the benefactor's name is Ron. You don't need to add the word benefactor in front of my name, just call me Ron. We are about the same age. Ron has heard too many people call him benefactor. Okay, Ron. When the women saw Ron, they didn't want them to call him benefactor, so they forced themselves to change their words. Sir Ron, you saved us. Your kindness to us is like a new parent. We little girls really have nothing to repay. When Ron heard this, when he was still a loser, Ron would have immediately joked with the woman who said this and asked her to marry him. But now that he has a boatload of peerless beauties, he has nothing to do with such words. The next desire is gone. Alas. Is this the trouble of being too good and too capable? Beautiful women keep being brought to you by themselves? Are you still picky? Well, if this were the old loser myself, I wouldn't even dare to think about it, Ron thought with a smile in his heart. You don't have to worry about it. Didn't I say that before? Even a man will not leave you women alone? Ron said righteously to the women in front of him. Thank you so much. My parents can't afford to lose my only child. My brother must be worried about me. My sister must be very anxious at home these days. The women thought of their families. They must have gone crazy after not being able to find them for such a long time. Advertisement, okay, since you are all fine, just sort yourself out and go back to your relatives, don't be easily deceived again in the future, Ron said to the women. Oh, okay, Sir Ron, thank you so much, thank you. The women thanked Ron repeatedly as they stepped off Ron's boat. Ron watched these women get off his boat, and most of them didn't forget to turn around and clasp their hands to thank Ron when they got to the ground. Ron stood on the boat and waved to the women, saying goodbye to them. Oh, it feels so good to do good deeds. Now I have gradually fallen in love with the feeling of doing good deeds and being thanked by others. I did a lot of good deeds in the Fishman Island before, and now, my good deeds seem to have stopped. It has become a habit. I am really an upright and qualified socialist successor. Luo 023 and admired himself silently in his heart. You just let these beauties leave like this? A voice suddenly appeared behind Ron. Are you awake? Ron turned around and asked Nami warmly. What if? Ron said as he walked towards Nami. From what I know about you, you should leave a few behind, Nami teased Ron. Luo walked to Nami and hugged Nami. Then you don't know me well enough. Ron, am not the kind of casual person, Ron said lovingly as he looked at Nami in his arms. What's wrong with you? Nami looked at Ron, who suddenly looked like he was about to do something bad, and said to Ron nervously with slightly red cheeks. It's nothing, I just miss you a little. I'm almost dying of anxiety after being unconscious for so long. Why didn't I notice that you were anxious? Yeah. Before Nami could finish her words, Ron suddenly blocked her mouth. Chapter 449. Call me dear. Ron and Nami were standing on the deck. Why did that princess and those two princes drug us? Nami said in surprise when she heard Ron's words. Yes, and the so-called princess is not a princess, but a man, but she looks like a woman, Ron said to Nami again. Nami looked at Ron with wide eyes again and said in surprise. After Nami stayed for a while, suddenly pointed at Ron and laughed. What are you doing? Why are you laughing? Ron asked, looking at Nami who was bending down with a smile in front of him. Nami still couldn't stop laughing to the point of tears. Cough, I can't do it anymore, Nami laughed and her stomach hurt from laughing at the end. Just like what you said, if that so-called princess is a man pretending to be a man, then, wouldn't you be flirting with a man? How can I not laugh? Nami suppressed her laughter and after explaining to Ron, she couldn't help but laugh a few times. When Ron heard Nami's thoughts, he opened his eyes wide and looked at Nami who was laughing and holding his stomach. Is it that funny? Ron said looking at Nami who couldn't stop laughing. It's so funny, you Ron are so awesome, even if you rub women, you don't even let men go, horrible. Nami laughed at Ron. Ron heard Nami's words and knew that Nami was teasing him. You don't want it anymore, Ron said and hugged Nami in front of him with his hands. Advertisement, what are you doing? Ron, quick, stop, Nami struggled in Ron's arms, laughing so hard that she could hardly breathe and shouted to Ron. I'll make you laugh, I'll let you laugh at me, I'll make you laugh all you want. Ron had no intention of letting Nami go. Ron used his hands to forcefully tickle Nami while shouting at Nami in a mock punishing tone. I can't do it anymore, I don't dare anymore, Luo, Ron, come on, stop it. No matter how hard Nami struggled in Ron's arms, she could not get rid of Ron's arms, and her smile was already spread on Ron's arms. He cried out to Ron begging for mercy. You know you're wrong. Just know you're wrong. Just call me honey. Ron stopped what he was doing and smiled at Nami. Hoo-hoo. Nami, who was laughing at Ron's tickling just now, was lying in Ron's arms with a red face and gasping for air. Don't scream, Nami said coquettishly to Ron after taking a breath. Still not obedient, Ron threatened Nami while starting to tickle Nami again. Okay. Nami quickly agreed as she felt Ron's arm resting on her back begin to tickle her again. Tell me, Ron lifted Nami's chin with his hand and stared into Nami's eyes. Dear, Nami gritted her teeth and called Ron in a weak tone. What? It's too quiet, I can't hear. Ron obviously didn't intend to let Nami go, and said to Nami with a wicked smile. Dear. Seeing that Ron still refused to let her go, Nami let out a loud shout. Is that just a dream? Dear, Nami blushed and looked at Ron and called out. Advertisement, can you two stop being so shameless in broad daylight? Look into my eyes, can you be more serious? There is no emotion at all when you call, honey, Ron said, not satisfied with Nami's reluctant call to him. Aren't we in a palace and castle? Come on. Ron raised Nami's chin, which was lying on his shoulder, and said again. No, why are you so reluctant to call me honey? Ron said to Nami, pretending to be dissatisfied. Nami shyly glared at Ron, who had done something mean to her. Oh, yes. What happened to us? When did we come back to the warehouse? Oh, that's right. Ron was very satisfied to see Nami like this. Oh, please let me go, Ron, Nami moaned when she saw Ron still refused to let go. Is this what we are doing? Kaya slowly walked out of the room, covering her head, and asked Nami and Ron in confusion. After a while, Nami was kissed twice unexpectedly by Ron. Hoo-hoo. Nami breathed out loudly due to lack of oxygen due to Ron's kiss. I know, is there no atmosphere? Let me create some atmosphere, Ron said and kissed Nami on the lips. Robin and other beauties also woke up one after another and asked in confusion. Abis, wake up. Nami left Ron's arms and ran to Abis and said. Nami and Ron turned around to see Abis standing in front of the door. Chapter 450 Big Signature Jack. We were drugged by those three nasty pervert princes, and it was Ron who sent us back through the portal of time and space, Nami said to everyone who woke up. What? The prince drugged us. Why did they do this? Abis said in surprise when she heard Nami's words. Are you stupid? Why else? Kaya said to Abis after hearing Abis's question. Damn you guys. Dared to drug us. I want them to regret it. Tashigi picked up the sword beside him and said angrily. No need, I've already dealt with them, Ron said harshly, remembering those three abominable guys who deceived everyone's feelings. That's good. Kuina let out a sigh of relief when she heard that Ron had punished the three guys. Damn guys. I don't know how many girls have fallen into their hands, Robin also said angrily. They captured the girls who were locked up. Ron rescued them all after we were unconscious. Ron just explained it to them and asked them to leave, Nami said. That princess sister looked at such a pure person and actually helped her two brothers do such a thing. It's true that people should not be judged by their appearance. I really liked that princess sister, Abis said sadly. That's not a princess. Nami was about to explain to Abis when she heard her say this. Nami had just finished speaking when Ron covered her with his hand. Not a princess. Brother Ron, why are you covering Sister Nami's mouth? Shiroshi asked Ron very strangely, wanting to see Ron suddenly cover Nami's mouth with his hand. Advertisement, it's nothing, BDBI, she doesn't know what's going on, she didn't understand what I just told her, Ron covered up. That one is indeed not a princess, she is just an accomplice of the two princes, Ron said to the people in front of him, twisting the facts. Oh, so that's it, Nami opened Ron's hand covering his mouth. Nami raised her head and looked at Ron, and found that Ron was winking at her with a flattering look in his eyes. Well, yes, that's it, Nami said, helping Ron against his will. Ron, the princes on this island are all so virtuous, so the king shouldn't be much better, right? Robin said to Ron seriously. Don't worry, I've already arranged this. In 3 days, I will go and eliminate all the dirty people behind this incident. After listening to Robin's words, Ron knew what Robin was thinking and answered her seriously. Yeah, Robin heard Ron's words, looked at Ron affectionately and nodded. Yes, I just went to Mondo Blanco's place. I wanted to inform him, Mr. Jack, that you were coming and asked him to come out to greet you in advance. However, when I arrived at Mondo Blanco's castle, I found that it was already there. It was turned into ruins, the kneeling man replied. In the O'Hara incident, Robin lost all her support and had a hard time growing up. She couldn't bear to see those innocent people suffer misfortunes because of someone's greed, and she didn't want anyone to suffer what she had suffered. Master Jack. The castle of Mondo Blanco in front seems to have been destroyed. A subordinate quickly returned to Jack's side and reported to Jack in a panic about the situation he was exploring in front. Boss Jack, what should we do? The men next to Jack asked him timidly when they saw Jack's angry look. Advertisement Jack now wants to reach the castle of Mondo Blanco immediately to find out what happened. After all, today's matter is very important. His boss Kaido has sent himself to Mondo Blanco. It can be seen that today's Kaido takes things very seriously. If something goes wrong even though he is here, the boss will be furious. After a burst of smoke, full speed ahead, Jack shouted to a group of men behind him. Search everywhere for me. See if there is any trace of Mondo Blanco, Jack ordered in a deep voice. Not a moment. Yes, Jack, one of the three major signatures of Beast's pirates, nicknamed Drought, Fruit Ability, Zone Fruit, Ancient Species, Mammoth Fruit. He is cruel, and is unconvinced and polite to anyone except the captain of his target, Kaido of the Beasts, and two of the Beast's pirates' biggest names, King and Plague. Jack opened his eyes wide and looked at the ruins in front of him. Boss. We searched around and found Mondo Blanco and his men. One of his men came back and reported. Mondo Blanco. What did you say? After hearing the report from the men kneeling in front of him, Jack opened his eyes wide and asked in a horrifying voice. Robin has experienced the vicissitudes of life since he was a child, suffered too much, and seen too much darkness in this world. What is this Mondo Blanco doing? After hearing this, Jack became angry at Mondo Blanco. 054302513 Fehu 81. Chapter 451 Kaido, Drunk, Mondo Brown. Do you know the consequences of cheating us beasts pirates? Jack looked at the ruins in front of him and felt that both himself and his boss had been deceived by Mondo Brown, so he roared angrily. Jack. Just when Jack's anger was about to explode, Mondo Blanco's voice suddenly appeared. Jack turned his head and saw Mondo Blanco. Mondo Blanco, what's going on? When Jack saw Mondo Blanco appear in front of him, the idea that he had deceived him disappeared instantly, and he asked Mondo Blanco doubtfully. Hey, it's Ron, Mondo Blanco said to Jack in front of him with a sad look on his face. Ron. Jack said in shock when he heard Mondo Blanco's words. Is it Ron who stopped Marine alone in the battle at the top? Jack looked at Mondo Blanco in disbelief and asked. Yes, that's him. Mondo Blanco replied to Jack with a serious look on his face. How did he come here? Why did you provoke him? Don't tell me you didn't know about him before. Jack asked Mondo Blanco in an accusing tone. How could I be stupid enough to provoke him? Do you think I could still live until now if I provoked him? I still want to live for a few more years? Mondo Blanco asked. You didn't provoke him. Then why did he destroy your palace? Jack heard Mondo Blanco's answer and asked him strangely. Oh, it was my 3 men who accidentally provoked him, Mondo Blanco said with a sigh. Advertisement. Jack was silent for a while. Well, although your men provoked Ron and Ron punished him, it did not affect you. You should fulfill your promise to Mr. Kaido now. Jack got to the point and said to Mondo Blanco. Mondo Blanco smiled bitterly when he heard Jack's words. I'm afraid I can't fulfill my promise today. I can't hand it over today, Mondo Blanco said to Jack. What did you say? Why can't you cash it in? Who do you think you are? You can cash it in whenever you want. You have also seen that since Mr. Kaido sent me here, you should understand what Mr. Kaido thinks about what happened today. How much attention is paid to you? If you don't hand over the first batch of things to us today, do you think Kaido-sama will continue to play with you? Jack said to Mondo Blanco angrily after hearing Mondo Blanco's words. Dobrundo threatened. But I really can't hand it over now. I had prepared things originally, but Ron's appearance destroyed them all. I had prepared everything and put it in the palace. I was thinking of Mr. Kaido. I will hand over the first batch of things to you when you come. After Kaido-sama is satisfied, I will produce them in large quantities. But Ron showed up yesterday and destroyed the first batch of things. I really have nothing in my hands now, Mondo Blanco said a little aggrievedly. Jack heard Mondo Blanco's words and wanted to speak and continued to be angry at him. Beep. Beep. Still no reply for a long time. Gouda, 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 Gouda. After Jack heard this voice, he understood that Captain Kaido was extremely angry at this time. Captain Kaido would drink heavily when he was very angry. After drinking enough, the feeling in his heart anger will break out. How are things going? The strong voice continued to ask Jack. Jack understood that Kaido had finished drinking, and the next step was to vent his anger. Kaido, Captain, things are not going very smoothly, Jack said to Kaido in a panic. Advertisement, The sound of drinking on the other side of the phone disappeared, and there was a sound of burping. Jack, came a majestic voice from the other side of the phone. Wow, 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 Kaido's loud cries suddenly came from the phone bug. Mondo Blanco couldn't believe it when he heard Kaido's crying and confused mumbling on the phone. At this time, Mondo Blanco couldn't believe that the person on the other side of the phone was Kaido. Suddenly a prompt sounded. Work. Jack doubtfully picked up the phone in his hand and put it to his ear, listening carefully to what was going on there. Oh, Captain Kaido. Jack picked up the phone hanging on his waist and said respectfully to Kaido over there. Guy, Captain, Jack asked Kaido tentatively in a weak voice when he saw that Kaido on the other end of the phone had not responded for a long time. Please give me flowers. Point 0. Wow, my little friend Mondo Brundo, why didn't you promise me yesterday that you didn't keep it today? Wow, you make me really sad. Wow wow wow, I'm so sad now. What should I do? What should I do? Wow wow wow. After Jack finished speaking, Kaido's voice was not heard on the phone for a long time. Chapter 452. It won't happen next time. Mondo Blanco listened blankly to the other side of the phone talking like a drunken child. He looked at Jack next to him and the men behind Jack. Mondo Blanco found that these people were not surprised at all by Kaido's voice coming from the phone bug. Apparently, they were no longer surprised at this time. Ah, I'm so sad, so sad. Ah, Kaido-sama, ah. Guy, Captain Kaido, no, 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 ah. Kaido's cry was still heard on the phone, and at the same time, there was suddenly a burst of screams and begging for mercy from his men. 390, ah. Kaido-sama, Kaido-sama, run away, ah. Captain Kaido is going to kill his own people again, run. The screams from the phone bug lasted for about 5 minutes before slowly disappearing. The phone bug that calmed down still heard Kaido's sobs. Advertisement. After a while, the voice on the phone completely disappeared. Jack, what happened over there? The majestic voice sounded again. Mondo Blanco stared blankly at the call between Jack and Kaido for a while, and his jaw almost dropped to the ground. Kaido changed so much before and after, he was completely different from the other person, which was hard for Mondo Blanco to accept for a while. Sir Kaido, Mondo Blanco said that he had indeed prepared what we wanted when he called you yesterday. Originally, his subordinates would be able to get the things when they got here today, then Ron appeared and destroyed Mondo. Dobrindo's palace was destroyed along with our belongings. Jack said to Kaido truthfully. Is that so, Ron? Who is Ron? This name seems familiar, Kaido said drunkenly. Jack was speechless for a while when he heard Kaido's question. His boss could really forget his own name after drinking. Captain Kaido, that Ron is the one who helped Whitebeard rescue Ace and repel Marine during the summit war between Whitebeard and Marine, Jack couldn't help but remind Kaido. Ah, yes, I remembered, it was him, the guy who reversed the summit war. And he was also the guy who blocked my ambition. Oh, no, it was the guy who slowed down my ambition. Originally, if the summit war without that hateful guy Ron, Whitebeard is old and frail, and defeat is inevitable. Once Whitebeard is defeated, the power to suppress the New World will disappear, and then the New World will set off a terrible wave. I will also be able to fight in the New World. In these troubled times, we gather strength even more quickly to destroy the world. That abominable guy. Kaido remembered that his own time was pushed back by Ron, who came out halfway, and he felt a burst of anger towards Ron in his heart. Where is that guy now? I'm going to kill him, Kaido, still drunk, shouted angrily at Jack. When Jack heard that his Kaido boss was going to cause trouble for Ron, his heart suddenly tightened. Boss, we don't know where Ron is, he's not here. Jack didn't want his boss to mess with the legendary Ron at all. After all, the entire Marine was beaten by that Ron, so he was going to mess with his boss. I'm afraid Ron doesn't have any good fruits to eat. Kaido, Captain? Jack found that there was no more Kaido's voice on the phone. Advertisement, not again. Jack was worried that Kaido was drinking again. Tell Mondo Blanco. Get everything ready for me on time next month, no more mistakes. If there are any more mistakes, I will make him disappear. Kaido's dignified and military voice suddenly came out on the phone again. It's the captain. Jack replied loudly to Kaido on the other side of the phone. Gouda. Kaido's voice no longer came from the phone, only the sound of Kaido swallowing wine. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Jack hung up the phone. Mondo Blanco. You should have heard what Mr. Kaido said just now. Mr. Kaido won't argue with you this time. It won't happen again. 1 month later, prepare what we want and we will pick it up on time. This time there can be no more mistakes, otherwise you will only die. Jack looked at Mondo Blanco with a serious face and said. Yes, there won't be any mistakes this time. Mondo Blanco heard that Kaido no longer cared about this matter, and he breathed a sigh of relief, and assured Jack repeatedly. Okay. Your place is now in ruins. I won't go in anymore and will go back to 3.7. Jack glanced at the ruins in front of him and said to Mondo Blanco. Okay. Mondo Brown replied. HMPH, lousy, I'm really annoyed by your attitude towards me. Jack glared at Mondo Blanco and said. Mondo Blanco would only show a submissive attitude when talking to Kaido, and would always treat himself and other cadres as equals. This made Jack dislike Mondo Blanco. One day lousy will make you kneel at my feet, Jack thought angrily as he walked back. Chapter 453. Practice harder, Luffy, your strength has improved very quickly. Ace looked at the boulder that was just broken by Luffy's punch and praised Luffy. Ah, chicken drumstick. I want to eat. Luffy heard Ace's voice suddenly appear behind him. He looked back and found that Ace was holding a fragrant chicken drumstick in his hand. Luffy's foodie nature immediately emerged, his eyes widening. Staring at the chicken drumstick in Ace's hand, he screamed excitedly and reached out to grab Ace's drumstick. Ah, give it to Luffy. Seeing Luofei's appearance, Ace smiled lovingly at Luofei, took out a chicken drumstick with his right hand behind him and handed it to Luffy and said. Ah. Luffy unceremoniously grabbed the chicken leg that Ace handed over and ate it hungrily. That's I want to be, the man who is, the pirate king of the sea. My current strength is still far from 13, not enough. How can I catch up and defeat you if I don't practice hard? Luffy said to Ace while wolfing down the chicken legs, said. Ha ha ha, then you have to work hard. I'm waiting for you to surpass me. Ace laughed loudly and said to Luffy after hearing Luffy's words. After Ace was rescued in the Summit War, he blamed himself very much and felt that his strength was still not enough. After fighting Blackbeard and Marine, he found that he had been too focused on developing the fruit's abilities and had neglected it. With the training of armament Haki and observation Haki, in the battle with the strong, Haki is the key factor to win, so he asked his father Whitebeard for advice on the use of armament Haki and observation Haki. At the same time, Ace knows that Luffy is going to enter the New World. Ace is aware of Luffy's strength, which is basically equivalent to his own talent. However, he is 2 years younger than himself. There are crouching tigers, hidden dragons, and many masters in the New World. There is still a possibility that he can be in the New World. If you are in danger, let alone your brother who is 2 years younger than you. So Ace, out of concern for Luffy's safety when entering the New World, called him to practice with him. Luffy also deeply felt his own power after being killed by the tyrant Big Bear alone and seeing the heaven-defying power of Marine Admiral. Weak, so when Ace said he wanted to practice with him, Luffy immediately agreed. After Whitebeard met Luffy, he found that Luffy's temperament made him like him very much, so he was also willing to provide guidance to Luffy. Advertisement, have you finished your practice today? Luffy asked Ace, leaving behind the shiny chicken leg bone that he had eaten without any meat left. Yes, Ace replied to Luffy. After Luffy heard Ace's answer, he jumped up from the ground. Armament Haki, Steel Eagle Spear, Luffy continued to practice. Why, you haven't finished yet? Ace asked in surprise as he looked at Luffy who continued to practice. Yes, I am weaker than you to begin with. If I don't take advantage of your rest time to practice harder, I will never be able to catch up with you. Luffy said firmly to Ace while continuing to hit the boulder calendar in front of him. Ace grinned slightly when he heard Luffy's words. Luffy, he is indeed my brother, he is ambitious and has goals, ha ha ha, Ace praised Luffy. Then I have to work out as soon as possible. Ace also stood up from the ground and said firmly. Oh, no, aren't you taking a break? Luffy stopped when he heard Ace's words, looked back at Ace and asked eagerly. Advertisement, I want to rest, but seeing you practicing so hard, I feel that I still can't rest. I should increase my exercise volume and not let you easily catch up with me as an older brother, Ace answered seriously. Road. Luo Fei was silent for a while after hearing Ace's words. You said so, right, Luffy? Silent Luffy suddenly blushed. No. Why do you continue to exercise after you promised to rest? You're cheating. Luffy protested to Ace with his mouth wide open. Luffy originally expected to practice harder than Ace to catch up with him, but now he sees that Ace has to increase the amount of exercise. 497 then his goal of surpassing him is getting further and further away, so Luffy is very childish, shouted to Ace. Ace heard Luffy's words, and suddenly his serious expression revealed a naughty smile. Haha, idiot Luffy, I'm still the same thief as before, how could I let you catch up with me? I'm your brother, I will always be, ha ha ha, Ace also shouted to Luffy childishly. You, Luffy pointed at Ace's nose and his face turned red with anger. Ha 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 ha, idiot Luffy, you are still the same as before, you are a straight-faced person, you say everything to the outside world, if you hadn't told me today that you wanted to talk more and spend more time to develop your strength, I might have been caught by you without knowing it. I feel like I've surpassed it, but now you tell me, it's impossible to achieve your goal, ha 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 ha. Ace also pointed at Luffy's nose and shouted mockingly at Luffy. Damn, Ace, Luffy clenched his fist and said angrily to Ace. Chapter 454 Someone is talking about me. What are you doing? Why do you still want to fight me? Ace said to Luffy, still mocking. Oh, I'll go. Are you really going to fight with me? Today Ace, who was smiling, was suddenly blinded by Luffy's punch. He covered his nose that was hit. Got into a fight with Luffy. I must fix you today, Ace, you still dare to fix me? I let you know today, I will always be your brother, you are in front of me, forever, you let go of my nose. You, let go of my ears first, let go. Hoo-hoo, please let go first, hoo-hoo-hoo, asterisk, hoo-hoo-hoo. The two of them, Luffy Ace, were tired from the fight and lay on the ground, gasping for air. After a while, hey, Ace, in addition to Uncle Whitebeard, is there anyone in the Whitebeard Pirates who is better than you? Luffy slowly regained his strength and asked Ace seriously. Yes, Ace also recovered and answered Luffy simply. Advertisement, is there anyone better than you? Luffy was surprised to hear Ace's answer and said to Ace. Why do you think our Whitebeard Pirates became the #1 pirate group in Shanghai? Ace asked when he saw Luffy's surprised look. How many are there? Luffy felt that Ace's words made sense and asked again. Excluding the traitorous Blackbeard, there are 3 more people than me who are better than me now, Ace returned to Luffy seriously. Luffy's eyes widened again when he heard Ace's words, looking surprised. You are now strong enough to fight Marine Admiral. Are those 3 people stronger than you? Are they even stronger than Marine Admiral? Luffy asked Ace again in surprise. What kind of strength do you think Marine Admiral is? Although I can fight against Marine Admiral, if you say that my strength is the same as Marine Admiral, then you are wrong. I can only remain undefeated in front of them in a short period of time, but if I want to defeat them, my strength is still far behind. Ace saw that Luffy actually thought that he was equal in strength to Marine Admiral, so he smiled at him and explained. So are they so strong? Luffy couldn't truly feel their strength because of the huge gap in strength between him and Marine Admiral. In Luffy's consciousness, his brother Ace had been an insurmountable mountain for him since he was a child. Luffy once at one time, he thought Ace was the strongest. After seeing the strength of Marine Admiral, Luffy began to understand that there were other insurmountable mountains in this world. For Luffy, both Ace and Marine Admiral are strong enemies that he feels are invincible. The same feeling makes Luffy put Ace and Marine Admiral on the same level, but in fact, Ace and Marine Admiral are still quite different. Yes, they are very strong. They are the highest combat power of the world government. There are very few people in the world who are as strong as them, and there are even fewer people who are stronger than them. Ace confirmed to Luffy. Uncle Whitebeard is definitely stronger than them. Uncle Whitebeard is known as the strongest person in the world. I must work hard to practice to reach the strength of Uncle Whitebeard, Luffy said firmly. That's right, Dad's strength is something that would make even Marine Admiral tremble. Ace heard Luffy say Whitebeard and said proudly. Then, except for Uncle Whitebeard, can any of the 3 companions who are stronger than you be able to compete with Admiral? Luffy still felt that as the strongest pirate group, it should not rely on just one Whitebeard. Advertisement, yes. Brother Marco, he can even have the upper hand against Marine Admiral. Josie and Foil are also very strong, but it is difficult for them to defeat Marine Admiral, but it is also very difficult for Admiral to win them. Ace he knew the strength of Marco, Josie and Foil very well, he said to Luffy. So powerful? Then the 3 of them plus you plus the world's strongest Uncle Whitebeard, this kind of fighting force can be called the world's strongest fighting force. Even if Marine Admiral comes, they can't win. You guys, Uncle Whitebeard should be the Pirate King? Luffy used to be a fledgling, shouting all day long that he wanted to be the Pirate King. Now he is more mature and starts to think about what kind of strength and power he has to become the Pirate King. He has seen after reaching the strength of the Whitebeard pirates, I realized that this team configuration can already be said to be the strongest fighting group. Whitebeard should be the Pirate King. Do you think the one with the strongest fighting ability is the Pirate King? If you want to tell me, then Ron is the Pirate King, Ace said to Luffy. Ron? The one who saved you and Uncle Whitebeard? Yes. He killed the Marine Admiral and made the entire Marines afraid to attack the monster. Ah, is he actually that strong, don't you know? Didn't the newspapers often report on Ron before? Ace heard Luffy's sigh and looked at Luffy like an idiot and asked. Ah, I don't read newspapers, you idiot, towel. Oh, what's wrong Ron? Nami asked strangely when she saw Ron sneezing. Someone should be talking about me. Chapter 455 Chaos. Are the pirates in New World so rampant now? Ron couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the newspaper in his hand which contained some news about the various pirate groups in New World. That's not your credit, Nami answered from the side. Well, Nami, what do you mean? Why is it my fault? Ron asked after hearing Nami's words. Since you were born, you have defeated Marine again and again. Marine first defeated the 2 admirals alone, and then in the Summit War, Marine assembled the strongest combat power to fight against the Whitebeard pirates. While standing, you killed Marine's next Marine Marshal candidate in front of everyone while Marine had the upper hand. Admiral Akainu. Nami paused after saying this. So what? I just killed 1 Marine Admiral. There are not only 3 admirals in Marine who have admiral strength, Ron said leisurely. Don't you understand? The point is not that you killed a Marine Admiral Akainu in 383, but that what you did has destroyed Marine's morale. Among Marines, those 3 admirals are Marine's strongest combat power. They are the belief supporters of all Marines and a force that Marines are proud of. However, you have defeated the combined efforts of 2 Marine admirals. This is something that no Marine, including everyone in the world, dares to imagine. This matter after the incident, the faith in the hearts of all Marine soldiers began to collapse. The top management of Marine is very jealous of you, but you have defeated the combined attack of 2 admirals. Marine knows that there is no way to capture you, and it is impossible to capture you and restore the military power, so he showed up. When Ace takes this opportunity, Marine wants to use Ace to lure Whitebeard into the trap designed by Marine, and then defeat the Whitebeard pirates, the world's strongest pirate group, to regain their military power. But Marine didn't expect that when their plan to assassinate Whitebeard had been successful and victory was in sight, you would suddenly appear again. Not only did you help Whitebeard heal his injuries and rescue Ace, but you also killed Admiral Akainu with 2 blows in full view of everyone. Stopped Marine's pursuit, which made all Marine soldiers completely lose their ambition. Marine is now in a state of panic, and has serious doubts about the justice that she was proud of before. Therefore, Marine's ability to intimidate and control the sea is not as good as before, and the pirates see you Ron as a pirate. The Marine headquarters did not dare to fight back after being beaten. That was because their confidence increased greatly. They no longer had the awe of Marine before, so they naturally became rampant. Nami explained to Ron. Advertisement? That's right, when you say that, it seems like it's really because of me. After hearing what Nami said, Ron felt that Nami was right. Oh, you are so strong-limbed but simple-minded. Nami couldn't help but mock Ron when he saw Ron's suddenly enlightened look. Oh, I am not a simple-minded person with strong limbs. The reason why I have thought about these things is because these things are too insignificant to me. I don't have the heart to think about them at all. Ron said to Nami, BDBA, said with satisfaction. Nami didn't say anything after hearing Ron's words. After staying for a while, she shrugged at Ron and expressed her inability to refute Ron's words. After all, Ron's current strength is equivalent to the existence of God in the eyes of everyone in this world. These ordinary people see the big events where major forces compete for supremacy are really ordinary in Ron's opinion. That Ron brother, Shiroshi called to Ron. What's wrong, Sister Shiroshi? Ron asked Shiroshi kindly. I want to go back to the Dragon King's palace to see my father and queen. Shiroshi looked at Ron with questioning eyes and said. No problem. After Ron finished speaking, he waved his hand and the gate of time and space appeared. Thank you, brother Ron. Then Shiroshi is back. Shiroshi happily thanked Ron. Advertisement, you little fool. Why are you saying thank you to me? Ron said to Shiroshi affectionately. Shiroshi blushed when he heard Ron's words. By the way, when do you want to come back? I can pick you up. Ron suddenly asked Shiroshi as she was about to enter the gate of time and space. The day after tomorrow, brother Ron, come pick up Shiroshi the day after tomorrow. Shiroshi finished speaking and disappeared into the gate of time and space. Oh, by the way, I want Hancock baby and I don't know what I'm doing right now, I'm going to see her, Ron said to himself as he suddenly thought of Hancock after watching Shiroshi disappear through the gate of time and space. Why do you want to come with me to see Hancock? Ron asked, looking at Nami who was looking at him. No, I'm just in a daze, Nami replied, shaking her head. Then I'm leaving, Ron said and walked into the door of time and space. Hey, how did you handle this matter? She took off her clothes for half a month. Go and ask Balugia if she still wants to do it. As soon as Ron walked out of the gate of time and space, he heard Hancock's queen the sound of anger. The queen is angry, it sounds so good, Ron's heart trembled when he heard Hancock's angry voice. Chapter 456. Armed color and wisdom color. Is there still no sign of Teach? Whitebeard asked Marco as if he were a god of war sitting on the deck. No, Marco replied to Whitebeard, shaking his head. This be asterisk 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 D guy. I don't know where he is hiding, Musashi said angrily. That guy knows we are looking for him, he will definitely not show up easily, Wajien said again. Whitebeard paused, picked up the wine bottle in his hand and took 2 swigs. By the way, how's Ace's training going? Whitebeard asked Josie beside him. Dad, Ace is really talented. After these days of hard training, his armament Haki has made great progress compared to before. It has vaguely reached the realm of Haki's release. Josie, he praised Ace sincerely. Really? Ha ha ha, Whitebeard felt happy when he heard Josie say this. Dad, Marco seemed hesitant to speak. What's wrong, Marco? Do you have any questions? Whitebeard asked Marco. Dad, I don't understand why you are instructing Ace to focus on training with armament Haki. I think based on Ace's fruits and his own basic strength, Ace should focus on the training of observation Haki. Advertisement. Whitebeard smiled slightly when he heard Marco's words. Keep talking, Whitebeard said to Marco. Marco heard Whitebeard asking him to continue, so he decided to say all his thoughts. Ace's fruit ability is Logia Mera Mera fruit. Mera Mera fruit itself has powerful damage, and its ranking among Logia fruits is also very high. Coupled with Ace's ultimate development of the fruit, Mera Mera fruit, the power in Ace's hands is enough to compete with Admiral Aokiji's frozen fruit. Ha ha ha, boy, do you think you understand everything? There is still a lot to learn, ha ha ha, Whitebeard said boldly, while passing the wine bottle in his hand to his mouth. Ha 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 ha, but you're not with him, Whitebeard asked again. Because Logia fruit users have the ability to elementalize themselves, if Ace uses Ultimate's observation Haki in a protracted battle to predict the opponent's attack, elementalize to avoid the opponent's attack, and then predict the opponent's next step. After the action, use Mera Mera fruit to launch a powerful attack. This is much better than using armament Haki to attack the opponent. Marco said all his thoughts. Dad, we understand. We will always be children in front of Dad, Marco said with deep admiration for Whitebeard after hearing what Whitebeard said. Remember, a truly powerful person must have the ability to defeat the enemy, not the ability to protect himself. People who have cultivated to the ultimate in observation Haki are more mobile than those who have cultivated to the ultimate in armament Haki, but they are more destructive. However, strength and aggression are incomparable. Most of the time, only strong aggression and destructive power can defeat the enemy and protect the ones you love. Whitebeard taught Marco and others earnestly. Then Ace can selectively retreat. Ace has ultimate Conqueror's Haki. Anyway, Logia's ability user is armament Haki. No matter how strong it is, it can't hurt Ace, Marco replied. So Ace's attack is already quite powerful. His shortcoming is that in the face of strong players who are not afraid of his attacks, Ace cannot defeat the opponent in a short time. At this time, he needs the blessing of powerful Haki to fight for a long time. Fighting, I think Ace is more suitable for Haki's training, which focuses on armament Haki. Advertisement, did you ignore a question? If the strongman Ace meets is from Logia, what should Ace do? Whitebeard asked Marco. If you meet Logia, let me go, Marco replied. Under some circumstances, he cannot retreat. He must face the enemy and defeat the enemy. Especially when reaching the top, he cannot retreat, Whitebeard said to Marco seriously. Marco heard Whitebeard's words, understood Whitebeard's intention, and nodded heartily. That's right, Wajien nodded in agreement. Marco did not answer Whitebeard's words, indicating his acquiescence. Please give me flowers, ha ha ha, Marco, you are thinking simply. This is why Ace is the chosen candidate for the Pirate King, but you are not. As a strong man who wants to reach the top of the world, you cannot allow yourself to be helpless against some enemies. As you just said, Ace can indeed be invincible in battle, but in reality, as a leader, sometimes it is not enough to protect himself. He still has responsibilities. Protect the companions behind him. You just want to say that armament Haki is not of much use to Ace, but knowledge and color are more useful to Ace, right? Whitebeard heard what Marco meant and said. Chapter 457, Hand-to-Hand Combat. Brick Star shines. Josie shouted and rushed towards Ace. Boom. So fast, Ace was knocked out by Josie's blow. Ho, Ace was kneeling on the ground, panting. Want to take a rest? Josie walked up to Ace and asked him with a calm look. No, continue, Although Ace was already very tired, he felt that the intensity was not enough, so he shouted firmly to Ziz. Okay. Josie smiled slightly when he heard Ace's words, and then the armament Haki on his body turned on again, forming a barrier in front of him and rushed towards Ace. 217. Ace took a few deep breaths and jumped up from the ground, dodging Josie's impact. In order to improve Ace's armament Haki quickly and effectively, Josie asked Ace to engage in actual combat with him. Ace could not use Mera Mera Fruit's ability during the battle with Josie. This was not because he was afraid of Ace using Mera Mera Fruit. The ability will hurt Josie, but it is to train Ace's use of armament Haki. Only with constant use of Haki and constant actual combat can he be quickly improved. Boom! Josie struck with another powerful blow. This time Ace was sent flying directly and hit a boulder. Hoo. After Ace hit the boulder, he was sweating profusely and panting heavily. Okay, you already persisted for an extra hour yesterday, it'll be over in a few days, Josie said looking at the motionless Ace. An hour longer than yesterday, Ace confirmed to Josie after hearing what Josie said. Advertisement, yes, Josie would definitely answer. Only an hour? Ace seemed very dissatisfied with the result and struggled to get off the boulder. It's okay Ace, this growth rate is already very fast, Chao Ziyi said to him with some dissatisfaction. Have you ever seen anyone faster than this? Ace asked Josie. Yes, but it's basically the same as you, just a little faster than you, Josie replied to Ace. Ace was silent for a while after hearing Josie's words. That won't work. As a man who will become the Pirate King in the future, I must do my best. Let's continue. Ace looked at Josie with firm eyes and said. Ace, your growth path and fighting style are different from mine. The people I'm talking about whose armament Haki growth rate is slightly faster than yours are people like me who specialize in armed combat. Your path I have never seen anyone with such an armed and strong growth rate as you, not to mention haste makes waste. Josie said to Ace when he saw that he still wanted to continue fighting with him. During this time, Marco was responsible for teaching Luffy's knowledge and armament Haki. Yeah, your brother Luffy's rubber fruit is really a good fruit. When I first heard about rubber fruit, I felt that its additional power was not very big, but after your brother's development, the power contained in this devil fruit gradually became more. It kind of shocked me. 3.3 Marco continued to Ace. New form? Ace asked curiously. Okay, Ace finally gave up the idea of forcing himself and Josie to remain captains. As soon as Ace and Josie arrived at Luffy's side, they saw Luffy take a big breath and then bite his arm with his mouth and blow in fiercely. Advertisement. Ace also provided many useful opinions on the development direction of Luffy's future rubber fruit. As Luffy continued to blow air into it, Luffy's arm continued to grow larger. After the arm became big enough, the gas in the arm transferred to other parts of Luffy's body. Suddenly Luffy was like a deflated balloon, all the air in his body leaked out. The training that Dad and I have arranged for you is the best way to train armament Haki, trust us. Chao Zi saw that Ace did not continue to ask him after hearing what he said, so he persuaded him again. Fourth gear, muscle balloon, phew, he's developing his new form, Marco replied to Ace. Marco, Luffy, what are you doing? Ace asked Marco, who was walking next to him. Ace and Josie stood behind Luffy and watched Luffy's movements without intending to disturb him. I've always known that Luffy's rubber fruit is a good fruit. After all, Ace grew up with Luffy. Luffy accidentally ate rubber fruit when he was very young. Ace trained and grew up with Luffy since he was a child. He was very fond of Luffy. He is very familiar with rubber fruit, and Ace has also conducted a lot of research on Luffy's rubber fruit. After research, Ace found that rubber fruit has great potential if it is developed well. Let's go see Luffy, Ace said to Josie after adjusting himself. Kindness. Damn it, it's so close again, Luffy shouted in frustration after all the air leaked from his body. Luffy's body keeps getting bigger and Luffy is almost done. Advertisement Chapter 458 Success in the fourth gear. It's been 2 days, and I don't know how the investigation on that guy from Mondo Blanco is going. Ron thought as he sat at the dining table. Dear Hancock, do you want to go with me? Ron was planning to go to Kaya, and asked Hancock, who was sitting next to him while eating and handling government affairs with a pile of documents. I can't go, I can't get away now, Hancock replied to Ron. Do you have any unfinished business? Ron asked Hancock when he saw that Hancock was not planning to continue traveling to the New World with him. I'm sorry, dear, I still have a lot of government affairs to deal with. The last few days I went out to play, the government affairs piled up like a mountain. I haven't finished them until now. I'm really exhausted, Hancock told Luofei said. 13 When Ron heard Hancock confiding to himself with a tired face, he felt endless pity in his heart and gently touched her head with his hand. Why don't you share these government affairs with your 2 sisters and let them help you bear some of it? Ron suggested to the distressed Hancock. My 2 sisters also have heavy responsibilities, and they are also very busy with food, Hancock replied. Then you should train and promote a few more close associates, appropriately delegate power to them and let them do what they do. This way you will be under much less pressure. But I have wanted to say it for a long time. You are a dutiful queen who is deeply loved by her people. You manage a country in an orderly manner and allow the people to live and work in peace and contentment. But you never think about yourself. You are not a god. You are also a human being, a woman. You cannot put all the burden of a country on yourself. You can carry such a burden for a while, but you cannot carry it forever. Sooner or later, you will be crushed by this burden. Ron said to Hancock in a pitiful and slightly commanding tone. Advertisement, after so many years, the daughter kingdom has been in your hands very well. You don't need to bear all the burdens alone. You have to assign responsibilities to others. It's time to think about it for yourself. Ron rubbed his hands gently. Hancock's head persuaded Hancock gently. Hancock felt warm in his heart when he heard Ron's words of concern for him. Yeah, Hancock thought for a while and nodded gently to Ron. That's right, Ron was very happy to see Hancock listen to his advice and put Hancock in his arms. That will take a few days to adjust, Hancock said while lying in Ron's arms. Then I'll pick you up after you make arrangements, Ron said softly to Hancock. It's time to eat, the food is getting cold, Hancock said as he left Ron's arms. Eat, eat, Ron felt that he was really hungry after hearing Hancock's words, so he picked up his chopsticks and started eating. Rubber rubber, fourth gear, haha, I succeeded, ha 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 ha. With Luffy's unremitting efforts, he finally successfully entered the fourth gear. Hoo-hoo, Luffy lay motionless on the ground, gasping for air. Good job Luffy, Marco said happily as he watched Luffy bouncing up and down like a spring. Ha 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 ha, I succeeded, I feel full of strength now, Luffy said excitedly as he looked at his plump muscles. Luffy slowly clenched his fist and punched a boulder in front of him hard. Advertisement, it seems, yeah, Luffy agreed, ha 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 ha. Don't worry, this is your first time entering this form, and your body will definitely need to adapt slowly. It is normal for the side effects to be longer the first time, and they will gradually decrease in the future. Is that so? Is this a side effect of using this form? This side effect is terrible. If you don't defeat the enemy while in this form, then you will have no choice but to be slaughtered by others. Marco was surprised when he heard Luffy's words. Said thoughtfully. What do you think? Marco walked up to Luffy and asked. Bang! The boulder was knocked out of a big crater by Luffy's light blow. But this is also reasonable. The shape of this muscle balloon is originally designed to stimulate your own muscle potential, allowing you to gain extraordinary strength in a short period of time. Such side effects are also normal. After Luffy heard Marco's words, he tried hard to lift his arm, but found that it didn't move. Luffy stared at the large pit in front of him with wide eyes. Now let's see when you can recover, Marco said looking at Luffy lying in front of him. Not yet recovered, I'm fine, it's just that the muscles all over my body are sore and I can't exert any strength right now, Luffy replied to Marco with some difficulty in speaking. This fourth gear is indeed in the shape of a muscle balloon. Such power is really good, Marco couldn't help but praise Luffy when he saw the power of Luffy's attack. Ha 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 ha, foo-foo, Luffy was still smiling excitedly, but suddenly he couldn't hold it in and all the air in his body leaped out. Chapter 459, Practicing Seeing, Hearing and Color, Rubber Rubber Bullets. Ah, damn it, Luffy shouted in annoyance as he saw that all the attacks he hit at Ace passed through the elementalized Ace's body without having any effect on Ace. This is the innate advantage of Logia. Attacking Logia users without using Haki will have no impact on them at all, Marco said to Luffy. Logia's fruit is cheating, damn it, Luffy shouted angrily. Luffy has also encountered Logia's fruit users before. When facing them, any of his attacks will pass through their bodies and have no effect on them, so Luffy is brutally tortured every time. This is what Luffy wants to experiment with. Check out some of your thoughts. Luffy thought of a lot of moves after fighting Logia's ability user. In Luffy's opinion, these moves might be able to attack Logia's ability user. However, after the battle experiment between Luffy and Ace just now, Luffy found that his ideas were still naive. Sorry, the move I was thinking of had no effect on Ace. What you said is understandable, Logia fruit users are indeed invincible in front of people who don't know how to Haki, Marco said after hearing Luffy's angry words. Armament Haki, rubber rubber, hawk gun fight. As Luffy yelled, Luffy's arm turned black, and then due to the rapid punching, it seemed that Luffy's fists were all over the sky and attacked Ace. This time, when Ace faced Luffy's fist, he did not stand motionless and let Luffy attack him like before. Instead, he dodged Luffy's fist from time to time. Bang! Operator, advertisement with a muffled sound. Ace took 2 steps back. Look, this is the entity of the Logia user, Marco said to Luffy when he saw Luffy punch Ace's entity. Ha ha ha, yes, hit, Luffy retracted his fist and shouted excitedly. Since Luffy met a Logia fruit user, this was the first time he defeated a Logia fruit user. Luffy was very excited. Not bad, Ace patted his chest and praised Luffy. In this way, can you attack the entity of the Logia fruit user with the weapon color? Luffy asked Marco excitedly. That's not enough, Marco replied to Luffy. Why? Luffy looked at Marco in confusion and asked. It's not here, don't be anxious first. After listening to what is said, it will be difficult to feel the bottom of the breath if you don't know how to feel the flow of breath around you. Sit quietly. Luffy was very surprised when he heard Marco's words. 2,513,212,563,541. Yes, it's observation Haki. Use observation Haki to determine the location of the Logia fruit user, and then use armament Haki to attack. This way you can effectively restrain the Logia fruit user, Marco said. This is the first and most critical step. This step is to let you feel the flow of the breath of everything around you. When you can feel the breath of the things around you, leave. It's basically not far away to master the knowledge and color. Marco explained to Luffy. Can you learn observation Haki by sitting still? Advertisement. First let's take the first step. Sit down, Marco said seriously, looking into Luffy's eyes. Then teach me quickly, Luffy shouted to Marco impatiently. Oh, so that's it, then I'll start. After Luffy said that, he immediately went to the ground and started to sit quietly. Before the connecting celestial dragons could react, their souls were extracted by the demon spirit summoned by Mondo Blanco. Mondo Blanco, what are you doing here? Well, you have mastered armament Haki well. Today I plan to start teaching you observation Haki. Marco nodded to Luffy and said. What are you going to do? You, then what should we do? Is there nothing we can do against the Logia fruit user? Luffy came back to his senses and asked anxiously. Of course there is, that's another Haki, Marco said to him after hearing Luffy's question. Then what should we do? Luffy asked Marco eagerly. When Luffy heard Ace's words, the excitement on his face disappeared and he fell into deep thought for a while. The one that predicts the enemy's movements, observation Haki? Luffy suddenly remembered that Marco had mentioned a Haki that could predict big movements when he first started training himself with armament Haki, observation Haki. Although you just hit my entity, it's because I didn't fight seriously. In a real battle, a Logia user like me is constantly changing directions. Although you use the armed Haki, it's possible to hit me, but the chance of hitting me is very slim. Just now you hit me so many times before you hit me once. This was done without me being highly nervous. If you and I in an all-out fight, how many punches do you think you can hit me with 10 punches? Ace said to Luffy. 11 SP Chapter 460. Punishment from Heaven. Yu Ling. Mondo Bruno shouted, and the demon spirit returned the soul that had just been extracted back to the body of the person who was connected. After the soul of the connector who fell on the ground returned to his body, his eyes suddenly opened and he stood up from the ground. If anyone else saw the contact person at this time, they would definitely not notice any difference between him and before. Only Mondo Blanco knew about his difference. Bang, sir, are you okay? The guard outside the door seemed to have heard some movement in the room. He pushed open the door, looked at the adult standing normally and asked. What are you doing? Did I let you in? What can I do? The street people scolded the guards who came in loudly. You damn boy, sir, please calm down. The guard quickly begged for mercy when he saw that he had done bad things with good intentions and made the adults angry. Get out. The contact person shouted. Yes, yes. When the guard heard the adults shout, he quickly walked out of the room and closed the door. After watching the door being closed, your list of people behind the scenes, Mondo said without reading 670 contacts. After hearing Mondo Blanco's words, the contact person turned around and walked towards the bookshelf behind the desk without any hesitation. Squeak, as the connector twisted the mechanism on the bookshelf, a space appeared on the bookshelf. Advertisement. The contact person mechanically took out the documents inside and handed them to Mondo Brando's hands. Mondo Blanco read the document that the man handed over carefully and remembered the names on it. Holy coal! Mondo Blanco suddenly saw a name that surprised him. I didn't expect you to be among them, Mondo Blanco said with a sinister smile. Mondo Brando handed the document to the contact person again, then turned and left. Did you find the answer I wanted? Mondo Blanco had just opened the door to his room when he heard Ron's voice. Ah, Master Ron. Mondo Blanco saw Ron sitting leisurely in his seat, and quickly greeted Ron respectfully. The little one has been found, Mondo Blanco replied to Ron. Oh, who is there? Ron asked happily after hearing Mondo Blanco's words. Mondo Blanco told Ron the person on the document he just saw at the contact. That's it. Don't lie to me. If I find out that you are using me, I will make you worse than death. Ron was afraid that Mondo Blanco would use him to help him remove obstacles, so he had a list of some hostile forces, so he threatened Mondo Blanco in a deep voice. Sir Ron, you have wronged this little guy. No matter how brave I am, I would not dare to deceive you. Lord Ron. I can swear to God, every one of these people I mentioned is involved. Mundo Blundo sweated profusely and swore to Ron after hearing Ron's question about him. Okay, if the oath is useful, there will be no betrayal in this world. After Ron finished speaking, he waved his hand and walked into the door of time and space. If Mr. Ron still doesn't believe me, I can show Mr. Ron the list. Mondo Blanco lowered his head and said nervously. Advertisement, Sir Ron. Mondo Blanco noticed that Ron did not answer his words, so he raised his head and said. Gone. When Mondo Blanco raised his head, he found that the sutra that was on his seat just now was missing. Huh, Mondo Brando breathed a long sigh of relief and slowly walked to his seat and sat down. How could this happen? Who is it? Who leaked the news? Damn you be asterisk 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 D. Didn't you say you were going to block the news? Hong Ma, the new Marine Marshal, shouted angrily while looking at the newspaper in his hand. Extra. Big news that shocked the world. An appalling incident occurred in the Holy Land of Mariajoy. 25 members of the 4 Celestial Dragons families died mysteriously overnight. They are all adult male Celestial Dragons in high positions, and they all had their genitals cut off. It's horrible. Hong Ma has just taken office as Marine Marshal, and such a major incident has occurred. Now Hong Ma is like an ant on a hot pot, anxious and anxious. Who is the murderer? Damn it. Mondo Blanco held the newspaper in his hand and looked at the major news on it with a blank expression. After reading, Mondo Blanco slowly put down the newspaper in his hand, suddenly shuddered, and reached for his teacup. His hand that picked up the teacup couldn't help shaking, and all the tea in the cup spilled out. Mondo Blanco stretched out his other hand to hold the trembling hand, trying to stop it from shaking. Ron. Did you do this? Nami asked Ron, who was sitting leisurely in the sun, holding the newspaper in his hand. Ron looked at Nami and smiled slightly. It wasn't me, it was a punishment from heaven, Ron said to Nami mysteriously. Chapter 461 Kaido's Challenge. Let's go. Ron shouted loudly from the boat. Ron, where are we going now? Nami asked Ron. I'd like to pay Whitebeard a visit. Gouda Gouda, come out Whitebeard. Suddenly a majestic voice resounded through the sky. What's going on? Ace and Luffy were attracted by the sudden sound, stopped sparring, and looked up to the sky. It's a giant dragon. Luffy raised his head and found a giant dragon floating in the sky, and said in surprise. It's Kaido. This guy is here again, Marco said, looking up at the sky like Luffy and Ace. Kaido? Who is Kaido? Luffy heard Marco's words and asked Marco in confusion. You're really a fool, Luffy. You want to be the Pirate King just to say it? Kaido is one of the 4 emperors. The captain of the Beasts Pirates, known as Kaido of the Beasts. Even he doesn't know that you still want to be the Pirate King. Ace heard Luffy's idiotic question and couldn't help but shake his head and said to Luffy. 4 emperors? Oh, by the way, Uncle Whitebeard is also a 4 emperors. Is this guy also a 4 emperors? Luffy heard the word 4 emperors in Ace's words and couldn't remember it for a moment. Then he reflected it and realized that Whitebeard was the 4 emperors. 1. Ace rolled his eyes at Luffy, who was looking like an idiot, and looked down with a look of embarrassment, not looking at Marco beside him. How could I have such an idiot brother? Even the 4 emperors don't know about it? Luffy's brother felt ashamed. If he is also a 4 emperors, why would he come to see Uncle Whitebeard? Luffy asked again. This guy is here to challenge Dad again. Ace raised his head and said. Challenge Uncle Whitebeard? Is it still popular among the 4 emperors to challenge each other? Luffy asked in confusion after hearing Ace's words. In Luffy's opinion, the 4 emperors should be hostile to each other. Generally, a single 4 emperors will not go deep into the place alone, because if a 4 emperors goes deep into the enemy's position alone, they will be beaten and killed, but this will Luffy looked around and saw that there were no other pirates around. Apparently Kaido came alone. Advertisement, you may not know, Kaido is a pervert, he can't be killed. Marco replied after hearing Luffy's question. Unkillable? Then isn't he invincible? Luffy opened his eyes wide when he heard Marco's words and said as if he didn't believe it. Although you can't kill that guy, you can catch him. He has challenged Dad 5 times before. During the first 3 times, Dad was in good health. Kaido was beaten 3 times by his father until he couldn't move. In the end, we couldn't kill him, so we let him go. The next 2 challenges were proposed when his father's physical condition declined and he had a heart disease. We were out of sympathy. For the sake of safety, Dad did not let Dad fight. Instead, Josie, Foil, and Blackbeard at that time, the 4 of us went to fight Kaido together. This guy is really screwed. Every time he comes here after drinking to challenge Dad, he thinks this is his own home. Marco looked at the drunken Kaido in the sky with some anger. Whitebeard. Get out of here, lousy, Kaido shouted in the sky, belching wine. Get out of here. Just as Kaido finished shouting, a boulder as big as a mountain suddenly flew away like Kaido. It's Josie, Ace said loudly to Marco when he saw the mountain-like boulder flying like Kaido. Among the Whitebeard pirates, if anyone can throw a mountain-sized giant into the air as a weapon, apart from Whitebeard, who is born with supernatural power, the only one is the infinitely powerful Josie. Let's go help. Please give me flowers. Seeing Josie take action, Mozzie said to Ace beside him. Okay. Ace responded with a solemn expression. Okay, then I'll go too. Rubber. Luffy saw that Mozzie and Ace were planning to attack Kaido in the sky, and he also looked like he was in a hurry. Luffy. Stay here and don't move. Your current strength can't bear such a battle. Ace saw Luffy wanting to join him and quickly stopped him. Advertisement. Damn it. Luffy complained reluctantly after hearing Ace's words. Fire Fist. Ace jumped up from Marco's body. Flames appeared in his right hand and struck Kaido hard. 0 in the sky, a huge boulder and a huge flaming fist attacked Kaido, who was still drunk, from both sides. Oh, it was me who drank. Are you drunk? What's going on in the sky? There's a mountain flying? The drunk Kaido found a big mountain flying towards him in a daze, thinking it was because he was very drunk. He was hallucinating, and tried hard to shake his dizzy head. It's really. Kaido shook his head and looked again, and found that the mountain had flown in front of him, and he was surprised for a while. Boom. 1. Boom. Well, a flaming fist as big as a mountain hit Kaido firmly. Who are you? This is the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. You can't enter casually. As soon as Ron and his party arrived at the edge of Whitebeard's territorial waters, they were warned loudly by the sentrymen of the Whitebeard pirates standing on the tower. Can't he see my big pirate group logo? Or is my Sword and Rose Pirates group not famous enough? Ron heard the call of the sentry and looked at his pirate group. Sign, he said helplessly for a while. Chapter 462 The Power of the Beast King. What is that? Just when Ron was about to explain his identity to the man on guard, Nami looked at the sky in the distance with a telescope and said, "It's a dragon, it's a dragon." Nami saw Kaido floating in the sky clearly and shouted in surprise. "Dragon? I want to see, I want to see," Kaya on the side shouted eagerly after hearing Nami's words. The other beauties were also attracted by Nami's words and looked towards the sky, but they could only see a black spot on the sky in the distance. Ron also raised his head and looked at the distant sky after hearing Nami's words. Ron's eyesight is better than a telescope. Ron saw the beast turn Kaido's figure with just 1,627 glance. Boom, there was a sudden sound in the sky. "Hey, what's going on?" The sentry looked back when he heard the noise coming from behind. "It's really amazing," Luffy exclaimed as he looked at Kaido in the sky, who seemed to be unconscious and slowly falling due to the powerful attacks of Ace and Josie. Marco held Ace and slowly flew to Luffy's side. "You guys are really awesome. You killed him in an instant," Luffy shouted excitedly to Marco and Ace, who returned to him. "How is that possible? Who do you think he is?" "That's Kaido of the Beasts." Ace was not as excited as Luffy, but said to Luffy with a solemn face. Just as Ace finished speaking, advertisement, plop. "Ah, it hurts, ah." Kaido fell to the ground and returned to his human form, shaking his dizzy head and saying, "Ah." Luffy looked at Kaido, who slowly stood up from the ground, as if nothing had happened. Luffy opened his mouth in surprise unconsciously. Ace, Marco and Josie looked at Kaido in front of them without any surprised expression. "Are you sober?" Marco asked in a deep voice, looking at Kaido, who was still in a dazed state. "Where am I? Are you Marco the Phoenix? This is the territory of the Whitebeard pirates." Kaido suddenly realized when he saw Marco in front of him. "This is already the 6th time, Kaido. Haven't you been beaten enough?" Marco snapped at Kaido when he saw that he had regained his senses. "Ah, I'm sorry, I was drunk again." Kaido touched his head and said with an embarrassed smile. "Now that you're sober, get out of here quickly." "Ha ha ha." Kaido suddenly laughed loudly. As a result, just when Ace was about to take action, Marco took the lead, blocking in front of Ace, and caught the dragon's breath move with one hand. Although Ace can also take the blow just now, he will never take it as easily as Marco. Boom. Ace's pillar of fire was instantly extinguished when it came into contact with Kaido's dragon's breath. Then the breath showed no intention of stopping and rushed back to the direction of Ace, Marco and Luffy. Advertisement. Ace looked at the dragon's breath rushing towards him with a solemn expression. The fire ring appeared again, and Ace was ready to catch the dragon's breath with all his strength. Dragon's breath, facing the sky-high flames, Kaido's upper body turned into the form of a dragon, and then blew a big breath into Ace's sky-high fire pillar. "Haha, it's you guys again." Kaido was not afraid of Ace and Chowzi's attacks, and slowly took out his Langya stick from behind. Luffy watched blankly as Ace's blow, which he thought was unimaginably strong, was not only neutralized but also hit back with Kaido's breath, feeling extremely horrified in his heart. Marco heard Kaido's look and knew that this guy was not willing to leave easily. "Fire ring. Red flame mirror." Ace shouted loudly, while quickly grabbing a circle with his right hand in front of his body. Wherever his arm passed, a flame appeared, and then the flame suddenly expanded into 10. Kaido, the pillar of fire that reached the sky, attacked. Sure enough, the gap between Marco and I is quite big. Ace couldn't help but sigh in his heart as he watched Marco standing in front of him take the blow so easily with 2.8. Boom, the Langya sticks of Josie and Kaido collided together, making a huge explosion sound. The aftermath of the stalemate between the two powerful forces could be clearly felt by Luffy, who was far away. Thunder 8 trigrams. "How can you leave so easily now that you're here?" Kaido stopped whispering and suddenly said with a cold look on his face. When Chowzi rushed in front of him, Kaido struggled to pick up the Langya stick in his hand and hit Chowzi. Is this the real flash of bricks, since it is so powerful? Where is the old man Whitebeard who relied on an outsider, Ron, to save his son and throw away our 4 emperors? I want him to understand what power is. Kaido shouted to Marco in front of him with a fierce look. "Arrive." "What are you talking about? How can you slander me casually? Today I will let you sink completely to the bottom of the sea." Ace shouted to Kaido angrily when he heard Kaido slandering Whitebeard. Bricks flash. Josie saw Ace take action, and then his body turned into bricks, his legs charged up, and then he rushed towards Kaido like an arrow. Chapter 463. Ron appears. Although Josie's figure was huge, his speed was also impressive. He used his diamond-shaped body to push away the mace that Kaido had thrown at him. Even the huge Kaido of the Beasts was shocked and took a step back. "Damn Josie, are you looking for death?" Kaido said gloomily as Josie knocked him back a few steps and slowly stabilized his figure. "Am I not as strong as Whitebeard's captain? This really hurts my face." As expected of Josie, he is really strong, Marco said with a smile. After saying that, he put away his resistance, transformed into a phoenix, and flew towards the sky. "Kaido, get out of here!" Diamond Josie roared at Kaido after seeing that the attack was powerful. After saying that, Chowzi's body became even more shining, his legs were bent, and the muscles in his legs were tense, preparing to launch another attack. Marco, who jumped into the air, flew towards Kaido at a very fast speed, and the sharp claws on the phoenix's feet also glowed with golden light. Marco and Josie once again launched an attack on Kaido at the same time. Kaido, who was being attacked by the two at this time, had not completely faded from the alcohol. Seeing that the two looked down on him so much, Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki burst out at the same time. Kaido calmly stretched out his two arms and charged towards Margao and Josie. Boom! A huge Haki collision sound came out. Kaido's left hand caught Margao's claw, and his right hand blocked Ziza's shining charge. Margao and Chowzi gritted their teeth and used all their strength to press on Kaido. The continuous collision of armed colors emitted a sizzling sound, causing the surrounding space to become slightly distorted. Advertisement, humph, is that your level? Kaido sneered. Break it for me! Kaido shouted loudly, as his arms used force together. Margao and Diamond Josie were pushed away by Kaido. Boom! Boom! Margao and Diamond Josie were both sent flying out by Kaido, and fell to the ground one after the other. The power of Kaido of the Beasts, one of the four emperors, is so terrifying. Is Kaido so powerful? Luffy looked at Margao and Chowzi who were knocked away by Kaido, and asked Ace in disbelief. You are? Looking at the sudden appearance, Ace was obviously stunned for a moment. Who is this person? He has such terrifying strength and can kick him so easily. Looking at the familiar figure in front of him, Ace couldn't help but widen his eyes. Isn't this the Ron who killed Akainu with 2 swords in Summit War? Kaido was also startled by the sudden appearance of this person. I was still a little drunk, but it completely dissipated at this moment. Before Kaido could ask a question, Ron had already kicked Kaido in the face. Kick Kaido away? I'm afraid Dad can't do that either. Advertisement. Just when Ace was about to confront Kaido, a handsome figure suddenly appeared between Kaido and Ace without warning. Obviously, Margao suffered a lot from Haki's confrontation. Even though Margao possessed the Phoenix Fruit, he was still seriously injured by Kaido. There was nothing he could do. This was the suppression of the fruit. Ron transformed into a bolt of lightning from the distant pirate ship and appeared in front of Kaido at extremely fast speeds. At this time, the lightning on Ron's body was still crackling. The man who suddenly appeared was Ron, the leader of the Sword and Rose Pirates. I'm fine, Josie said. Although Chowzi's voice was still very energetic, his face turned obviously pale, and Chowzi had obviously suffered internal injuries. After all, Luffy knows very well the strength of Margao and Josie. But two such powerful people were no match for Kaido, and they were easily knocked away by Kaido. We're fine, Margao said weakly, clutching his chest. Looking at Ace flying towards him, Kaido also smiled and raised his fist as big as a small mountain to meet him. Ron slowly turned his head and smiled at Ace. Hello Fire Fist Ace, nice to meet you. Margao, Josie. Are you okay? Ace asked anxiously when he saw the two people being knocked away by Kaido. You are? Ace asked doubtfully. Damn it, Kaido. After saying that, blazing flames burst out from the soles of Ace's feet, pushing Ace into the air and flying towards Kaido. Ron's kick, which contained blue lightning and red Conqueror's Haki, hit Kaido's face firmly. As Ron's kick landed, Kaido was kicked to a small island not far away. Chapter 464. Kill Kaido instantly. Give me a minute, and after I finish Kaido, I'll get to know you better. After Ron said that, he rushed towards Kaido. Kaido's flying body knocked half of the lonely island away, and he was knocked unconscious by Ron's kick. Kaido got up from the ground, shook his head in a daze, and stood up from the ground. Kaido slowly stood up from the ground, and at the same time 2 teeth fell from his mouth to the ground. Kaido looked at the 2 teeth that fell on the ground and immediately became extremely irritable. Kaido raised his head and shouted in Ron's direction. Little B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** for Ron. History is always surprisingly similar. Ron stepped on lightning again and appeared in front of Kaido at extremely fast speeds. Kaido looked at Ron, who suddenly appeared in front of him. Before he could raise his fist, Ron had already stepped on his head. On Ron's feet, blue lightning intertwined with Red Conqueror's Haki, hitting Kaido's head hard. Kaido's huge body also lost its balance at this moment and fell heavily to the ground. Boom! Kaido was kicked by Ron and stepped on a dog's shit. Kaido's chin was extremely hard, leaving deep cracks on the surface of this small island. The huge impact force actually caused the surrounding seawater to become turbulent. Ron didn't give Kaido a chance to breathe. He flashed and turned into a blue lightning, hitting Kaido's head. Advertisement, Kaido let out a cry of pain. He didn't expect that this young man who didn't look particularly strong would have such a terrifying strength area. Amidst Kaido's screams, Ron's figure gradually emerged. At this moment, Ron was like a king dominating the world, with one foot on Kaido's head. Kaido was paralyzed by this bolt of lightning, but Kaido is known as the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air. Although a bolt of lightning can bring a lot of pain to Kaido, it is still too far to seriously injure Kaido. Kaido struggled to get up from the ground, but Kaido suddenly found that his head seemed to be on top of a mountain and he could not lift it up. Kaido roared angrily, pressing the ground of the island with both hands until cracks appeared. His fingers were deeply inserted into the ground, but he still could not lift his head from the ground. Who are you? Duo angrily howled. Who am I? You don't even know me. It seems that you deserve to die, Ron said with a smile. Almost 20 seconds have passed. I said I would deal with you within a minute, but I couldn't slap myself in the face, Ron said calmly, looking at Kaido, who was unable to move under his feet. You little b*************. Before Kaido could finish scolding him, Ron had already pulled out a sword that exuded a terrifying aura from a door in front of him. Divine Sword Yuming. Advertisement. Ron pulled out the Divine Sword Yuming from the door made from the Menmen fruit and slashed Kaido's head with the sword. There are no unnecessary movements, very clean and neat. As soon as the knife fell, Kaido's head moved with Kaido's body. 4 Emperors. Kaido just died. Blood flowed heavily from Kaido's neck, quickly dyeing the lonely island red. In the shocked eyes of Margao, Ace and others, Ron walked into the door from which the Divine Sword Yuming could be drawn out, and disappeared. Just when everyone looked confused, a door opened in front of Margao's eyes, and the figure who just killed Kaido slowly walked out. Captains of the Whitebeard Pirates, hello, it's an honor to meet you, Ron said to Margao and others with a smile. R13. At this time, Luffy looked at Ron and was completely speechless. The polite young man in front of him had just killed 4 emperors in an instant. One of them, Kaido, Luffy, looked at Ron with fear in his eyes. Don't misunderstand me. I have no ill intentions towards you. I'm just traveling to New World and want to visit Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, Ron said with a smile. Hearing Ron's words, Margao and Josie couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Nuachines, they have already seen Ron's strength in Summit War. If the Whitebeard pirates fight against Ron, there will be no hope. This is my greeting gift for visiting Whitebeard. After saying that, Ron activated the gate fruit, put one hand into a door created by the gate fruit, and took out a round thing. This thing is clearly a huge head, with 2 horns growing on it. Obviously, this is Kaido's head. Looking at the huge head in front of them, Marco and others were speechless for a while. What kind of strength is this? Even though Dad caught Kaido several times, he didn't hurt Kaido. Chapter 465. Visiting Whitebeard. Kaido's big head fell to the ground after Ron let go. The huge head raised a lot of dust on the ground. This. Marco and the others looked at Kaido's head that fell to the ground. They were speechless for a moment. They could only swallow their saliva and look at the smiling Ron in front of them. Woo la 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 la. A vigorous and powerful laughter reached Ron's ears. Hearing the laughter, Ron turned his head and looked in the direction of the sound. A tall and majestic figure began to gradually walk towards Ron and others from the Moby DK. Which blind kid came to my territory to cause trouble again? Whitebeard said with a smile. Seeing Whitebeard's appearance, Ron also showed a knowing smile. After a little hiccup, I successfully met Whitebeard. Ever since I left Summit War, I really wanted to visit Whitebeard. It turns out to be the captain of the Sword and Rose Pirates, Ron 800. Aha la 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 la, Whitebeard said with a smile when he saw that it was Ron who helped his pirate group in the Summit War. Whitebeard, you're fine, Ron said, cupping his hands towards Whitebeard. When Whitebeard was about to respond to Ron, he suddenly saw a huge head at Ron's feet, but this head looked a little familiar. Advertisement. Suddenly, Whitebeard was stunned, but it was only for a brief moment. Whitebeard resumed his smile and walked towards Ron. Dad, Captain Ron. Marco and the others walked towards Whitebeard and said with a look of shock. Before Marco and others could finish speaking, Whitebeard waved his hand, signaling to Marco and others that he knew what they wanted to say. After all, with Ron's strength, it is not difficult to kill Kaido. Ron, I didn't expect you to have such terrifying strength at such a young age. Although I can defeat Kaido, I can't kill him. It has only been 2 or 3 short days since I heard the noise. In minutes, you killed Kaido. Whitebeard sighed. Whitebeard is indeed the strongest man in the pirate world. Even when facing Ron, who is much stronger than himself, he is fearless and very calm. On the other hand, Marco, Ace and others have been radiated by Ron. Haki was so frightened that he felt a little uncomfortable. Captain Ron has no ill intentions towards us, you don't have to be so nervous, Whitebeard said to Marco and others. Whitebeard, I'm a bit ridiculous when I say these words. I came here specially to visit you and saw someone making trouble in your territory, so I killed him, Ron said calmly. 0. Under the leadership of Whitebeard, Mohan set foot on the grass bead bundle led by Whitebeard. Whitebeard, consider this Kaido's head as a gift for me to visit you, Ron said, looking at Whitebeard with a smile. This kind of person has a hard brain. I know that you are too old to fight anymore, so I will help you solve this problem forever. Since Captain Ron and his pirate group have come all the way to visit me, we shouldn't just stay here. How about getting on my Moby DK and having a drink and chatting, Whitebeard said. At this moment, the Sword and Rose's pirate flag was also hung on a Haki pirate ship and was waved towards Ron. Advertisement, Whitebeard, Ron, I came to this new world just to travel. I knew you before I came to this world. I admire your pursuit of becoming a pirate, so the purpose of this trip is also to pay you a visit, Ron said respectfully to Whitebeard. Captain Ron, please, Whitebeard said to Ron. After all, Ron really respected Whitebeard. La 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 la. You must not be able to find a decent opponent in this new world with your strength. You must be very lonely in this new world. So where are you going to go next? Whitebeard. He took another sip of wine and asked Ron. Captain Ron, I don't know why you came to visit me all the time. Oh la 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 la. Whitebeard took out a large can of wine and asked Ron while putting it in his mouth. Of course I won't refuse Whitebeard's invitation, so let's go? Ron said with a smile, and then waved towards Nami, indicating Nami to stop the boat. Ron sat across from Whitebeard, picked up a large bowl of wine that Whitebeard's men poured for him, and drank it all in one gulp. You la 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 la. What did Captain Ron say? Summit War, your actions successfully, B-Day, turned the tide of the war. Before I had time to thank you properly, you solved another big trouble for me, Whitebeard said with a laugh. Seeing his ship heading towards him, Ron responded calmly to Shiroshi that he was fine. Ron said with a smile, Sir Ron, are you okay? Shiroshi saw Ron from a distance and asked worriedly. Chapter 466. Awakening, Phoenix Margao. In addition to Thunderfruit, I also have another fruit ability, the Gate Fruit. And I have developed the Gate Fruit Ultimate, which can travel through time and space, or perform space jumps. Faced with a calm hero like Whitebeard, Ron did not hide it and told Whitebeard about his abilities. Oola la la la, I didn't expect you to have such an ability. So, when you leave New World this time, you must be going to another world, right? Whitebeard asked Ron. Well, yes. So I came here this time to make up for my regrets about this pirate world. Ron looked at Whitebeard and said with a complicated expression. Your physical condition is not very good anymore. If you continue like this, in a few years, you will be tortured by your disease and become unable to move. I believe you won't like this kind of life, right? Ron looked at Beard said. La la la, I, Whitebeard, have been in the New World for many years and have never fallen down. How can I allow myself to lie on the bed like a patient and wait to die? It would be better for me to die in battle. Whitebeard laughed, said. After saying that, he drank the whole can of wine in his hand. Of course I know what you're thinking, so I'm here, Ron said, looking at Whitebeard. Marco, the captain of your first team, is a user with the ability of the Phoenix Fruit. No matter what kind of injury he suffers, he can be reborn from the ashes, Ron said calmly. Oola la la la, it's true, Marco hasn't suffered any fatal injuries so far. But what does this have to do with me? Whitebeard asked Ron. Ron smiled and said to Whitebeard. Advertisement? I wonder if you have ever heard of Fruit Awakening? What? Whitebeard has been in the New World and has become the overlord of the sea for many years. It is no surprise that the fruit awakens so often, so he naturally knows that the fruit has awakened. But the more powerful the fruit, the harder it is to awaken. After all, the fruit can affect the surrounding things after awakening. The awakening of a fruit that is too powerful must be very terrifying. That's right. With a faint smile on his face, Ron looked at Whitebeard and said. Knowing that Ron had no ill intentions towards him, Margao walked towards Ron with confidence. Whitebeard's face became serious after seeing Ron's expression. He knew that with Ron's strength, he would definitely not make such a joke with him. Captain Ron, what's the matter? Margao walked up to Ron and asked Ron. In addition, the medical ability after awakening from the fruit of Margao, there is no doubt that he is the best ship doctor on this sea. No matter how seriously injured his sons were, as long as they still had breath, they could be saved by Margao. This kind of ability is particularly needed by the Whitebeard pirates, no, every pirate group. Yes, this is very simple for me. Ron's face was full of confidence. Oola la la la, it won't take a day or two for Margao's fruit to awaken. It's really difficult. I don't think I'll be able to wait until that day. Whitebeard smiled heartily, as if he didn't care about his own life or death. Very light. Advertisement. Whitebeard naturally hopes that Margao's fruit will awaken and cure his illness. This is not because Whitebeard is afraid of death, but because Whitebeard wants to spend more time with his sons. Captain Ron, do you really have a way to awaken Margao's fruit? Whitebeard stopped smiling at this time and talked to Ron about the awakening of Margao's fruit with a serious look on his face. Then I don't know, what should I do? After hearing Ron's words, Whitebeard also looked forward to it. Ron slowly raised his palm and placed it on Margot's head. Suddenly a strange feeling spread throughout Margao's body. Margao suddenly felt that the deck under his feet seemed to have become a part of his body, and he could control the people on the deck at will. Indeed, Whitebeard now has so many sons, and his sons are the most precious treasures to him. Now Whitebeard just wants to live a good life every day with his beloved sons, which is enough. Please give me flowers. After hearing Ron's words, Margao didn't ask any questions, closed his eyes and stood in front of Ron. Nothing is impossible in this world. Ron kept his smile and looked at Whitebeard seriously. It's nothing, it's a blessing from you. Just close your eyes, Ron said to Margao with a smile. Do you want the fruit of Margao to awaken and cure my heart disease? Whitebeard looked at Ron solemnly and said. No trouble, Captain Margao, come here, Ron said to Margao. Chapter 467. Start treating Whitebeard. Margao's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never felt like this before. Okay, you have completed the awakening of the fruit, Ron said to Margao with a smile. What? Whitebeard asked in disbelief. Margao, how do you feel? After speaking, Whitebeard asked eagerly towards Margao. The awakening of this phoenix fruit is really important to the Whitebeard pirates. Dad, I don't know if I have awakened. I have never felt like this before. I feel that I can control the things I come into contact with, and temporarily turn them into a part of my body with 057, Margao said looking at Whitebeard. Whitebeard is a sea emperor who has experienced hundreds of battles, so he naturally knows what it feels like to awaken from the fruit. It's that feeling of being in control of what's around you. And it was this feeling that Margao described. According to the feeling described by Margao, Margao's phoenix fruit has awakened. The entire Whitebeard pirates are boiling at this moment. What does Margao's fruit awakening mean to the Whitebeard pirates? It means as long as they don't die. No matter what injuries they suffered, they could fully recover. Luffy also felt the change in the atmosphere on the Moby Dick at this time, and asked Ace in confusion, Ace, what are everyone so happy about? Luffy, after the devil fruit awakens, it can affect the things it touches, and can assimilate its abilities with the things it touches. In other words, Marco's Phoenix Fruit's ability can be passed through touch it and spread it to any one of us. Ace did not say that Luffy was ignorant at this moment. The shock that brought the Whitebeard pirates to this moment was too great. Even Chowzi and the other captains roared with excitement. Advertisement, Captain Ron, what did you do to Margot? Whitebeard asked Ron with eyes full of doubts. I just gave him some pointers, it's just a small matter. Ron smiled and waved his hand and said. Okay, Margot, try now to see if you can cure Whitebeard's old illness and Whitebeard's heart disease. Ron picked up the wine in front of him, drank it all, and then said to Margot. After listening to Ron's words, Margot nodded and slowly walked to Whitebeard. At this moment, an incredible scene happened. It's okay, you continue, Whitebeard smiled and said to Margot calmly. The blue flame followed Marco's hand and gradually spread to Whitebeard. Although the blue flame looked very scary, Whitebeard didn't feel any pain at all. After Marco put his hand on Whitebeard's chest, his mind began to move. Feeling Whitebeard touched by his hand, Marco began to slowly introduce his abilities into Whitebeard's body. The entire Whitebeard pirates were also frightened by the scene before them. Just when Marco wanted to pull his hand back, Ron grabbed Marco's hand. Margot also felt relieved after hearing Whitebeard's words. Dad, shall I try? Although Margot knew that his fruit had awakened, he had not used this strength yet and was obviously a little worried about his ability. Advertisement, Dad. Seeing that his flames began to extend to Whitebeard's chest, Margot also began to become a little anxious, fearing that his flames would hurt Whitebeard. I can actually feel Whitebeard's old injuries and Whitebeard's heart disease. Severe pain suddenly spread to Margot's nerves. Yes, it was caused by Beard's heart disease. Dad. Urko was frightened by the scene in front of him. After speaking, Marco began to use his Phoenix Fruit ability to repair Whitebeard's heart. In the blink of an eye, the pain Whitebeard sent to him completely disappeared. As the blue flame spread to Whitebeard's body, starting from Whitebeard's chest, it gradually turned into blue flames, and the blue flames began to spread from his chest to his whole body. Marco didn't know what happened, so he could only follow Ron's words and continue to send his blue flame towards Whitebeard's body. Don't stop, keep going. Ron said calmly. At this moment, Marco suddenly noticed the situation in Whitebeard's body. I didn't expect that Dad could smile so happily despite enduring such pain. Marco said to himself, and then a complicated expression appeared on his face. Okay, Dad, then I'll try my best. Margot raised his right hand a little worriedly and placed it on Whitebeard's chest. You la 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 la, since Captain Mohan has said it, you can try it with confidence. Dad believes in you. Whitebeard laughed and said to Margot. Chapter 468 Whitebeard recovers. That's right, Whitebeard's heart disease was cured by Margot. It's that simple. The awakened Phoenix Fruit is so pervert. Margot continued to feel Whitebeard's physical condition. He did not expect that Whitebeard would suffer so many injuries after fighting for so many years. Feeling the pain from other parts of Whitebeard's body, Margot also repaired all the old injuries on Whitebeard's body. After Margot carefully checked Whitebeard's body and confirmed that there were no other problems, he took his hands away from Whitebeard's body. The moment Margot's hand left Whitebeard's body, the blue flames on Whitebeard's body began to slowly disappear, and a huge white crescent-shaped beard began to slowly appear. Dad, how are you feeling? Ace and Josie immediately came forward and asked Whitebeard anxiously. Ooh la la la. I didn't expect Margot to really awaken the Phoenix Fruit. I can't feel any discomfort in my body now, Yu said with a smile. But Margot, how come you also repaired the scars on my body? This is proof of my glory, ooh la la. It was only then that the crew of the Whitebeard pirates noticed that the deep scars on Whitebeard's chest had disappeared. Dad, are you really okay? Ace shouted excitedly. That's great, Dad's illness is cured because it's over. The entire Whitebeard pirate group started to boil again after Whitebeard's words. Advertisement, Dad, I never imagined that you would endure such tremendous pain. Margot didn't answer White Tiger's question and looked at Whitebeard with a complicated expression. Ooh la 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 la, as your father, if I can't bear this pain, how can I protect my sons? Whitebeard said. After speaking, Whitebeard lifted the entire jar of wine in front of him and opened the lid. Captain Ron, thank you for helping Margot awaken the fruit and curing my old illness. I, Whitebeard, salute you for this jar of wine. After saying that, Whitebeard put the entire jar of wine in front of him to his mouth, and Tien Gulu Gulu of drinking. Margot also grabbed a jar of wine, opened the jar lid, looked at Ron, and said excitedly, Captain Ron, you have solved huge troubles for the Whitebeard pirates twice. I would like to offer this wine to you on behalf of the brothers of the Whitebeard pirates. After saying that, he also picked up the wine jar in his hand and drank it in one gulp. Thank you, Captain Ron. When the members of the Whitebeard pirates on the Moby Dick saw this scene, they also raised their glasses of wine and saluted Ron. After saying that, they drank the wine in their hands together. Ron also smiled with satisfaction. I originally wanted to visit Whitebeard, but unexpectedly, I was toasted by the entire Whitebeard pirate group, and I felt extremely happy. Ooh la 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 la, I haven't had such a happy drink in a long time, Whitebeard said with a laugh. Captain Ron, have you heard of One Piece? This is what Whitebeard suddenly said out of nowhere. Well, of course I know. Ron was also attracted by Whitebeard's words and replied seriously. Advertisement, Roger told me the location of One Piece before he was captured by Marine, but I didn't go look for it. I want to tell you the location of One Piece, Whitebeard said. As soon as Whitebeard's words came out, the entire Whitebeard pirate group fell silent. Although they have followed Whitebeard for a long time, they have never heard Whitebeard mention these 10 things. Because everyone knows that Whitebeard doesn't care about anything except his family. At this time, Luffy looked at Whitebeard with bright eyes. Because Luffy's lifelong dream is to become the Pirate King. As long as he gets the One Piece, he can become the Pirate King. How could Luffy not be interested in something like 730? After listening to Whitebeard's words, Ron was also stunned for a moment, then smiled and waved his hand and said to Whitebeard. Whitebeard, thank you for your kindness, but the purpose of my coming to New World is not to become the Pirate King. I just want to travel and make up for my regrets. Now that I have traveled, I have made up for my regrets. I should go. Yes. Ron said calmly. Oola la la la, just like what I thought. You really have no interest in the big secret treasure at all. Ha 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 ha. But before you leave, you have to hold a proper banquet in my Whitebeard pirate group, and let us prepare it for you. See you off. Whitebeard said with a smile. Only the strong can understand the world of the strong. Whitebeard also understands that for Ron, this big secret treasure is not even noticeable. What Ron is looking for is still far away. Alas, the crew members of the U-Beard pirates sighed in disappointment. Chapter 469 Tashigi Bista. Amidst the disappointed sighs of the members of the Whitebeard pirates, the matter about the big secret treasure was just brushed aside. Just when Whitebeard and Ron were having a good time drinking, a middle-aged man wearing a suit and a top hat appeared in front of Ron. Captain Ron, I saw you killed Marine Admiral Akainu of Naval Headquarters with just a few swords in the Summit War. I guess you are also a great swordsman, right? Foil Bista walked out of the crowd and came to Ron. In front of him, he said to Ron. Huh? Captain of the 5th team, Foil Bista, right? I recognize you. Your strength seems to be on par with that Haki Mahawk. With Ron's ability, he could tell at a glance, Foil Bista Star's attainments in swordsmanship are not much inferior to those of Eagle Eye. Huh? Captain Ron has heard of me? Foil Bista's eyes also shone with light. He didn't expect that a strong man like Ron would actually recognize him. Of course, I know every captain of your Whitebeard pirates and their abilities clearly. You guessed it right, I am indeed a master of swordsmanship. What, do you want to challenge me? Ron looked at Bista and said with a smile. Oola la la la, Bista, are you so confident in your swordsmanship? I think there is a big gap between your swordsmanship and Captain Ron's. Whitebeard said with a smile. Of course Whitebeard could see that the Haki and sword energy emanating from Ron were extremely sharp. Only a lot more than Shanks, one of the 4 emperors. Of course I know what Dad said, but if Bista wants to take a step forward in swordsmanship, he has to ask Captain Ron for advice. I wonder if Captain Ron is willing to give me advice. Foil Bista said to Ron. Well, of course I'm willing to teach you something, but you don't have to fight me. Fight the swordsman on my ship. Do you think that's okay? Ron said with a smile to Bista. I'm afraid I'll hurt your crew. After all, swords have no eyes. If it hurts the harmony between you and our Whitebeard pirates, that's not good. Foil Sword Bista said a little embarrassed. Advertisement after all, as a great swordsman and the captain of the 5th division of the Whitebeard pirates, Bista would want to fight a woman? Who doesn't know that Ron's sword and Rose pirates are all female crew members? Oola la la la, Bista, don't say anything. Now that Captain Ron has spoken, just follow Captain Ron's wishes and fight with the swordsman Captain Ron wears. Of course Whitebeard knew what Bista was worried about, and said to Bista with a smile. Well, since Dad said so, let's do it. Bista still agreed to the duel with the swordsman on Ron's ship. In that case, I'll let her come over, Ron said to Whitebeard with a smile. After saying that, Ron turned his head, looked at the pirate ship parked next to Moby Dick, and shouted. Tashigi, come over here. As Ron finished speaking, a shadow, like a ghost, flashed onto the Moby Dick and came to Ron. Captain, what's the matter? Tashigi bowed to Ron and said. At this time, the crew of the Whitebeard pirates saw this person clearly. This woman has dark blue hair, square eyes on her face, and an ichimonjitachi on her waist. His big eyes and his perfect figure made the members of the Whitebeard pirates gulp down their saliva. However, things aboard the Moby Dick instantly exploded. Advertisement, ha 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 ha, Captain Bista, you actually want to fight with such an artistic woman. Ha ha ha, Captain Bista, don't lose. Ha ha ha, Captain Bista, come on. On the Moby Dick, the members of the Whitebeard pirates couldn't help but shout. But Bista really couldn't laugh at this time. Others don't understand swordsmanship, but he does. This seemingly quiet woman contains extremely sharp sword intent, and the sword intent is even higher than her own. No wonder Ron pitted himself against the crew of his ship. There was a purpose. If you fight Ron, you won't understand anything, because Ron's swordsmanship is so superb. If you want to make huge progress in your swordsmanship, you have to compete well with people who are comparable in strength to you, in order to get benefits, financially. This Tashigi happens to be the best person who can help him improve. Seeing Bista's serious expression, Whitebeard also understood that Bista had met a real opponent this time. Hello, I am the captain of the 5th division of the Whitebeard pirates, Foil Sword Bista. Bista took out his 2 swords from his waist, made a cross, and held them in front of his chest. Said to Tashigi. Sword and Rose pirates, swordsman, Tashigi. Seeing Bista's serious look and feeling Bista's sharp sword intent, Tashigi took out his sword from his waist and placed it across his plump before the chest. Facing Bista, he announced his name. Chapter 470 Bista, defeated. Up. After hearing Tashigi's name, Bista's body exploded towards Tashigi like a bullet. Bista's two double swords rolled up a few rose petals and slashed at Tashigi. When Tashigi saw Bista suddenly attacking, he waved the sword in his hand and rushed towards Bista. Ding! The swords of the two collided together. During the collision, Tashigi's sword intention and Bista's sword intention were also intertwined and fighting. What? This man's sword intent is so terrifying. Tashigi marveled in his heart. I didn't expect that the decent middle-aged uncle in front of me would have such a strong sword intent. The two swords clashed, and for a moment, they couldn't tell the difference. At this anxious moment, Bista pulled out the knife in his left hand and slashed at Tashigi. Seeing Bista's sudden change of moves, Tashigi also quickly drew out his sword and faced Bista's sword 030. Tashigi and Bista, it is obvious that there is a lot of difference in strength between the two. Although Tashigi blocked Bista's blow, Bista's strong arm strength also made Tashigi's hands feel numb and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. Tashigi staggered to steady his body, waved the knife in his hand, and pointed it at Bista. Oh. Seeing that Bista had the upper hand, the members of Whitebeard's pirate group also burst into excitement. Tashigi, you have regressed recently. Ron looked at Tashigi and said calmly. Advertisement. Tashigi didn't speak, and his sword intention gradually solidified. Although his strength is not as domineering as Bista's, he can make up for it with his sword intent and moves. After saying that, Tashigi actually closed his eyes. BDAB, in addition, Shi Zhang also held his hand on the handle of the knife. Seeing this scene, a slight chill ran down Bista's back. Because Bista felt that Tashigi's sword intent at this time was already extremely terrifying, Tashigi's sword intention turned into a huge phantom in Bista's eyes. Those who don't know how to use swords cannot understand how terrifying Tashigi is at this moment. Come on, Captain Bista. Everyone has their eyes set on you. Come on, Captain Bista. The members of the Whitebeard pirates started to boo again. Bista looked at Tashigi in front of him and clenched the two knives in his hands. He gritted his teeth and slashed at Tashigi once again. The result of this collision was beyond the expectations of the entire Whitebeard pirates. She felt that Bista already had a hint of timidity. Although the attack launched by Bista at this time was powerful, Bista's state of mind at this time did have other distracting thoughts. You were very powerful. Tashigi also gave Bista a very fair evaluation. Bista's strength is indeed acceptable. If she had the strength before, she would definitely not be the opponent of such a person, but now, it is different. At this moment, Bista seems to have realized something. What the details are, that still needs to be thought about carefully. Advertisement. If Bista hadn't been frightened by Tashigi's powerful sword intent, Tashigi's blow wouldn't have such a good effect. It was precisely because Bista hesitated and feared that Bista failed in this duel. I lost, Bista said thoughtfully, standing in front of Tashigi. This comment is not to give Whitebeard pirates face, but Bista is really awesome. Tashigi's attainments in swordsmanship may not be as good as Bista's, but his sword power is indeed much stronger than Bista's. The entire Moby DK instantly became quiet. Even Whitebeard didn't expect that Bista would be defeated by Tashigi so easily. And as a swordsman, he dropped his weapon to the ground. What a shame. The Bista captain who never leaves his hands or body with his two swords. At this moment, he accidentally dropped his two knives to the ground. In the duel between masters, no trace of distraction is allowed. You only have to believe in the sword in your hand and yourself. Ding. Although Tashigi closed his eyes tightly, he knew Bista's aura like the back of his hand. Feeling the moves coming towards him, Tashigi slowly opened his eyes, his sharp gaze directed at Bista. Bista's two knives, now filled with rose petals, were slashing towards Tashigi. Don't underestimate these rose petals. They are all transformed by Bista's sword energy. Each petal has considerable lethality. Feeling Tashigi's powerful blow, Bista gritted his teeth and used all his strength to slash at Tashigi. This sword contains Tashigi's extremely powerful sword intent. Without any unnecessary bells and whistles, Tashigi stabbed Bista with his sword. Chapter 471 joined forces after this battle with Tashigi. Bista also benefited a lot. Ron originally wanted to use his own abilities to improve Bista's swordsmanship to its peak, but he hesitated. Bista is a master of swordsmanship who can compete with Haki. Instead of letting him surpass Haki so easily, it is better for him to rely on his own efforts to understand the true strongest sword intention and realize the true meaning of the sword. Show truly invincible swordsmanship. Moreover, Bista's own improved strength was stronger than Ron's forcibly upgraded strength. Thinking of this, Ron also gave up the idea of helping Bista improve his swordsmanship. Bista slowly bent down, picked up his two knives, and inserted them into their scabbards. Tashigi also slowly put his sword into the scabbard. Bista walked forward slowly and bowed to Tashigi. Miss Tashigi, Bista learned a lot from fighting with you. Thank you for your guidance, Bista said to Tashigi from the bottom of his heart. Captain Bista, why are you so polite? Your swordsmanship is also very good. Tashigi also affirmed Bista's strength. Whitebeard, look how it goes. Are you satisfied? Ron said to Whitebeard with a smile. Oola la la la, since Bista said so, Bista must have gained a lot of insights. I didn't expect that Captain Ron would lead our Whitebeard pirates just a few minutes after he came to our Moby DK. There are so many surprises. Whitebeard said with a smile. It's all a matter of effort. Ron said politely to Whitebeard. After speaking, he raised the wine glass in his hand and poured in a glass of Whitebeard wine. Whitebeard, I have something to discuss with you. Ron drank the wine in the glass and said to Whitebeard. Advertisement? Oh. With Mr. Ron's ability, is there anything that cannot be solved? Do you want to discuss it with the Whitebeard pirates? Whitebeard was also very surprised at this time, looking at Ron with some confusion and asked. I want to complete what Roger has not finished and overthrow the rule of the celestial dragons. With you, the Whitebeard pirates. Ron spoke a few words calmly in his mouth. Although the tone of this sentence was very plain, the weight contained in this sentence was indeed incomparable to all other sentences. Hearing Ron's words, Whitebeard was also stunned. Whitebeard heard this from Roger more than 20 years ago. Just after Roger, the Pirate King, completed his voyage on the Grand Line, Roger also came to him and told him about this matter, and what Ron said at this time was exactly the same. Is this fate? Am I wrong? Whitebeard thought to himself. More than 20 years ago, Whitebeard found himself and told himself that he would overthrow the rule of the celestial dragons. However, Roger was already terminally ill at that time and his time was running out. Roger knew that his time was running out, and he also knew that with his own strength, he would not be able to overthrow the world government or the rule of the celestial dragons in a short time, so Roger chose the most useless way to die. Publicly executed by Marine. As we all know, Roger completed the Grand Line voyage and obtained the legendary treasure One Piece. The wealth contained in this treasure is said to be comparable to that of the entire world. Roger knew that his time was running out, so he chose to be captured by Marine. Because Roger knows that because of his influence on the world, Marine will definitely execute him publicly, and it will be a public execution all over the world. Please give me flowers. Advertisement. Therefore, Roger took advantage of human greed and told about his secret treasure before he was executed, and encouraged people in the world to search for his secret treasure. So Roger's execution opened up the great pirate generation. If he hadn't fought against the world government with Roger out of fear of harming his family, Chuanjia must have fulfilled his dream by now, right? Whitebeard thought. It has been more than 20 years since I heard this sentence again. Is this God's will? Zero looked at the young man in front of you. Although he revealed infinite Haki, he restrained himself very well. He had the strength to crush the 4 emperors, but he did not cause a bloody storm in this sea, but traveled leisurely. But at this time, he also chose to complete Roger's unfinished dream, and he still did it with his Whitebeard pirates. Looking at Ron Whitebeard in front of me is like seeing a young Roger. Otherworldly, calm and powerful. Oola la la la, with the strength of your sword and rose pirates, you would choose to join forces with my Whitebeard pirates. Wouldn't we be dragging you back? Whitebeard did not answer Ron's question directly, but he smiled and said to Ron that his pirate group was not as strong as Ron's pirate group. Ha ha ha, Whitebeard, the reason why I found you Whitebeard pirates is the same as why I came to visit you. I respect people who are kind and righteous. In my principles of friendship, strength is not important. Anyway, they are not as powerful as me. What I care about is a loving and righteous heart. Ron smiled and said to Whitebeard. Chapter 472. The era is about to go berserk. Ron told Whitebeard the truth. He really respected Whitebeard and respected Whitebeard's pursuit as a pirate. Pirates are not necessarily bad. The Whitebeard pirates gave those homeless people a home and a strong backbone behind them. Ha ha ha, Captain Ron, you are very similar to Roger, Whitebeard said with a smile. Huh, how do I look like Roger? I don't have a beard on my face. Although Ron knew what Whitebeard was talking about at this time, Ron still deliberately teased Whitebeard and said, You and Roger have a similar mentality, and you said exactly the same thing as 800 to him, Whitebeard said. Captain Ron, although I believe in your strength, I think we should look for the old members of the Roger Pirates. They have also done a lot to overthrow this world government, Whitebeard said with a solemn expression. What Whitebeard meant was that with Ron's strength, it would not be difficult to attack the Holy Land of Mariajoy, but overthrowing the world government like this would be really unfair to the old members of the Roger Pirates. I have struggled with my captain all my life, and the goal I wanted to accomplish was actually accomplished by a newcomer who had just become famous. In this way, what was the meaning of their efforts and struggle? Ron naturally understood what Whitebeard meant and agreed with a smile. I don't know. Where are Roger's old departments? Ron said with a smile. I don't know many crew members of the Roger Pirates. I only know the doctor of the Laboon Whale. He was the ship's doctor of the Roger Pirates before. There are also the Fur Tribe's Duke Inwarashi and Catviper. These 2 people should have been interns on Roger's ship before. Advertisement. Ron continued. I only know 3 others. The legendary Pluton Rayleigh, the red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, and the Clown Buggy, one of the Shichibukai. Oola la la la, you know a lot. Are you really a person who just came to the New World not long ago? Whitebeard listened to Ron's words and said with a smile. I know a lot. Ron said with a smile. Now that Kaido is dead, the balance of the entire ocean has been quietly broken. The situation in which the 4 emperors and marines stand on top of each other no longer exists. I believe the world will go berserk. After saying that, Ron drew out his sword, the divine sword Yuming, and swung the sword towards the sky. This light sword does not have any sword intention or Haki attached to it. It looks so ordinary. Seeing Ron swinging his sword, the crew members of the Whitebeard pirates thought it was Ron making a random gesture. But the next moment, they felt something was wrong. At this time, Whitebeard was frowning and looking at the sky. The crew members of the Whitebeard pirates followed Whitebeard's gaze and looked at the sky above their heads. At this time, the sky above the sea area of the Whitebeard pirates seemed to have been cut by some huge blade. A huge crack was left in the sky, and the whole world was trembling with Ron's sword. Advertisement at this time, the Marines hundreds of miles away also discovered this scene. Vice Admiral Rhodes, come and see. At this time, a young Marine stood anxiously on the deck and shouted. Huh? At this time, a Marine wearing a cape came out. If he took a closer look at the military rank on his body, it turned out to be a Marine Vice Admiral. This Marine Vice Admiral named Rhodes is the Vice Admiral of the headquarters sent by Naval Headquarters to monitor the Hitchabeard pirates. The influence of the four emperors on this sea is really too great. If four emperors fight, it will bring a big storm to the sea and bring great danger to the nearby sea areas. If those four emperors join forces, they will affect the pattern of the entire world. The four emperors are all arrogant by nature, and they are very unhappy with each other, so they generally will not join forces. But it is not so easy to start a war between the four emperors. Kaido, the immune-to-death monster, oh no, he has been beaten to death by Ron now. Before Ron appeared, only Kaido, the immune-to-death monster, would constantly challenge the other four emperors. However, there was no war between the imperial groups, so 2.9 did not have much impact on the sea area. But now that Kaido is dead, this fulcrum of balance has been broken, and the Kaido pirates must withdraw from the ranks of the four-man group. Looking at the terrifying vision in the sky, Ross Vice Admiral seemed to realize something. He took out a phone bug from his pocket and made a call using the phone bug. Hey, I'm Sengoku. What's wrong? At this time, Sengoku, who was in Marin Fendo, was eating snacks with his legs crossed. When Sengoku was eating happily, he was interrupted by a sudden phone call. Chapter 473 Emergency Recall, Kazaru. Sengoku, who was eating snacks, asked Ross Vice Admiral with some dissatisfaction. Reporting to Marshal Sengoku, there seems to be a major change in the waters of Whitebeard's territory, Vice Admiral Rhodes said with some excitement. What? What happened? When he heard that there was a special situation in Whitebeard's waters, Sengoku suddenly became energetic, put down the snacks in his hands, stood up, and solemnly asked Ross Vice Admiral Rhodes. Marshal Sengoku, there seems to be some terrible showdown in the sea area of Whitebeard's territory. The sky in the entire sea area seems to have been cut open. Ross Vice Admiral looked at the huge cracks in the sky, and some he said tremblingly. What? How could this happen? After hearing Ross Vice Admiral's words, Sengoku's 13 smart mind immediately started to work. Is this Whitebeard who doesn't care about the world about to take action? Listening to Ross's description, the sky was torn open as if it had been cut by a sword. It was definitely not an accidental phenomenon of heaven and earth. But to have such domineering swordsmanship, in Sengoku's knowledge, there are only two people in this world. The first one is the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk. But Haki and Whitebeard are not from the same era, and they obviously have nothing in common, so Mihawk is excluded. The other one is the captain of the red-haired pirates, the red-haired Shanks. As one of the four emperors, Shanks possesses extremely powerful swordsmanship and conquerors Haki. If the two emperors unite, the world will undergo earth-shaking changes. But what Sengoku didn't expect was that the person who joined forces with Whitebeard this time was not the red-haired Shanks, but Ron, who had more superb swordsmanship and a more powerful conqueror's Haki than the red-haired Shanks. Vice Admiral Ross, I now order you to further monitor the Whitebeard pirates. Don't worry about casualties. You must understand every move of the Whitebeard pirates, Sengoku said with some excitement. Advertisement, yes. Although Ross Vice Admiral was a little reluctant, facing the order personally issued by Marshal Sengoku, Ross Vice Admiral could only bite the bullet and solve it. After hanging up the phone with Ross Vice Admiral, Sengoku felt mixed emotions at this time. Although Whitebeard has dominated the sea for many years, he is indifferent to the things of this world. Whitebeard only cares about the safety of his pirate crew and doesn't care about others at all. In this meeting between Whitebeard and Shanks, he must not be careless. Thinking of this, Sengoku picked up the phone in his hand and made a call. Card clip 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 clip. Just after Sengoku dialed the phone that was stretched out from Kazaru's waist in Sabaody Archipelago also rang. Kazaru lowered his head and took out a funny-looking phone bug from his waist. Moxie, this is Kazaru. Kazaru said in a lazy voice. After saying that, he felt relaxed and contented. After the Summer War incident, Kazaru took a temporary vacation and came to Sabaody Archipelago for vacation. I am Sengoku, Perusalino, and I now order you to end your vacation immediately and return to Malinfundo. Sengoku said to Kazaru in a solemn voice. Huh? Marshal Sengoku, is there something urgent? Kazaru was still so funny and unhurried, and answered Sengoku lazily. Advertisement, Whitebeard Edward Newgate has met with red-haired Shanks, and you are now ordered to return to Naval Headquarters immediately, Sengoku said sternly. What? Kazaru was stunned for a moment when he heard Sengoku's words. Then Kazaru said his catchphrase, it's so scary. The Whitebeard pirates have joined forces with the red-hair pirates. Is this going to declare war on our Naval Headquarters again? Kazaru's tone is very funny, but it is not difficult to see that if Whitebeard threatens us again this time, if Naval Headquarters goes to war, with the help of red-hair pirates, Naval Headquarters 200 will obviously not be an opponent. There is nothing we can do. I understand, Marshal Sengoku. I will return to Naval Headquarters immediately. After saying that, Kizaru cut off Sengoku's phone and put the funny phone bug into his waist. Kizaru sat up from the recliner and muttered to himself, "In this era, we are about to lose our control, celestial dragons." After saying that, Kizaru turned into a golden light and headed into the distance. At this time, in a casino in New World, a blind swordsman was gambling, and he was very excited about gambling. It must be small this time. Although the blind swordsman couldn't see what number the dice rolled out, his keen hearing could also distinguish the number the dice would come out. Sure enough, this time the blind swordsman won the gamble again. "Uncle, please get out. You are no longer welcome in our casino." Just when the swordsman was having fun, the owner of the casino came out and said to the swordsman. Chapter 474 Emergency Call, Fujidora. "What's the matter, boss?" At this time, the blind swordsman asked the casino owner with an innocent look. "Huh? You have seriously damaged the gambling environment of our casino, and you still ask me why?" At this time, the casino owner said helplessly. "There is no way, although the swordsman's eyes cannot see, but the swordsman's hearing is really terrifying. This terrifying hearing is no different from knowing the result. It would be very unfair to other people if the blockade continues like this." So there was no choice but to invite the blind swordsman out. Just when the blind swordsman continued to want to argue something, the phone on the blind swordsman's waist also rang. "Huh?" The blind swordsman uncle slowly took out a phone bug from his waist that was as blind as himself and had a scar on its face. Card holder, as the blind uncle answered the phone, he put the phone bug in front of his eyes. "It's me, Sengoku." A familiar voice came from the phone bug. "Oh, Marshall, you must be calling me now for something important, right?" the blind swordsman uncle said. Listening to the conversation between the blind uncle and the phone bug, the casino owner seemed to understand something all of a sudden. "Sengoku, Marshall? Could it be that the person on the phone with him was the Marshal of Naval Headquarters, Buddha Sengoku? Advertisement, are you?" The casino owner pointed at the blind swordsman uncle in shock, hesitating and speechless. The casino owner was shocked by what he heard and sat on the ground, saying no. The words came out. "Huh?" The blind swordsman uncle faced the casino owner in confusion. Just when he was about to say something, another voice came from the phone bug. "Fujitora, something big has happened in New World now. I want you to rush back to Naval Headquarters to prepare for the next thing," Sengoku said to Fujitora solemnly. "Okay, I understand. I will rush to Marinfendo now," Fujitora said reluctantly, facing the dice on the table. Fujitora is a true righteous marine and a true soldier. Faced with the instructions from his superiors, Fujitora only followed them without asking why. After saying that, Fujitora stood up, used his sword as a crutch, lit the road in front of him bit by bit, and walked out leisurely. Looking at Fujitora's retreating figure, the casino owner gradually stopped shaking and came to his senses. It seems that this ship is not small, Fujitora thought happily. Hurry up and get the warship to the shore." At this time, the commander shouted anxiously. Looking at the young and energetic Marines, the old Marine who had experienced the war shook his head helplessly. "I thought to myself, you are still too young to know the real horror of war." The huge warship slowly docked, stopped at the pier. Unexpectedly, not long after the Summit War, the New World was in big trouble again. One of the older Marines with scars on his face sighed. Advertisement: this tall figure is carrying a cane and wearing a Marine's unique cape. Looking at his Marine uniform, he is clearly a Marine Admiral. Fujitora walked out of the casino and walked to a nearby dock. At this time, a warship happened to pass by the dock. When the commander was about to tell them in detail what happened in the Summit War, a tall figure appeared in the commander's sight. He is a Marine who has survived the Summit War. He has also seen how terrifying the pirates in the New World are. At this time, he is complaining to the young Marines. Crash! The warship threw the huge anchor into the water, making a huge noise. The Marines on the warship are the Marines sent by the Naval Headquarters to monitor the movements of the New World pirates in North Blue. At this time, they also received orders from Marshal Sengoku and were rushing back. "Commander Senpei, please tell us the specific situation of the Summit War." Several young Marines were very interested in this world-class war, and they were full of enthusiasm for the summons issued by Marshal Sengoku. Expectations. Hearing that a ship had docked, Fujitora cocked his sword and slowly moved towards the shore. "Let's take a ride on the boat and see if we can get to Marinfendo." "What's wrong, Commander Senpei? What happened?" Several young Marines, Li Jiaohao, asked anxiously. These young Marines didn't know what happened. With the mentality that we didn't know and we didn't dare to ask more questions, they parked the warship on the shore of the pier. That person just now turned out to be the newly selected Marine Admiral, Fujitora. The casino owner still didn't dare to accept the fact. He just kicked Marine Admiral out of his casino. This is really crazy. Commander was stunned when he saw this figure. His eyes widened and he was speechless. Chapter 475 Lord I Am and 5 Elders. Just when Fujitora happily wanted to take a ride with the ship, people were already on the ship. The commander came to Fujitora with several young Marines. Taking a closer look, this commander was even more certain that this was Fujitora, one of the new admirals of Naval Headquarters. "Fujitora Admiral, why are you here?" Before Fujitora could speak, the commander asked first. "Huh? Do you know me? Could it be that this is a warship?" Fujitora said doubtfully. So Fujitora, under the leadership of Commander, successfully boarded the warship bound for Marinfendo. At this time, in Whitebeard's territory, Ron and the Whitebeard pirate group had already finished their banquet. Whitebeard and Ron walked side by side and came to the side of the ship. Whitebeard asked first. Captain Ron, I always feel that the highest combat force that protects the rule of the celestial dragons is not marine. Whitebeard said solemnly. Although Whitebeard is old, Whitebeard's head is still very bright. Whitebeard 660Z had never mentioned this matter to anyone else, but Whitebeard felt that Ron was capable and discussed this topic with him. Why do you see it? Although Ron knew that there were 5 elders and Lord I Am in this world, Ron still didn't say it. I want to hear Whitebeard's thoughts. With the strength of the Roger pirates, it was enough to start a war with the naval headquarters that protected the celestial dragons. There were many strong men at that time. If Roger and Golden Lion said that they wanted to conquer the Holy Land Mariajoy, Golden Lion would probably do the same. Support Roger. Advertisement. Whitebeard told Ron his opinion, and Ron listened quietly without interrupting Whitebeard's words. I think that since Roger chose to disband the pirate group and surrendered to Marine, it means that there are still enemies in this world that Roger and I cannot defeat, under the rule of the guardian celestial dragons, Whitebeard said. What do you think of what I said? Whitebeard looked at Ron and asked. Pa, Ron said, clapping his hands. As expected of Whitebeard, he guessed Roger's thoughts thoroughly. I think you should be given the title of the resourceful general, the best in the world. Ron's smile revealed more respect for Whitebeard. I didn't expect Whitebeard to be able to guess so much. Now it's not the time for Ron to hide it. As far as I know, the highest commander of the naval headquarters is called the Marshal. But above the Marshal, there are 5 elders who are responsible for planning the world to control. Ron explained. The 5 elders are the supreme rulers of the world government. They should be 5 old men. They are the pillars of the world. Their strength is much higher than that of Marshal Sengoku. Ron said lightly. It seems that he has seen through the world. Whitebeard naturally believed Ron's words. Ron could actually awaken Margau's fruit in an instant, and he could also make a breakthrough in the strength that had driven him to death in a short period of time. There seemed to be nothing that Ron couldn't do. Oh, there is such a person? It was also the first time for Beard to hear about it, and he was very surprised. Unexpectedly, Sengoku also runs errands for others. Yes, that is indeed the case, and above the 5 elders, there is a mysterious person. He is called Lord I Am by the 5 elders. Ron's expression remained unchanged, and he said calmly to Whitebeard. Advertisement, Lord I Am. Could it be said that this Lord I Am is the leader of this world? Whitebeard asked. You can understand it that way. Ron also acquiesced to Whitebeard's guess. The strength of the 5 elders is unfathomable, and with the boss of the 5 elders, it is really difficult to overthrow this world government. Thinking of this, Whitebeard couldn't help but frown. Listening to what you said, I finally feel how Roger felt at that time. According to what you said, the Roger pirates really do not have the strength to overthrow the world government, Whitebeard said. The former Roger pirates couldn't do it, and the former Whitebeard pirates couldn't do it either, but the current Whitebeard pirates can, Ron said calmly. Indeed, with the blessing of the death bird fruit that Margau has awakened, the combat effectiveness of the beard pirates will increase exponentially. And the man who is called the strongest man in the world is not covered by his beard. Although Whitebeard can't beat the 5 elders teamed up, it is definitely no problem in single combat. Moreover, now there is Ron, who can kill everything instantly. Ooh la la la, let's finish Roger's unfinished business together, Whitebeard said with a laugh. After that, Ron and Whitebeard drank another glass of wine. The next day, on the pirate ship of the Sword and Rose Pirates, Ron was explaining things to the guest crew. Dear beauties, although I, Ron, want to be a person who is indifferent to worldly affairs, the darkness of this world must be broken by light. There is no need to continue the dictatorship of the celestial dragons. Chapter 476 Preparation. Ron said to the crew members. Although I am not the kind of person who pursues fame and fortune, it is still good to complete what Roger has not finished and become a new pirate king. Ron, where should we start first? Robin closed the book in his hand, raised his head and asked Ron seriously. Indeed, overthrowing the world government is not a simple matter, but requires a very rigorous plan. As the saying goes, everything is difficult at the beginning. As long as you make a good start, the next things will definitely go very smoothly. After hearing Robin's words, Ron also smiled lightly. Since we want to complete the unfinished business of Roger Pirates, we should first find the crew of Roger Pirates. I think they know more about celestial dragons and 5 elders than we do. Well, what Ron said makes sense. Nami also agreed. After all, if you know yourself and your enemy, you will never be in danger. Roger must have left behind some kind of plan during his lifetime. The plan to overthrow the world government may have been due to lack of strength, so he did not act on it. With Ron's strength, he naturally has the strength to rush directly to Mariajoy and knock out the celestial dragons. However, if he does this, the excuse will not be good. After all, Ron is a pirate. If the pirates rule this world, isn't this world too absurd? In Ron's understanding, Ron knew that this world was missing 100 years of history. This period of history has been concealed by the celestial dragons. Once the broken history is unearthed, the rule of the celestial dragons will be greatly shaken. Advertisement. Therefore, overthrowing the rule of the celestial dragons cannot simply penetrate Marin Fendwo and conquer the holy land of Mariajoy, but let people in the world realize that celestial dragons are the most terrifying cancer that harms the world. So, let's use the clues provided by Whitebeard to find the former members of the Roger Pirates, Ron said calmly. Where are the clues? Nami, a navigator, asked in confusion. Here, after saying that, Ron took out a map from his arms. This map was given to Ron by Whitebeard. This map shows all the locations of the pirates known to the Whitebeard pirates. So with this map, Ron can find the red-haired Shanks first. After all, Shanks' strength and influence on this sea are still very arrogant. After saying that, Ron handed the map to Nami. Nami, I'll leave it to you to plan the route. After Ron said that, he closed his eyes leisurely and lay down on an armchair. At this time, Beast's pirates also exploded inside. What's going on? Why hasn't Captain Kaido come back after being gone for so long? Jack the Drow asked anxiously. Why panic? Captain Kaido is so powerful, do you need to worry about him? Besides, our Captain Kaido is the strongest creature in the world, and no one can kill him. Dan King asked Huang Calamity Jack a little impatiently. That's right, Captain Kaido must have gotten drunk somewhere and couldn't wake up, Flood Queen said calmly. Advertisement, but two brothers, Marine has been gathering troops recently. You have also seen it. There must be some kind of riot in this world. What should I do if Captain Kaido is not here at this time? Jack asked anxiously. Please give me flowers. Although Jack's bounty is as high as 1 billion, Jack is an obedient little brother in the face of fires and floods. When Yan Ban heard Jack the Drow's words, he suddenly became irritable. He is afraid of such a trivial thing. We are the royal group. What can naval headquarters think of us? Just when Yan Calamity King wanted to confront Jack, a member of Beast's pirates also rushed in. Seeing this ignorant little brother who was so impatient that he didn't even give a report, Jack picked him up. Are you crazy? Don't you know the rules and etiquette? Jack said angrily. Master Jack, something bad has happened. Captain Kaido, he is dead, the Beast's pirate's younger brother said in horror. What? Sanbin was shocked when he heard this sentence, and then Yanban said with a smile. Jack, drag him out and kill him. This kid must be really crazy. Rather than letting him live like this crazy, it's better to give him a happy life. King Yanyan said calmly, and then turned towards Jack. He waved his hand. Yes, brother Yanshuang. After hearing Yan Shuang's instructions, Jack immediately replied respectfully and wanted to follow them. Lord Yan Calamity, please forgive me. I really shouldn't have barged in so recklessly, but what I said is indeed the truth. If you don't believe me, you can go out and have a look. Then Margot, who is still a bearded pirate, will take Captain Kaido's head. The class has sent someone back. Chapter 477 A Surprise for the Three Disasters. Do you know what you are talking about? What else did Margot from the Whitebeard pirate group send here? Does Margot have the strength to kill the captain? Even Whitebeard can't. Yan Calamity King faced that man solemnly, said a young crew member. Master Yan Disaster, I did not lie, and my mind is very clear. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. The young crew member was so frightened by San Disaster's actions that he didn't dare to breathe. King, I think this kid is probably stupid. Why don't we just kick us out as Beast's pirates? Killing such a fool will also dirty our hands. Who doesn't know that Captain Kaido is an immortal? 390. At this time floods are recommended for fire disasters. Queen, when did you become as impetuous as Jack? We'll know if it's true or not when we go out and take a look. Let's go out and see what Margot has brought to us, Yanshuan said calmly. Although Kaido is the strongest creature, what Kaido challenges is Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. Although Whitebeard is old, Whitebeard's shock fruit is still very scary. Could it be that the Whitebeard fruit has awakened? Yanban also knew that the more powerful the fruit, the more difficult it would be to awaken it, but with Whitebeard's strength, it was indeed possible. So after Kaido lost contact for several days, Yanban felt more and more uneasy, so he believed such ridiculous words. Under the leadership of this young crew member, Sanbin walked out of the cabin. At this time, Margot and the crew of the first squadron who were waiting on another ship were waiting for the appearance of the three disasters. Seeing the appearance of the three disasters, Margot joked with a smile. Advertisement, I thought you were going to disband, but I didn't expect that Beast's pirates is still very capable, and they handled such a big thing calmly. Margot, if you have anything to say, please tell me clearly and don't give me riddles. Otherwise, I will immediately order the cannon to blast you all into the sea. Although Jack is afraid of fire disasters and floods, he will not be afraid of Margot. After all, Margot will definitely not dare to do anything to him on his own territory. So Jack said to Margot arrogantly. Yanban, as the boss of the three disasters, still knew that there was something in Margot's words. Margot, you and I each serve as the royal maid of our own pirate group. There is no need to hide the conversation between us. We Beast's pirates have indeed lost contact with the captain for several days, but there's no need to disband, right? Maybe Captain Kaido is drunk and will contact us when it's over. Yanban smiled and said to Margot. Look, King, the boss of your three disasters, is more polite. Jack, with your appearance and temper, you will never be able to keep up with King in your life. Margot mocked Jack. Margot, are you looking for death? After hearing Margot's words, Jack suddenly exploded. He dared to be so arrogant in the place of Beast's pirates. After saying this, his face was filled with murderous intent, and his mammoth tusks were revealed. He was about to poke at the ship of Margot and others. What are you doing? At this critical moment, Yanban asked Jack coldly. Is it your turn to interrupt our conversation? Brother Yanshuang, Jack was also brought back to his senses by Yan Shuang's questions at this time, and said to Yan Shuang a little aggrievedly. Advertisement, Captain Margao, that's ridiculous. You also know Jack's recklessness. From your tone, I know the whereabouts of our Captain Kaido. Please tell me, the fire disaster is indeed the first of the 3 disasters. You know how to distinguish things at this time. I don't care about the importance of Margao's ridicule. Since you are so sincere, then I will return your captain to you, Margao said with a smile. Saying yes, Margao gestured to his men and motioned for them to bring the things over. The crew members of Margao's team saw Margao's gesture and lifted up a dark bag. It seemed like something that only 2 people could lift was very heavy. The 2 men placed the bag in front of Margao. Margao threw the bag in front of the main disaster. Is this really Captain Kaido's head? Flood Queen said incredulously. The size of the thing contained in this dark bag was indeed about the same size as Kaido's head, which made Flood somewhat shaken Kaido's idea of immortality 2.4. Why are you thinking so much? Just open it and you'll know, right? Margao said nonchalantly, picking his ears. King Yan Yan stared at the bag in front of him, slowly squatted down, and opened the dark bag. Sure enough, what caught the eyes of the 3 disasters was the face they were most familiar with, Kaido's face. Yan Disaster was frightened by the sight in front of him and took a step back, while Flood Disaster and Drought Disaster were so frightened that they fell to the ground. How is this possible? This is impossible. How can Captain Kaido die? Chapter 478. Kill if you don't like it. Yan Ban King roared loudly. Obviously this matter could not happen in Yan Yan's understanding. Your Whitebeard pirates dared to attack our captain, Margao, you will be the first to be buried with Captain Kaido. Yanban's patience was completely gone at this time, and after seeing after Kaido's head, Yan Shi's anger reached its extreme. After saying that, Yan Liang condensed a ball of fire in his hand and blasted it towards the ship where Margao's first squadron was. The red-black flames, like a meteor, hit the first team's ship hard, opening a big hole in the ship. Generally, such a huge sound will cause water to enter the ship. In less than a minute, the ship will sink into the water. It seems that Yanban is really angry and actually wants to kill the crew of the Whitebeard pirates. But then a magical scene happened. The ship with a big hole in it did not get flooded, but light blue flames appeared. Wrapped in the flames, the huge hole in the ship healed immediately. This is the power of the phoenix fruit? Looking at the blue flames, the 3 disasters were all too familiar. They have already seen quite a lot of the repairing ability of Margao's blue flame. However, in the previous battle, Margao was only able to repair his own injuries. This time, he was able to repair the damaged ship. Could this mean that Margao's fruit had awakened? This time, Yanban confirmed his idea even more. Whitebeard's shock fruit must have awakened, so that Kaido could be killed. Looking at the disbelieving expression on Sanji's face, Margao said with a smile. Advertisement. You don't have to look at me in such surprise, and you don't have to blame me, the Whitebeard pirates. Just a few days ago, your Captain Kaido of the Beasts was indeed drunk and ran into the territory of our Whitebeard pirates to cause trouble, threatening to challenge Daddy. Margao continued. But this time it is a pity that your Captain Kaido did not fight Dad as he wished. Before Dad arrived, your captain had already been beheaded. What? Captain Kaido was not killed by Whitebeard. Although the 3 disasters had accepted and acknowledged the fact that Kaido was dead, they did not expect that Kaido was not killed by Whitebeard. Apart from Whitebeard, no one else in this world can hurt Whitebeard. Yes, your Captain Kaido was killed by our ally Ron, the leader of the Sword and Rose Pirates. What? The Sword and Rose Pirates, Ron? I've never heard of them, Jack said with some disdain. It's okay if you don't know about the Sword and Rose Pirates, and it's okay if you don't know Ron, but you know about the murder of Marine Admiral Akainu of Naval Headquarters, right? Margao smiled. Ying said. When it comes to the murder of Akainu, the 3 disasters are also as surprised as the murder of Kaido. With Akainu's strength, he should have been the next Marine Admiral. Not many people in this new world can resist Akainu's fist. But not long ago, they suddenly received news that Akainu was killed by a mysterious man in Summit War. And it still doesn't kill instantly. Then what does this have to do with it? Flood Quen asked Margao. Advertisement. This is a very good question. Yes, the mysterious man who killed Akainu is our ally of the Whitebeard Pirates and the captain of the Sword and Rose Pirates, Ron. Margao said these words calmly. Although these words were said very calmly, the shock to the 3 disasters was very great. If Whitebeard can't kill Kaido, then Ron can't kill Akainu instantly. Thinking of this, the 3 disasters all fell into silence. You don't have to think about revenge for Kaido. You are no match for Captain Ron, and you just saw that my phoenix fruit has awakened. I believe you know what this 903 means, right? Margao said what he said to the 3 disasters with a little pride. Because of Whitebeard's heart disease, the Beast's pirates often provoke the Whitebeard pirates. Now that the main disaster of Margao's fruit has awakened, it is natural that Beard has returned to his peak strength. When Yan Liang wanted to say something, Margao didn't add another sentence. To tell you the truth, my fruit awakening did not rely on my own strength, but Captain Ron's guidance, and I awakened it immediately. When Margao said this, his eyes couldn't help but shine with admiration for Ron. Then can you tell us why Ronway killed our Captain Kaido, so that we can have peace of mind? Yan Ban said angrily. This seems to be Captain Ron coming to visit Dad, and happened to encounter Kaido who was causing trouble. He probably killed him because he didn't like it. Chapter 479 The Red Earl appears listening to Margau's words. Sunyi suddenly felt speechless. What the hell is this? Just kill him if you don't like it. Kaido is the four emperors. Doesn't Ron know what it means if he kills Kaido? Does Ron also want to become one of the four emperors? Indeed, Ron now has the strength of four emperors, and if Ron overthrows the four emperors, he will naturally become the four emperors. But now comes the biggest question, where should Beast's pirates go from here? The current Beast's pirates have lost Kaido and can no longer be called an emperor group because they don't have anyone with the strength of the four emperors. Moreover, Kaido united with many pirates during his lifetime. As soon as the news of Kaido's death spreads, there will be many pirate groups looking for trouble with the Beast's pirates. Brother, what should we do? At this time, Jack was already confused. Without Kaido's protection, they would be unable to stand on this sea. Of course Yan Disaster King also understands this truth. Without Kaido, where should they go? Just when Yan Calamity King wanted to discuss with Margao whether the crew of his Beast's pirates could join the Whitebeard pirates with him, a dark red figure fell on the deck behind 3 Calamity. Ahahaha, I didn't expect Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, to be dead. Didn't he claim to be the strongest creature in the world? How could he be dead? An eerie voice came from the dark red figure. Passed over. Margao and the others, as well as the 3 disasters, were all shocked. Yan King was shocked. With his observation Haki, he didn't even notice that someone suddenly came to him. How powerful is this person's movement skills? Margao was also frightened. I had just deployed my observation Haki with all my strength to prevent the sudden attack of the 3 disasters. But unexpectedly, his observation Haki did not notice this person's approach. Advertisement. Who are you? Yan Calamity King turned around and stared at the mysterious man in front of him with an ugly expression. This man was wearing a red cloak, his face looked a little older and his head of white hair looked neat and tidy, making him look very energetic. But the strange thing is that there is no wrinkle on this little old man's face. Could it be that he was born with white hair? No, his voice also sounds very old. You don't even know mine. You blinded me, the leader of the 3 disasters, in vain. But that's what I expected. After all, I've been imprisoned and impelled down for so long, so it makes sense that you don't know me. The mysterious man said with a smile. Although he was facing the 3 disasters of the Kaido pirates and Margao, the captain of Whitebeard's first team, the mysterious man still seemed very calm. Margao looked at the energetic old man in front of him and seemed to be familiar with it. I have been following Whitebeard since I was young, and I seem to have seen Whitebeard fight with this man before. Are you Baloric? Margao asked tremblingly. At Baloric's age, he shouldn't have such terrifying physical skills. Even Whitebeard can be controlled by Margau's observation Haki. Margao thought, he had seen Baloric defeated by Whitebeard many years ago. Baloric should be older than Whitebeard, why does he look younger than Whitebeard now? Hey, someone actually knows me and can call me by my name. You young man, you look pretty good, the old man named Baloric said with a smile. What? Baloric? Red Earl? When the Flood Queen heard the name Baloric, she immediately reacted. This man was wearing a red cloak. Although his voice sounded old, he didn't look old. Advertisement. This is the benefit that the vampire form of the Bat Fruit Phantom Beast brings to him. Legend has it that this person possesses an extremely light body and extremely powerful observation Haki, and can even directly peer into the hearts of others through observation Haki. Read other people's thoughts. But observation Haki of this intensity sounds so fanciful. Ha ha ha, let me tell you, there will always be someone who knows me, Red Earl said with a smile. What are you doing here, Baloric? Margao said with a somewhat ugly expression. Obviously the Red Earl came to Zhao Li with bad intentions. What am I doing here? I'm here to take over Kaido's Beast's pirates, Red Earl said with a smile. Otherwise I'm here to learn what I'm doing wrong visiting Kaido, Red Earl said sarcastically. Originally, the Red Earl wanted to join the Kaido pirates, use his fruit power to take Kaido's lifespan, and take the position of captain of the Beast's pirates. Although the Red Earl is not strong enough to kill Kaido, Kaido's life will eventually come to an end, right? The Red Earl doesn't even have to confront Kaido, he can suck Kaido to death just by sucking blood. Now it seems that it saves trouble, since Kaido is dead, he can just take over. Chapter 480. Lost life. Thinking of this, the Red Earl couldn't help but feel a little happy. In order for the Red Earl to absorb other people's lives, he needs to absorb other people's blood. If he cannot absorb the blood, this ability is of little use. Although the Red Earl is powerful, it is very difficult to injure Kaido. The Red Earl obviously did not think of this and overestimated his own strength. With the Red Earl's attack power, how could Kaido be injured? Although the Red Earl cannot defeat Kaido, it is very easy for the Red Earl to deal with the 3 disasters and Margao. You old fool, who do you look down on? Even if Captain Kaido is gone, it won't be your turn to run wild in our Beast's pirates' territory. Jack said angrily. After saying that, the black armament Haki gathered in Jack's fist, wrapping Jack's thick arm tightly, making Jack's already strong arm look even stronger. O3O Jack's fist struck the Red Earl with terrifying force. The Red Earl sighed and shook his head helplessly. What a stupid guy who can't see the situation clearly. Can't you see that no one in this world can beat me except Whitebeard and Roger? It's a pity that Roger is dead now and Whitebeard is old. But my strength is getting stronger and stronger, my time is coming. The Red Earl said with a smile. When Margao heard the Red Earl's words, he was only slightly funny. The Red Earl's movement was very strange, and he easily dodged Jack's fist without seeming to make any movements. Jack's punch was empty, and he couldn't help but lose his balance. He couldn't help but stagger towards the Red Earl. Advertisement: the masters exchanged moves, and the whole game was lost with one careless move. The Red Earl seized the opportunity, and his seemingly thin fist was instantly covered by the black armament Haki. The Red Earl's thin-looking arm punched Jack in the belly with a strong wind. Although the Red Earl is old, relying on the ability of the bat fruit to become a vampire, the Red Earl can maintain his physical condition at its peak. This seemingly light punch contained a lot of power. The Red Earl's fist landed on Jack's belly. With Jack's scream, Jack flew out and fell heavily next to the fire disaster and flood disaster. Wow! Jack spit out blood after being punched by the Red Earl. It seems that the Red Earl's armament Haki is also very powerful. Even Jack with the mammoth fruit, which has such strong defense, can be seriously injured with one punch. This shows the strength of the Red Earl. Ha 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 ha, are you so vulnerable? The Red Earl said with a smile. Look at your temples. Flood didn't know what to say to Jia at this time, so he could only let Jack look at it by himself. Ah, how could this happen? Jack shouted in horror. Jack, you. Ice Disaster Queen looked at Jack with wide eyes and exclaimed. Oh, do you think it's just like this? The Red Earl suddenly felt a little angry when he saw that Jack was not afraid of him and even provoked him. In the meantime, the blood vomited out from Jack's serious injury began to fly toward the Red Earl, and then entered the Red Earl's body. Advertisement: after listening to Queen's words, Jack picked up the hair on his temples and looked at it. The blood of mammoths is different. If I absorb all your blood, my body will be as strong as yours. What's wrong with me, Brother Queen? Jack asked nervously towards the flood. When Jack turned around, he found that both Yan Ban and Margao were looking at him with complicated expressions. For a moment, Jack felt a little frightened. The Red Earl stared at Jack and said with a smile. If Kaido had punched this punch, Jack would have been knocked unconscious at this time, so Jack looked down on the Red Earl a little. In Jack's perception, Kaido can not only resist, but also fight. How can the Red Earl replace Kaido with his strength? The moment Jack's blood was sucked into the body by the Red Earl, Jack felt that there seemed to be some changes in his body, but he couldn't tell what the changes were. Huh? Jack turned around in confusion. That's right, bat fruit, vampires are activated. The Red Earl snorted happily. HMPH, do you think my mammoth fruit is vegetarian? Do you think this little injury can defeat me? Jack snorted disdainfully. The Red Earl's ears suddenly changed at this moment, becoming like elf ears, long and thin. Moreover, his teeth also grew longer at this time, and his whole person began to show signs of animal transformation. Jack saw that the hair on his temples had changed from shiny gold to dull grayish yellow. This hair looks like what a middle-aged man should have. Chapter 481. Kill 3 disasters. Instantly looking at his somewhat gray hair on the temples, Jack couldn't accept it for a moment. When did he become like this? He was just punched by the Red Earl. It shouldn't be like this. When Margao saw this scene, he explained with a solemn expression. This is the ability of the Zone Fruit Bat Fruit Phantom Beast vampire form. He can take away your life force by absorbing your blood and then replenish it to himself. What? So my life has been lost in half all of a sudden? Jack exclaimed. Haha. Why do you think I challenge Kaido? Because I am the strongest Zone Fruit. Although I can't kill Kaido, I can suck him to death. And after absorbing his blood, I have a body as strong as his, Red Earl said with a smile. It's a pity that Kaido died before I arrived. It's really disappointing, the Red Earl joked. At this time, the Flood Queen couldn't bear it any longer. Just when Queen was about to rush forward and hit the red count twice, the Fire King stopped him. Calm down, maybe we really are no match for him now, Yan Ban said solemnly. Yan stopped the excited Flood and nodded to Flood. Signal the Flood to calm down. After saying that, Yan Ban looked at Margao again, and Margao also stared at Yan Ban. The two exchanged looks and reached an agreement. FKU, advertisement said, the Zone Ancient Pterosaur Fruit of the Fire Disaster has been activated. It transformed into a huge pterosaur and rushed towards the Red Earl. The huge pteranodon transformed by Yan Calamity King aimed its slender mouth at the Red Earl, as if this blow was going to penetrate the Red Earl. Looking at the Yan disaster that suddenly attacked him, the Red Earl also smiled. He originally wanted to leave a way out for the Yan disaster and let the beast's pirates inherit his command, but now it seems that this is no longer necessary. The Red Earl's observation Haki is extremely powerful, so powerful that it can completely evade the attacks of the 3 disasters. Haha, Yan disaster. I think you are tired of living? You want to take over the beast's pirates after Kaido dies? I'm afraid your strength is not enough, right? The Red Earl easily dodged King's attack on him. He had no choice but to do so. King's speed was too slow and he had completely seen through King's movements. At this time, the ship of Ron's Sword and Rose pirates was sailing slowly on the sea. Ron was lying quietly on the deck of the ship, basking in the sun, and the 2 crew members beside her were fanning her. This is Nami walking towards Ron with charming steps and sitting next to Ron. Since Marine can't even protect the celestial dragons, how can it protect ordinary people from Ron's hands? Ron, we still have more than an hour to reach Sabaody Archipelago, but if we go again this time, we will definitely cause chaos in Sabaody Archipelago. Please give me flowers. Before Kaido died, Yanban was loyal to Kaido, but now that Kaido is dead, No one would object to taking the position of captain of Beast's pirates based on his own strength, but now he suddenly came out halfway. A red count. Advertisement. Hearing Jack's screams, King also turned around and looked at Jack, who was lying on the ground and rolling in pain. After hearing what the Red Earl said, King was obviously stunned. How could this person peer into his own heart? Not only is it unreasonable, but it's also a waste of human life. The common people felt that it was the celestial dragons who were too obsessed with death, which led to the disaster of killing. As long as you stay away from the celestial dragons, you can not only avoid danger, but also avoid the difficulties caused by the celestial dragons. After all, everyone knows who the celestial dragons are. Margao originally wanted to make a sneak attack on the Red Count while the Red Count was not paying attention, but now his attention was also attracted by Jack, who suddenly screamed. After speaking, the red light on the Red Earl's body flashed, and the Red Earl's appearance also changed into that of a bat, which looked very eye-catching. At this moment, Jack, who was injured, immediately screamed in pain. Jack, who was lying on the ground, began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, Jack, who was as strong as a cow, turned into a withered and thin old man. Don't wonder, I can indeed see the inner thoughts of each of you. I am so strong, so it is impossible for you to attack me, and I only need to hurt you, and you will be like this, die like trash. Ron killed the celestial dragons in Sabaody Archipelago last time, causing chaos in Sabaody Archipelago. This incident has made the entire Sabaody Archipelago panic. Jack, what's wrong with you? Queen asked hurriedly because it was a flood. Yes, this is the bat fruit, the ability of the vampire form. Nami looked at Ron worriedly and said, Chapter 442 Return to Sabaody Land. Oh, they were the guys with bubbles on their heads that I killed last time. Those guys were too arrogant. No nobles in the world, even the creator of the world, can't be so arrogant in front of me, right? Ron said to himself. Yes, but with your current strength, you can indeed kill all kinds of enemies instantly. With you, no matter where I go, I will feel safe. Then he looked at Ron and said with an expression. It is true that, 360. Ron's strength can indeed move sideways in this pirate world. No matter who he is, he can no longer defeat Ron. Now Ron wants to travel while ruling the celestial dragons in this world. On, complete overthrow. Oh, do you feel safe around me? Ron smiled maliciously, pulled Nami into his arms, and stared at Nami with a somewhat lewd look. He didn't even consider that there were two female crew members beside him. Ah, what are you doing in broad daylight? Can you be more serious? Nami blushed and said coquettishly. Nami twisted her body slightly, trying to break free from Ron's arms, but it was obviously not that easy. This Vice Admiral's physical and sword skills are not very strong. Even the basic Marine 6 styles, this Vice Admiral is not very good at, let alone the weapon color and observation Haki. Seeing the pirate ship that was about to reach the shore, the Marine on guard immediately notified his companions. Why didn't Sengoku withdraw his troops from Sabaody Archipelago even after such a big thing happened? Because the celestial dragons were unwilling. Even though Sengoku is Marine Marshal, he can't offend the celestial dragons. As Ron and his group flirted, Ron's ship gradually approached the Sabaody Archipelago. Advertisement. As Ron's ship slowly approached the Sabaody Archipelago, the shadow of Ron's ship also appeared in Marine's telescope. A pirate ship slowly approached the Sabaody Archipelago. The person in charge of the Sabaody Archipelago is a Vice Admiral from the Naval Headquarters. This Vice Admiral is a fruit ability user, and his ability is the ability of the rust fruit. Don't the pirates know that martial law is now in place? Although Kizaru Admiral just received the recall from Naval Headquarters and left to come to Sabaody Archipelago. However, this Vice Admiral does have a record of defeating many great swordsmen. There is no way his 1.5 rusty fruit can corrode all metals that touch him. Our little thieving cat is so sexy. Ron pinched Nami's butt and said with a smile. Ron smiled and squeezed Nami's plump buttocks hard. Attention all members, a pirate group is approaching here. Everyone is ready to fight. Seeing the pirate ship that was slowly changing, Marine, who was in charge of sentry, also shouted to his companions. Moreover, the warships docked on the shore and the Marines on the warships also began to take action. The cannons on the warship seemed to come alive, and began to slowly move and aim at the pirate ship. Therefore, any slashing attack will have no effect on this Vice Admiral. Hearing the shouts of the brothers on guard, these Marines immediately picked up their weapons and aimed them at the pirate ship. The Vice Admiral also took out his telescope and started observing Dianen's ship. However, the number of Marines sent by Naval Headquarters to guard the Sabaody Archipelago has not decreased. At this time, a group of Marines are guarding the place around the Sabaody Archipelago. After all, the time when the celestial dragons were killed here did not last long, and the terrifying atmosphere still surrounds the Sabaody Archipelago. Huh? Their pirate group's pirate flag is a sword and a rose? The Vice Admiral was very happy to see Ron's pirate flag. Because anyone who is good at using swords will not find any advantage in front of him. Chapter 483 Rusty Man. Bar. Seeing the pirate group appearing, the Vice Admiral knew that his opportunity to make a meritorious deed had come. Through the telescope, the Vice Admiral saw Ron and Nami lying on the deck. Then Vice Admiral looked elsewhere and saw that this pirate group only had female crew members. Presumably the combat effectiveness of this pirate group is not too strong. Looking at Ron's ship, the Vice Admiral showed a satisfied smile. With the important celestial dragons attaches to Sabaody Archipelago, if I repel a pirate group at this time, Celestial dragons will definitely appreciate me, and maybe I will have the opportunity to develop in the direction of admiral. The vice admiral started thinking about endless things. With Haki like him, how can he take on the responsibility of admiral? Thinking of this, the vice admiral's eyes showed excitement. The vice admiral raised his hand and shouted maliciously, "Fire!" The warships anchored near the Sabaody archipelago received the vice admiral's order and immediately loaded the large, dark cannonballs into the cannons, and then lit the fuses. Boohoo! Suddenly, several warships opened fire at the same time, shooting several cannonballs at Ron and the others. Every cannonball flew towards Ron and the others accurately. At this time, the crew's observation Haki that Ron put on immediately reminded them that there were artillery shells coming. Looking at Marine's childish things, Ron couldn't help but shook his head, and then turned his attention to Tashigi. Advertisement Tashigi saw the way Ron looked at her and naturally knew what Ron meant. Ron still didn't want to get started with these childish things, so Ron wants Tashigi to intercept these shells. After Tashigi received Ron's order, his graceful body soared into the air, and then he drew the sword from his waist in the air, drawing a beautiful arc in the sky. With the appearance of this beautiful arc, the cannonball flying towards Ron and his group instantly broke into two halves and fell into the sea. After one move, Tashigi landed gracefully on the deck. Ron was mesmerized by the elegant figure. If a man dances with a sword, he is graceful and handsome, so this Tashigi sword dance is the dancing goddess descending to earth. Seeing that the cannonballs fired by the warship were easily blocked by Tashigi, the faces of the Marines on the warship also became ugly. I never expected that a woman in this group of people could have such superb swordsmanship. The crew members of the Sword and Rose pirates all noticed this man flying towards their pirate ship, and it seems that this person's strength is not very good. That's right, as long as the Red Count is willing, the life of the person whose blood has been absorbed by the Red Count can be extracted at any time. 447 and will inherit some of the characteristics of the person whose blood has been absorbed. Humph, isn't it just swordsmanship? What can you do in front of me? The Rusty Fruit Vice Admiral looked at this scene and said disapprovingly. Why didn't Ron let Tashigi take action against the Vice Admiral? Because Ron's powerful observation Haki had already seen the results of Tashigi's action against the Vice Admiral. Oh, Ball Vice Admiral is here. The Marines cheered when they saw Ball Vice Admiral suddenly flying out, because they know what the rusty fruit of Ball Vice Admiral means to these swordsmen. Advertisement after saying that, the middleman began to walk on the unskilled moonwalk, stepped over the sea, and flew towards Ron and others. The result was that Tashigi's saber struck the Vice Admiral and then turned into powder. The Marines started cheering. Watching Ball Vice Admiral flying over on moonwalk, when Tashigi was about to pull out the sword in his hand, Ron said to Tashigi calmly. At this time, Jack's vitality had begun to gradually decline. After a moment, Jack couldn't even scream. Looking at the Red Earl again, the muscles on the Red Earl, who was originally a little skinny, began to stand out. The strong figure looks like that of a young man in his early 20s. As long as Vice Admiral Ball boards this pirate ship, all the swords on this pirate ship will be turned into powder. Then, the Red Count exploded his own Conqueror's Haki function. Seeing the Red Earl suddenly rushing toward him, Yanban immediately activated observation Haki to predict where the Red Earl wanted to strike. I am the one who stands at the top of the food chain. The Red Earl laughed and rushed towards the Flame Calamity King. The benefits brought by the blood of the Mammoth Fruit's ability user are indeed quite large, the Red Earl said with a comfortable snort. On the next page, Ling's chest was wrapped in dark yellow flames and black armament Haki. King didn't think he could dodge or receive the Red Earl's attack, so he chose to use armament Haki to resist. Tashigi. You don't need to take action this time, let Robin deal with this person, Ron said looking at Tashigi. Chapter 484. The power is beginning to show, the awakening phoenix. Just then, the beast's pirates were on board. Because the Red Earl has activated his vampire ability, the Red Earl's fingers have turned into terrifying claws at this time. The Red Earl's sharp claws were wrapped in red conquerors and black armed colors at the same time, and he grabbed hard on King's pale chest. Poof! Bright red blood burst out immediately. That's right, the Red Earl's claws have penetrated King's lungs. Unexpectedly, the Red Earl's armament Haki is so terrifying. No wonder Jack's defense ability cannot resist it. The blood bursting out, just like Jack's before, flew towards the Red Earl and gradually entered the Red Earl's body. The moment King's blood entered the Red Earl's body, a faint flame began to appear on the Red Earl's body. Even the thin black wings on the back began to become bulging with veins and became ferocious. Haha, your Pteranodon fruit is not bad, it can actually further strengthen my body. The Red Earl felt a little unbelievable. Probably because the Pteranodon here can also fly and is the overlord of the sky, so it can bring benefits to the Red Count with the bat fruit. Brother King, you, at this time, the Flood Queen couldn't help but exclaimed. This scene is too familiar. Just now, the Red Earl absorbed Jack's blood in this way, and finally absorbed all of Jack's life. Seeing King's blood being absorbed by the Red Earl, Queen also knew that the next meeting with King would lead to the same trouble. Advertisement King, who was struck by the Red Earl's blow through his chest and lungs, was now in a state of embarrassment. Because the lung lobe was penetrated, he could no longer breathe properly, and his whole body felt very weak. Just when King felt that he was about to die, a hand was placed on his back. As the hand was placed on his back, King suddenly felt that the discomfort in his body had completely disappeared. The pain in my chest has completely disappeared and I can breathe freely. This feeling made King turn his head in disbelief and look behind him. Yes, it was Margao who came to the rescue. HMPH, you really have a lot of tricks up your sleeve. Have you never heard of Phoenix Margao? You, like this, still want to dominate this sea? Are you dreaming? Margao sneered, and his hands turned into blue flame bird wings and rose into the sky. This man's movement is so fast. The Red Earl sighed. With his powerful observation Haki, even though he could predict Margao's attack, his body was unable to follow the instructions of his head and could not dodge immediately. Looking at the familiar pineapple head in front of him, the Red Earl remembered that this was the child who followed Whitebeard decades ago. Huh? The Red Earl was also very shocked when he saw Yan Disaster, who had fully recovered from his injuries. What is this stuff? Margao's figure, like red sandalwood, shot towards the Red Earl in an instant. Advertisement: Margao's armament Haki is actually on par with me. Margao, who has awakened the phoenix fruit, can restore anything he touches to its original state in an instant. In other words, it can restore a person's physical condition to its peak state. Haha, it seems that I can't keep you today, but I have to capture the beast's pirates today. Go back and tell Whitebeard that I will challenge him in a few days. The Red Earl sneered, rode. The moment Margao arrived in front of the Red Earl, his body rose up and spun around. His legs began to turn into sharp claws and he grabbed the Red Earl. But that was a long time ago. At that time, I was still young and challenged Whitebeard alone. At that time, Whitebeard had just founded the pirate group, and there was only Margao by his side. So the Red Earl snorted coldly and attached armament Haki to his arm, trying to block Margao's attack. How did you do it? The Red Earl looked at Margao solemnly and said. Only then did the Red Earl recall that he seemed to have seen such a person. Thinking of this, it is not surprising that Red Earl has followed Whitebeard for so many years. He must have obtained Whitebeard's true inheritance. This armament Haki will naturally be powerful. Margao flapped his wings in the air a few times, and then stabilized his figure in the air. Zitza, the black arm colors collided with each other and made a strange sound. Even in front of the two of them, there was a small space distortion. The Red Earl snorted coldly, and instantly exploded the power he got from Jack, sending Mal flying away. Chapter 445. Making trouble. Tashigi saw that his beloved sword was shattered so easily in front of him. Tashigi couldn't help being frightened and jumped back to the pirate ship. Tashigi looked at his broken knife and turned into powder floating in the sea, and his face couldn't help but reveal murderous intent. If Ron is the most important person to Tashigi in the world, then Tashigi's knife is her second favorite thing. Tashigi's sword was gone. Tashigi crouched on the deck for a moment, ready to attack Bar again. Ball is simply unforgivable. Although Tashigi no longer has his beloved sword, he also knows that the sword is useless against Ball, so he attaches his armament Haki to his slender arm. As Tashigi's armament Haki wraps around, Tashigi's arms turn black, like two long black knives. You dare to destroy my sword, you are dead. 963. Tashigi stared at Ball, who was staying in the sky with Moonwalk. His body curled up slightly, and he accumulated all his strength on his calf. As Tashigi's legs were tense and released, Tashigi flew towards Ball Vice Admiral like a sharp sword. Ron looked at Tashigi, who flew out once and shook his head helplessly. This girl really loves her sword as much as her life. This Vice Admiral destroyed her beloved saber. I wonder how ugly this Vice Admiral's death will be. Thinking of this, Ron looked at Ball in the sky with complicated emotions. Tashigi's armament Haki has been upgraded to a very powerful level by Ron himself, let alone Vice Admiral. Even Admiral. Tashigi's armament Haki can also fight it. Advertisement: Ron, you are so calm, you must have seen the outcome of the matter. Robin put down the history book in his hand and closed it gently. Robin is wearing a sweet blue hip-hugging skirt, which makes her already a bit of a royal lady look even more charming. Well, this Vice Admiral is certainly no match for Tashigi. Since we are here to play and find Pluton Rayleigh, let's go slowly and make more noise, the better. Ron said calmly. This group of ignorant Marines couldn't even recognize the pirate flag of their own sword and rose pirates, which made Ron feel a little angry. Therefore, in order to make up for his lack of weapons, Bar only trains his physical skills in his usual training. There is no other way. Who can let himself have no weapons? Looking at the heavily guarded Sabaody archipelago, Ron had a vague feeling that there must be some key figure in this Sabaody archipelago. The last time he made a big fuss in Sabaody archipelago, the people of Sabaody archipelago were so scared that they fled in all directions. It would be better to scare those useless celestial dragons who only have runny noses so that they can't sleep. Thinking of this, Ron wanted to take his time and find this person. Maybe it will be of great help in helping you find Pluton Rayleigh. Since he chose to eat the devil fruit, there was no way to get rid of him. He had no choice but to accept his fate without weapons. Advertisement. In this moment of thinking, Tashigi had already rushed to Bar's side at lightning speed. Or are all newspaper reporters in this world just doing nothing? It's been 2 or 3 days since I killed Kaido, but the newspaper hasn't published the news of Kaido's death yet. Could it be that the sword and rose pirates aren't strong enough? Marine can't even recognize his pirate flag. No one remembers his feat of killing Admiral Akainu with 2 swords in the Summit War? If the celestial dragons were to know that Luo, B-Deg, and had come to the Sabaody archipelago again, the celestial dragons would probably not dare to go out and would all take refuge in the holy land of Mariajoy. Everyone knows that Ron hates the celestial dragons very much, but this Ron can even kill the Marine Admiral in an instant, so when he runs out of Mariajoy and meets Ron again, wouldn't it be possible for Song to be beaten to death? But Ball Vice Admiral's thick arms, coupled with the wrapped purple Haki, make Ball Vice Admiral's arms look like two black sticks. Because of Ball's rusty fruit, Ball was unable to use a weapon properly. Seeing the woman rushing in front of him, Bar Vice Admiral also immediately mobilized his Haki. The black Haki also wrapped around Vice Admiral's arm. No matter how stupid or useless the celestial dragons are, they will not continue to stay in a place where safety cannot be guaranteed. If they are really that stupid, then the celestial dragons can really all die. Thinking about this, Ron became angry. So this time I came to Ming Wong Rayleigh, not only to get things done, but also to make a big splash. As soon as he thought of celestial dragons, Ron started planning again, how to do something big. HMPH, such a thin woman actually wants to fight with me? She really overestimates her capabilities. Bar said to himself with a smile. Chapter 446 broken. The comparison between Tashigi's slender arms and Bar's thick arms makes people look a little worried for Tashigi. Looking at the thin figure of the woman in front of him, Vice Admiral Bar was also very confident. As the two of them rushed towards each other at the same time, the two of them soon got into hands. Tashigi's small black knife collided hard with Vice Admiral's big black stick, like a toothpick hitting a ham sausage. Yes, this description is very accurate. Although Tashigi's arms are very slender, Yinshiji's armament Haki is extremely fishy. Although Vice Admiral's arms are very strong, Vice Admiral's armament Haki is not a little bit worse than Tashigi. So the metaphor of toothpicks and ham sausages is very accurate. Tashigi's little arms are like toothpicks. Although they are small, they can sausage the ham very easily. In the first confrontation between the two, Vice Admiral's figure immediately flew out. The moment the two fists collided, Vice Admiral realized that the physical skills and armament Haki he usually practiced were nothing. In front of someone more powerful than himself, he is so vulnerable. Moreover, the one who knocked him out was a thin woman. As Bar Vice Admiral flew out upside down, Bar Vice Admiral also felt the heartbreaking pain in his arm. Advertisement. That's right, under the fierce collision of the punch just now, the bones of Vice Admiral's arm were shattered by Tashigi's punch. That's right, it was crushed. This is the crushing of strength, this is the strength of the sword in Masaki pirates. Ron looked at Bar Vice Admiral who flew out upside down and showed a satisfied smile. Although Tashigi herself is a swordsman, in Tashigi's current state, she has no weapons, and she is also the sharpest sword. Looking at Tashigi's performance, Ron smiled with satisfaction. Because Tashigi does not know the 6 marine moves, Tashigi cannot use moonwalk to fly in the air. So after completing this attack, Tashigi will use the counter-impact force generated during the fist fight with Vice Admiral to return to his pirate ship. She didn't want to just fall into the water. If she could hit a Vice Admiral and get knocked into the water, then she would really be a disgrace to the sword and rose pirates. Thinking of this, Tashigi began to empty his body and use the recoil to jump back onto the bed. If Tashigi can also moonwalk, then Tashigi can seize this opportunity, directly pursue the Vice Admiral who was injured by him, and kill him in one fell swoop. Hey, what a pity for such a good opportunity. This fruit of the Vice Admiral actually destroyed my beloved sword. I will replace my beloved sword and cut it in two, although I am a little unwilling, this is not the case. Ways to do things. Suddenly, Tashigi, who had lost the power to fly forward, immediately flew towards Vice Admiral Bar at a very fast speed. Poof, Vice Admiral spit out a mouthful of blood and sprinkled it on the deck. Bar Vice Admiral, are you okay? At this time, a group of Marines with low military ranks gathered around and asked Bar Vice Admiral anxiously. After all, Vice Admiral Ball is the highest commander of the Sabaody archipelago. Although he did not fall into the sea in the fall just now, the huge impact on the deck broke several sections of Vice Admiral's spine. Advertisement. But the crew of this little-known pirate group in front of me can actually do this. Is this woman so strong? Vice Admiral Bar said, covering his chest with his other free hand. Robin didn't respond, just looked at Tashigi and smiled. Just then, a beautiful hand grew out of Tashigi's back. Please give me flowers. At this moment, Vice Admiral, who was injured by Tashigi and flew out, was also very lucky, and landed heavily on the deck of the warship parked outside the Sabaody archipelago. At this time, Vice Admiral Bar had basically lost his ability to move. Thank you, Sister Robin. Tashigi looked back at Robin and said with a smile to Luo Bing. 0. That's right, Robin, who was watching from the deck, used his ability to create a hand on Tashigi's back. This group of Marines also did not expect that a female crew member of this not-so-famous pirate group would actually have such terrifying strength. She could instantly kill Vice Admiral, even the captain of the Whitebeard pirate group at a young age. Of us, only a few can do it. Bang! Bar Vice Admiral hit the deck hard. The power contained in Tashigi's punch was not small. After all, it was a punch full of anger. Bar Vice Admiral fell on the deck, causing small cracks to appear on the deck. This beautiful hand grabbed Tashigi's collar, and then threw Tashigi hard towards the Vice Admiral. Chapter 488 Lost and Found. Just like that, with the Marines watching, Ron and others landed on the island. It all looked like the Marines were welcoming a big shot, very quiet and serious. This is so ironic. The irony of this world is that no one stood up to oppose the celestial dragon slaves who were clearly inferior to pigs and dogs. Ron slowly walked off the boat and walked to Tashigi's side. How's it going? Are you okay? Ron asked with concern, looking at Tashigi who was silent in front of him. Usually Tashigi is a very well-behaved and virtuous girl, but today's Tashigi also shocked Ron. Looking at Ron walking towards him, Tashigi suddenly turned around and hugged Ron. Wow, today I lost the sword that is very important to me, but fortunately, you are still by my side. I have already lost something important. I can never lose you again. At this time, Tashigi is like a child who has lost his favorite toy. I hugged Ron and cried bitterly. Hey, I usually ask you to think more about the consequences before doing things. Look, did you do something you regret today? Luoni said, touching Tashigi's head. With your observation Haki, don't you know what will happen if you slash with your sword? I know, I will definitely not do it next time. Although Tashigi felt very wronged and would be even more unhappy if he had to be scolded by Ron at this time, Tashigi still seriously admitted his mistake to Ron. Now that you know you were wrong, you must not make such a low-level mistake next time, so as not to worry me and make you sad. Advertisement, Ron said seriously. After saying that, a dark door began to appear in front of Ron. The aura emitted by this door seemed to be similar to that of the Sabadi archipelago. Tashigi looked at Ron with some confusion. Yes, this is the power of Ron's gate fruit, but what is Ron using the power of the gate fruit at this time? Ron slowly raised his hand and reached into the door. Then Ron looked at Tashigi with a smile and pulled out a long and slender object from the door. Okay, here's this for you, Ron said with a smile. Tashigi looked at Ron's hand, and it was his own saber. Yes, it was Tashigi's saber, but why could Ron take out Tashigi's destroyed saber? The reason is simple. Ron used the awakened door fruit ability to extend his hand into the space of the Sabadi archipelago a few minutes ago. When Ron reached into the space of the Sabadi archipelago a few minutes ago, Ron found Tashigi and snatched the knife from Tashigi's hand a few minutes ago. After getting the knife, Ron brought the knife back to the current space, so this scene happened. As long as you don't fight with us, we won't kill you. Everyone respects each other and goes about his or her own business. Ron said 0.6 in a serious tone. Hey, hello to all the Marine brothers here. Hey, human life is really worse than a knife. At this moment, I just want to be the knife in Tashigi's hand, oh no, on his chest. Advertisement, this. The Marines all looked at each other, and for a moment they didn't know what to say. But how should I explain this matter to my superiors? After all, my team put the most wanted criminal of Sabadi archipelago into the island at once. Looking at the thing in Ron's hand, Insiki rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Nami, Robin and others looked at Ron with some disappointment, but didn't say anything. This is when Ron suddenly shouted like a convulsion. After hearing Ron's words, Tashigi happily took the knife from Ron's hand, put the knife into his arms, and hugged him tightly. Ron said with a smile. Looking at Ron's back slowly walking away, the Marines all breathed a sigh of relief. This terrible monster is finally gone. Now that the knife is back and the trouble is solved, let's go find Pluton Rayleigh, Ron said calmly. After speaking, he gestured to the crew behind him and motioned them to watch the ship carefully, and he and Tashigi could just go. What are you still doing? Let's go. Who is Pluton Rayleigh? He is the right hand of the legendary Pirate King. What an honor it was to get to know Rayleigh. After Ron finished speaking, he turned around and slowly walked towards the center of Sabadi archipelago. Since I'm traveling to New World, there's no need to be so anxious when doing missions. This is my sword, Tashigi said happily. This is my second time coming to Qingdao, your Sabadi land. The first time I came, I accidentally killed a few celestial dragons, but it doesn't matter. Yes, this is your knife, but it was snatched from your hand. Chapter 487. Instant kill of Bar. Seeing Ball Vice Admiral being hit hard on the ground and seriously injured by Tashigi, the Marines around Ball Vice Admiral also panicked. I'm fine. Bar Vice Admiral said weakly unexpectedly. His dignified naval headquarters Vice Admiral would be seriously injured by this little pirate in a small pirate group. At this time, Marines suddenly started to become agitated, and they seemed to be talking about something. The pirate flag of this pirate group seems familiar, one of the Marines said with some uncertainty. Huh? It does look familiar. The Sword and Rose pirates seem to be the pirates whose captain instantly killed a Kainu admiral in Summit War, a Marine exclaimed. After the Marine's exclamation came out, the entire Marine unit was stunned for a while and then exploded. What? This Sword and Rose 13 turned out to be the pirate group that killed a Kainu in Summit War. After hearing this, Vice Admiral Bar also showed an incredible expression on his face. Before Bar Vice Admiral could utter an exclamation of exclamation, Tashigi's figure appeared in front of Bar Vice Admiral like a ghost. HMPH, you dared to destroy my beloved knife. You are really tired of living. Tashigi's face was filled with anger, said to Bar Vice Admiral fiercely. Now that he knew the strength of the pirate group in front of him, Vice Admiral Bar immediately felt frightened. With the strength of Ron, the captain of the Sword and Rose pirates, he could easily kill a Kainu in an instant, so this crew member must not be able to find out where he is. In addition, his own arm bones were broken by Tashigi's punch just now. Tashigi's terrifying strength is best reflected in Vice Admiral. Tashigi, who is now full of anger, is very good looking, but in the eyes of Bar Vice Admiral, he seems to see Shinigami. Advertisement. What do you want to do? Bar Vice Admiral said tremblingly. Now not only was the arm bone of one arm broken by Tashigi's hammer, but several vertebrae were broken by the heavy blow just now. Now Vice Admiral has lost the ability to move. What do I want to do? When you destroyed my knife, you already knew what I would do, Insiki said quietly. You guys, protect me, hurry up. Bar Vice Admiral was also frightened at this time, and said in a panic to the young Marines around him. We will protect you. Among the several Marines, only one Marine, who looked thin, said tremblingly. It seems that this Marine is basically a person who is greedy for life and afraid of death. Among so many Marines, there are not many who stand up and dare to protect their superiors. And this person who dares to protect his boss still looks so thin. This world government and Marine who protects the world government are really ridiculous. Toshigi sighed inwardly. After Toshigi sighed, the black armament Haki wrapped around Toshigi's slender arm. Die. Toshigi said coldly. After hearing Toshigi's words, when Ball Vice Admiral was about to continue saying something, Toshigi's figure had bypassed the Marine in front of Ball Vice Admiral and came directly to Ball Vice Admiral. Two slender arms, like two black knives, inserted into Vice Admiral's chest. Advertisement Vice Admiral Bar looked at Toshigi in disbelief, and said with his last breath. Talk to the ghost if you have anything to say, Toshigi said coldly. After saying that, Toshigi's arm exploded with great power, and he tore Vice Admiral into two pieces alive. Immediately, after Vice Admiral's body was torn into pieces, his blood was sprayed in the air. This bloody scene made the Marines stationed at Sabadi Archipelago feel their stomachs churn. As Ball Vice Admiral's blood was scattered on the ground, Ball Vice Admiral's internal organs were also scattered on the ground. 380. Do any of you still want to prevent my sword and rose pirates from landing on the island? Toshigi said lightly like a queen, looking down at the entire Marine stationed in the Sabadi Archipelago. Seeing the tragic death of Vice Admiral, and then thinking about the terrifying strength of the sword and rose pirates, thousands of Marines suddenly became extremely silent. Because they are afraid that if they make a little more noise, they will end up like Vice Admiral Bar. Let's go, Nami. Ron said to Nami calmly, looking at Toshigi who had already settled everything. Nami looked at Ron and responded softly. Then he put his hand on the rudder, took control of the pirate ship, and slowly approached the coast. Thousands of Marines just watched Ron and others board the Sabadi Archipelago, but they had no choice but to watch the pirates land on the island. With their strength, even if they want to stop it, it is impossible. Chapter 489. The Bubble Culture of Sabadi Archipelago. Looking at Ron's retreating figures, suddenly, a discordant voice suddenly emerged from the silent Marine crowd. Hurry up and report to Naval Headquarters. The Sword and Rose pirates are here again. I don't know who said it so unexpectedly. At this time, even the beauties of the Sword and Rose pirates on the ship turned their heads and stared at the Marines with interest. Well, hurry up and report. We'll be waiting for you here. Go quickly, Robin said to the Marines with a smile. Everyone knows that Robin is a rather sinister royal sister. When Robin said this, he couldn't help but seem a little sinister. After listening to Robin's words, the Marines were stunned, then looked at each other and said to Robin together. No, we won't report, the Marines said together, and after finishing speaking, they smiled awkwardly at the beauties of the Sword and Rose pirates. Ron and Toshigi walked slowly on the streets of Sabadi Archipelago. Sabadi Archipelago means Bubble Island, and the cultural characteristic of Sabadi Archipelago is bubble culture. So on the street, you can see all kinds of bubbles everywhere. The reason why celestial dragons particularly like Sabadi Archipelago is because of the bubble culture of Sabadi Archipelago. Because celestial dragons also have a glass bubble on their head. Another point is also because of the location of Sabadi Archipelago. Sabadi Archipelago is relatively close to the naval headquarters. If the celestial dragons are in danger here, the Marine Admiral will be dispatched immediately. This Sabadi Archipelago is called the Island of Restart and the Island of Failure by the older generation of pirates. Ron is not too clear about the specific reasons. Advertisement on this Sabadi Archipelago. There is the largest mangrove tree in the world. The largest mangrove in the world is known as the Atom Tree. Legend has it that ships made from atom trees will never sink to the bottom of the sea. This Sabadi Archipelago is also made up of this huge mangrove atom tree. I don't know how old this atom tree is. The roots of the tree are extremely huge. The huge roots are exposed out of the water, forming these islands. The entire Sabadi Archipelago is composed of small mangroves. There are buildings and residents on each mangrove. There are sports cars on the island for daily travel. There is a bubble Ferris wheel for people's entertainment. There are also some supernatural phenomena. People built their houses on the bubbles. But why these bubbles can withstand such great force is all thanks to the mangrove atom. Most of the roots of the atom tree are soaked in water. As we all know, these roots also need to breathe. Whenever the atom tree breathes, the roots of the atom tree secrete a special resin. The bubbles formed by these special resins are very strong as long as they are within the scope of the Sabadi Archipelago, and people can do many things with them. Each island has its own number, and each numbered area has different people living in that area. According to Whitebeard's description, the right hand of the Pirate King, Pluton Rayleigh, lives here on the Sabadi Archipelago. After Roger was publicly executed, Pluton Rayleigh came to the Island of Failure, worked as a shipwright on the Sabadi Archipelago, and lived in seclusion on the Sabadi Archipelago. If you search according to this section, I believe you will be able to find Pluton Rayleigh soon. Advertisement, Toshigi, We only need to follow the work and population divisions of the Sabadi archipelago to quickly find Pluton Rayleigh. Now go and find out which area the shipwright is in. Ron said calmly to Toshigi. Yes, I'll come back as soon as I go. You wait for me here. After Toshigi said that, he turned around and walked towards the crowded place. Toshigi chose a crowded and lively place and planned to explore the area where the shipwright was located. There are many eyes in a crowded place, and there might be Marine's tail behind him. Toshigi thought that it would be better to do less than to do more, and just finish this matter quietly. Toshigi walked to the playground of Sabadi archipelago. The entertainment facilities here were all made of bubbles and looked very dreamy. Toshigi couldn't help but feel envious when he looked at the children playing in the playground. Envy is envy. Toshigi is here to do business. Toshigi walked up to a young mother and gently touched the young mother with her hand. The young mother was seriously watching her child playing on the bubbles. When she was looking very fascinated, she suddenly felt someone poking her in the back and turned her head subconsciously. The young mother turned her head and found a young woman wearing glasses and looking elegant. However, the long knife on her waist was obviously inconsistent with her temperament. Seeing that it was a girl, the young mother didn't think much and asked politely. Hello, what's the matter? Chapter 490 The Shipwright on Island number 56. Toshigi responded with a polite smile to such a polite person. Sister, I am a traveling businessman passing by this island. When our boat was docking, it accidentally ran aground on the rocks. Although the leakage of the boat was not serious, it seemed that the boat could not move forward any further. I am not a local of Sabadi archipelago, I am not familiar with it. Toshigi pushed up his glasses and continued. So I'm asking for directions. I wonder what area the shipwright is in. Toshigi asked with a smile. Oh, it turned out to be a passing businessman. It's okay. Our shipwrights from Sabadi archipelago are all on islands 50 to 59. You don't have to go far to get there. The young mother replied enthusiastically, thanks. After Toshigi replied politely, he walked towards Ron. Sensing Toshigi's approach, Ron asked, leaning against a tree with his eyes closed. How about 560, do you know where it is? Well, there are 10 islands in total on islands 50 to 59. I guess we still have to find a lot of time, Huxley said calmly. What? There are so many, we are here to travel, can we be so hard? Ron complained with some dissatisfaction. If I had known earlier, I would have brought all the crew members here. In this case, it would cost less to find them. However, they have never seen what Rayleigh looks like, and no matter how many people come, it will not help. Because since Rayleigh plans to live in seclusion in Sabadi archipelago, no one should know his true identity. Advertisement who gives me a rough idea of what Rayleigh is like. With my ability to describe it, it's impossible to explain it too clearly, but I still have to give it a try, otherwise I won't know when I find it. Thinking of this, Ron used his BDDI, door fruit ability to open a door. Let's go, Toshigi, let's go back to the ship first. After saying that, Ron stepped into the door first. Toshigi probably guessed that Ron was going back to find everyone to look for this Pluton Rayleigh. Thinking of this, Toshigi shook his head helplessly. Captain Ron was still as afraid of things as ever. Shiroshi, who was playing in the water, was having fun when he suddenly saw a familiar door open. Everyone, Ron is back. Shiroshi said. Huh? How come you were rescued so quickly? Princess Vivi, who was sunbathing at this time, raised her head and said. At this moment, Ron and Toshigi also appeared on the deck. Dear beauties, I'm back. How's it going? Rebecca came jumping up and asked. Did you find Pluton Rayleigh? It's so fast. Rayleigh was indeed found, but we don't know where he is specifically, Ron said with a smile. Well, there are 79 islands in the Sabadi archipelago. This Pluton Rayleigh is one of the 50th to 59th islands. If the two of us are looking for it, we don't know how long it will take. Toshigi explained. Advertisement, so that's it. Captain Ron is still as afraid as ever, Robin said with a sinister smile. When Robin said this, the beautiful crew members couldn't help but laugh. Ahem, cough, cough, it's almost done. Let's set off now. 2 people are responsible for 1 island. Luo Yan said with some embarrassment. After saying that, he once again used his own door, Izumi, to summon a door. After saying that, Ron stepped into the door first. At this time, on the island number 56, a pair of celestial dragons escorts came to the place where the shipwright was working. Seeing the celestial dragons escorts arriving, the faces of the working shipwrights suddenly turned ugly. Nothing good will happen to the celestial dragons or the celestial dragons' henchmen. Tianlongray's guards walked straight into the place where the shipwrights were working. Everything in front of them was broken with 10 swords. That is what the shipwrights worked hard to make. Hey, our Lord Charles is looking for a powerful shipwright to participate in tomorrow's competition. I hope this shipwright can have the ability to stand alone and not embarrass Lord Charles. I don't know which of you is willing to participate. This time it's a fight. The leading celestial dragon's scoundrel continued. As long as you win the game, you should also know the reward. Your life will be prosperous and rich, and you don't have to worry about it. But if you embarrass Lord Charles, I won't tell you the consequences, but you must also know it. The leading loser continued. I'll give you 3 minutes. It's best if you voluntarily participate. If you don't consciously do it, we will choose one of you to follow us. After hearing the words of the leader, the shipwrights who were working stopped their work one after another and started discussing. Chapter 491. The crisis of the shipwrights. Although the rewards for being able to fight on behalf of the celestial dragons and compete in wrestling matches are very generous, the dangers involved are something that no one can bear. As long as the celestial dragons are dissatisfied, death is the only thing waiting for them. So even though the rewards of this competition are very generous, no one wants to participate. After all, the people who work here are family people. There are elderly people at home and children who need care. Being a shipwright in Sabaody Archipelago is enough to make a living. There is no need to take this risk. Soon, the shipwrights started talking among themselves. Do any of you want to participate? A shipwright asked the shipwright next to him. If you don't go, how could you possibly go? Do you know who we have to contend with? Said a shipwright. We have to compete with vicious pirates, and there are also fishmen. The fishmen are much stronger than us humans. If we go to participate in the competition, we will definitely go there and never come back. Yeah, you're right. After all, everyone knows that glory and wealth are not so easy to pursue. At this time, a shipbuilder saw a middle-aged uncle sitting in the corner. Lao Lei, why don't you come over for a business trip? This middle-aged man, known as Lao Lei, has white hair scattered casually and wears a pair of round retro glasses on his nose. There's also a white beard on the chin. But such a middle-aged man actually wore slippers, which was very inconsistent with his temperament. The middle-aged man named Lao Lei smiled, took out his flask and took a sip of wine. You guys can discuss it, I won't follow you. Advertisement. After saying that, he started drinking by himself. This Lao Lei is still as casual as ever, people sighed and said. He was so relaxed at this critical moment of life and death, he really didn't feel afraid at all. Soon, 3 minutes passed quickly amid the discussion among the shipwrights. Quiet. The leader of the celestial dragons shouted. 3 minutes are up. At least one of you must go with us. Have you decided who will go? Asked the leader. Obviously he also knew that no one would go to this desperate game, but he had to complete the task assigned by celestial dragons. After the leading loser asked this question, everyone present remained silent, as if they hadn't heard anything. Don't force me, and you don't have to pretend not to hear. Someone has to get it, and someone has to stand up. I don't want to embarrass you, but if you embarrass me, I will also embarrass you. The leading dogleg continued. If he fails to complete the task, he will definitely be the one who takes the lead. So no matter what, he will not risk his own life for the sake of the safety of these ordinary shipwrights. So in the end, even if no one participated, he would forcibly arrest someone and leave. But still no one among the shipwrights was willing to take the initiative to apply to participate in this competition. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the shipwrights' office on island number 56 became very awkward. No one wants to go. Seeing the shipwrights who were motionless, the leader raised his voice again and asked. I will give you one last chance. If you don't succeed, you will succeed. If you really don't want to stand up on your own, then I will choose for you. Advertisement. Please give me flowers, but the situation is still the same. There is still no shipwright willing to stand up. At this time, a door appeared out of thin air in the square of island number 55. This door appeared out of thin air, attracting the attention of passers-by. Look there, a door suddenly appeared here, said a middle-aged man. Yeah, how could it be? Why is there only one door? There is nothing behind the door. People began to talk and surround this magical door that suddenly appeared. Just when everyone started to argue endlessly about the origin of this door, a crack suddenly appeared in the doorway. When careful people observed this scene, they knew something was about to come out. But the more unknown something is, the more afraid people are. Looking at the crack in the door that gradually opened, people were so frightened that they quickly took a few steps back. It seems like something is coming out. The middle-aged man standing in front said tremblingly. He originally thought this was a door to death. There would be nothing there, it was just a door. But now this door can be opened. What is behind it? Could it be something scary? After listening to the man's words, the people present were also frightened into silence, and looked at the open door quietly. Finally, in full view of everyone, the door was pushed open. No one could see what was inside the door, only darkness. Just then, a handsome young man walked out of the door. After the young man came out, he found that there were so many people watching him. He couldn't help but ask the people watching in confusion. Are you here to welcome me? Chapter 492. The Mysterious Lao Lei. At that time, many civilians had never seen a magic show, so they would feel very strange and afraid of such things that appeared out of thin air. After seeing Ron suddenly walking out, people were so frightened that they could not speak. But they didn't expect that this man could still speak. As the onlookers screamed, everyone fled in all directions, leaving only an old woman standing in her original position with a cane, looking at Ron with a smile. Well, this group of people is really baffling, Ron said to himself. After saying that, Jian and the crew members of the 633 Rose Pirates all walked out one after another from the door made by Rong En using the door fruit. You didn't know it just now, but when I first came out, a large group of people were watching me. Ron said calmly. Ron seemed quite happy. You idiot, it seems that the news of our arrival in Sabaody Archipelago will be known to Marine soon. Robin shook his head and said. They didn't want to cause trouble, they just wanted to find Pluton Rayleigh. Although those Marines may be afraid of Ron and others because of your strength, they chose not to see Ron and others, but ordinary people don't know what this means, and they will definitely ask Naval reported by headquarters. Without Ron's strength, Even if Marine knew about it, Marine would definitely not want to provoke Ron as long as Ron did not threaten the safety of the celestial dragons. Okay, from now on, 2 people per island. The islands from 50 to 59 are the workplaces of shipwrights. All the shipwrights of Sabaody Archipelago are on these islands. The 2 of us work as a group and follow the description I gave you to find Pluton Rayleigh. Ron said lightly. Now Ron finally looks a bit like a captain. Advertisement, yes, we will look for it carefully, 19 crew members replied together. In 2 hours, whether we can find Pluton Rayleigh or not, we will come to island number 55 to return. But then I will use the gate fruit to open a door in front of you. When the time comes, you can enter and return immediately. After that, Ron and Tashigi walked to an island near island number 55, island number 56. I don't know why, maybe because Ron's observation Haki is too powerful. Ron always felt that he could encounter something on island number 56, so Ron chose island number 5066. Ron still chose to take action with Tashigi. Ron used his thoughts to open a total of 10 doors, and 10 groups of people stepped into different doors. That's it, stop making trouble, let me take her place in the 0.2 wrestling match, Lao Lei said calmly after finishing the wine in the bottle. However, since he had just gotten married and his child had just been born, the shipwright did not want to participate in this wrestling match, so he refused the leading henchman. Thinking of this, the leading loser chose a young and strong shipwright. I didn't expect that Lao Lei would be so benevolent and righteous. He would exchange his own life for mine. I really owe Lao Lei a lot. The 10 people in the boat choked up. You are half buried in the earth, what can you do? The leader said with a smile. Because the young and strong shipwright was unwilling to go, the leading gangster wanted to capture him by force. Advertisement people on the side quickly comforted the shipwright. You don't have to blame yourself too much, after all, your child was born not long ago. You can't participate in this wrestling match. Otherwise, what will happen to your wife and children? How could this leading B***ch agree? Lao Lei's move shocked everyone present speechless. At this critical moment, Lao Lei, who was sitting silently in the corner drinking, stood up. Looking at the sudden appearance of this middle-aged man, the leader of the Dog Eyes couldn't help but smile. At this time, the Celestial Dragon's henchmen at the place where the shipwrights were working on island number 56 had already left to watch. Although the person who chose to participate in the wrestling made his own decision, if Celestial Dragons loses in this wrestling, then he himself will not be able to escape from it. I must be equally guilty as the person who participated in the wrestling. Seeing the Celestial Dragon's scoundrels leaving, the shipwrights, all of whom were great men, began to burst into tears. While the leading loser was still laughing, Lao Lei picked up the wine flask made of iron, crushed into a ball of iron filings. Just now, the leader of the Celestial Dragons had chosen him to participate in this wrestling match, because this shipwright looks relatively young and strong. After finishing speaking, he looked at Lao Lei pitifully. Chapter 493 Rayleigh was taken away. Seeing Lao Lei squeeze the iron body into shape, the Sky People's scoundrels were so frightened that they couldn't speak. How much terrifying power is needed to be able to squeeze the iron body into shape with one hand? The Sky People's henchmen also looked at Lao Lei with fear in their eyes. Even the shipwrights who usually got along day and night looked at Lao Lei with unfamiliar eyes. I didn't expect that Lao Lei, who looked older and thinner, could have such terrifying power. Can I take his place in the wrestling match over there now? Lao Lei said with a smile, pushing up his glasses. The leading dogleg looked at Lao Lei, couldn't help but swallowed, and said hesitantly. Okay, of course, it's best if you are willing to participate, then let's set off now. Although the leader is afraid of Lao Lei's power, 13 he is more afraid of the Celestial Dragons. Now all it takes is old Laken to agree to participate in this wrestling match. With Lao Lei's strength, he will definitely be able to stand out in this wrestling match. After listening to the leader's words, Lao Lei didn't feel any mood swings, but walked up to the young and strong-looking shipwright from before. Looking at Lao Lei walking towards him, the shipwright also had a very complicated mood, and his eyes couldn't help but turn red. He and Lao Lei obviously just knew each other and didn't have much friendship, but Lao Lei was actually willing to save his life. Thinking of this, the young and strong shipwright also said, Lao Lei, This young and strong shipwright really wanted to explain to Lao Lei why he didn't want to go. Lao Lei waved his hand and interrupted him. I know what you want to say, and you didn't mean to make things difficult for everyone. I know you have a newborn child at home recently, Lao Lei said with a smile, and then slapped the shipwright on the shoulder. A child cannot be born without his father, and your wife cannot lose her husband. Therefore, you cannot participate in this wrestling match with no return. Lao Lei continued. Advertisement, I am a lonely person with no worries. Whether I win or lose, it will not have any impact on other people. Just let me go. Lao Lei said with a smile. After listening to Lao Lei's words, the shipwright couldn't hold back his tears and burst into his eyes instantly. All the shipwrights on island number 56 looked at Lao Lei with admiration. Under the watchful eyes of all the shipwrights, Lao Lei was taken away by Sky People's henchmen. I don't even know the name of my own benefactor. I'm really ashamed, said the young shipwright. Huh? We only know his surname is Lei. I don't know his name even if I ask. The shipwrights began to talk among themselves. I know what Lao Lei's name is, at least I asked. He seems to be called Rayleigh. At this time, a shipbuilder who had a good relationship with Rayleigh said. Rayleigh? Why does this name sound so familiar? However, the shipwrights didn't think much about it. After praying for Rayleigh for a while, they each went about their own business. At this time, Ron and Dosiki also came to island number 56. As soon as he stepped onto the island, Ron saw all kinds of ships. As expected of this island, which is specifically responsible for repairing ships, there are indeed ships everywhere. Looking at the ship in front of him, Ron set his sights on a factory-like building. Advertisement: this factory-like building is the largest building on island number 56, so Ron thought that news about Rayleigh should be found here. Let's go, Tashigi. Let's go over and take a look. After Ron said this, he took the lead and walked towards the factory. Tashigi also followed Ron's footsteps and walked towards this building. In Noda's factory, the factory door was wide open, and the sound of metal colliding and the sound of saws cutting wood came from inside. Hearing these noisy sounds, Ron knew he was in the right place. Pluton Rayleigh, who lives in seclusion here and works as a shipwright, must be here. Thinking of this, Ron walked straight into the factory without knocking. 403. The shipwrights in the factory are all busy with their own tasks, trying their best not to think about what just happened, so that everyone will feel better. At this moment, two figures, a man and a woman, appeared at the open door of the factory. Seeing the sudden appearance of the figure, the workers who were already in a frightened state were startled and immediately put down their work. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" asked the young and strong shipwright. Suddenly, all the shipwrights looked at Ron and Tashigi, who had just walked in with a hint of resentment in their eyes. At this time, Ron was also confused. Why were these people looking at him like this? Ron was also a little confused. Could it be that his clothes were too piratey? It scared the shipwrights in front of him. Thinking of this, Ron turned his head and glanced at Tashigi, conveying his doubts with his eyes. Tashigi also shook his head at Ron in confusion, indicating that Ron's clothes were fine. Chapter 494. A step too late. Ron looked at the slightly resentful looks of the hundreds of shipwrights in front of him, and could only smile awkwardly. "Sorry, we are passing businessmen. We encountered some troubles during the voyage. The hull suffered some damage. I'm afraid we won't be able to continue sailing," Ron said with a smile. "Oh, it turned out to be a passing businessman. We thought it was another celestial dragon scoundrel. Sorry, I scared you," said a shipwright. "Where is your ship? We'll just send someone to bring the tools to help you repair it." Knowing that Ron and others are not Tianlongri's subordinates, the attitude of the shipwrights has also improved a lot. "We parked the car far away. We are not in a hurry to leave now. We can just repair it slowly if nothing happens," Ron said with a smile. "I wonder why you are so resentful of the celestial dragons?" Ron asked, looking at the shipwrights with a puzzled look. "Hey, little brother, you don't know something. These celestial dragons are the cancer of this world. They are completely unreasonable." "Hey, what did you say? How could you say such a thing to a stranger?" another shipwright quickly reminded. After all, speaking ill of celestial dragons is a capital crime. If what the shipwright just said was heard by someone with evil intentions and then reported it to the celestial dragons, he would definitely be dead. "It's okay, my little brother is not like that. It's okay." The shipwright looked at Ron and felt that Ron exuded an otherworldly aura. Looking at Ron, "I don't want to be that kind of person." Advertisement: "Yes, uncle, don't worry, of course I won't say these words to other people," Ron also said seriously. "I knew you were not that kind of person," said the shipwright. "Little brother, you don't know something. Just now, the men of the celestial dragons captured a person from our place to participate in the slave gladiatorial match between the celestial dragons. The participants in this slave duel are those who are desperate for their lives. Even the mermaids are bought to participate in such a duel. Those who participate in the gladiatorial match only have a small chance of making it out alive. Celestial dragons, every once in a while a shipwright will be drawn from our 10 shipwright islands to make up the numbers. That's right, these celestial dragons are simply indifferent to human life and have no regard for our life and death. No one who went to participate in the competition could or came back. It's precisely because one of our companions was kidnapped just now that we are so disgusted with strangers. I hope you won't see anyone outside." Several shipwrights also explained to Ron, "It's okay, we understand your feelings. Hey, we are not afraid to tell you that the person who was taken away by the celestial dragon's thugs just now is Mr. Rayleigh. Even if you want to do harm to him, there is no chance, so you might as well tell you." Something seemed not right. Looking at the expressions of the shipwrights, Ron realized that Rayleigh was not an ordinary person on this Sabaody archipelago, and they also knew Rayleigh. "Masters, we are indeed Mr. Rayleigh's family. We just accidentally heard the elders in the family mention it, so we came here to look for him," Tashigi also explained. With Rayleigh's strength, even if the Marine Admiral comes, they can't do anything to him, but how could he be taken away by the Celestial Dragon's men? What? Rayleigh was taken away by the Celestial Dragons? Ron was a bit unbelievable. Advertisement: at this time, Ron had an idea and explained. Only then did Ron remember that he had forgotten his excuse for lying. Rayleigh has no relatives in this world.
"What did you say? Are you a relative of Lao Lei?" the shipwrights asked in unison. The shipwright who had just been rescued by Rayleigh sighed and said. After saying that, the shipwrights all stopped what they were doing, with complicated expressions on their faces. Ron saw that the shipwrights began to accept him, and began to inquire about Pluton Rayleigh. Ron didn't care. After all, he wasn't looking for trouble. "By the way, do you know a shipwright named Rayleigh? He is a distant relative of mine. We passed by the Sabaody archipelago and came here specifically to find him." Ron explained, I hope shipwrights can believe in themselves. But Mr. Rayleigh clearly said that he has no family. A shipwright said to Ron and Tashigi with a solemn expression. Ron glanced at Tashigi, who also nodded towards Ron. GDDFFDFDF. Everyone, Rayleigh is my elder. He was kicked out of his family many years ago because he committed some serious things when he was young. He came to Sabayati Archipelago. Chapter 495. Big Liar Tashigi. Both Ron and Tashigi felt incredible. With Rayleigh's strength, he would be captured by Celestial Dragon's men. Looking at the man and woman in front of them, the shipwrights also understood. These two seemed to actually know Rayleigh. They actually knew that Rayleigh's strength was not simple. After thinking about so many shipwrights and living with Rayleigh for so long, these shipwrights never realized that Rayleigh was not an ordinary person. Mr. Rayleigh was voluntarily taken away by Celestial Dragon's men. The middle-aged man who was rescued by Rayleigh just now said with complicated eyes. The middle-aged man told Ron in detail what had just happened, as well as the fact that Rayleigh sacrificed himself to save him. Rayleigh is indeed a hero. Ron couldn't help but sigh when he heard about Rayleigh's heroic act of sacrificing himself to save others. Well, now things are much simpler. Now that we know where Rayleigh is, we just need to get Rayleigh out of the hands of Celestial Dragons. Ron's other troubles may give him a headache, but fighting is the easiest thing for Ron. In Ron's words, if all the problems in the world could be solved by fighting, then there would be no problems in the world. This shows how confident Ron is in his own abilities. Thank you, Uncle, for telling us the news about Rayleigh. We will definitely take him out of the hands of Celestial Dragons. Don't worry. Ron said calmly to the shipwrights. When they heard that Ron was asking the Celestial Dragons to rescue Rayleigh, the shipwrights were so frightened that their expressions changed. This is so unthinkable that I went to find Celestial Dragons. When several shipwrights heard Ron's words, they immediately grabbed Ron's hand and said to Ron. Advertisement. Little brother, you can't go to Mr. Rayleigh. We all know that Mr. Rayleigh will have a narrow escape from death. All we can do is to help Mr. Rayleigh pray for blessings so that he can survive this competition safely. Come down. The boatman said earnestly, and since you are Mr. Rayleigh's family, we can't let you take this risk. I think Mr. Rayleigh would not agree to your going even if he didn't carry him away. The shipwrights described the stakes to Ron and explained to Ron and Tashigi how terrible the Celestial Dragons were, just to prevent Ron from causing trouble with the Celestial Dragons. Listening to what the shipwrights said, Ron also smiled awkwardly. Although these shipwrights have good intentions, there is absolutely no need to worry. With their own strength, there is no need to be afraid of the Celestial Dragons. What kind of thing are Celestial Dragons? Aren't they just killing people for fun? Just when Ron was about to confess his identity, Tashigi looked at Ron and shook his head. If Ron told the shipwrights that he was the Ron who killed the Celestial Dragons, caused chaos in the Sabayati Archipelago, caused people to panic, and still got away with it, the shipwrights in the Sabayati Archipelago would probably run away in fear. Go on to other things, BDDE. Alas, there is no other choice but to escape first. Now we know that Rayleigh was taken away by the Celestial Dragons. Now we just need to know which direction Rayleigh was taken by the Celestial Dragons' ghosts. The matter is completely resolved. Think of this. Ron couldn't help but feel a headache. With the enthusiasm of these shipwrights, it was completely impossible for them to tell themselves which direction Rayleigh was taken. Just when Ron was having a headache due to the chatter of the shipwrights in front of him, Tashigi also had an idea. Advertisement. Uncles, although we can't do anything else for Mr. Rayleigh, we can still pray for Mr. Rayleigh. I hope God can bring Mr. Rayleigh back safely. Tashigi said seriously. Well, you are right, then what should we do? The shipwrights who heard Tashigi's words also felt that it was very reasonable. He quickly asked Tashigi. There is a custom in our country. As long as you kneel down and pray to God in the direction of a person who is traveling far away, that person will definitely come back safely. What Tashigi said seemed to be true, which made the shipwrights stunned for a moment. Even Ron almost believed him when he saw this serious Tashigi. So, dear uncles, does anyone know which direction Mr. Rayleigh was taken to? Praying in such an inaccurate direction will have no effect. Tashigi started cheating again. At this time, the shipwrights, who had been silent about Rayleigh's whereabouts, heard that they could pray for Laolei. Without thinking, they pointed in the direction where Rayleigh was taken away. This is the direction where Laolei was taken away. At this time, a shipwright pointed in the direction of island number 1 and said, Uncle, is this really the direction? Ron asked for confirmation. Yes, this wrestling competition is also held on the 1st. Before the competition, the contestants brought from different places will be captured in a dungeon and locked up separately, the shipwright explained. By chance, he once witnessed the process of the fish people being captured. Chapter 496 Arriving at Island No. 1. The shipwright was very impressed by Island No. 1. After successfully learning the location and direction of where Rayleigh was taken away, Ron and Tashigi looked at each other, smiled, and finally figured it out. Then let's start praying for Mr. Rayleigh now. Tashigi took the lead and sat cross-legged on the ground and said to everyone. Ron also sat down cross-legged to cooperate with Tashigi. The shipwrights saw Tashigi and Ron's actions and imitated them. After a while, everyone in the factory sat down facing the direction where Rayleigh was taken away by the Celestial Dragons. Now, Let us close our eyes and feel the world with our hearts. You have to imagine that the lord of this world can hear what you say. Oku Tashigi continued to be angry. But the shipwrights heard what Tashigi said, and in order to help Rayleigh come back alive smoothly, they all followed it. Now, we feel the connection between ourselves and the gods with our hearts, and tell the gods everything we want to say. Ron looked at a large group of innocent shipwrights and was so stunned by this innocent Tashigi that he almost couldn't help but laugh. After everyone closed their eyes, Ron used his gate fruit to summon a portal to Island No. 1. Looking at the portal that appeared, Ron nodded to Tashigi and entered the portal first. After Tashigi saw Ron entering, he immediately followed him. At this time, a mysterious portal appeared in the sky above Island No. 1. However, due to the relatively high location of this portal, people coming and going from Island Number 1 did not discover this portal. The portal was opened, and Ron appeared in the sky first. His portrait must be very familiar to the people on this island. If he suddenly appeared on the street, he would definitely be recognized. Therefore, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Ron chose to use Thunder Fruit's flying ability to levitate. In the sky. Advertisement. At this time, Tashigi also stepped out of the portal. Tashigi didn't think too much and walked out directly, but unexpectedly he missed the mark. Immediately, Tashigi felt that his body was falling downwards. At this moment, Ron appeared in front of Tashigi at lightning speed and hugged Tashigi. Ron, what are you doing? You scared me to death. Tashigi muttered with some dissatisfaction. Okay, didn't I catch you? Look below, this island is the most prosperous island in the Sabayati archipelago. After killing the celestial dragons last time, my portrait must have been on this island. Word spread. Ron said calmly, and then pointed to the crowd coming and going below him. Tashigi looked in the direction Ron pointed, and indeed, the street was full of people coming and going. If Ron suddenly appeared using the gate fruit, it would definitely attract people's attention. Because generally people who own devil fruit are either marines or pirates. Ron doesn't look like a marine without a marine uniform, so it's better not to show up suddenly. This number 1 island is really prosperous, Tashigi said while looking at the people coming and going. After saying that, Nami stepped into the portal in front of her. A moment later, Nami appeared on the Sword and Rose's pirate ship. With a thought in Ron's mind, portals instantly appeared on several shipwright islands. Advertisement. Tashigi pointed at the building and said. Now, how do we notify them and ask them to stop searching? Now that we have found the information about Rayleigh, we can let Sister Robin and the others return to the ship. Huh, isn't this Ron's portal? Nami said, looking at the portal that suddenly appeared in front of him. Well, this building is the arena. We will sneak in after a while, and when we see Rayleigh appear, we will just take Rayleigh away. Ron said calmly. Fufji Fuhuafas DFD billion F. Ron, that must be what the shipwrights call the arena, right? As soon as he finished speaking, 8 portals appeared on the Sword and Rose pirate's ship, and more than a dozen crew members who had gone to find Rayleigh returned to the ship one after another. Please give me flowers, Tashigi said. At this moment, a building similar to the ancient Roman Colosseum appeared in front of Tashigi. Yes, it is indeed his portal. Well, it seems Ron has already found Rayleigh, so we don't need to go, Nami said calmly. Then let's go in and take a look. Ron must have found Rayleigh. Yeah, if you didn't tell me, I almost forgot. Chapter 497, The Origin of the Gladiator Tournament. Although Nami, Robin and others really want to meet the legendary Pluton Rayleigh, there are too many people here, and too many people will definitely cause unnecessary trouble, and if nothing happens to Rayleigh in a while, will also be invited to the ship by Ron. Since you are Ron's crew member, you should obey Ron's command. Ron and Tashigi floated above Island Number 1 and began to prepare the next battle plan. Tashigi, do you have any good ideas? I don't want to use my brain. Ron said lazily. After all, Tashigi showed such a witty side just now. The plan of 940 to take away Rayleigh was given to Tashigi to arrange, so it must be a sure thing. Since Ron doesn't want to cause panic among the people here, we should just find Pluton Rayleigh directly, explain our purpose to him and then take him away. Tashigi said calmly. Of course I knew I was going to do this. What I'm asking is if you have any good plans, and they have to be very detailed. Ron said, taking Tashigi and landing at lightning speed. On the street near the arena. With Thunder Fruit's speed of light, no one noticed that Ron and Tashigi suddenly appeared. Well, this is where we are. Since celestial dragons chose to let the slaves compete in this arena, it means that we can also go in and watch the game. We just need to go in and watch the game, and then wait for Rayleigh to show up. Then that's it. Tashigi said calmly. Well, that's it. Let's go to this arena now. After saying that, Ron held Tashigi's hand domineeringly and walked towards the arena. Tashigi was suddenly shown holding hands by the picture of Ron, which made his face heat up. Advertisement. Huh, what's going on? Is it hot? Ron asked nonchalantly, looking at the blush on Tashigi's face. Ahem, cough, I'm fine, let's go in first. Tashigi coughed twice awkwardly and said. After saying that, the two of them arrived at the door of the duel venue in a short while. Just when Tashigi and Ron were about to go in, they were stopped by the guard at the door. The guards crossed their spears, blocking Ron and Tashigi's progress. Who are you? If you want to enter this duel field, don't you understand the rules? A guard said to Ron and Tashigi impatiently. Isn't it enough to just buy a ticket to enter this duel? What rules do you need to follow? Ron and Tashigi were both stunned by the guard's words. If it were an ordinary person, there would be no way to deal with such a situation. But who is Ron? Ron is a person with the power of Thunder Fruit. And Ron's Thunder Fruit has been developed to ultimate. After listening to the guard's words, Ron immediately activated Thunder Fruit's ability, inserted his current into the guard's brain, and connected with the guard's brain waves to read the guard's brain waves. Brain information. Oh, that's it, Ron said to himself. Ron had just connected his current with the guard's brain waves and read out the guard's brain information. Advertisement. It turns out that this gladiatorial match was held by two celestial dragons. These two celestial dragons are one of a pair of brothers. Both brothers are named Charles. The two brothers originally lived in harmony in the holy land of Mariajoy, and their lives were very comfortable. But one day, their father fell seriously ill. He tried all the famous doctors in the world, but there was no cure for that strange disease. In the end, Charles Sr. died after fighting the disease for 4 months. Old Charles's status in Mariajoy was very high during his lifetime. He was even a senior member of the Celestial Dragons, so he naturally had a seat at the meetings in the Holy Land. The meeting of Celestial Dragons is the meeting that dominates this world. The policies issued by the world government and the actions of the naval headquarters are all subject to the orders of the Celestial Dragons. Whatever the Celestial Dragons want to do, they need to go through a meeting of the elders of the Holy Land to reach a conclusion. Celestial Dragons meetings have a majority rule. But no one can disobey the conclusions and orders issued by this meeting. 5.8. It is precisely because the elders of Celestial Dragons need to attend such an important meeting that each elder's status in the Holy Land Mariajoy is very high. The position of senator is hereditary. Every Celestial Dragons will pass on his position of elder to his children. In this way, the family can ensure that it continues to be strong. Although Charles Sr. has 2 sons, there is only one senator. And this old Charles also left in a hurry, without explaining anything clearly, and even the most important matters concerning the position of the elders were not settled properly. Chapter 498. A Big Gamble. Charles believed that he was the eldest son of the family, and his father's position of elder should be given to him, so that he could complete the unfinished business for his father. Charles Jr. believes that he is his father's most beloved child. Does his father have high hopes for him? He is the one who should inherit his father's position as elder statesman. Both of them fought hard for this position of elders. The Celestial Dragons meeting was held once a week. In the 2 weeks after the death of old Charles, the Charles family was absent from the meeting. This made the other elders of the Celestial Dragons very dissatisfied, because there were only 10 elders in the Celestial Dragons, and now one was missing. The outcome of this meeting would also change a lot. After all, in this kind of meeting, every vote plays a crucial role. So the Celestial Dragons veterans wanted to pit the two brothers against each other. What is the comparison? Since the elders are the Celestial Dragons in charge of the meeting, 13 then what they should pay attention to is the way of employing people. Only by using people reasonably can the safety of the Holy Land Mariajoy and the Celestial Dragons be guaranteed. Dominance in this world. Therefore, the elders of Celestial Dragons gave the Charles brothers a month to select some powerful people and make these people their subordinates and willing to fight for them. For a month, the two brothers can select unlimited people who are useful to them, and then let these people have a competition 1 month later. The person who wins the competition can inherit the elder Charles's position as the elder. It was precisely because of such a bet that Charles held such a duel at the Sabayati Archipelago. Advertisement. Why is it held in Sabayati Archipelago? That has something to do with the nickname of Sabayati Archipelago. As mentioned earlier, Sabayati Archipelago is called the Island of Restart, because there are many super newcomers who will truly step into the new world from Sabayati Archipelago. Why do you want to really step into the new world again? Because the second half of the new world has just begun from here. The truly terrifying opponents and enemies can only be encountered from here. Therefore, Charles used his Celestial Dragon's rights to commandeer the arena of Sabayati Archipelago, and then began to search for various masters in Sabayati Archipelago. But rather than being invited to watch the duel, it's better to say that I was invited to participate in a grand gamble. Before the fight begins, the information about each contestant will be sent to every royal noble in advance, and then these princes and nobles will be able to place bets based on the information they provide. After knowing the origin of this arena, Ron also began to check the so-called rules of this arena. There is only one condition, which is that he can fight for himself after 1 month. Every royal noble who can enter this arena has an invitation from Charles. Only with an invitation can they enter this arena. Why do you say this? Many pirates finally escaped from danger after experiencing the hardships in the New World and planned to give up their sailing journey. Although the pirates who escaped from the New World were all losers, they were not ordinary people who could escape from the second half of the New World alive. Advertisement. Anyone selected by Charles or Charles's men will have a life and death fight in the arena. Every day, there will be 100 strong men fighting desperately in this arena until the last person can win. Finish. Hey, I didn't expect that Zhang Ran in this arena was a victim of the political struggle of the Celestial Dragons. Under the notice of the Celestial Dragons, this world is really miserable. The Sabayati Archipelago is also known as the Island of Failure. Charles is a celestial dragon's addicted to gambling, and he also likes to be a banker, so this grand gladiatorial match he held is also a gamble. Ron went through the guard's brain information, and Tien sighed. The bet is, among 100 people, who can survive smoothly in the end. Those who can enter this arena are princes and nobles from all over the world. These nobles were invited by Charles and came all the way to watch this month-long duel. It turns out that this arena is not accessible to ordinary people. As long as you guess correctly, you will get a terrifying odds of 1 to 1,000. If you win a town, and if you guess correctly, you will win 1,000 towns. As Ron's current continued to connect with the guard's brain waves, Ron understood the so-called rules. After passing through the melee in the arena, those who can survive are the strongest among the strong. The last remaining person will be given a lot of wealth and land by Charles the Great. Chapter 499. Successfully entering the arena. It was precisely because of such terrifying odds that so many princes and nobles were attracted to participate in this grand gambling that Charles blocked. At this time, how to sneak into this arena is a major problem. Without Charles's invitation, no one would be able to enter this arena. But Ron is not an ordinary person. Ron's thunder fruit has been developed to the point where it can no longer be developed. Since Ron can connect with other people's brain waves through his own current, and then obtain other people's brain information. Then Ron can also use his own ability to modify other people's brain information by controlling his own current, so that other people's brain information can store information exactly according to Ron's ideas. So in the next second, Ron used his thunder fruit ability to activate a small electric current, which invaded the minds of every guard. Immediately as Ron's fruit power was activated, these guards seemed to have lost consciousness. Each one of them rolled their eyes. It turned out that Ron had succeeded. Ron easily used his fruit power to modify the electrical signals in the heads of these guards. Soon, the electrical signals in the heads of all the guards were modified, and now their memories were that Ron was a special guest invited by Charles, and they could enter the arena without an invitation. If other people encountered such a thing, they would probably have no choice but to start a real war with the celestial dragons and the celestial dragons' subordinates. Even if they could defeat the celestial dragons and their men, those who were captured to compete would probably take the opportunity to escape when a commotion was caused. All in all, it was a tricky thing, but Ron solved it very easily. It turns out to be Master Ron. You are here. Is this your wife? Come in quickly. The guards who had Ron modify the electrical signals storing memories in their heads also recovered from rolling their eyes. Advertisement. Looking at Ron in front of them and the people around Ron, the guards all said respectfully. Looking at the guards in front of him who seemed to have changed into a group of people, Tashigi also understood that this must be another good thing done by Ron. Sure enough, with a captain as powerful as Ron, no matter what he does, there will be no suspense. This was directed and acted by myself, so I was really very devoted. So the two guards led Ron and Tashigi towards the VIP area in the arena. Well, I'm bringing my wife to participate in this big gamble. Could you please lead the way? Ron also said politely to the guards. The captured man had a special collar around his neck. Although Ron couldn't tell what was wrong with this collar, he always had an inexplicable feeling when looking at it. Each side of the 8 trigrams formation is guarded by Marines, and they all face the center of the arena. That is where the game will take place later. Then what is that collar around his neck? Ron asked the two guards. Well, yes, he is the player for the next game. The two guards replied respectfully, well done. At this moment, every guard felt that something was wrong with them, but they couldn't place it. Ron's name seemed a bit familiar. Advertisement. After entering the arena, Ron looked around and found that the inside of the arena was like a large electronic hexagram array. Each position has a turret and guard vehicles. Although the range of the cannon is limited, and one cannon is not enough to cover the entire arena, the design of this 8 trigrams formation allows the entire arena to be covered within the range of the cannon, without any blind spots. Although several guards felt that something was very wrong, the fact that Ron was Charles's special guest was deeply engraved in their minds. Besides, before participating in the competition, they have to be sent to a place to be locked up together, and then they are released when they compete. But it is very dangerous for 100 players with such special skills to be locked up together. So Lord Charles asked the scientist Vegapunk to borrow this special collar. The guards all said, yes, Lord Ron. Several guards replied respectfully. Hey, that person should be the one who is preparing to participate in the competition. Ron stopped and said to the two guards who were leading him. Mr. Ron, you don't know something. Every player who comes here to participate in the competition is not an ordinary person. They all have unique skills. Such people are very dangerous. A guard opened Shikai and explained. This arena appears to be newly built. The stone walls of the arena look very brand new, and every building is very meticulous, with nothing unreasonable. At this time, a man escorted by celestial dragons men walked past Ron and the others. Ron and Tashigi entered the arena, led by two guards. Chapter 500 The Terrifying Power of Vegapunk. This specially made collar is worn by the celestial dragons for those powerful and rebellious slaves. This kind of collar is specially made. Once you put it on, you can't take it off with your own abilities. Even if Logia's demon fruit power won't work, the guard leading the way continued. Why? Even demon fruit power can't deal with this kind of collar. Tashigi couldn't help but ask. Madam, this kind of collar is the proud work of Mr. Vegapunk. It seems that there is some special method to create a special sea stone. This special sea stone is like a life, and the wearer can be immune to this sea stone restriction allows you to freely use your own devil fruit abilities. However, as long as you think about taking off the necklace, these sea stones will take effect, making the wearer very weak and unable to take off the necklace. The guard explained. But this is not the most amazing place. The most amazing place is that even ordinary people without devil fruit abilities will be restricted by sea stones like 307. Defender's words were like thunder, hitting Ron's mind hard. Does this world government's Vegapunk already have such a terrifying technological level? This is too pervert, even ordinary people are suppressed by sea stone, how on earth did Vegapunk do this? It seems that I have underestimated the world government too much. The world government has been planning this world for so many years. It must not be so easy for me to overthrow it. Ron said to himself in his mind. Advertisement. According to Mr. Vegapunk, there is a devil living in every person's body. As long as this devil is suppressed, people will naturally be suppressed. The two guards explained to Ron. Mr. Ron, you and Mr. Charles are very good friends. Can Revolving Heaven put in a good word for us in front of Mr. Charles? These things are originally the secrets of the world government. I didn't dare to mention it to outsiders, but you are a good friend of Sir Charles, so naturally we have to tell you. Although this collar cannot be taken off by oneself, what will be the impact of wearing this collar? Ron asked the guard. Hello, distinguished guest, may I help you in any way? Said a neatly dressed maid. After hearing the words of the leader, Ron suddenly realized, otherwise, how could a collar trap these strong men? The two guards also knew that they had important duties and could not delay too much here. They had to go back to guard the Tianmen. In the future, when I have a chance and I'm in a good mood, I'll go to Mariajoy for a robbery. Well, don't you have a list of those who participated in the harm? Give me one. Sir Ron, madam, please take a rest here. The competition will start later. If you need anything, the servants here will do it for you. Advertisement. The two guards began to flatter him. So here, the two guards who led the way entrusted Ron and Tashigi to the care of the servants here. Under the guidance of two guides, Ron and Tashigi came to the VIP reception room. The decorations here are very prosperous, and even Ron couldn't help but be surprised by his knowledge. Just the place where celestial dragons receives guests in Sabayati Archipelago has made it so prosperous. How rich is Mariajoy? Thinking of this, Ron also had an idea. In addition to being unable to be removed, this collar also has this other function. No matter who it is or where it is, as long as Mr. Charles makes a thought, this collar will shoot countless needles towards the wearer's neck, directly killing the wearer. This can't help but make Ron confused, but as long as it involves scientific instruments, it must involve electricity, right? As long as it has a relationship with electricity, all these problems will be easily solved. But the current situation seems not to be good. Pluton obviously has no way to take off the collar. If he takes Pluton, Rayleigh away by force, it will harm him. After listening to what they said, Ron waved his hand towards them, indicating that they could leave. Listening to the guard's words, Ron had another question. Sir Ron, you are on the right track. This collar is completely controlled by Sir Charles's thoughts. When this collar is produced, it is an ownerless object, but as long as the user puts his consciousness once connected to this collar, you can use this collar to enslave others. Then Ron called another genin in front of him. Chapter 501 Trafalgar Law. Ron said calmly to the maid who came over. Mr. Ron, please rest assured that we will naturally prepare this list of contestants for you. We will also let you choose to place bets through this list of contestants later. Of course we will not miss this. The maid responsible for receiving Ron said respectfully. That's good, then I'll wait for you here for a while. Ron didn't rush him, and pulled Tashigi to sit down. Ron took Tashigi's hand and said, it seems that we haven't spent such a leisurely time together for a long time. When we were on the boat, you were also shy. You would feel uncomfortable even being alone with you. Ron said teasingly to Tashigi. Ron, we are here to find someone, not here to enjoy ourselves. Do you think it is appropriate for us to wait and see like this? When Tashigi heard Ron's teasing, he did not answer directly, but changed the topic. The sisters are waiting for us to return on the boat, and Whitebeard is also waiting for us to find Rayleigh and join him. This kind of thing can't be rushed, and our style of doing things has always been so casual, so why be so hasty? And maybe we will meet some particularly interesting people in this competition. Ron said calmly. I finally picked up the coffee on the table and tasted it slowly. Seeing Ron's leisurely look, Tashigi didn't want to criticize him anymore, so he simply picked up the snacks on the table and started eating. Hello, Lord Ron, this is the list of contestants for this gladiatorial competition. After a while, the maid in charge of receiving Ron came towards Ron with something like a newspaper. The maid walked up to Ron, handed what she was holding into Ron's hand, and said to Ron. Advertisement. Mr. Ron, this is the list of players for this gladiatorial match. It contains the number of each player and a description of the player's strength. Mr. Ron can use the above number to bet on what you want to bet. No matter what it is, as long as you are right, no matter how expensive your bet is, our Lord Charles will return it to you with 100 times the equivalent value. The maid said respectfully, and then placed the food in her hand on Ron's table. After Ron took over the list, he immediately looked at the list of contestants on the table. The people participating in this gladiatorial competition are from all species. Not only are there humans, but there are also long-hand tribes, long-legged tribes, mermaids, giant tribes, and even some beasts. Looking at the players on the list, Ron couldn't help but shake his head. The reach of celestial dragons was really far. Just for a political struggle, so many races were involved. Tashigi couldn't help but come over and look at the list. There are actually 3 swordsmen. These 3 swordsmen are all famous bounty hunters in the sea. Tashigi couldn't help shouting excitedly when he saw the swordsman. Huh, isn't this Trafalgar, the captain of the Heart Pirates, one of the supernovas, Luo? How did he get caught in this arena? Tashigi also couldn't figure it out. With Luo's strength, he shouldn't be caught by celestial dragons as a loser. What? Tashigi immediately became excited when he heard Ron speaking so highly of this person. Ever since Ron improved his swordsmanship to the pinnacle, Voss has never met an opponent worthy of his full strength. Tashigi is a sword fanatic. In order to pursue the supreme swordsmanship and sword intention, Tashigi will make any efforts. Advertisement. Death Surgeon Trafalgar Law is one of the supernovas of this new world. His strength is what Ron sees most among the supernovas. Who is it? Tell me quickly. Tashigi asked Ron excitedly. Luo was actually caught in this arena. What the hell? Isn't it too unreal? Soon, Ron saw a familiar name on the list, Trafalgar. What's wrong, Ron? Tashigi asked with concern. Although Supernova's strength is not worth mentioning in front of the 4 emperors and admiral, in front of Marine Vice Admiral and other pirate groups, it has been very powerful for a long time. Ron looked at Tashigi and couldn't help but smile, and started looking for the person he was looking for in Sabayati Archipelago this time. Look, it's this, Ron said, pointing to Trafalgar's head. Hearing Ron say that this person is very strong, Tashigi was also excited and wanted to challenge this person. Tashigi, look, there is also a swordsman here, but he cannot be called a swordsman, but his sword can cut off everything in the world. Ron said calmly. Seeing the sparkle in Ron's eyes, Tashigi knew that Ron had seen something extraordinary. Please give me flowers. Originally, I just knew that there was such a person, but I didn't expect that I could see Luo here. Chapter 502. A big gamble with guaranteed profits. I must be in some trouble. I like this guy quite a lot. Although he looks very cold, he is very funny. Ron said with a smile. What, Captain Ron, do you know him? Tashigi asked. I do know him, but he may not know me. But now that it's better, I want to see what he can do when facing the Pirate King's right hand, Pluton Rayleigh. Ron said with a smile. Ron originally just wanted to take Rayleigh away when Rayleigh showed up, but now Ron is even more interested in the battle between Rayleigh and Trafalgar Law. Tashigi, our plan has changed. I want to see the battle between Rayleigh and Luo. When the battle is over, I will interrupt the game. It will not be too late for us to take them away by then. Ron said expectantly. Ron's eyes continued to scan the list, and sure enough, after a while, Ron saw Rayleigh's profile picture. Okay, it's confirmed, Rayleigh will indeed participate in this duel, but should we give Charles a break? Ron has some bad ideas again. With Rayleigh's strength, it must not be difficult to win this game. However, only Ron and Tashigi know about Rayleigh's strength and identity. Those celestial dragon scoundrels who captured him only thought that Rayleigh was a shipwright. Moreover, Rayleigh's profile also says that he is the most powerful shipwright on Island No. 56. Would anyone vote for Rayleigh with a profile like this? Of course not. What do you want to do? Tashigi looked at Ron and had a rough guess. Ron is a person who likes to play the most, so how could he let this time go? How much money do we have now? Ron asked Tashigi. Advertisement. About 10 billion belly. What's wrong? Do you really want to participate in this gamble? Tashigi looked at Ron and asked. Yeah, of course I want to participate. I want to see Charles's expression when his jaw drops to the ground. Ron said with a smile. Tashigi didn't know how hateful the celestial dragons were, so it wasn't a bad thing that Ron gave Charles such a hard blow. Yeah, okay, then should I go back to Sister Nami to get the money now? Tashigi asked. Yeah, I'll use my Menman fruit to send you there. Come over after you get the money. Ron said calmly. Good. After saying that, Ron activated his gate fruit and created a door leading to the Sword and Rose pirate's ship. Tashigi stood up and opened the door. By the way, let's not gamble too much. If we win too much, the people will suffer. If there is too much money, Charles will not be able to come up with it. If he can't come up with it, he will definitely exploit the people. We also don't bet too much, just 3 billion Baileys. Ron also suddenly remembered that if he cheated Charles too much, the common people would also suffer, so he reminded Tashigi. Tashigi also responded respectfully and stepped into the door. Advertisement. While Nami Robin and others were sunbathing, Tashigi's figure suddenly appeared on the deck of the Sword and Rose pirate's ship. The beauties who were sunbathing at this time were also frightened by Tashigi, who suddenly returned. I thought it was some marine who couldn't resist the temptation and came over. Robin joked a little darkly. By the way, Marine didn't do anything strange after we left, right? Tashigi asked everyone. Don't worry, Sister Tashigi. I don't know if these Marines are here to monitor us, or are being monitored by us. They are so motionless that they dare not leave now, Kaya said with a smile. After speaking, he took out a glass of juice and handed it to Tashigi. By the way, Tashigi, why are you back, Ron? At this time, Shiroshi also poked his head out of the water, rested his head on the deck, and asked Tashigi with wide eyes. Ron, it's fun again. Tashigi shook his head helplessly and told everyone Ron's plan with a smile. What, 100 times the odds? 5.7. If we win, wouldn't we have 300 billion Baileys? Nami said incredulously. Yes, and I believe that Mr. Rayleigh will win this competition 100%, which is equivalent to our gamble this time, making a profit without losing anything. Although Tashigi is not interested in 300 billion belly, he is still interested in it. Nami explained the situation. 300 billion belly. Nami's eyes lit up when she heard that she was guaranteed to earn 300 billion belly. Wait a moment, I'll get the money for you now. After saying that, Nami turned around and rushed to the place where he put the money. Chapter 503. Got the chips. Nami couldn't contain her excitement when she heard about 300 billion belly. After Nami finished speaking, Nami immediately turned around and walked into his room. Seeing Nami's excitement, Robin also teased in a dark way. This is very Nami. After saying this, Robin looked at Nami's room with a smile. After a while, Nami walked out of her room, but it was obvious that what Nami took was not Bailey, but a treasure of equal value to Bailey. During Ron's time playing, Ron defeated many pirates. Of course, the final legacy of these pirates was also handled by Nami personally. Nami took out several treasures from his room and handed them to Tashigi. Tashigi, these are the treasures we finally obtained. Although Ron is not interested in them, they can still be used in critical moments, Nami said, looking at Tashigi seriously. Tashigi was also dumbfounded by Nami's concession. Tashigi carefully removed the things in Nami's hands and prepared to return to island number 1 again. You must earn these 300 billion. With 300 billion, even if we offer bounties to 4 emperors groups, it will be enough, Nami said excitedly. Although Nami is not like a bounty royal group, what Nami said is indeed correct. These 300 billion Baileys. There are simply too many. Use other words to describe it. On the contrary, I felt that it was not appropriate enough, so Nami used this comparison method. Okay. Don't worry, Nami. Since Ron said it's okay, then it must be okay. Trust Ron, just wait for us here, Tashigi said with a smile to Nami. After saying that, Tashigi held the treasure in his hand and jumped lightly towards the door that was not closed. Tashigi returned to his home position. Advertisement. Feeling Tashigi's breath coming from the door, Ron, who had his eyes closed with his head propped up, suddenly opened his eyes. I got money from Nami, a little money fan, so quickly. It's a bit unexpected. I thought this feature would be troublesome, Ron said with a smile. Well, Sister Nami really surprised me now. She was so quick to give me the money. Tashigi smiled and handed the thing in his hand to Ron. Not a moment. Ron called over the maid who had dressed him just now. Ron placed the treasures he had just brought from the ship on the table. Although I don't know what each treasure is, I know that these treasures are worth a lot just from the materials used to make them. Looking at the treasures on the table, the maid felt something was wrong, but she didn't know what was wrong. This is the promised collateral for my participation in this gamble. The combined value of these things should be 3 billion belly. You can take it over and click on it, Ron said lazily, leaning back in his chair. Yes, Mr. Ron. We will let the people responsible for managing the warehouse take a look at it later to ensure the value of these things, and then we will let you make the last 10 steps of this bet. Looking at such a large amount of treasure, the maid also looked nervous. The most difficult things to deal with throughout the ages are simply things in the ledger. Moreover, the amount involved was so large that he had no right to interfere at all. Okay, then go ahead and I'll be waiting for you here. Advertisement. Ron said calmly to the maid. After the maid heard what Luo Crocodile said, she didn't dare to be negligent at all, for fear that it would delay Ron's gambling. So the maid took the things to the warehouse. The 2 guards who were responsible for managing the warehouse and counting money were dozing leisurely when they were suddenly awakened by an anxious sound. When the 2 dozing warehouse managers heard such anxious urging, they thought it was Charles coming, and they immediately cheered up in fear. Brothers in the warehouse, there are some treasures here that you need to take a look at. 200, the maid said anxiously. Isn't it just a few treasures? Is there any need to make such a fuss? The 2 warehouse managers who were suddenly woken up heard that it was the maid who wanted to show them a few treasures. He also said to the maid dissatisfiedly. No. The financial figures involved this time may be a bit huge, so I sent the things to you quickly. The maid also explained. What? The finances are a bit huge. How big is the finances that you say is a bit huge? How many money and treasures have we not seen? These 2 brothers who are responsible for looking after the finances are Charles's people and are specifically responsible for financial statistics. Although the money that passed through their hands was not their own, the amount was really scary. Who made their masters the celestial dragons? After saying that, the maid didn't want to explain to them anymore, so she directly took several treasures from Ron and placed them in front of the 2 brothers in charge of the counting house. Chapter 504. Start placing bets. Looking at the several treasures displayed in front of them, the 2 guards were too shocked to speak. Although they only lose money for others, the amount of money they receive is really scary to death. Every year, the tribute that Charles received from the people, plus 1 yuan, was equivalent to more than half of the income of the accountant. Because the amount of money involved was so large, the two brothers in charge of finance actually had the audacity to commit the crime under the noses of celestial dragons and pocketed a small portion of celestial dragons' money. The amount of money they dared to embezzle was a very small part, only 1/10,000th, but this 1/10,000th of money had already made the two of them extremely rich. From this we can see how rich Charles is from celestial dragons. However, looking at the several treasures in front of them, the two brothers responsible for managing the finances were also shocked and speechless. Although the 4 treasures in front of me are small in size and not very exaggerated in style, it is not difficult to see that they are all priceless treasures. Even with their knowledge and determination, they couldn't help but be surprised. Who gave these things to you? The two people in charge of finance asked the maid. This is a betting product given to me by a gentleman named Ron. He really wanted to bet 3 billion belly. I don't know much about these things, so I sent it to you as soon as possible. The maid continued. This is not only for the benefit of Lord Charles, but also for the best treatment for Lord Charles's friends. Advertisement. You can give me a specific amount, and I will ask Mr. Ron to place a bet later, but I still need you to issue a certificate of equivalent value. Said the maid. The two brothers in charge of finance carefully looked at the 4 treasures in front of them, and their brows gradually wrinkled. This time, the value of this treasure has been suppressed by myself, but these 4 treasures still have high value. Finally, the two brothers in charge of finance looked at each other, nodded at each other, then handwritten a certificate and stamped it with their own seals. Looking at the certificate handed to her, the maid's hands were trembling a little. The certificate in his hand is actually worth 4.5 billion belly. After speaking, one of the brothers in charge of finance picked up the handwritten certificate on the table, stood up and handed it to the maid. Then I will send it to Mr. Ron now so that he can have enough time to choose the players he wants to bet on. After the maid finished speaking, she turned around and walked out. The two brothers who were in charge of finance shook their heads helplessly. It's best to come and watch this game, but it's best not to bet with Lord Charles. You won't get any benefits. No matter you bet more or less, the chance of winning is very slim. I wonder if Mr. Ron has already thought about the players to bet on this time and the amount of money to bet on the players. The maid asked Ron. But I didn't expect Ron to choose to overwhelm 10 shipwrights. But this is Ron's choice, and this maid doesn't want to interfere too much. Advertisement. So what if the 4.5 billion treasure is worth it? It won't go into the pocket of our Lord Charles after today. A brother in charge of finance sighed and mentioned the profit. If this certificate had not been used only to participate in this gambling, this maid would have even had the urge to run away with the money. With so much money, she could work for 10 or 100 lifetimes. Soon, the maid responsible for receiving Ron brought this certificate representing 4.5 billion belly to Ron. You may not be able to earn it. The conservative estimate of the value of these 4 treasures is at least 4.5 billion belly, said a brother in charge of finance. At first, the maid thought that Ron was joking when he said his treasure was worth 3 billion belly, just to save face for a while, but now she realized that the price Ron quoted was very conservative. Hey, 4.5 billion baileys. I thought it was only 3 billion. It seems that Nami heard that this was a business that was sure to make a profit, so she gave her 50% more. Ron looked at it, Tashigi said with a smile. The maid said calmly. Originally, the maid thought that a wealthy owner like Ron would be very cautious in spending so much money to participate in this gamble, and would give the victory to those strong players. Hello, sir, your treasure has just been appraised, and the value of your treasure has also been revealed. You can use up to 4.5 billion baileys in this large-scale gambling organized by Lord Charles. Chips. Yeah, I've thought about it. I'll vote for the number 7 player, Rayleigh, a boatwright from Island No. 56. Ron said calmly. Chapter 505 The King of the Kingdom of Radiance. Okay, Mr. Ron, I wonder how much money Mr. Ron would put on the shipwright named Rayleigh. The maid asked with a standard smile. The maid thought so. Maybe Ron was just randomly trying to see how the game went. After all, a rich man like Ron would be embarrassed to watch the game without spending money. So now Ron is just casually adding to the excitement of this game, that's probably it. But things often fail to develop in the direction that ordinary people think. The reason why they are ordinary people is because they cannot see through all this. Soon, the maid was shocked by Ron's words. Huh, you can also choose the amount, so of course I will buy them all. Ron said with a smile. Although Ron said this calmly, the shock that Ron's words brought to the maid was unprecedented. This sentence also reached the ears of several nobles next to 890. They originally heard that Ron had 4.5 billion baileys but was so young, and thought that Ron was a young son of a prince or aristocrat, but now it seems that it may not be that simple. When everyone present heard Ron's words, they all looked at him with admiration. Just now, everyone thought that Ron was just a wealthy disciple who could spend 4.5 billion baileys, but now Ron will casually throw all his 4.5 billion baileys into a box of ships with no chance of winning. On the craftsman. You must know that this competition is really full of experts. There are strong men from all races in various countries, even the giants. Ron's behavior, understand this sentence, is to give all his money to Charles. Advertisement. How can ordinary disciples possess such arrogance? Everyone looked at Ron with a little admiration. What, Mr. Ron, what did you just say? After hearing Ron's words, the maid asked Ron once in disbelief. It may have been a little noisy just now, but I didn't quite understand what you said. Looking at the maid's disbelieving expression, Ron calmly repeated the words he just said amidst everyone's complicated gazes. I'm going to put all my 4.5 billion Baileys on Rayleigh. Ron said with a smile. As everyone dispersed, only the uncle who spoke just now was still standing in front of Ron. Seeing Ron, who was so cold, everyone was very disdainful. What do you think you are? Do you think that having a little bad money will make you great? Well, my name is Ron. What's wrong? What do you want from me? Ron said doubtfully as he looked at the people walking towards him. At this time, princes and nobles from various countries slowly gathered around. I don't know which country Mr. Ron is from, but he is so generous, talking about such a huge sum of money, and casually lavishing it on an ordinary shipbuilder, the middle-aged man said. Mr. Ron, are you sure you don't want to think about it again? Although this maid clearly heard Ron once said that all 4.5 billion would be invested in this shipbuilder named Rayleigh, she still felt that it was a little unreal. Advertisement. No, I'm just here to make money. It's okay. I'm just a poor man, not from a famous family. Ron waved his hands towards everyone. I don't want anyone to disturb my peace. The way these people looked at me didn't look right. Could it be that they wanted to fight? Thinking of this, the maid sighed helplessly, nodded to Ron, turned around and went to the betting center of the arena to place bets for Ron. Little brother, you are indeed extraordinary. I, Liao, am willing to be your friend. I am the king of the kingdom of Wei. I admire talents like you the most. To show my sincerity today, I am willing to accompany you. Let's place a bet on this shipwright together. Liao Ming, the king of the kingdom of radiance, said to Ron. Thinking of this, the arrogant nobles turned and left one after another. They originally wanted to get acquainted with Ron, but now Ron's attitude is really too irritating. Thinking of this, even though I felt that my behavior was a bit impolite, I still told Ron my suggestion. I tried to persuade him well but didn't listen at all. This is 4.5 billion, just give it away like this. Although they are all more or less dissatisfied with Ron, due to their many years of social experience, these people will not show it in front of them at all. Although they are also UU and have a lot of rights, they still don't know what kind of strength Ron is. Clearly, you can't offend Ron just yet. Yeah, that's what I'll bet on. Please hurry up and place your bet for me. The game will start in a while. Ron said calmly while tasting the drinks on the table. This little brother, I don't know your surname. At this time, a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes said to Mohan, clasping his fists. Seeing Ron in front of her so calm, the maid was speechless at this moment. What the hell is this? Why is this person like this? BDDC, this is not 45 Baileys, this is 4.5 billion. Chapter 506 New Friends. After hearing Liao Ming's words, Ron couldn't help but raise his head and carefully looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. Ron looked at the heroic middle-aged man in front of him. Is this person really discerning or is he a fool? Did he not expect that there would be someone like him who invested money in a shipbuilder? Ron looked at Liao Ming in front of him, his face expressionless. Brother Ron, are you willing to be my friend? Liao Ming asked once. Although the kingdom of Wei is just a declining country, when the kingdom of Wei is strong, even the celestial dragons have to give the country of Wei some face, because the kingdom of Wei contains the ulterior secrets of the celestial dragons. But just a few decades ago, the country of Wei suddenly lost this thing. Then the entire kingdom of Wei began to be targeted by various policies of celestial dragons, resulting in the current siege of Wei being somewhat unworthy. Although it was obvious that the celestial dragons had robbed this thing, the people of the country of radiance could only dare to be angry but dare not speak out. Looking at Liao Ming in front of him, Ron also became interested. Looking at you, your country is also very rich. What, do you plan to send money to celestial dragons like me? Ron looked at Liao Ming in front of him and asked with a smile. Since a little brother can do such a generous thing, how can I, as the king of a country, be so timid? But I left in a hurry this time, and I didn't bring much money with me. I can take out what I can now, only 2 billion Baileys. But in order to show the sincerity of my friend who is willing to teach you. After Liao Ming finished speaking, he waved his hand to the entourage beside him. Signaling that I have come here. A well-dressed attendant immediately came to Liao Ming's side respectfully. Your Majesty, do you have any orders? The attendant asked Liao Ming. Advertisement. Ake, now put all the Baileys we brought on top of a shipwright named Rayleigh. Liao Ming said to the follower named Ake. What, my Lord King, are you serious? This is basically all the money we have for this trip. If we lose, we will lose most of the travel expenses back. Ake reminded Liao Ming nervously. Acker, just do as I say. Since little brother Ron has such courage, of course we can't lose in momentum. Otherwise, how can we be friends with little brother Ron? Liao Ming looked at Ron and said. But your Majesty, the people participating in this competition are all the best among the masters. We put so many Baileys on one shipwright, which is equivalent to giving the money to the celestial dragons. Hearing Liao Ming's words, Ake also panicked, and immediately reminded him anxiously again. After hearing Liao Ming's words, the palace nobles around him couldn't help but began to laugh at Liao Ming. As expected of that king's son, he is as stupid as that king. I believe that after this time, the kingdom of radiance will not only decline, but will even disappear completely from this world. Seeing what Liao Ming did, Ron smiled and said to Liao Ming. Listening to the people around him laughing at him, Liao Ming didn't feel very uncomfortable, but still smiled and said this to Ron. Although these words sounded very polite and ridiculous, for some reason, Liao Ming really felt like this in his heart at this time. Okay, I'm willing to be your friend. Ache, are you the king or am I the king, and now you don't even listen to me? Liao Ming immediately showed his kingly aura and ordered to Ache. Advertisement. They are too noisy, how about I help you shut their mouths? Foolish enough to give money to celestial dragons. Ron looked at the person in front of him and was very curious about this person. Ha ha ha, you are right. Why on earth did you choose to vote for this person like me? Ron asked, looking at Liao Ming seriously. No reason, but I seem to see the hope of the future of the kingdom of Wei in you. Liao Ming said with a smile. Although he was very reluctant, Ache could only do what Liao Ming said. Who made Liao Ming the king? Your Majesty, you. At this time, Ache wanted to continue to persuade the king to give up such an idea, but Liao Ming felt that this was disrespectful to Ron, so he quickly interrupted Ache. Although the choices Ron made seemed ridiculous to others, he didn't think Ron was a fool. After saying that, Ron began to turn his attention to the princes and nobles who had just laughed at Liao Ming. Chapter 507. Shut them up. Ron smiled and said to Liao Ming, the king of the Kingdom of Radiance. Before Liao Ming could ask Ron what he wanted to do, Ron had already activated his abilities. Ron stretched out his palm, and light blue thunder and lightning rolled in Ron's palm. Although this ball of thunder and lightning does not seem to have much power, it contains extremely strong thunder power. This is. Liao Ming looked at the lightning in Ron's hand and asked doubtfully. Before Ron could answer, several princes and nobles who had just laughed at Liao Ming began to twitch. Several princes and nobles suddenly said, 833, as if they had epilepsy, which made the maids responsible for serving them tremble with fear. What exactly happened? These princes and nobles are all distinguished guests of Lord Charles. If there is any problem with them, even if they are sold several times, it will not be enough to vent Charles's anger. Seeing the princes and nobles starting to twitch, the maids responsible for entertaining them also hurriedly stepped forward and supported them. Adults, how are you? How could this happen? Several maids said nervously at the same time. But it has no effect. In just the blink of an eye, several palace nobles finished convulsing and fell to the ground. Call the doctors over quickly. Several maids shouted to the guards. Advertisement. The guards were at a loss as they looked at the princes and nobles who suddenly fell down without any warning. Looking at the anxious maids, the guards nodded and rushed out the door. Mr. Ron, what's going on? Liao Ming looked at the people who suddenly fell and asked Ron. Although Ron did not have direct contact with these people, the sudden collapse of these people must have something to do with Ron. Ron looked at Liao Ming and said calmly. Ever heard of devil fruit? Ron said with a smile. Ron didn't think that Liao Ming hid that he was the one who attacked these people, because he knew that Liao Ming wouldn't say anything. Looking at Ron's retreating back, Liao Ming looked a little lost. Tashigi, let's go. This gladiatorial match is about to start. We can't miss the exciting showdown between Luo and Mr. Rayleigh. Ron said to Tashigi. Just be like me and suppress this shipwright named Rayleigh. I guarantee you that you will make a lot of money in the end. Ron said this to Liao Ming and took Tashigi's hand, turned and left. Are they okay? Liao Ming asked anxiously. Although these princes and nobles and Liao Ming were just acquaintances, and the relationship was not very good, if a human life occurred in Charles's territory, it would really be a big deal. Looking at Ron's back, Liao Ming felt that this man seemed to be like a god, and his aura was extremely otherworldly. And most importantly, Ron's expression showed that he had seen through everything in the world. If that's the case, that's great. Otherwise, if Mr. Charles finds out that it was you who attacked them, then you will definitely be in a lot of trouble. But no one saw you attack them, so it will be fine. Liao Ming said with a sigh of relief. Advertisement. After a comprehensive examination, the doctor's frowns relaxed. The doctor did not dare to delay, and immediately walked to the side of 5.6 princes and nobles, squatted down, opened the eyelids of several princes and nobles, and began to examine them. Did they encounter something again? The doctor asked several guards and maids. Don't worry, they just fainted temporarily. They were really too noisy. Their words made me very annoyed. I couldn't help listening to them talking, Ron said. Although Ron was not afraid of trouble at all, this time Ron did not kill him. After all, I still have to continue playing, to win the 450 billion belly from else in an honest and fair manner. Thinking of this, Ron couldn't help but find it so interesting. At this time, the guards also ran in with several doctors. Doctor, this is where the adults suddenly arrived. The guard said to the doctors. No, these adults all suddenly fell ill, twitched for a while, and then collapsed, said several guards. Although the money was of little use to Ron, he still wanted to see what kind of wonderful expression Charles would have when he lost 450 billion Baileys and Liao Ming's 200 billion Baileys. In front of outsiders, Tashigi also gave Ron enough face. Now she was like a well-behaved lady. Ron held her hand and walked toward the exit. Then this is strange. They all lost consciousness because of the strong electric shock. The doctor said in confusion. Chapter 508. The fight is about to begin. Only Liao Ming knew what was going on. Liao Ming looked at the princes and nobles who fell on the ground, smiled meaningfully, and turned around to leave. The duel that everyone has been waiting for is about to begin, and the contestants imprisoned in the dungeon are also very restless at this moment. There are many extremely strong people imprisoned in this dungeon. Although they all look very strong, the cages that restrict their freedom seem to be vulnerable to them. But they still couldn't escape from this place. There was no way. The special collars around their necks restricted their freedom. Among them, there are many people who want to escape, but there are no exceptions. Under everyone's horrified eyes, blood overflowed from their necks and they fell to the ground. After several brave men tried without fear of death, people also knew that escape did not exist, so they still took them to the dungeon honestly. At this time, a short, middle-aged man with a wretched appearance walked up to the dungeon. This wretched middle-aged man was the warden of the prison. But people couldn't understand why he became the warden. There are many people stronger than him, so why would the celestial dragons appoint him as their warden? The warden named Cardo walked up to the imprisoned people. Shut up. Although Cardo is not tall, his voice is still very loud. Cardo shouted. The prison soon fell silent. Some of you may know me, some may not, but it doesn't matter. Now I am here to introduce to you. My name is Cardo, and I am the warden of this prison. Cardo said calmly. Advertisement. Then he took off the hat on his head, revealing a shiny bald head. You must be aware of your competition. You are not allowed to have any conflicts before the fight begins. If I find out who is deliberately looking for trouble, then I'm sorry, I will kill you on the spot. After saying that, Cardo took out a remote control and pointed at his neck. Yes, this and the remote control are the things that can control the prisoners' collars. Looking at the remote control in Cardo's hand, the prisoners were furious and gritted their teeth in anger. Although Cardo is very hateful, now they can't even protect their own lives, so they can only swallow their anger and continue to listen to Cardo. If you want to get out of here and regain your freedom, there is only one way, and that is to kill everyone around you after the fight begins. In this way, not only can you get out and regain your freedom, but also you can also be rewarded with a large fiefdom. Cardo said. The people who were captured all knew the rules here, but it was not easy to get out of here alive. After Kaduo finished speaking, the atmosphere began to become solemn. But there were only 2 people at this time, and it seemed that there were no disturbances in their hearts. One of them is a boatman with a knife in his waist. This boatman seems to be born with white hair. Although he doesn't look too old, his hair is already silver white. He also wears with a pair of gentle eyes. Advertisement. It didn't look like he was here to participate in a wrestling match, but rather an intellectual. But the slippers on his feet made him look less serious. Another person who looks very calm is also a swordsman. The swordsman was sitting in the corner, holding his sword expressionlessly, as if it had nothing to do with him. This shipwright is the purpose of Ron's visit. This humble-looking shipwright is the famous Pluton Rayleigh. And this young man sitting in the corner is Luo, the leader of the Heart Pirates. 653. At this time, Ron also came to the audience of this gladiatorial match under the leadership of his servants. There are so many people coming to watch the battle this time. The entire auditorium of the Colosseum was full of people. At this moment, there was still no one on the arena. Although it seems extremely peaceful now, an unimaginable fight will occur next. 100 people with extraordinary skills will compete on this arena. Only the last person left will end the competition. It was the first time for some people to hear about such a competition, so they traveled thousands of miles to come here. The first is to watch this game, and the second is to see if I can make a fortune from this big gamble. Finally, come to the competition held by Big Charles and you can also have a good relationship with the celestial dragons. Who doesn't know that the Charles family is one of the patriarchal families of celestial dragons? This big tree on the list has incomparable benefits. Chapter 509. Great Charles. While waiting for much attention, this duel match is finally about to begin. A group of prisoners imprisoned in the dungeon, escorted by guards, walked toward the tunnel leading to the arena. Ron took Tashigi's hand and sat in the VIP auditorium. This is the front row of the auditorium, and every corner of the arena can be seen clearly. At this time, Ron also spotted a figure in the front row of the auditorium. This figure is a little different from the others. He wears a huge glass bubble on his head and wears a spacesuit-like decoration. Yes, this person is the organizer of this duel, Celestial Dragons, because of Charles. Seeing Charles, Tashigi also suddenly remembered that he did not know this big Charles, so in order to show up later that after he won money, Charles did not recognize him, Ron also used his Thunder Fruit Once ability, connecting his current with Big Charles's brain waves. Suddenly, Charles felt an inexplicable dizziness in his head. But in just a moment, the dizzy feeling disappeared. Charles suddenly felt very puzzled, so he looked around him, and there was no one there. And Charles also felt that something was wrong with his head, but he didn't know what was wrong. But Charles didn't think much about it. Continue to hold his long nose and hang it on his mouth. Ron immediately smiled and said to Insichi. Advertisement. Done. Pipe. Quote. At this moment, a unique small stage slowly rose to the sky above the arena in the eyes of everyone. On this small stage stood a man in a formal dress. Yes, this person is the commentator and host of this gladiatorial match. At this moment, the host is standing on a magical weightless small stage. This small stage is also made by Vegapunk. After installing special bubbles from Sabayati Archipelago inside, this stage can float freely in the air like a small airplane. However, this tip-line stage can only be used in Sabayati Archipelago. At this moment, the host held the microphone in front of him. Dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, hello everyone, this duel is a gladiatorial competition organized by our Lord Charles. You are all friends of Lord Charles. You have come here from all over the world to watch this game. Thank you for your hard work. Yes. This host, like other hosts, kept busy with polite remarks but still did not get to the point. This competition is composed of warriors from various countries around the world, and even masters of various species and races. This competition is an elimination competition. There are 100 competitors, and only one player can stand. He said with a smile at the end, and this person will also be rewarded by Lord Charles, and from then on he will be promoted to a higher rank, and receive extremely generous rewards. The host used impassioned words and said these words to the audience. In a short time, the atmosphere on the scene suddenly reached a small climax, and people's mood couldn't help but become excited. At this time, the prisoners had already reached the entrance of the arena, and there was only a wall between them and the arena. Advertisement. The impassioned words of the host just now were deeply impressed into the hearts of this group of prisoners. As long as you win this game, then the life waiting for you will be extremely shining. Thinking of this, every prisoner was extremely excited and wanted to win this competition. Of course, these people do not include Pluton, Rayleigh and Luo. Some of these people have been caught here for several days, so the relationship has been very good in the past few days. But in the face of such a huge temptation, those familiar people have become the most dangerous people to me. Some people feel extremely regretful. Why did they brag about their strength and abilities to friends they just met during the past few days in detention? Now they are in trouble. Rayleigh looked at the people around him and sighed helplessly. Maybe this is human nature. No matter how hard Roger tries, he can't save these people. Thinking about it, Rayleigh couldn't help but feel pity for Roger. Instead of sacrificing himself to start the great pirate generation to save these hopeless people, he might as well spend his last time with his wife and where is the child. But it's superfluous to think about this now. Amid the cheers of the audience, the host said something. Quote. Next, I would like to invite the contestants of this competition to enter the arena. As the host finished speaking, a door in the arena slowly rose. Suddenly, the bright sunshine shone on the prisoners. It had been a long time since they had seen this bright sunshine. Today was such a good day. Chapter 510 Players appear. Feeling the sunshine, the warm feeling spread to every corner of the prisoners' bodies. Feeling this warmth, the prisoners could not help but strengthen their hope of living. Then, 100 strong men participating in the competition walked towards the arena in a dark crowd. The audience was extremely excited when they saw the contestants entering the arena. At this time, the commentator began to explain impassionedly again. These 100 contestants are all powerful players from all over the world. Each of them has power beyond ordinary people. The most popular among them is Hyrdong from the giant soldier pirates. The commentator said slightly excitedly, and after speaking, he cast his eyes on a giant warrior who slowly walked into the arena. This giant warrior was covered in armor and looked extremely powerful. No one knows what kind of terrifying destructive power this mountain-like giant can unleash with a 180-degree explosion. After hearing the explanation, people's cheers became excited again. Hyrdong is one of the captains of the giant pirates. He has formidable strength. At the same time, his previous bounty as a pirate also reached a terrifying 200 million. The host continued. Hyrdong is also participating in the competition this time. He is one of the most popular players. There are many viewers who have invested a lot of bets on Hyrdong. I hope that Hyrdong can win in this competition. Do a good job. The host said. Next, let's turn our attention to this meaning last you, the host continued. At the same time, the host also focused his attention on a person with a rather strange body. This man was wearing a battle suit, BDDG, with red and blue colors, making him look more combat effective. What's strange about this man's body is that the arms of this man named Rastu are different from those of ordinary people. Rastu has one more joint than ordinary people. Advertisement. Therefore, the people of Rastu's race are also called the Long-Hand clan. The long-handed people have one more joint than ordinary people, and the length of their hands is naturally much longer than that of ordinary people. Moreover, due to the extra joint, this Long-Hand clan also has terrifying arm strength that far exceeds that of ordinary people. Rustu also has a chilling nickname, Rocket Punch Rustu. Rustu's feat of being able to blow up a warship with one punch was also widely spread among people. Once during a marine pursuit, Rastu blasted an entire marine warship into pieces. From then on, the reputation of Rocket Punch Rastu also spread in this sea. Rocket Punch Rastu is also the player that attracts the most attention in this competition. Many princes and nobles have placed their bets on Rastu. They hope that this competition will win. Mr. Stu can recreate the Rocket Punch style of yesteryear. Oh. The audience looked at Rastu and shouted excitedly. Several young people around Rastu were very unhappy when they saw Rastu, thinking that Rastu had covered up their own light. Isn't he just a long hand tribe? He looks weird. What's the big deal? I'll blow his head off with one punch and take off his long hands to use as a grill. Yeah, we'll kill him first in a moment. Rastu listened to the players talking around him and didn't take it seriously. Rastu thought. Advertisement. There are many people who want to kill me, but no one has succeeded so far. You guys are nothing. Now, let's introduce a dark horse in this duel competition. At this time, the voice of the commentator pulled people from the cheers into silence. The biggest dark horse coming to participate in the competition this time is one of the extremely evil generations, one of the supernovas, the leader of the Heart Pirates, and Trafa, known as the Death Surgeon. J. Lo. At this time, the commentator cast his gaze on an inconspicuous person in the crowd. This man wore a leopard print hat and held a long knife on his chest. Oh. At this time, the atmosphere on the field also reached a climax. At this moment, when people saw Trafalgar, they were extremely excited. Who doesn't know that Luo has a super terrifying fruit ability, Op fruit? Everyone in the pirate world knows that Luo's fruit ability has been developed to the ultimate level by Luo. As long as it is within the scope of Luo's fruit ability, Luo is invincible. At this time, Luo heard the cheers of the audience, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Luo thinks so. If he guesses correctly, he can win this game perfectly. Why was Luo caught here? Luo accidentally broke into the Sabayati archipelago when the security was tight last time after Ron killed the celestial dragons, and unfortunately met Kizaru. Chapter 511. 3 Pillars. With Kizaru's strength, he naturally caught Ron easily. Kizaru captured Ron without any motive, just to make the pirates aware of the existence of Marines and to regain the majesty of Marines. Although the Marines can't do anything against Ron, the Marines can still take advantage of these supernovas. Although the atmosphere on the court was very exciting and the audience was very optimistic about Luo, Luo was obviously not happy now. I am still very angry now. I was just passing by the Sabayati archipelago, and was caught by Admiral of Headquarters Kizaru inexplicably. Not long after he was captured, Luo was put on this special collar by Charles's men and brought to this arena to participate in this duel. Dear viewers, according to the statistics of our relevant person in charge, the proportion of bets on Trafalgar Law in this game is as high as 45%. Luo can be called the biggest dark horse in this game. The host stepped on the hosting platform held up by bubbles in the air, drew a beautiful arc in the air, and used exciting words. Open Shikai said that this competition. Now, let's ask each of our players to find their positions. Our game is about to begin. The audience will see an extremely shocking duel. This is a brutal death match. It will not last long. I will never stop at the last moment. The commentator said impassionedly. Okay. Oh. Good. In the cheers of the audience, every player who participated in the competition found his or her position on the arena. In such a competition, the center of the ring is the place where people least want to go. Because in the center of the ring, you will be besieged by many contestants at the same time, so you will be under greater pressure than other contestants, which is not cost effective. Advertisement. So the contestants gathered around the ring. But at this time, a huge figure walked discordantly into the middle of the competition arena. He is the captain of the giant soldier pirates, Hyerdong. Everyone is very clear about Hyerdong's strength. Although Hyerdong is huge, his actions are not clumsy at all. Generally, creatures with huge bodies will be very clumsy in their movements, but Hyerdong has received good training in the giant soldier pirates since he was a child, making Hyerdong's strength far beyond that of ordinary people. Hyerdong! Hyerdong! Hyerdong's supporters shouted in the audience. Seeing Hyerdong walking to the center of the ring, Hyerdong's supporters became even more excited and began to shout. Ron looked at Hyerdong in the center of the ring and sighed helplessly. With this strength, it's not even enough to carry Mr. Rayleigh's shoes. How dare you be so arrogant? Ron said calmly. Ron, it is said that Mr. Rayleigh's swordsmanship can rival Haki, but is he as domineering as Haki? Is this true? Tashigi asked. Yes, the red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, is the person we are going to find next. His swordsmanship was taught by Rayleigh, and the red-haired Shanks' swordsmanship is on par with that of Haki. I think so. Ron replied with a smile. Then the two turned their attention to the ring. Hyerdong indeed has this strength and came to the center of the arena. Given Hyerdong's size, Hyerdong's defense power far exceeds that of ordinary people. Even if an ordinary weapon hits Hyerdong's body, it will only scratch the itch and cannot hurt Hyerdong at all. Moreover, Hyerdong's huge body also gave him a huge fist. With just one swing of Hyerdong's huge fist, most of the players on the ring could be knocked off the ring. Please give me flowers. Advertisement. When Hyerdong heard the shouts of the audience, he confidently put his hand on his chest and looked arrogantly at the people standing on the periphery of the arena in front of him. Hyerdong's eyes seemed to be saying, "You are all rubbish, do you dare to come and stand in the middle?" Looking at Hyerdong's eyes, everyone was very unhappy, but there was nothing they could do. After all, their own was nothing in front of Hyerdong. At this time, a tall and thin man slowly walked into the center of the arena. Yes, this person is Rocket Punch Rasto. Rasto also looked at Hyerdong with a contemptuous smile. Do you think you can stand in the center of this arena with your strength? Rasto said contemptuously to Hyerdong. As Rasto entered the arena, Rasto's supporters also began to cheer. Although Rasto doesn't have much of an advantage in terms of size. But Rustu's destructive power is definitely not weaker than Hyrdong's, only stronger than Hyrdong's. Lastu walked to the center of the arena and stood opposite Hyrdong. Their eyes were intertwined, as if sparks could burst out. Just when they were excited and thinking about it, a strange feeling enveloped them. Room, Luo said lightly. Then Luo's figure appeared quietly in front of Hyrdong and rocket punched Lastu. Yes, this is the field ability of Op Fruit developed by Luo. In this field, Luo can dominate everything, including teleporting yourself and other objects. With Luo's sudden appearance, the atmosphere at the scene was heightened to a climax. The audience all screamed when they saw Luo's handsome appearance. Even those supporters of Hyrdong and Lastu felt regretful for their choices when they saw this scene. Chapter 512 The Dark Horse suddenly appears. Just when they were excited and thinking about it, a strange feeling enveloped them. Room, Luo said lightly. Then Luo's figure appeared quietly in front of Hyrdong and rocket punched Lastu. Yes, this is the field ability of Op Fruit developed by Luo. In this realm, Luo can dominate everything, including teleporting himself and other objects. With Luo's sudden appearance, the atmosphere at the scene was heightened to a climax. The audience all screamed when they saw Luo's handsome appearance. Even those supporters of Hyrdong and Le 240 Stu felt regretful for their choices when they saw this scene. After all, Luo's strength and reputation are enough to shock people in this pirate world. There were even female princes and nobles present who were fascinated by Luo's figure, with eyes full of admiration. Humph, I didn't expect that this kid would steal all our limelight as soon as he appeared on the stage. Lastu looked at Luo who suddenly appeared in front of him and said very unhappy. Although Lastu and Heldong were both very unhappy at this time, the game had not started yet, so they could not act rashly, otherwise the collar around their necks might kill them at any time. Okay, old man, for this game, you can hide behind us with peace of mind. We will deal with the other contestants first, and then we will duel. And you, just find a suitable moment and pretend to fall, it's enough. Lastu said confidently. It seems that he has absolute confidence in this competition. Old man, are you scared out of your mind? How dare you stand in a place like this? Don't you know that here, you will be targeted by all the contestants on the field? Lastu looked at Rayleigh in front of him. Said disdainfully. Huh, Uncle Rayleigh isn't going to keep a low profile this time. If he does this, it will attract the attention of naval headquarters. Ron said, looking at Rayleigh in the arena. Although this middle-aged uncle looks very sloppy, the temperament he exudes is indescribable. Although this middle-aged man doesn't look too old, he has silver hair and is not very harmonious. The uncle of the shipbuilder on number 56 is named Lao Lei. He once crushed a piece of pig iron with his bare hands. The incredible voice of the commentator echoed in the venue. Each word brought great excitement to the audience. Of shock. Advertisement. Especially for Big Charles, although the strength bias in this competition is very serious, with Trafalgar Law, the giant Heldon, and the long-hand Rastu holding the flag alone with 5.7, no matter which one of these three players wins, you can make a small fortune yourself, at least without losing money. But if this man named Lao Lei wins, he will get a lot of money. But Pluton Rayleigh, how come it appears in such a proportion? At this moment, with everyone looking at them in disbelief, a middle-aged man wearing slippers and shorts slowly walked to the center of the arena. Young man, if you can really guarantee my safety, then it doesn't matter if I give you this sword. Rayleigh looked at Rustu and said with a smile. Only by winning this game can he return to his heart pirates and led his crew to continue adventures. What, old Lei, sword or western sword? This casual outfit, but extraordinary temperament, could it be Pluton Rayleigh? Luo looked at the shipwright in front of him and had his own guess. Hey, old man, your sword is pretty good. It's probably quite valuable. Why don't you sell it to me and I can let you live? Rastu said to Rayleigh. Looking at the two people in front of him who were unhappy with him, Luo felt no fluctuation in his heart. Luo is not the kind of person who likes to be praised by others, nor is he the kind of person who pursues money and fame. He just wants to regain his freedom now. Then Rustu's eyes stopped at Rayleigh's waist and saw a western sword that seemed to be very good. Obviously Rayleigh doesn't know the reason this time and doesn't plan to paddle. However, although Rayleigh's excessive vomiting will reveal his identity and attract the attention of the Marines, as long as Ron is here, it will be useless for many people from the Marines to come. Charles was also full of expectations when he heard the commentator's description of Lao Lei. What's going on? Isn't this the Uncle Shipwright from Island No. 56? Why did the Uncle Shipwright also walk to the center of the arena? Does this Uncle Shipwright have some ulterior secret? At this time, the commentator also began to tease Rayleigh. However, as a commentator, he also very dedicatedly took out the list of contestants, found Rayleigh's number, and carefully read the report of the Celestial Dragon's lackeys on the shipwright uncle. Chapter 513. Forming a clique. Luo looked at the shipwright uncle in front of him and felt incredible. I can't guarantee anything else, but based on the ultimate sword intent emanating from the shipwright named Lao Lei, Luo can deduce that this person must be the legendary pirate king's right hand, Pluton Rayleigh. What kind of person can imprison this legendary pirate here? Luo said to himself. At this time, the princes and nobles in the audience began to talk one after another. What? This middle-aged man can crush a piece of pig iron with his bare hands. Are you kidding me? I don't believe it. A prince and nobleman shouted. This is not to fool us into betting on this person, so we wrote such exaggerated information on it to make us support this person. Yeah, this is too ridiculous. Listening to the jeers from the audience, Charles was also a little angry. What on earth are these bastards doing for themselves? Even if we can't get anyone to participate in this competition, we can just grab people to fill up the numbers, but this introduction can't be so exaggerated. Although the middle-aged man in front of him looks relatively strong, he is unlikely to be as powerful as he said. Thinking of this, Charles immediately winked at the entourage around him and signaled these entourages to bring over the loser who was responsible for selecting the contestants. It was a slap in the face for such a big joke to happen, because Charles was very unhappy now. Seeing that the atmosphere on the court was very embarrassing for a time, the host also began to take the topic away and let people pay attention to other things. Advertisement. Ron looked at Charles's anxious look and couldn't help but feel a little funny. Celestial Dragon's way of doing things is ruthless, but they don't do anything themselves and only leave it to others. There are a few good things that come out of this. But this time is indeed an exception. Rayleigh's sudden intrusion can indeed help Charles save money on not killing him. I believe that no one would bet on this old Uncle Lei except himself and Liao Ming, the king of Wei Kingdom. Okay, everyone, be quiet. These are unimportant things. The important thing is that the game is about to start. The host stepped on the small flying stage and flew over the arena. On the small flying stage, there was actually a small salute gun. As the host lit the small salute, a bright firework also rose into the sky. Game start. As the fireworks took off, the host said forcefully. The much anticipated duel has finally begun. After hearing the host's words, the audience at the scene turned their attention away from the shipwright named Lao Lei and prepared to watch this competition seriously. Seeing the host successfully resolve the awkward atmosphere, Charles also smiled with satisfaction. After hearing one of the words from the host, the contestants on the stage were all attentive. In this kind of game, everyone is their own enemy. Advertisement. Even if he has superior strength, if he wants to defeat so many people, his physical strength is definitely not enough. So this also tests every player's mind and control of the entire battle situation. If you can win this game alive, then the person who wins must have a reason for his victory. Either it is the strength to crush the heroes, or it is the perfect control of the entire battle situation. And what Charles needs is this kind of talent. Such talent. In the struggle between himself and his brother, he can play an extremely crucial role.
As the host finished speaking, the atmosphere in the entire arena began to become tense. The contestants of average strength around the arena seemed to have formed an alliance at this time. Everyone, listen to me. The three people in this arena are monsters powerful enough to crush us. If we don't want to lose so clearly, then we must unite. 1,220 at this time, the 10 contestants said.
Yes, our strength is far from the three of them. If we compete with them for first place, there is not much chance of winning. If we work together to defeat them, we will defeat them one by one. In this way, in the end, there is still a chance for a fair fight. At this time, another contestant also echoed. Yeah, with the arrogance of the three of them, they definitely don't bother to join forces. We just need to defeat them individually. But when the time comes, we can make full use of our own strength. Said a group of contestants in the south corner of the arena. They formed a temporary alliance to fight against the three dark horses of this competition. But their alliance is very fragile. Let's not talk about whether their alliance has enough combat power to defeat these three dark horses in front of them. Even if they have this ability, they probably won't be able to fully utilize it. Chapter 514. Hyrdong is targeted. After all, their strength must be reserved for the last moment and used first. Looking at the three dark horses in front of them, these contestants with average peripheral strength did not put Rayleigh as their target. Then let's start with Hyrdong. The contestant who anonymously took the lead in proposing the alliance suggested at one point. Why did you choose to attack Hyrdong? That's because although Hyrdong is full of destructive power, the scope of destruction is also very huge. However, no matter how strong the defense is, there will be a day when it is broken. The reason why Hyrdong was chosen to attack first was because Hyrdong also had a fatal flaw, that is, Hyrdong's body was too big. This gives our attacks a very good hit rate. Thinking of this, the contestant who proposed to fight Hyrdong first also disappeared from his original position in an instant, and rushed towards Hyrdong. His speed was as fast as lightning, so that no one could react. This contestant is also a powerful pirate in the New World, and armament Haki is naturally very skilled in using it. This contestant was also a swordsman. He took out one of his short blades. The broken blade was very sharp, like a needle. If such a weapon was used to attack Hyrdong, it would definitely break. But at this time, this third-level player attached his armament Haki to his weapon. This move ensured that his weapon would not be broken. Although Hyrdong's speed is also very agile, he has no advantage in front of the pirates in New World. Looking at the contestant rushing towards him, Hyrdong also waved his huge with his fist. He wanted to smash the contestant who was charging towards him into a meat pie. Advertisement. Hyrdong's huge fist, carrying a terrifying strong wind, struck hard at the person rushing towards him. But Hyrdong's speed was obviously insufficient. This New World pirate also managed to escape from Hyrdong's fist, avoiding to watch Hyrdong's fatal blow. After watching this New World pirate contestant successfully dodge Hyrdong's punch, the morale of the contestants was instantly lifted to the top. Everyone, charge. Kill this stupid guy. At this time, the pirates from the Alliance all shouted together. They immediately rushed towards Hiredong together. Hiredong was already very angry when this pirate dodged his attack, but now that this group of miscellaneous fish looked down on him so much, Hiredong also felt that he had been greatly insulted. Hiredong was immediately angered. Hiredong immediately waved his thick arms and swept towards the group of people rushing towards him. At this time, Lastu looked at Hiredong, who was looked down upon by the contestants, and smiled slightly. What they said is true. This Hiredong is really just a stupid guy who is motivated by his own ambitions. Although his defense and attack power are very strong, his brain seems to be a little insufficient. Rastu thought, is it true that the brains in the heads of these giants are the same as those of Tyrannosaurus rex, only the size of a walnut? Thinking of this, Lawatu couldn't help but feel a little funny. Advertisement. Tashigi, do you think Hiredong can block the attacks of these people? Ron looked at the arena where the battle was taking place and turned to look at Tashigi and asked. Quote. Don't use your observation Haki, let's take a guess. Ron said calmly. You can't use observation Haki, so I guess this Hiredong can't block the attack of these people. Because the pirate who rushed to Hiredong first has already approached Hiredong's vital parts. That's right, at this time, Hiredong lost his mind because of the large group of people rushing towards him, and completely ignored the pirate who rushed towards him first. At this time, the pirate had already rushed in front of Hiredong. With the powerful jump of the pirate, the figure of the pirate flew into the air and rushed straight towards Hiredong's head. That's right, from the beginning, the purpose of this pirate, Wang Dahao, was Hiredong's eyes. Facing a player with extremely strong defense like Hiredong, only a weak part like the eyes is the best place to attack. This kind of place can not only effectively cause damage to Hiredong, but also make Hiredong lose his vision. Just when the pirate rose up in the air and landed in front of Hiredong's chest, Hiredong saw the pirate jumping towards his head. At this time, Hiredong realized the danger at hand. At this time, Hiredong's hand had already swept towards the people rushing toward him, and he could no longer use his hands to stop the pirate. Even if he could free his hands, he might not be able to stop this pirate. Chapter 515 Haki's Punch. At this time, the New World pirate who rushed in front of Hiredong also took out his sword wrapped in armament Haki and stabbed Hiredong in the eye. Hiredong looked at the dark blade getting closer and closer to his eyeballs, and he knew that he was careless this time. I originally thought that with my own strength, I could perfectly crush this group of people, but I didn't expect that I would be in such a dangerous situation now. Although he had been careless, with Hiredong's many years of combat experience, how could he possibly fall into a passive situation? Said it was late, then it was fast. Hiredong's huge body was also very flexible. Suddenly, Hiredong's legs burst out with terrifying power. The originally bent legs also sent Hiredong's body into the air due to the sudden explosive force. That's right, Hiredong, who was as big as 093 hill, actually flew high into the air like the pirate who stabbed him. Hiredong, who soared into the air, also created a strong air current, which shocked the contestants who were rushing towards him and took a few steps back. The pirate was about to succeed. His sword had already wrapped around his own powerful armament Haki, and it had been delivered to Heldong's eyes. Just when he was about to hit, Heldong actually flew away. What the hell is this? The sudden situation also confused this contestant who was leading the way. Looking at Hiredong soaring into the sky, this contestant also knew that he was probably in danger. Hiredong, who was flying into the air, not only successfully dodged the sword that stabbed his eyes, but also successfully brought his hands to his chest and put up a posture in front of his chest. Advertisement. Seeing Heldong getting into a posture, this New World pirate also used observation Haki, which was not very strong, and realized what he should do. This New World pirate removed his armament Haki from his saber, then inserted his saber back into his waist, and then crossed his arms. Blocked in front of the chest. It's like a defensive posture. This New World pirate foresaw that he would soon be punched hard by Hiredong and fell to the ground. So the pirate immediately took a defensive stance. But just such a defense is not enough. Just relying on your own physical strength, there is definitely no way to block Hiredong's punch. If he didn't use some means, his body would be beaten to the ground by Hiredong and beaten into a ball of meat. Boy, that's great. You were able to successfully threaten my safety. So, today, I can't let you walk out of this ring alive. Hiredong's prepared fists fell from the sky together with his huge body, and smashed hard at the New World pirate who wanted to attack his BDCI eyes. Hiredong's extremely huge arm, carrying a violent wind, fiercely swept towards the New World pirate who was still in the air. Since he is a pirate and has never learned Marine's moonwalk, this pirate cannot dodge enemy attacks while in the air. The violent wind, like invisible sharp blades, began to tear the poor pirate's clothes apart. Advertisement. At this time, the armament Haki on this pirate quickly covered the pirate's arms and back that were blocking his chest. The moment armament Haki completed its attachment, Hiredong's big fist also arrived as promised. He attacked the pirate severely. Immediately, an extremely huge force shot the pirate into the arena like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, the pirate had fallen to the ground, creating a large crater in the arena. Said the pothole is not small. It is no exaggeration at all. The diameter of this pit is about 5 meters. As the pirate landed, the floor was shattered and the billowing smoke began to fill the air. People couldn't see clearly what was happening on the field. But seeing that Hyrdong's punch caused such a big noise, the audience immediately became excited. Hyrdong, Hyrdong. Hyrdong's supporters cheered and shouted out Hyrdong's name at this moment. Amid the cheers of the audience, Hyrdong's huge body slowly landed on the ground of the arena. Although Hyrdong's body is extremely huge and his weight is very scary, Hyrdong's body is extremely light. I don't know what method Hyrdong used, but he landed gently on the ground amidst the cheers of the audience. Seems very calm. HMPH, you kid, you still want to sneak attack me. You may think your life is too long. Hyrdong said calmly, looking at the place where his punch made such a big noise. Chapter 516 Ron starts trading. As the smoke and dust gradually dispersed, the situation in the smashed hole slowly became clearer. The contestants who had been knocked over by the huge air current whipped up by Hyrdong's leap were now completely attracted by Hyrdong's punch. I don't know what happened to the leader after being hit by Hyrdong's punch. Looking at the movement, he probably couldn't even tell what he looked like. Looking at the place where the smoke and dust gradually dispersed, the group of people who had temporarily formed an alliance couldn't help but swallow. The fighting spirit in my heart towards Hyrdong completely dissipated immediately. With their strength, how can they fight against the giant soldier pirates? Moreover, this man is also the captain, so his strength is even stronger. Seeing Hyrdong escape from the siege unscathed, the people who formed the alliance instantly became frightened. The eyes he looked at Hyrdong were filled with fear of Hyrdong. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that such a group of people actually want to challenge me. Celestial dragons brought you here to compete, it's really embarrassing for you. Ha 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 ha. Hyr looked at those who fell on the ground and those who just stood up. Dongda said with a smile. Just when Hyrdong was laughing happily, a player from the Murloc race rushed towards Hyrdong without any warning. Murloc Karate, 2000 watts fist. The fishman named How fiercely hit Hyrdong with one fishman karate punch. There is a long distance between How and Hyrdong, but How has already punched out his fist across this distance. Although there was a long distance between them, How's punch seemed to stir up a looming air current in the air, and hit Hyrdong's body like a wolf. Advertisement. Yes, this is the power of fishman karate. It can seriously injure the opponent through the air and air flow. If the fishman karate is performed in the sea, its power will be infinitely amplified. Because the feeling of hitting in the air is completely different from hitting on the water. If you just face the water and fall into the water, people will feel the pain of being hit. If it were air, no matter how strong the wind blew, people would not feel pain. Although the power of his fishman karate was greatly reduced on land, How's punch still caused substantial damage to Hyrdong. Hyrdong was hit in the stomach by this invisible punch. As the fist hit, an obvious dent began to appear on Hyrdong's belly. After all, this Hao didn't even touch Hyrdong, but he caused damage to Hyrdong and knocked him down. Please give me flowers. As soon as the small door opened, seawater erupted from the small door. Like a small fountain, it suddenly gushes out from a corner of the arena. At this time, Ron suddenly said something like this. Ron must have had an idea in his mind. Ron looked at How, who suddenly appeared, and smiled. There is not much seawater, which does not affect the mobility of those demon fruit powers, because the seawater only covers the ankles. Advertisement. My friends from the Fishmen tribe, although their strength is very extraordinary. The small door that suddenly appeared suddenly opened silently. At this time, an invisible door appeared in a corner of the arena. The appearance of this door did not attract anyone's attention. The contestants in the arena and the princes and nobles in the audience were all puzzled. This arena is not right next to the sea. Even if it leaks, it can't spray out so much seawater, right? Ron said calmly. After all, when he was on the Fishman Island, he formed an indissoluble bond with the Fishmen, and Princess Shiroshi of the Fishmen even boarded his ship. This kind of fate is not ordinary. The eruption of seawater lasted for a short period of time and then stopped erupting. When the seawater spurted out, the seawater blocked the door Ron made, so no one knew what was going on. The sudden attack of How and How's punch shocked the entire audience in the spectator seats. The strength shown by Hyrdong a second ago made the entire audience excited, and the strength shown by How at this time made the audience feel incredible. What's wrong? Do you want to help this Murloc player? Tashigi said to Ron with a smile. She really knows Ron very well, and Tashigi can basically guess what Ron wants to do. 0.00. At this time, even Rayleigh and others were fooled. This is how the same thing. Ron smiled and said nothing, then quietly activated his door fruit ability. Ah! Hyrdong yelled and was knocked to the ground in an instant.
12 SP Chapter 517. True Fishman Karate. Looking at the sudden appearance of the seawater, I felt the unique fishy and sweet smell of the sea. How was also stunned. What is going on? With the blessing of seawater, wouldn't my own strength be reflected? Although there is not much seawater here, the seawater is enough to fully display Hao's strength. Immediately, Hao began to circulate his breath again. With the blessing of this small amount of seawater, Hao has 100% confidence that he can defeat Hyrdong in front of him. At this time, Rayleigh also realized that there must be extraordinary people in this competition field. 0.40 inches. At this time, Ron also turned his attention to Charles, who was also turning green at this time. What's happening here? My own arena is leaking. What a slap in the face. I believe that after this competition, the people responsible for building this arena will be embarrassed. At this time, the pirate who was knocked to the ground by Hyerdong's punch also jumped out of the puddle. Hyerdong, do you think you are invincible? The reason why we were chosen to come to this arena shows that we are all strong. After that, the pirate stepped on the water and started running on the water. At this time, Hao's fishman karate was also completed. Hao, as a fishman, has the ability to control seawater since he was a child. At this time, following Hao's thoughts, the seawater began to slowly float from Hao's feet, surrounding Hao's fist. Advertisement Hyerdong, who had just been punched by Hao, had just gotten up from the ground at this time. I didn't expect this fish-human tribe to have such power. Although the punch hit Hyerdong, the punch did not cause substantial damage to Hyerdong. Hyerdong got up from the ground and heard the familiar voice just as he stood up. That's right, it's the pirate who nearly blinded his eyes just now. Hyerdong was also shocked when he saw the pirate running towards him on the water. I didn't expect that such a devastating blow of mine would not kill this pirate. However, now that he could see clearly this time that the pirate was charging towards him, Hyerdong would no longer be so passive. Looking at the pirate rushing towards him, Hyerdong waved his huge arm again and swept towards the pirate. This time Hyerdong was not passive. Presumably as long as this blow hit the pirate, if nothing else, he would be able to knock him out of the ring. Seeing Hyerdong's huge arm sweeping toward him, the pirate originally wanted to subconsciously retreat and dodge. At this time, he felt a fist with terrifying power flying towards him. Just when the pirate wanted to dodge, he discovered that the fist was not hitting him, but Hyerdong in front of him. Although his observation Haki is not very strong, he can still feel this simple thing. But Hyerdong did not have observation Haki, so Hyerdong was completely unaware of this cold punch. This punch was the authentic fishman karate of the fishman Hao with seawater. The previous punch was a fist with only soul. Although it could knock Hyerdong over, it could not cause harm to Hyerdong. So the next punch not only had a soul, but also caused substantial damage. Advertisement After successfully sensing the target of the punch, the pirate also increased his speed and continued to rush towards Hyerdong. The black armament Haki once again condensed on the knife that the pirate pulled out, and stabbed Hyerdong fiercely. You really overestimate your capabilities. Do you think your armament Haki can break my defense? Hyerdong looked at the pirates attacking him and mocked with disdain. If this pirate can't sneak attack him, he can't hurt himself. It came out of his own eyes, but he couldn't hurt other places. Just when Hyerdong was about to punch him again, the running path of the pirate running toward him suddenly changed. The pirate suddenly turned a little distance to the left. Seeing the pirate suddenly change direction, Hyerdong couldn't help but wonder. If 5.0 wanted to kill him by surprise, wouldn't he have to attack him as soon as possible? Why was he still fighting with him? But Hyerdong didn't think too much. He clenched his fist tightly and hit the pirate. Just when Hyerdong punched, Hao, who had just knocked Hyerdong over, also faintly uttered a word from his mouth. The Fishman Karate 2000 Wa Shoken. As Hao's words fell, a small stream of water flew toward Hyerdong in a swirling direction. The pirate who rushed towards Hyerdong again snorted, and suddenly disappeared from Hyerdong's sight with a strange movement. Chapter 518 Blindness. At this time, only Hyerdong was left messy in the wind. His opponent unexpectedly disappeared from his sight out of thin air, and Hyerdong also noticed at this time that a terrifying boxing wind had arrived in front of him. Although Hyerdong had reacted at this time, it was of no use. Seeing Hyerdong in crisis, people in the audience began to curse. The people who started the abuse were all supporters of Hyerdong. Hyerdong, are you a fool? Can the same trick work on you a second time? Aren't you trying to steal our money? Is it true that your giant's brains are only the size of walnuts? Various accusations against Hyerdong continued to reach Hyerdong's mouth. What? This is another attack from the east. Hyerdong only realized after listening to the audience's words that the pirate who had just rushed towards him again had probably run away now. But this time Hyerdong was really smart. In less than a breath, Hao's punch had already hit Hyerdong's belly firmly. The terrifying power actually twisted Hyerdong's skin. The last punch Hao used air to create an effect similar to that of an air cannon. Although it had an effect, it did no harm. This time Hao's punch was completely different. Advertisement. The fist wind wrapped by the seawater is no longer just a punch with a soul. This punch still has life. The seawater seemed to turn into countless sharp knives in Hao's hands, piercing into Hyerdong's skin fiercely. Immediately, the seawater pierced Hyerdong's skin and penetrated into Hyerdong's body. Extremely severe pain immediately spread throughout Hyerdong's body. Ah! Hyerdong screamed and fell backward. Hao's punch actually penetrated Hyerdong's body. The seawater that entered Hyerdong's stomach, wrapped in Hyerdong's blood, flew out from Hyerdong's back. With just one punch, he could penetrate the giant's body. Such a physical skill. Even in the New World, it's not something ordinary pirates can do. Even with the strength of Hyerdong, there is no way to block Hao's punch. The fishmen are so terrifying when there is water. Hyerdong's body fell heavily into the water like a fallen house. Immediately, Hyerdong's blood flowed out, dyeing a large area of the seawater in the arena red. Seeing Hao's punch working, the commentator was also shocked. What? Is the Fishman Karate of the Fishman tribe so terrifying? He actually severely injured Hyerdong, one of the dark horses in this competition, with one punch. It turns out that Hao, the Fishman tribe, is the big dark horse in this competition, said excitedly. At this time, Hao also snorted coldly and ran on the water, rushing towards Hayerding at an extremely fast speed. Advertisement at this time, people with good eyesight can find that this Hao is also surrounded by a lot of seawater. This is obviously some kind of terrifying skill brewing. Hao's move clearly did not want to leave a way for Hayerding to survive. Just when everyone focused all their attention on Hao, the pirate who suddenly disappeared before appeared on Hayerding's face like a ghost. Originally, at this time, Hayerding was planning to use the unique skills of his handle pirate group to give Hao a fatal blow. Although Hao's punch penetrated Hayerding's body, the punch could not cause much harm to Hayerding. Just when Hayerding's veins popped out and he was about to fight back, a dark short sword caught Hayerding's eyes. This New World pirate was fine from the beginning. With Hao's punch without seawater, he could knock down Hayerding. With 620's punch with seawater, he would definitely knock down Hayerding again. Even if the pirate was healed, he used his body to block Hao's punch as much as possible, and then used his best body skills to escape from Heldong's sight, hiding behind a person that Heldong couldn't see, to the place. At this time, the pirate had already got a perfect opportunity. He successfully came to Hayerding's face and inserted his short sword into Hayerding's eyes. Hayerding suddenly felt extremely desperate. A large amount of blood suddenly appeared on Hayerding's left eye. Feeling that the perspective of his left eye turned pitch black, and feeling the extremely real pain, Hayerding began to roar in despair and anger. Before Hayerding could resist, Hao instantly appeared on Hayerding's face. He also wrapped his fist with seawater and hit Hayerding's other eye with his fist. Chapter 519 Hao's Sneak Attack. Everyone must be very aware of the power of Hao's fist. Even if it hits a part of Hayerding's defense that is relatively strong, it can still penetrate Hayerding's body. Not to mention breaking Hayerding's eyeballs. Ron also shook his head helplessly when he saw Hao jumping on Hayerding's face and punching him. Hey, this Hayerding is really miserable. I didn't expect that the giant's brains are so inoperable, Ron said. Seeing the pirates from the New World and the Fishman Hao who suddenly appeared, Ron also realized that the players in this arena are not that simple. Although they are all unknown little people, their strength is not much worse than these famous players. Watch the battlefield become more and more interesting. Ron also became interested in this arena. Oh, at this time, the audience in the auditorium had already exclaimed. They did not expect that Hayerding, who was known as one of the dark horses in this competition, would be defeated so quickly, and the ones who defeated him were two little-known figures. At this time, as the audience's exclamations fell, Hayerding's painful screams also spread throughout the entire arena. The New World pirate and the Fishman Hao worked together, one at a time, to break both of Hayerding's eyes. Oh, my eyes. Feeling that the world in front of him turned completely into darkness, Hayerding began to roar. The severe pain and the fear of not being able to see anything made Hayerding more irritable than ever. Advertisement blood spurted out from Hayerding's eyes like a fountain. At this time, Hayerding also got up from the ground, his arms crazy. Hayerding's sudden rampage also forced the pirate and Fishman Hao to get off Hayerding's body. At this time, the host opened Shikai and said, I didn't expect that one of the dark horses of this competition, Hayerding of the giant soldier pirates, would be severely injured so easily. He must not be able to see anything now. The host Yopu said with complicated emotions. The host's voice spread through the microphone to every corner of the arena's auditorium. The audience looked at Hayerding with distress written all over their faces. After all, light is the most important thing for everyone. Even if you have great abilities, if you don't have the ability to perceive, you can't even do the simplest things. Da. The New World pirate and Hao landed on the arena together. Thank you for your help. I can't hit him with my strength alone. The New World pirate said to Hao. HMPH, none of you humans are good, Hao said with a cold expression. Now that there is seawater in this arena, although there is not much seawater, there is no need for Hao to be so low-key. Hao believes that with his own strength, he will definitely be able to achieve results in this competition and regain his freedom. Thinking of this, Hao rushed towards the pirate without saying anything to him. Advertisement suddenly, the seawater around Hao seemed to be given life, surrounding Hao's fist, spinning from Hao's fist, and flying towards the pirate who was fighting alongside him just now. Obviously this scene was unexpected by everyone. Just when the host was saying, I don't know if these two contestants have made an agreement a long time ago or if they are partners who have known each other for a long time. Hao's punch had already been punched. Although this pirate from New World has experienced many battles and is extremely wary of anyone, such a sudden attack was completely unexpected by him. Hao's punch was much more terrifying when it hit the pirate than when it hit Hayerding. After all, Hayerding's defense power is much higher than that of ordinary people. Hao's fist rolled up the seawater and directly beat the pirate into bloody foam, which was scattered in front of everyone. Seeing this scene, the host was also stunned and frightened beyond words. At this time, even the group of people organized by the pirate to fight Hayerding were frightened and stunned. You, humans, are all inferior creatures, so in this competition, I will win and kill none of you, Hao said. As soon as he finished speaking, Hao stepped on the seawater and ran on the water, rushing towards the players of average strength scattered around the arena. At this time, Hayerding, who was blind, also started wreaking havoc on the arena. It was originally in the center of the arena, not far from Luo, Lastu and others. Such random destruction at this time must have threatened the safety of Luo and others. Ah, my eyes, give me your life. Chapter 520, Rocket Punch. Hayerding raised his huge fist and hit Rayleigh. Seeing the frantic Hayerding punching his fist, Rayleigh originally wanted to take out the western sword from his waist to block the punch, but at this time, Rastu's figure appeared in front of Rayleigh like a flash of lightning. In front of him, blocking Rayleigh behind him. "Old man, don't break my sword. Just leave it to me to protect you," Rastu snorted coldly. After saying that, Rastuna's long hand with two joints became bulging with veins, and the muscles on the arm began to become congested, becoming very ferocious. On Rastu's hand, he carries a special set of gloves. This boxing glove is specially made. Not only can the recoil force on your own hands be minimized when Rastu hits others, but you can also convert these recoil forces into impact force and hit your opponent. This anti-physics glove is equivalent to doubling the power of Rastu's fist.
590 At this time, Rastu's heavy punch was already facing the fist of Hayerding, who was going crazy.
The host looked at this scene and began to explain excitedly. "Oh, at this time, another group of dark horses in this competition, Rocket Punch player Rastu, seems to be unable to stand what Hayerding has done. Now player Rastu is also siding with Hayerding. In front of me, I want to fight with Hayerding. I don't know which of the two players is better," the host said. As a member of the Longhand clan, Rastu's fists are many times more powerful than ordinary people. With the blessing of this special glove, the power of this move will be terrifying. At this exciting moment, Ron also disappeared from his seat. Advertisement. At that moment, Ron became very interested in BDDF, this game. Although he came to invite Rayleigh to go with him, it would be a good choice to have a fight with Rayleigh. So thinking of this, Ron quietly used his gate fruit to teleport to this arena. Tashigi looked at the empty space beside him and knew that Ron must have gone to play. My Captain Ron is good at everything, but he is a bit playful. The moment Ron landed, the collision between Hayerding and Rastu also started. Hayerding's huge fist also collided with Rastu's fist. The size of the fists of the two people was completely different. Hayerding's fist was the size of Rastu's entire body, while Rastu's fist looked very pitiful. Although the fists of the two people are not proportional, their power cannot be measured by this. Boom! Rastu and Hayerding finally collided for the first time, the host said excitedly. At this moment, a huge impact was heard from the place where Hayerding and Rastu were fighting each other, causing the hats of the hosts standing on the small stage to be blown off. The huge impact swept across the entire arena in an instant. Even the audience in the auditorium felt the extremely powerful impact. Advertisement. I didn't expect that the fist fight between these two dark horses could produce such a huge impact. They're indeed the two dark horses that everyone is most optimistic about. From the current situation, it seems that the strength of the two people is about the same. After the host watched the two people boxing, both of them entered a state of wanting to be relatively balanced. The host felt that the strength of the two should be equal. But how could the host, a layman, see the clues? Ron also said as he looked at the two people fighting each other. I didn't expect that this Rastu had such strength. He only dared to use a small part of his power to fight against the elites of the giants. It seems that his power is very terrifying. I must fight against him. One punch. After that, Ron started walking towards Rastu. Huh. The same strength as mine? How can a giant with a simple mind and well-developed limbs have the same strength as me? How much he looks down on me. At this time, Rastu snorted coldly and said. Immediately, Rastu began to increase the strength of his arms. The punch that Rastu and Hayerding had just collided with only used 1/3 of Rastu's strength, because Rastu is very confident in his fists. But if everyone thinks so now, wouldn't Rastu be very embarrassed? If you can't even beat a blind giant, how can you bear the title of Rocket Punch? Thinking of this, Rastu exploded with half of his strength. Suddenly, a crackling sound came from Hayerding's body. Everyone present heard the sound very clearly. Just when they were wondering where the sound came from, Hayerding's scream sounded again. Chapter 521. Ron makes his debut. My hand. Hayerding quickly retracted his arm as if his arm was burned by fire. However, when he retracted his arm, he looked a little awkward. At this moment, Hayerding's arm that he pulled back seemed to have no support frame, but was soft. It turned out that Hayerding's scream just now was caused by Hayerding's arm being beaten to a bone. And the bone fractures are not as serious as usual. It can be said that the arm bones were smashed into pieces. The crackling sound just now was the sound of Hayerding's arm bones being broken. At this time, Hayerding, who withdrew his arm, was also kneeling on the ground, sweating profusely, and his facial features had become distorted. At this moment, Hayerding was blind and had an arm broken. It can be said that it has no fighting power. Looking at Hayerding kneeling on the ground, the audience began to curse. Are you giants useless? I put so much money on you, but you fell down so quickly. Yeah, you, trash, so useless. The princes and nobles in the audience who originally supported Hayerding were now furious. After looking at the list of players for this competition, these princes and nobles all thought that Hayerding had great hope of winning first place. But I didn't expect that the water was so therapeutic. Although Charles is very rich, rich people's money is often the hardest to earn. Advertisement. When Charles was setting up the player list, he would naturally simplify some of the humble masters. For example, the Fishman How has written in his introduction that he can exert nearly invincible power in the sea. Because the duel field was dry and there was no water, no one cared at all. But I didn't expect that the Fishman How would become a dark horse. Ron was also a little sad looking at this heartbreaking sight. This world is like this, Those who have the ability will starve to death, and those who have no ability will starve to death. Those who are incompetent cannot even control life and death in the hands of capable people. Although under the rule of the world government, the world has maintained the right balance, the poor have no human rights at all in front of the powerful. This is a world of slavery. How could Ron, who had received Republican education since childhood, accept it? Even if it's not your own world, you still have to take care of it. What? Our two dark horse players collided for the first time, but the result is so surprising. At this time, the commentator also started to continue talking. Ron's body was also covered with dense thunder and lightning at this moment. These thunder and lightning seemed to be alive, surrounding Ron, making him look like a monarch. When Hayerding heard the supporter's explanation, he was also filled with shame and anger. Hayerding didn't expect that he would be so vulnerable. The two uninvited guests who suddenly appeared were blinded and punched through the abdomen. At this time, his arm bone was broken with a punch from Rustu. At this moment, Ron suddenly became the focus of the audience, appeared in the sky like a god. Ron's expression was very calm, which made people feel that Ron's expression was very inconsistent in this tense game. Ron floated in front of Heldong with crackling thunder and lightning. 0. Advertisement. You. Who are you? How dare you come to make trouble in this game? The host said to Ron with some trembling. At this time, Luo also noticed the sudden appearance of this person on the field. HMPH, how can I, Rustu, be compared with such a stupid big guy with a developed mind and simple limbs? Rustu said with his hands in his hands, looking at Hayerding kneeling in front of him, his face full of ridicule. Immediately, Ron rose from an inconspicuous position, stepped on lightning, and slowly rose up. But now Hayerding can only kneel on the ground and let others slaughter him. He has no fighting power now. After all, there is no such player in the records of player information. The strength Ron showed at this time was clearly Devil Fruit's ability. If a player has Devil Fruit ability, it will definitely be stated in the player introduction. Obviously, Ron is not a contestant. Seeing Hayerding in such miserable condition, Ron couldn't stand it anymore. The commentator looked at Hayerdong's soft arms and said, "Please give me flowers." Unexpectedly, Rustu, who was also one of the dark horses, instantly killed our giant Hayerding with one punch, and it seemed that one of Hayerdong's arms was completely disabled. Who is this player? At this time, the host looked at Ron and was stunned. Because of the thunder and lightning surrounding Ron, it is not difficult to see that Ron is a thunder and lightning person possessing the Logia fruit, and the power of thunder and lightning on Ron seems to be quite powerful. The host is also afraid that Ron will suddenly attack him, so he does not. It was too presumptuous to speak to Ron. Chapter 522 Ron's face. Trafalgar Law's observation Haki is also very outstanding among the pirates in New World. Since Ron was able to appear quietly in Luo's field of vision, it means that this mysterious man who suddenly appeared far surpassed Luo in terms of movement skills and observation Haki alone. Trafalgar looked at Ron floating in the air, and couldn't help but tighten the long knife in his hand. The intimidation this person brought to him was even sharper than Rayleigh's. From Ron, Trafalgar Law felt the extremely terrifying sword intent. Although Trafalgar Law has not fought against Hawkeye, he is 170 certain that Ron must be a top swordsman. Luo was not the only one who felt the pressure. From the moment Ron appeared on the stage, the entire arena became silent. Even Pluton Rayleigh's face couldn't help but become serious. Looking at the flashy Ron, Rayleigh didn't have the slightest impression that this person was the kind of person who liked to do superficial things. Rayleigh deeply felt that the man in front of him had a sword far superior to his own. At this time, Rayleigh discovered that the person who suddenly appeared was also looking at him with a faint smile. At this tense moment, Charles, who was in the middle of the audience, finally spoke. "Brother Ron, why are you suddenly on the field?" At this time, Charles used the microphone in front of him and said something that was unbelievable. This person is actually an audience member. And everyone also noticed that Charles actually regarded Mohan as a brother, which showed that the relationship between Charles and this mysterious man was unusual. Of course, all this is impossible. After all, only Charles the Great knows about his circle, so his subordinates don't know which one the Great Charles says is his friend. The reason why Big Charles calls Ron his brother is just because Ron used his Thunder Fruit ability to modify Big Charles's memory. Listening to Charles's words, Rayleigh couldn't help but sigh. No wonder Roger didn't choose to go to war directly with the world government. I didn't expect that the Celestial Dragons would have such a powerful partner. It seems that Roger knew this a long time ago. Advertisement 17. Brother Charles, I can't stand it anymore. A group of them are bullying a blind giant. I feel very sad when I see them. At this time, Ron turned his head and smiled at Charles. "Oh, Brother Ron, you can't stand it anymore. How about I just execute the players who just hurt him on the spot?" Charles Ties said to Ron. Hearing what Charles said, not only the faces of the contestants who had just attacked Hayerding changed, but even the host was frightened. Who is Charles? He is the heir to the Patriarch of Celestial Dragons. Even when facing other Celestial Dragons, Charles has a very arrogant and domineering attitude, let alone facing the poor. But what kind of rhythm is this now? Big Charles actually wanted to directly interfere in this game and even execute these contestants on the spot because of Ron's displeasure. Who is this Ron? He has such a great reputation. Is Ron also a Celestial Dragons? No, Celestial Dragons should wear hoods. Celestial Dragons disdain humans breathing the same sky air, so they wear hoods. Listening to Charles's words, the audience began to feel a little unhappy. What is this? The players who seriously injured Hayerding just now are all Dark Horse players in this competition. In particular, Rastu was loved by many viewers and had placed bets on him. If Rastu was executed like this, how would their bets be calculated? Who would they blame for their suffering? Although they were very angry inside, they did not dare to talk nonsense. The fact that Charles invited them to participate in this duel was already a great honor for them, not to mention that they dared to raise any opinions. Lord Charles, this is inappropriate. We are just following your request and trying our best to exert our strength in this game. At this time, Rastu couldn't sit still. It's really unlucky. I obviously didn't do anything. 5.7. That was Hayerdong's punch to me. I was just acting in defense. Moreover, casual fighting is the rule of this game. If you continue to fight, you will be publicly executed. Thinking of this, Rastu was also very unconvinced. Although he was not convinced, Rastu could only defend himself humbly to Charles, who held his own lifeline. Rastu's words also expressed the thoughts of many contestants. How could such a thing happen? Then wouldn't it be necessary to confirm their background when you hit someone? Chapter 523. Ron's status. How can we compete under such unfair conditions? Although I feel a million unhappy, no one dares to say anything too extreme in the face of Charles's rights. Charles looked at Rastu, who stood up to speak, his eyes full of disdain. Who do you think you are? Do I, Charles, need you to teach me how to do things? Charles said coldly. After that, Charles took out something similar to a remote control from his arms. Looking at the remote control, the host and the contestants present understood what it was. This is the remote control that controls the dangerous collar around the contestants' necks. As long as Charles thinks about it, every contestant present will be killed instantly. Looking at what Charles took out, the host did not dare to speak, because he knew that Charles was angry now. If you don't want to get into trouble, it's best for the host to shut up and stop explaining. Thinking of this, the host immediately turned off his microphone. He was afraid that his rapid breathing would attract the attention of Charles. Looking at the remote control that Charles took out, Rastu was so frightened that he knelt on the ground. Rastu knew very well what this thing was, but he didn't expect Ron's views and celestial dragons to care so much. Rastu knew that he must have kicked the iron bricks this time. Lord Charles, please forgive me, I know I was wrong, Rastu pleaded to Charles. There is no way, this collar is too deadly for Rastu. Rastu also wants to make a name for himself through this competition, and even join the world government. Even if he becomes a lackey of the celestial dragons, it doesn't matter, as long as he can find a place in this troubled world. Advertisement. Seeing Rastu kneeling on the ground, the princes and nobles who were complaining in the audience immediately shut up. Although they are a superior royal family, they are nothing in front of Charles. If Charles is not happy, they will all die. Seeing Rastu kneeling on the ground, about to die, the audience shut their mouths in awe. At this critical moment, the silent Ron also flew to the front of Charles on lightning.
Everyone was secretly happy when they saw Ron flying in front of Charles. This person really doesn't care about life and death. Although he has a good relationship with Big Charles, since he is not a celestial dragons, how can he be on an equal footing with the celestial dragons? Even standing in front of Big Charles. What's more, Ron flew here and acted in such a flashy and showy way. Just when everyone was getting ready to watch the show, Ron spoke. Brother Charles, there's no need. I don't want to take a breath for this giant Hayerdong, I just want to save his life. Ron continued. Although we are not from the same race, as species in this world, we should live in harmony. And there are many people from the giant race working for marine. Although many giants have become pirates, it does not prevent the giants from becoming our partners. You think so, right? Advertisement. Ron asked, smiling at Charles. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect Brother Ron to be so considerate of the world. I thought you just wanted to vent your anger for this giant race. If that's the case, then I'll let this untouchable live. Charles also immediately laughed and said to Ron. After hearing what Charles said, Rastu immediately felt all the fear in his body dissipate. Charles did all this just to spare his life. Rastu immediately kowtowed to Big Charles. Quote. Thank you, Lord Charles, for not killing me. Thank you, Lord Charles, for not killing me. Rastu kowtowed with a bang. Big Charles didn't look at Rastu. He didn't care at all about the lives of people like Rastu. Big Charles didn't pay attention to Rastu. He turned around and walked towards his original position. At this time, Rayleigh and Trafalgar Law looked at Ron floating in midair, Qian Zhao's, and were very confused as to who this person was who could have such a great reputation. And judging from his appearance, he is not a celestial dragons. Hayerdong was kneeling on the ground. Although he was blind and could not see the face of the person who just spoke, Hayerdong was very moved. For so many years, humans have only feared or loathed the giants, and were full of hostility towards the giants. But in this competition, Ron actually chose to save his own life from Charles, which made Hayerdong very moved and excited. Although Hayerdong couldn't see it, he still held his drooping arms and bowed in the direction of Ron. Chapter 524. Hayerdong's recovery. Thank you for your life-saving grace. Although Hayerdong is now a useless person, Hayerdong will still do his best to repay the life-saving grace of his predecessors. After saying this, Hayerdong kowtowed to Ron. Ron didn't want to help Hayerdong, but he was still very unhappy with the group of people on the field. Not only did he use vicious methods, but he was also very despicable. Seeing this, everyone will think that this is a bit unreasonable. We don't know why we dare not ask more. We don't know what kind of person Ron has set himself up to be in Charles's memory, so that Charles had great respect for him. Ron did not answer Hyerdong's words, but stepped on lightning and came to Hyerdong in an instant. At this moment, under everyone's surprised gaze, Ron grabbed Hyerdong and threw him into the door created by Ron. What's going on? Isn't this Ron here to rescue this Hyerdong? Why did he throw Hyerdong into a strange place without saying a word? Everyone looked at Ron with awe in their eyes. This man's temper was really weird, not much worse than the celestial dragons. Looking at the huge door that suddenly appeared, Rayleigh also fell into deep thought. I seem to have heard of the ability of this fruit somewhere. Moreover, the young man in front of me must be a user with the ability of thunder fruit, and this magical door that suddenly appeared is undoubtedly a door fruit. Are there people with gate fruit abilities nearby? Or is this Ron a user with dual fruit abilities? Just when Rayleigh felt very confused, Hyerdong's body was pulled out of the door just now by Ron. At this time, Hyerdong was thrown to the ground by Ron. Advertisement. After Hyerdong was thrown out, the door that Ron summoned was also closed. Ron was suspended in front of Hyerdong, looking at Hyerdong expressionlessly. At this time, the contestants were all shocked, because they saw that Hyerdong's hand, which was already disabled, was rubbing his eyes. Moreover, the serious injury on Hyerdong's abdomen that penetrated his body and Hyerdong's eyes have completely recovered. This is what Hyerdong looked like when he first appeared on the playing field. Looking at Hyerdong as if nothing had happened, the host was also stunned. At this time, the host had already turned on the microphone and said with a trembling voice. Hi, Hyerdong player, the injury on his body has completely recovered. At this time, Hyerdong was also stunned. I had already experienced the feeling of blindness just now. When I was blinded, I had already fallen into endless darkness. But I don't know what happened, but my vision has completely recovered. And I can no longer feel the pain from the injuries on my arms and abdomen. BDBI, but Hyerdong couldn't believe this was true, because the injury he suffered just now was real. How could this be possible? Could it be that he was hallucinating? Just when Hyerdong was confused, the host's words convinced Hyerdong that he had completely recovered. After contestant Hyerdong was thrown into the magical door by Mr. Ron and thrown out, Hyerdong's injuries completely recovered. This is such a miraculous thing. Is there a miracle doctor in that door? The host said with wide eyes on the small flying arena. After hearing the host's words, the audience and contestants present were sure that they were not hallucinating. Advertisement. Looking at Ron suspended in front of him, wrapped in lightning, Hyerdong's eyes were filled with tears of excitement. Hyerdong kowtowed heavily to Ron. Mr. Ron, I don't know what method you used to help me recover from my injuries. From now on, Hyerdong's life is yours. Ron looked at Hyerdong and floated over with a smile. Looking at Ron who was like a god in front of him, Hyerdong's eyes were full of admiration. 0543022513 Philu. At this moment, everyone thought that Ron would coolly tell Hyerdong not to be polite, stand up, and say that he just saw injustice and drew his sword to help. But how could you guess Ron's behavior so easily? At this time, Ron also grabbed Hyerdong and threw Hyerdong out of the arena. Seeing Ron's move, the contestants and spectators present also had dark lines on their faces. Only Tashigi covered his mouth and laughed in the audience. Ron still likes to play so much. Ron clapped his hands at this time, stepped on lightning, flew back to his seat, and sat next to Tashigi. At this time, the host also flattered and explained. Sir Ron is indeed a kind and righteous man. Chapter 525, Changing People's Hearts. At this time, everyone looked at Ron sitting next to Tashigi with puzzled faces. What on earth is this going to do? I thought Ron was on Hyerdong's side, but who would have thought that he would be thrown out this time? At this time, Hyerdong was thrown far away by Ron like a stone, and landed on a shallow beach not far away. Although it is only 4 or 5 kilometers away, how much strength is needed to throw Hyerdong so far? Thinking of this, Hyerdong couldn't help but admire Ron. Unexpectedly, Ron's thin body could contain such terrifying power, and Ron completely cured his injuries. This was a blessing for Hyerdonglai. Hyerdong sat blankly on the shallow beach, looking at the direction he had just flown out, and his heart was filled with gratitude. I don't know who this Ron is, but the words Ron said in the arena and the action he just took to save Hyerdong are enough to make Ron a good friend of the Chenru clan. Thinking of this, Hyerdong also stood up and walked towards the territory of the giant soldier pirates. This is what Hyerdong thought. Whatever happened today, he must report to his captain no matter what. Although some giants have become marines and get along well with humans, they still have no rights in front of the celestial dragons. Although Ron and the celestial dragons are good friends, Hyerdong doesn't know why. In Ron, he saw the hope that the giants and humans could truly live in peace. At this time, Ron has undoubtedly become the focus of the entire arena. Ron's actions also made everyone present have different moods. I originally thought that Ron was simply trying to target Rastu, but now I have given up this view. Even Hao, who originally hated humans, looked at Ron with admiration. Advertisement. The most important thing is not what they think, but what Rayleigh thinks. Originally, when he saw Ron's strong appearance, Rayleigh's fear of the celestial dragons could not help but deepen. Now that he has a strong ally with the celestial dragons, he wants to inherit Roger's legacy, overthrow the rule of the world government, and become even more. It's slim. As Yu Hao took action against the organizer, the alliance of the weak players couldn't help but dissolve. After the life and death scare just now, Lustu felt very unhappy. Although the host's words were very nice, it seemed just now that celestial dragons didn't take themselves seriously as a person at all. The host said with a somewhat embarrassed smile, "Ron, are you sure it's okay to do this? This is very partial to the mermaid tribe." Tashigi put his head in front of Ron and asked Ron with a smile. The water that came out of nowhere made Hao's strength increase exponentially. Although Hao was blessed by water, Rastu still didn't have the slightest fear. This statement is so false. Just now, the host asked about Ron's identity, but now he has said it so seamlessly. I have to say that the host's smoothing skills are very good. 0. People are now finally starting their own battles. Advertisement. This is not partiality. You see, he is originally from the Fishman tribe, and there is no big advantage in fighting on land. Thinking of this, Lastu wanted to prove his strength even more. The most shocking person who just appeared was Ron, the Fishman. Dear guests, our Lord Charles's close friend Mr. Ron just brought you an episode. Although this competition is very cruel, you should have seen that our Lord Charles and his friend Ron are very concerned about your lives. It's still very important, so I hope everyone can compete with style and level in the next competition. At this time, the game is about to continue. Although there is a small episode in the middle, it does not affect the progress of the game. Please give me flowers. Even though Ron has a very close relationship with the celestial dragons, Ron doesn't look like he is with the celestial dragons. Although this idea seems very absurd, Rayleigh firmly believes that his idea is right. Thinking of this, Rustu took the lead in finding the Fishman Hao, intending to defeat Hao first. But just now, Ron's series of actions made Rayleigh feel that this Ron was the opportunity to overthrow the world government. Charles looked at Ron and felt strange, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Anyway, he seemed to have no dissatisfaction with the man in front of him, and he didn't dare to be dissatisfied with him. As the host finished speaking, the competition continued. Although Hyerdong left and everyone lost a target, it also made the game more interesting. Chapter 526 Rayleigh takes action. Ron continued. In this world where racial discrimination is very serious, if he doesn't help him, he will not only be killed instantly by those powerful players, but also targeted, so this is not biased. Ron smiled. I think Mr. Rayleigh is about to take action, let's watch the show, Ron said with a smile. After listening to Ron's words, Tashigi didn't say anything else. Although Ron was more playful, Ron was her captain after all, and she had to support her no matter what decision she made. Sure enough, after seeing Ron's actions, Rayleigh also became interested in the 140 outcome of this game. As long as he wins this game, he will be able to regain his freedom and get to know Ron. Sometimes, things in the world just can't be said well, it's just such a coincidence. Ron originally came to see Rayleigh, but now Rayleigh is also interested in Ron. Thinking of this, Rayleigh, who was originally sitting on the ground, slowly stood up and looked at the contestants who started fighting on the field with a keen eye that saw everything. Trafalgar Law, who was sitting next to Rayleigh holding his knife, saw Rayleigh starting to prepare for action and stood up. Since he was called a supernova, the opponents he encountered did not seem to be that powerful. Apart from Kizaru, whom Trafalgar met, Luo seemed to have not encountered any strong opponents. After being easily defeated by Kizaru, Trafalgar Law also reflected on his fighting style and developed new moves. Advertisement. Not to mention being able to defeat Admiral Kizaru, but the next time he fights against Kizaru, Trafalgar can guarantee that he can survive 3 rounds in Kizaru's hands. The best way to improve your strength is to fight continuously, and it is the kind of actual combat on the edge of life and death. But it's really hard to find an opponent who is stronger than yourself, and as long as you are slightly careless with an opponent who is stronger than yourself, you may die in the hands of your opponent. But now there is another perfect opportunity in front of Luo. In this game, as long as you admit defeat, your opponent will usually stop unless they are jealous. But with Mr. Rayleigh's experience and determination, it is obvious that he would not do such a thing. So Trafalgar Law can safely challenge Rayleigh. But Trafalgar Law is in no rush. Now taking a good look at Rayleigh's moves is a good way to improve your own strength. So Trafalgar Law just followed Rayleigh and didn't take action in a hurry. Rayleigh also saw the young man following him, but Rayleigh did not attack the young man, but gave him a smile. Because Rayleigh didn't feel any murderous intent from Trafalgar Law. Since this kid didn't want to sneak attack her, let her watch. Rayleigh walked up to the contestants who were of reasonable strength and pulled out the sword from his waist. Come, young men, come together. Advertisement. Rayleigh's figure and words could not help but make everyone present stunned. Even the host was shocked. What? This boatman from Shipyard Island number 56 actually wants to beat many players by himself. Is there something wrong with my ears? The host stood on the flying stage. Said with some contempt. You see, right, after seeing my appearance, Mr. Rayleigh really couldn't hold back and wanted to take action. Ron said proudly. At this time, Rustu, who was about to attack Hao, also turned his head and shouted at Rayleigh. Old man, although I promised to protect you, I didn't tell you to take the initiative to provoke others. Lastu said angrily. Haha, thank you for your kindness. If I die, just take this western sword away. There is no need to protect me and focus on beating you. Rayleigh responded to Rastu. Although Rastu is very arrogant, he still treats Rayleigh well. For some reason, Rastu has a good impression of this uncle. HMPH, old man, do you know what you are talking about? Although we are not the dark horse players in this competition, we are not 4.3 that an old man like you can mock. Several contestants standing opposite Rayleigh were also aroused by Rayleigh's words. Originally, it seemed that this was an old man that Rastu was protecting. He had no competitiveness anyway, and there was nothing wrong with him. But now he came to provoke him himself, and Rastu was now confronting the fishman. How? He couldn't tell the difference. If you don't have the energy to take care of him, why not deal with him now? Yes, old man, since you have provoked us so much, wouldn't it be shameful if we didn't punish you properly? However, this does not require several of us to do it together. I can do it alone. Chapter 527. Break. At this time, a fierce-looking contestant said, and then took a step forward. This player who looks more fierce is a bandit named Pu Long. Although this bandit is not as famous as Luo, he is still very powerful and was offered a reward of 30 million belly by the world government. Panlong took a step forward, threw out the knife in his hand, and pointed it directly at Rayleigh's nose. Old man, prepare to die. Pu Long said with a ferocious smile, and then rushed towards Rayleigh. Pu Long's speed is not unsatisfactory. Although it has not reached the level of incredible speed, it is still very extraordinary. Seeing Pu Long's speed, even the host was surprised. This contestant was released from prison to participate in the competition. He was a famous bandit before, but was caught by our Marine Vice Admiral. I don't know whether Pu Long contestant can seize this opportunity. Finally be free and gain glory and wealth. 13. The host then explained. Judging from Pu Long's speed, this shipwright from island number 56 is in danger. It seems that Pu Long is serious. When Pu Long rushed towards Rayleigh, he also carried the sword behind him and charged it up, ready to split the Rayleigh in front of him in half at any time. Looking at Pu Long rushing towards him, Rayleigh also made no move, as if his whole body was full of flaws. But this was in the eyes of an outsider. In the eyes of an outsider, Rayleigh seemed to be frightened, or he didn't see Pu Long's movements clearly at all. Advertisement. But in the eyes of a master like Mohan, all Mohan saw was the power of Rayleigh. Rayleigh did not release his deterrent power, which shows that Rayleigh is extremely confident in his own strength and completely uses his powerful and sharp sword to deter his opponents. In a duel, whoever loses his composure first will lose the initiative. Mr. Rayleigh's sword intention is quite good. Not only is it not exposed at all, but it is also so pure. Ron praised. Yes, Mr. Rayleigh is worthy of being the right hand of the Pirate King. With this strength, even I can't help but tremble with excitement. As a swordsman, Tashigi is often excited when facing an opponent who has the power to fight with him. Couldn't be more excited. Only in a close contest can we see our own shortcomings, and only when we see our own shortcomings can we get the opportunity to make a breakthrough. At this time, Pu Long had already rushed in front of Rayleigh. The broadsword in Pu Long's hand that fell behind him was like a bullet being loaded. Always ready to launch. Pu Long's thick arm looked like it was about to explode. The veins on it popped out. Looking at Pu Long's thick arm, it was not difficult to imagine how terrifying Pu Long's knife would be. As Pu Long approached Rayleigh and reached Pu Long's attack range, Pu Long lost the sword behind him and began to move. The broadsword behind Pu Long was swung by his thick right hand and slashed at Rayleigh at an extremely terrifying speed. Old man, go to hell. Pu Long shouted. When a huge sound spread to every corner of the arena. That's right, Pu Long's sword had already followed Rayleigh and cut it, and this sword seemed to have split the thing that Pu Long wanted to split, and Pu Long's broadsword even hit it. Advertisement. Pu Long's sword also chopped up a large piece of the floor of the duel arena, and the water on the ground in the chopped area also formed a large amount of water mist. What happened in the dust? Even the explanation is unclear. At this time, Pu Long's strong figure was seen jumping out of the mist. Pu Long threw his sword onto his shoulder, put it up, and said with a smile. An old man still dares to provoke me. You are asking for death. Pu Long said. It seems that player Pu Long has already killed such a shipwright player. I think everyone doesn't want to see such a bloody scene, so player Pu Long also deliberately made such a heavy blow to avoid what happened just now. Cover it with water mist. Although the commentator feels a little sorry for the old shipwright who still comes to participate in the 873 competition, in this troubled world, he has no human rights, so why should he care about others? Just when some spectators in the auditorium wanted to shout that the bandits were awesome, Pu Long's sword suddenly broke without any warning. Pu Long's broadsword was neatly cut into two sections at one half of the blade. The fracture was very smooth, leaving no trace. Although Pu Long's sword is not a famous magic weapon, it is not easy to cut off such a large sword made of fine steel. AJ. A Judge. The crisp sound suppressed the words that the audience wanted to shout. How could this happen? Pu Long looked at the blade that fell on the ground and couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat. What happened just now? He clearly pointed the knife at the old man accurately, but how could his knife break without any warning? Chapter 528. Fall down. Just when Pu Long was about to say something more, Pu Long suddenly felt severe pain coming from his abdomen, and immediately, blood came out from Pu Long's abdomen. Blood immediately spilled into the water in front of Pulong. Pulong's blood dyed the already reddish seawater even redder. I don't know if this competition will really turn into a river of blood. At the same time, too much blood loss made Pulong feel dizzy, and the sword on his shoulder gradually became heavier. After feeling the weakness of his hands and feet and the weight on his shoulders, Pulong couldn't hold on any longer and knelt down in the water with a snap. What exactly happened? The host originally thought that Pulong was too harsh, and that it was too much to attack a person of his age. But now it seems that Pulong himself is the one who suffers the most. At this time, the faces of several Keisai players who were ridiculed along with Pulong also had shock written on their faces. What exactly happened? Pulong's knife clearly hit the target very accurately, but why did Pulong's knife break and Pulong's abdomen was cut with a big gash? Could it be that this old shipwright is a person with fruit abilities? He can transfer the damage he receives to the target he wants to transfer. But this is impossible. If you were a person with fruit abilities, you should have written it down. At this time, the mist raised by Pulong also dissipated. As the mist dispersed, a strong figure appeared in front of everyone. That's right, it's Pluton Rayleigh. Advertisement. At this time, the sword at Rayleigh's waist was already held by Rayleigh with one hand, and the tip of the sword was pointed directly at the ground. At this moment, Rayleigh looked the same as before. There was not even a drop of water mist on his body. Rayleigh still had his faint smile. How's it going? Can we come together this time? I want to end this game as soon as possible, Rayleigh said lightly. As Rayleigh's words fell, the sword energy in Rayleigh's body also burst out without reservation. The powerful sword energy made all the contestants and spectators present feel numb. What a powerful sword spirit this is. I'm afraid it's not much different from the world's greatest swordsman. Although they have never felt Hawkeye's terrifying sword intent, this aura is enough to scare them away. After all, Trafalgar Law is also a swordsman. He had guessed before that this mysterious old man was Rayleigh. Trafalgar Law couldn't restrain his excitement when he thought that he could fight with such a top master. Feeling Rayleigh's powerful sword intent, and now being pointed at by Rayleigh's sword tip, these contestants were immediately frightened. Immediately all the sword intent on the field was concentrated on them. Looking at Rayleigh's back, Trafalgar Law also put his hand on the handle of his knife. Suddenly, the entire arena became extremely quiet. Are you guys going to come together? Rayleigh raised his arm and pointed the tip of his sword directly at the people he had faced just now. Okay. Since you don't want to fight, then I'll let you go. Rayleigh said lightly, but, I want to resolve this game as soon as possible, so please stand down. Looking at Rayleigh's burst of sword intent, Ron said calmly. Advertisement. Rayleigh looked at the people in front of him and shook his head helplessly. Facing a powerful enemy, it is really sad that he does not even have the courage to take action. The shipwright of island number 56 is actually a master, and a swordsman too. The host is no longer moved or surprised by anything. After Rayleigh finished speaking, he immediately unleashed all of his Conqueror's thunder energy. What? Tashigi couldn't believe it. Although Rayleigh's sword intent was very powerful, it did not cause any discomfort to the people present. Next, the number of contestants in this arena will be reduced by half. After all, Ron's demonstrated abilities and Ron's extremely high status had already turned his world upside down. Only then did Rustu feel the sword intent emanating from Rayleigh. He didn't expect that this old man not only had a good sword, but also had such unfathomable strength. He had spent a lot of time with him, but he didn't figure it out. Uncle, we King Hao are joking. If you have a lot of people, please let us go. Several contestants made a plop, knelt down in the water, and begged Rayleigh. When Rustu thought about what he said about protecting the old man, Rustu himself felt ridiculous. At this time, Trafalgar Law also smiled, his eyes full of excitement, and the muscles on his face were trembling with excitement. After hearing this sentence, Rustu and the Fishman Hao also stopped fighting between the two and looked in the direction of Rayleigh. Chapter 529. Special Caller, Broken. An indescribable feeling suddenly filled the entire arena, but the people in the auditorium of the arena were not affected in any way. The contestants in the arena suddenly felt as if their consciousness had been hit hard by something, which actually caused their spirits to fall into a trance. Yes, this feeling is what the user of Conqueror's Haki feels like. The feeling of using Conqueror's Haki on myself. But for contestants with average strength, this is not just a simple matter of dizziness. For those who are not strong enough, whose willpower is not strong enough, and whose mental strength is not strong enough, they will completely lose consciousness. Suddenly, 2/3 of the contestants in the entire arena fell down. Seeing this scene, the audience in the auditorium were shocked. What exactly happened? The old man just said that the people present should fall down, and they actually fell down, but they didn't see what the old man did. What happened to 480? Why did all the players on the field fall down one by one? I didn't see what the shipwright did. The host stood on the small flying stage and said with some surprise. Conqueror's Haki. Charles looked at the contestants lying on the ground and said to himself. In this competition, there is actually someone who has Conqueror's Haki. Such people are not simple. Mr. Rayleigh is really not simple. Even the host in the arena did not feel the slightest impact of Conqueror's Haki, let alone the audience in the auditorium. This mastery of Haki can be said to be it's the best, Ron praised. Advertisement. In this world, apart from Ron, there are really not many people who can use Haki to such a proficient level. Those who can do this can really be called the pinnacle. At this time, Ron stood up from his seat and said calmly. This is Conqueror's Haki, this shipwright, who has the qualifications to become a king. Ron answered the doubts of the people on the scene. Although Ron spoke very calmly, his voice was not loud either. But every word is very clear, and every word is so shocking. In this kind of competition, there is a Conqueror's Haki owner. Shouldn't such a person be eliminated? Just when everyone thought that Charles should execute such a shipwright on the spot, Charles suddenly stood up and said an incredible thing to everyone present. Ron knew that with the eyes of Big Charles, it was impossible not to see that this person's origin was not simple. It was very likely that when Rayleigh exposed his strength, Big Charles would kill Rayleigh with the special collar around Rayleigh's neck. The collar around Rayleigh's neck is a very sophisticated device invented by Vegapunk. This collar also has a special battery to maintain the normal operation of the collar. As long as the device is overloaded, not only the battery will be burned, but most of the original components will also be burned. So Ron used his own thunder fruit to make this preparation. After completing this matter, Ron sat down with peace of mind. But there is another way to destroy the device inside. Once the battery in the collar is overloaded, short-circuited, or worn out, the collar will malfunction. Advertisement. Even with great strength, in front of our creator, we can only grovel and surrender. There is no need to panic. This shipwright is wearing a special collar made by scientist Vegapunk. His life and death are just a matter of my thoughts. Charles stood up and said. Ron had used his thunder fruit to release an electric current that could not be seen with the naked eye, and then controlled the electric current to fly to the collar around Rayleigh's neck, and then invaded the device. So what if he has a Conqueror's Haki? Even a Conqueror's Haki as powerful as the pirate Roger can only be executed at the hands of our celestial dragons. Even if he has a powerful Conqueror's Haki, he was captured by our celestial dragons, became a prisoner. Next it's time for Rayleigh to perform. Any sophisticated device is composed of electronic components. Often these delicate components are particularly susceptible to damage. Ron used his thunder fruit to create a particularly powerful electric current. As long as there are no problems with this battery, it can generally be used for about 10 years, and with Vegapunk's mind, it is impossible to make such a low-level mistake. Charles continued. The strong current completely destroyed the device on the collar around Rayleigh's neck. However, as long as Rayleigh uses armament Haki to protect his neck, he should not be hurt. But Rayleigh may have made a mistake in observation Haki and put himself in danger. Wouldn't such a person bring trouble to the celestial dragon's rule? So Ron is also ready now. Chapter 530 Mysterious Bald Head. These words of Charles the Great are a double entendre. These words of Charles were not only spoken to Rayleigh and the other contestants who were participating in the competition, but also to the princes and nobles in the audience. That's what Charles means. No matter how powerful you are or how high your status is, you are just a dog of our celestial dragons. There is not much difference between you and the slaves participating in the game. The difference is that they need to wear a collar, but you don't. No matter you are a king or an earl in your country, you are all equal in front of me, celestial dragons. The princes and nobles present understood what Charles said. Although these words were very unpleasant, even though they were very angry after hearing them, they still did not dare to say anything more. Big Charles stood up, his eyes filled with the arrogance of celestial dragons, glanced around, and then sat down. In Charles's understanding, although this contestant possesses Conqueror's Haki is not strong enough, otherwise the Conqueror's attack just now would come back and threaten the people in the audience. So thinking of this, Charles had no intention of interfering in the game on the field. No matter how powerful you are, you don't have to become a victim of your own beloved politics. Thinking of this, Charles also wants to make this competition as fair as possible so that he can identify talents who can really help him. At this time our eyes return to the arena. With the outbreak of Rayleigh's Conqueror's Haki, there are only some relatively strong players left on the field. Advertisement. Rayleigh held his western sword in his right hand and stood lazily in the center of the ring, looking down at the heroes. Although Rayleigh's eyes were very calm, it made the contestants very uncomfortable. How to fight? This old man seems to be a hidden master. With our strength, it seems that we can't defeat him. At this time, those strong contestants also stopped fighting each other. Some he said sadly. They must also be able to clearly feel Rayleigh's control over Haki. It seems that you will be the next Hiredong, said an old man who seemed to be about the same age as Rayleigh. Following the old man's voice, he looked over and saw only a bald old man with a white beard. Although this old man looks very old and his beard is all white, he looks very energetic. This bald old man was naked from the waist up, exposing all his muscles, which made people shudder at the sight. Oh, really? Rayleigh looked at the old man who was speaking and said calmly. The old man did not answer Rayleigh's words, but took action directly. In this kind of competition, anyone who talks too much will be severely beaten. So this bald old man disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant. So fast, Rayleigh also said in surprise. Indeed, the old man's movements were very strange, and no one present, except Rayleigh and Mohan, could catch the old man's figure. How many masters are hidden in this competition? This bald contestant doesn't look simple. Ron said to Tashigi beside him. Please give me flowers. Yeah, I don't think I can beat this person. Advertisement. Tashigi said a little unhappy. As a swordsman of the Sword and Rose Pirates, he didn't have the confidence to defeat an old man. Rayleigh closed her eyes and felt the old man's breath with her heart. Although it was very blurry, Rayleigh was still able to capture the old man's movements. Take the move, the bald old man said. Suddenly a figure appeared in front of Rayleigh, and the old man also had a black armament Haki on his arm. This armament Haki was dark and shiny, and obviously its hardness was not comparable to that of ordinary people's armament Haki. After that, the bald old man punched Rayleigh. The huge fist struck Rayleigh hard with a terrifying force of wind. The strong wind whipped up by this fist also brought out a stream of air, which hit Rayleigh's face in advance. The black fist looks like a black light, strong. There is only one strong word to describe this bald old man. Boom. As the old man's fist fell, the water guided into the arena by Ron also flew into the air as if it had lost gravity. It was also at this time that the floor of the arena began to slowly crack, centered on the bald old man's fist. What a terrifying wrist strength. Feeling the movement caused by the bald old man's punch, the players who were holding hands couldn't help but shake their bodies to stabilize themselves. What kind of monster is this? One punch has such power. Looking along the cracks in the ground, they saw a bald old man. Chapter 531, Sucking the Fruit. Rayleigh barely dodged the attack, her eyes flashing with excitement. Hey, what do you call the long-lost strong man? Rayleigh said, looking at the bald old man in front of him. The bald old man also smiled, slowly pulled out his fist from the ground, and shook off the gravel on his fist. Upon closer inspection, the bald old man's fist almost drove his entire arm into the ground. What a power this is. Ron also became interested when he saw the bald old man suddenly appeared. Who is this person? Not only does he possess extremely astonishing destructive power, but his speed is basically the same as Rayleigh's. Such a terrifying existence, I had not discovered before. Ron closed his eyes and began to feel the breath of the bald old man in front of him. As Ron's mood gradually became calmer, the aura of the bald old man also spread to Ron's mind. The aura exuded by this bald old man is no worse than Rayleigh's aura. It seems that Mr. Rayleigh is going to have a hard time. Ron said, shaking his head. What, the strength of this mysterious bald old man can actually challenge Mr. Rayleigh. Tashigi does not have an observation Haki as powerful as Ron, so he is not very clear about the strength of the bald old man. Yes, this old man seems to be an ultimate taijutsu master. Just from his armament Haki, you can see that ordinary people are far behind. Advertisement. Ron stared closely at the two people on the field and said worriedly. What is Ron worried about? He is not worried that Rayleigh will be defeated by this mysterious old bald man. What he is worried about is whether this old bald man will affect his winnings. Thinking of this, Ron couldn't help but want to make some obstacles to make this mysterious old bald man lose the game. I haven't suffered any losses since I came to the pirate world. If I lose 3 billion belly in this kind of game, I will not only have to listen to Nai's nagging. His own face is also subject to being slapped. At this time, the mysterious old man on the playing field also spoke. You can call me, Ghost Immortal. The old bald man named Guaxianren looked at Rayleigh with excitement in his eyes. He couldn't help but lick his tongue. This old man named Ghost Senin is a sucker who absorbs people with fruit abilities. As long as the enemy is subdued and beaten unconscious, he can take the opportunity to absorb the opponent's ability and permanently transform it into his own ability. This old bald man named Guaxianren got this devil fruit by chance in his later years. After getting the devil fruit, he took advantage of the young people in the village to sleep, absorbed the young people's strength and physical strength, and transformed it into his own. Then through continuous absorption, he defeated evenly matched people, and continued to absorb. In the end, the old bald man named Guaxianren's strength grew to an extremely terrifying situation. The Conqueror's Haki shown by Rayleigh is what he desires most now. People say that having Conqueror's Haki will make you qualified to become a king, but he doesn't. Advertisement. This kind of Haki is innate, no matter how much effort you put in, it will be useless. So for a long time, this Ghost Immortal has been looking for the owner of Conqueror's Haki. Moreover, in this competition, it was not that Guaxianren was caught by celestial dragons due to lack of strength. Instead, Onishenin wanted to use this competition to cause trouble for Conqueror's Haki. And now, Guaxianren has found his goal. Rayleigh not only possesses superb swordsmanship that she does not have, but also possesses Conqueror's Haki. As long as he defeats Rayleigh, he will have the qualifications to become the king. With these skills, the old bald man named Guaxianren will definitely escape. With his strength, this special caller can't do anything to him. Thinking of this, Guaxianren rushed towards Rayleigh in one stride. Suddenly, there was a bang, and cracks appeared on the floor where Guaxianren was originally located, and then Guaxianren's figure disappeared from everyone's sight. So fast, even Rayleigh couldn't keep up with the current speed of the Ghost Immortal. Rayleigh only saw a shadow now, rushing towards him. Although it is not possible to completely capture the 4.0 shadow of Ghost Immortal, it is enough to be able to see the shadow. Because Onishenjin's speed is so fast, and armament Haki is condensed on his fists, Onishenin's shadow seems to be filled with black mist. Where has this ghost player gone? Can anyone here see him? The supporter said while standing on the small flying stage and pushing up his glasses. Obviously, the host could not see the ghost fairy at all, and thought that the ghost fairy had suddenly disappeared and found a place to hide. Chapter 532. The Super Strength of Ghost Immortals. At this time, Trafalgar Law, who was standing behind Rayleigh and watching all this, became very ugly. Although I am not as stupid as the host and cannot see the ghosts and immortals moving at high speed, I can't see anything except a black stream of light. I originally thought that with my fruit ability, I could easily win the championship in this competition. But Trafalgar Law didn't expect that besides Rayleigh, there would be such a powerful player. Charles looked at the scene happening on the stage and couldn't help but tightened the remote control in his hand with some worry. Big Charles began to look for the number of this mysterious bald man on the list of contestants. Well, number 44. Charles quickly found the information about this ghost and fairy on the list of contestants. But it obviously doesn't say what exactly his 13 is demon fruit power, it just states that it is demon fruit power. Seeing the incomplete information on the list, Charles became very angry. What do your men do for food? For a player who is not very good looking, he doesn't even understand his fruit ability. The person in charge of this list must be taught a lesson later. Thinking of this, Charles entered the number 44 on the remote control in his hand. As long as Charles presses Death, this button, the wearer of the selected number 44 collar, the ghost and immortal will be killed by the mechanism on the collar. There is no way, the strength shown by this ghost immortal is really too weak. There was a cold sweat all over Charles's back. Not to mention anything else, with his terrifying speed, he rushed towards me all of a sudden, and he couldn't see clearly. If he really wanted to kill himself, he wouldn't even have the chance to press the remote control. Therefore, for the sake of safety, Charles entered Guaxianran's number in advance. Advertisement. At this time, big beads of sweat began to appear on the host's face, and the host looked at Rayleigh with incredible eyes, and started talking about Shikai with trembling words that could no longer tremble. What the hell happened? The host said tremblingly. Player Lao Lei seems to be fighting something. And the intensity of the fight is not light. The audience heard the host's words and looked towards Lao Lei. Indeed, now Lao Lei is waving his western sword, fighting with an invisible thing. At this moment, Lao Lei's sword has been covered with armament Haki, and the entire sword has become pitch black. At this moment, Lao Lei was waving the sword in his hand at an extremely fast speed, hitting something flatly. After all, every punch of this ghost fairy will hit Rayleigh's body with a lot of wind. This is also the reason why Rayleigh gradually can't keep up with the pace of ghosts and immortals. This ghost immortal is too pervert, what a heaven-defying speed this is. There is no way for ordinary people to capture the battle between them with the naked eye. Each hit on Rayleigh's body will not cause much damage to Rayleigh, but it will make Rayleigh's movements slower. Although the host couldn't believe it, he still said it. And every time a sound is heard, there will be a trace of sparks. Advertisement. And in Ron's opinion, Rayleigh has gradually been unable to keep up with the speed of the ghosts and immortals. If this continues, it won't be long before Rayleigh will be punched by a ghost. The audience looked at Lao Lei who was fighting fiercely on the stage and couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Although Rayleigh couldn't clearly see the movements of the ghost immortal, Mohan could. After all, there is still a big 217 gap between Guaxianran's speed and Mohan. Ron now saw that although Rayleigh was able to take the ghost's fist, Rayleigh could not move his feet at all. But the sound and the sparks produced by the impact all showed that Rayleigh was really fighting. But everyone can't see the person fighting. I think this is the only possibility. Watching the game on the field, Ron said with some worry. Seeing Rayleigh gradually losing ground, Ron couldn't sit still. Feeling the extremely terrifying offensive from the ghost immortal, Rayleigh felt a little uncomfortable at the moment. Now Rayleigh can only passively defend against the ghost immortal's attack, while the ghost immortal can attack from all angles. If he was the one standing opposite the ghost immortal, then he would definitely be beaten, and he wouldn't even know how he died. If there weren't these sounds and sparks, everyone would think that Lao Lei was crazy, or that he was just pretending to show off to the audience. Mr. Rayleigh has the upper hand. Is this the ghost immortal player who just disappeared? The host suddenly thought at this time. The figure of ghost immortal just disappeared suddenly. Could it be that it was the ghost immortal who was fighting with Lao Lei? Chapter 533 Room. Launch. As Guaxianran's extremely fast fists hit, Rayleigh's movements became even slower. Seeing Rayleigh moving slower and slower, Ron's expression also became serious. Ron saw Rayleigh in the next scene through his observation Haki. The ghost immortal watched Rayleigh's movements become gradually slower, and when Rayleigh's movements were slow enough for him to make a move, a faint smile appeared on his face. The ghost immortal caught Rayleigh's flaw and punched Rayleigh hard. That's right, Rayleigh had no way to dodge or defend against this punch. Guaxianran finally opened up the opportunity for this punch by continuously opening up the connection time between Rayleigh and his own offensive. The ghost's fist seemed to be even bigger at this moment. Black armament Haki lingers on the fist. Hit Rayleigh in the face. Rayleigh was also panicked when she saw the black fist hitting her. In this situation, he can only defend himself against the demonic sage's fist by condensing armament Haki on his face. But this kind of defense will not have much effect. Because the attachment of armament Haki takes some time, just such a little reaction time is not enough. And Kisenen's armament Haki doesn't look any weaker than his own. Just such a punch, Rayleigh must be too much to bear. Just when Ron didn't know what to do, a light blue halo appeared around Guaxion and Rayleigh, and covered Guaxion and Fully in it. It's Trafalgar Law. Room. Advertisement. Trafalgar Law said calmly. With Luo's voice, Rayleigh, who was about to be hit by the ghost immortal, suddenly disappeared. Looking at Rayleigh who suddenly disappeared in front of him, the ghost immortal was also stunned. But before Guaxion could say anything, a player on the field suddenly appeared in Rayleigh's position and took the attack for Rayleigh. This contestant was having a heated fight with his opponent when he suddenly appeared in an unfamiliar position, and saw a huge sea-colored fist hitting his face. Before the contestant could use his hand to block the blow, Guaxian's fist had already landed on the innocent contestant's face. Boom. The innocent contestant suddenly turned into a ball of blood mist and scattered in the arena. You're so ruthless. This guy called Ghost Senin. I think it's a good choice to fight him, but we can't let him win this game. Otherwise Nami should buy into what I say. Ron looked at the ghost immortal and said, every punch of this ghost immortal is a very cruel killing move. Even if he reacts, he can still unleash such terrifying power after withdrawing his move. But he didn't expect that he would appear more than 20 meters away in an instant. What exactly happened and who saved me? What the hell? You dare to affect my offense, and you have the ability to act so relaxed in front of me, you are really looking for death. Quote. Pluton Rayleigh, I never expected to see you in a place like this. This is such an honor. Trafalgar Law looked at the somewhat embarrassed Rayleigh with a faint smile. The ghost fairy looked at Rayleigh and Trafalgar Law in front of him and asked. Advertisement. Ron said with a smile. Just when Rayleigh was standing still and feeling confused, a tall and thin figure walked towards Rayleigh. If this punch had hit Rayleigh like this, the result would have been unimaginable. I didn't help Rayleigh, it was just God's will. As the blood mist in front of his eyes gradually dissipated, the scene of Rayleigh and Trafalgar Law shaking hands was really seen by the ghost and immortal. The face of the ghost fairy suddenly became ferocious. Is there any way to directly enter the competition venue to help Rayleigh? The memory of this ghost and fairy must not be so easy to change. It's really not easy to help Rayleigh. After saying that, Rayleigh also smiled and held Trafalgar Law's hand. I am Trafalgar Law, one of the so-called supernovas. I did use my fruit power to bring you down just now. After speaking, Trafalgar Law stretched out his hand towards Rayleigh, intending to shake Rayleigh's hand. After Rayleigh's punch just now, he was also frightened by Guaxian's punch. This man wore a leopard print hat, held a long knife in one hand, and had strange tattoos on his hands. You saved me. I didn't expect that I would be suppressed by a mysterious old man and get into a hard fight, and I didn't expect that I would be saved by a young man. It's really embarrassing to say that. Looking at the young man in front of him, Fully felt that this young man was very unusual. Have a good time, at least the strength will be strong. Then how are you going to help him? Tashigi looked at Ron and said. Chapter 534 Three people join forces. Looking at the scene in front of him, the ghost immortal felt more and more angry, and the murderous aura on his body became more solemn. At this time, Charles was also shocked by the strength displayed by Guaxian. If the strength shown by Rayleigh before was already wonderful enough, then the strength shown by the ghost and immortal at this time is really scornful of all the heroes. Such a ferocious attack, extremely fast speed, and the terrifying power of beating a person into bloody foam with one punch. Isn't this kind of person what he needs? If such a person joins his subordinates, then he will definitely crush his younger brother's subordinates in terms of generals. At this time, Charles Yin also picked up the microphone in his hand. Number 44, play hard. If you win this game, you will be the king of a country. Charles said to the ghosts and immortals on the court. Hearing what Charles said, the ghost immortal was also very shocked. Don't you want to be a king? Even if you are just the king of a country, this 070 is still a king. After hearing what Charles said, the morale of the ghosts and immortals immediately rose. It seems that Charles likes this ghost fairy very much, but he is not the one I am crushing, so I'd better ask him to lose. Xuan En said lightly. After that, the clouds in the sky began to slowly change. The clouds in the sky were gathering over the arena, but everyone was paying attention to the competition in the arena and did not notice all this. Onishenin gathered all his breath into his fist, and with the terrifying armament Haki, Onishenin punched the air. Advertisement. The direction of this punch is where Rayleigh and Trafalgar Law are. Although this punch looked very ridiculous, the next second it made everyone stop laughing. Rayleigh and Trafalgar Law's observation Haki both remind them that a danger is approaching. So both of them subconsciously jumped out in one direction to avoid the coming danger. The ghost immortal's fist carried a terrifying cyclone and rushed towards the location where Rayleigh and Trafalgar Law were before. The extremely powerful cyclone actually crushed the ground along the way, leaving a deep path on the ground. After being dodged by Rayleigh and Trafalgar Law, this lap hit the side of the audience. Although the auditorium is full of people, there are still very spacious stairs, and there are no seats on the stairs. This terrifying punch luckily landed on the stairs. Suddenly, one of the 4 stairs in the arena collapsed. Seeing Guaxianren smashing the stairs with a punch from such a distance, the audience was frightened and screamed. Suddenly the scene became very chaotic. Rayleigh and Trafalgar Law, who had barely escaped the blow from the ghost immortal, also looked at the destructive power caused by the ghost immortal's punch, then looked at each other and nodded. No one wants to be the one who stands out. Although they were very afraid of Guaxianren's fists and felt that it would be very dangerous for them to continue watching the game, people still gritted their teeth and sat down. Big Charles said to the Ghost Immortal. Advertisement. Bang! Charles took out the pistol from his waist and fired a shot into the air. When Rayleigh was about to continue speaking, Falgaro also took up Rayleigh's words. Big Charles roared majestically. Yes, this is the momentum of celestial dragons. Trafalgar Law said with a smile. Especially those spectators who were sitting near the stairs that were broken just now. If Guaxianren's punch had been slightly deflected, then it would not have been the stairs that were broken, but the lords and nobles. BDBF. Suddenly, the auditorium began to explode. Since Charles doesn't agree, then if he wants to go out on his own, can he go out through the door? After hearing Big Charles's roar, the originally restless audience suddenly became quiet. Everyone, please be quiet and sit down. Trafalgar, you must have felt it too. None of us are a match for this man. You just kidnapped me from his hands. He shouldn't let you go easily. I am not his alone opponent. So, everyone knows what will happen if you offend the celestial dragons. As long as you offend the celestial dragons, they will make you live and die. Then I'll go first. Pluton Rayleigh, I know what you want to say. Let's just do it together. Since you have said so, you must have recognized my strength, and it is also an honor for me to be able to fight side by side with the legendary pirate. Ah. Number 44. If you do anything that threatens the audience again, not only will your competition qualifications be immediately disqualified, but you will also be killed by me on the spot. Chi, who do you think you are? Guaxianren secretly screamed in his heart. Chapter 535. A penetration. Although Luo is a little afraid of the Ghost Immortal, Luo is confident that he can fight against the Ghost Immortal by virtue of his Op Fruit's BUG level ability. Although we are not against Rayleigh now, as long as we defeat this Ghost Fairy together, we will have a chance to compete with Rayleigh. Looking at the opponent who was stronger than Rayleigh in front of him, and thinking that he would soon be able to ask for advice from the legendary pirate, Trafalgar Law had an excited smile on his face. Luo rushed towards the Ghost Immortal very quickly. At the same time, he held the scabbard with his left hand and the handle of the knife with his right hand, and pulled out his knife from the long scabbard. Suddenly, the long sword that had just been unsheathed dazzled the Ghost Immortal's eyes. Huh, kid, come and ruin my business. The Ghost Immortal stared at Trafalgar Law, who was rushing towards him, and said. Trafalgar Law's speed is really not worth mentioning in front of ghosts and immortals. Trafalgar Law's movements are very clear to the eyes of ghosts and immortals. Even if there is not a hair on Trafalgar Law's body, ghosts and immortals can see clearly. Just as he was rushing over, Trafalgar Law moved. Trafalgar Law suddenly grasped the scabbard on his left hand tightly, and the muscles in his hand were immediately revealed without reservation. Trafalgar Law aimed at Guaxianren's big bald head and threw his scabbard at Guaxianren. Huh, what a trick. The Ghost Immortal snorted, not taking Trafalgar Law's attack seriously. Indeed, this attack on Trafalgar Law is too obvious. Even if you want to attract the attention of the Ghost Immortal through this scabbard, you have to throw it out unexpectedly, or throw the scabbard just enough to block the Ghost Immortal. Looking at the scabbard flying towards him, the Ghost Immortal sneered and rushed towards Trafalgar Law. Advertisement. The movements of the Ghost Immortal are very agile and fast. The scabbard thrown towards Guaxianren's bald head was quickly dodged by Guaxianren with a tilt of his head. Trafalgar Law's scabbard just missed the ghost's bald head. It's such a pity. The scabbard thrown by the player Trafalgar Law tried to sneak up on the ghost player, but it was easily dodged by the ghost player. It's such a pity. The host is obviously a fool and explains the game from a wrong point of view. Just when the audience felt sorry for Luo, Guaxianren also clenched his fist tightly and aimed it at Luo's face. Boy, you are dead. The power of my punch is enough to blow your head off. Guaxianren didn't know why, but he felt particularly bloodthirsty. He just wanted to defeat the enemy and gain more people's support. Ability. Seeing his face so close, Ai's expression was already very calm. Looking at Trafalgar Law's calm expression, Guaxianren felt that he seemed to have read a Dao, but he didn't know what Dao he had caught. No matter, let's fight first and then talk. The Ghost Immortal thought. The Ghost Immortal held his fist tighter and swung it towards Luo's face. Seeing the Ghost Immortal's fist touching Trafalgar Law's face, the Ghost Immortal also smiled confidently. No matter what tricks he is using now, there is no way to escape my attack. Boy, if you spoil my good deeds, you will be finished now. Guaxianren said with a smile, as if he had seen the dawn of victory. Advertisement. Please give me flowers. Rayleigh looked at the ghost fairy and smiled at the corner of his mouth. Although this Ghost Immortal is very powerful, his brain doesn't seem to be very bright. Maybe the Ghost Immortal's sucking fruit swallows people with simple minds and well-developed limbs. It seems that the Ghost Immortal didn't realize that the moment Luo saved him just now was a fruit ability. At this critical moment, the Trafalgar Law that Guaxianren's fist had lifted disappeared instantly, and what appeared on Guaxianren's fist instead was a scabbard. What? The Immortal was startled by the situation in front of him. So that's it. No wonder the shipwright was able to escape from my fist in an instant, allowing me to kill an unknown person. It turns out that this is this guy's fruit ability. At this time, Guaxianren finally realized that something was wrong. But it's too late now. Just when the Ghost Immortal was about to reach Trafalgar Law, the scabbard just happened to fly behind the Ghost Immortal. The figure of Trafalgar Law also appeared behind the ghost immortal in an instant. By the time Guaxianren wanted to understand and react, Luo's knife had already penetrated Guaxianren's body. Room. Luo said with a faint smile. Trafalgar Law did not use the op fruit ability in this attack. If the fruit ability was used at this perfect opportunity, there would be no way to cause damage to the ghost immortal. So Trafalgar Law simply used pure swordsmanship and armament Haki to penetrate into the ghost's body. Chapter 536 Overwhelming Strength. The ghost immortal and Trafalgar Law were just stunned on the spot. And Trafalgar Law's long knife is still inserted into the body of the ghost immortal. It's appeared that the Trafalgar Law player's fruit ability can instantly reverse the positions of things within the scope of his ability. And now that the Trafalgar Law player has given such a cruel blow to the Oni Senin player, it must be difficult for the Oni Senin player to deal with it. The host looked at the ghost immortal who was penetrated by Trafalgar Law, and began to explain randomly, completely forgetting what he said before. Seeing this exciting scene, the audience couldn't help but burst into applause with 640 thunderous applause. At this time, Ron in the audience also laughed. Okay, it's done. Now let's wait and see if the two of them can defeat this ghost and immortal. If not, I can just help them. Ron said with a smile, then raised his head and looked at the dark clouds over the arena. At this time, the audience was so focused on watching the game that they didn't notice that the sky was getting dark. Feeling the clear pain coming from his chest, the bloodthirsty nature of the ghost immortal was immediately aroused. How long had it been since I had experienced such real pain? Ever since Guaxianren got this magical fruit ability, Guaxianren's mind seems to have been eroded. I don't know why, but he has transformed from a timid little old man who is afraid of getting into trouble. Transformed into a bloodthirsty pervert. Ha 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 ha, that's great. Ever since I got this fruit ability, I've never felt such real pain. You're pretty good. You successfully aroused my desire to fight. I'll let you go in a while. Enjoy it. What is pain? Advertisement. The ghost immortal smiled and said to Trafalgar Law. After saying that, the ghost immortal immediately laughed ferociously. His smile was so ferocious and evil. Looking at Guaxianren's crazy smile, Luo seemed to feel a hint of danger. Just when Trafalgar Law wanted to pull his knife out of Guaxianren's body, Guaxianren's hand was immediately wrapped in black armament Haki, and then he pinched Trafalgar Law's knife tightly. Damn it, this is a werewolf. Obviously, through his observation Haki, Ron saw what the ghost will do next. Killing 1,000 enemies and damaging yourself 800, this ghost immortal is really a ruthless person. No, he is a werewolf. A bit more ruthless than a werewolf. Trafalgar Law looked at the armament Haki in Ghost Immortal's hand and was stunned. What does this person want to do? Rayleigh also understood at this time what the ghost fairy wanted to do. Hearing Rayleigh's shouting, Trafalgar Law was also confused. What's going on? What is this? Rayleigh watched the ghost fairy punch Trafalgar Law solidly on the body 3.7. He also tried his best to stop it, but his speed could not keep up with the old bald man in front of him. This punch hit Trafalgar Law firmly in the chest. Suddenly a strange feeling spread throughout Trafalgar Law's body. Rayleigh shouted loudly to Trafalgar Law. At this time, several sections of Trafalgar Law's spine were also broken. Severe pain suddenly spread throughout Trafalgar Law's body. Advertisement. Immediately, blood emerged from Guaxianren's body, but at this time there was no expression of pain on Guaxianren's face, but instead some excitement. In the meantime, Guaxianren tightly grasped the long knife that penetrated his body with his left hand, and then pushed the blade of the knife into his body. Boom. Trafalgar Law's body smashed the arena game into a hole again. Go to hell, kid. Trafalgar Law, let go of the knife in your hand and back away. Because Trafalgar Law held the handle of his knife tightly, Trafalgar Law was also pulled behind the ghost immortal by this move. After hearing Rayleigh's shout, when Trafalgar Law was about to let go of the handle of the knife in his hand, it was already too late. At this time, Ghost Immortal hit Trafalgar Law in the chest with his right fist filled with armament Haki at an extremely terrifying speed. A large mouthful of blood spurted out from Trafalgar Law's mouth. Trafalgar Law's body was also shot out like a bullet in an instant and fell to the ground hard. At this time, Trafalgar Law also reacted and immediately let go of the hilt of the knife in his hand. Just when Trafalgar Law was about to activate his fruit ability and find someone to replace him, the Ghost Immortal's punch also hit Trafalgar solidly. Law's chest. Vomit. Trafalgar Law is a swordsman. How could a swordsman easily let go of the sword in his hand? So out of instinct, Trafalgar Law just held the long sword tightly in his hand. Yes, it feels like the ribs are broken. Chapter 537 Rayleigh's Trick. Being hit by such a fierce punch from the Ghost Immortal, Trafalgar Law lost the ability to move in an instant. What Trafalgar Law didn't expect was that the Ghost Immortal would pull himself in by pulling his long knife into his body. Although Trafalgar Law also pierced the body of Guaxianren, this blow seemed to be useless against Guaxianren's strong physical fitness. Seeing that the Ghost Immortal directly hit Trafalgar Law, Rayleigh couldn't sit still. Although he couldn't defeat the Ghost Immortal, he still had to save the person who just helped him at this moment. There is no need to think too much, and there are no unnecessary tactics or moves. Rayleigh's figure was like a stream of light, passing towards the Ghost and Immortal. Although the Ghost Immortal was penetrated by Trafalgar Law's body at this time, the Ghost Immortal had absorbed a human with super powerful body function 13 before, so such an attack would not have much effect on him. The ghost immortal looked at Trafalgar Law, who was knocked to the ground covered in blood and pale, with a greedy look on his face. This person's special ability is pretty good, and he can actually teleport. If I can get such fruit ability, then I will be even more invincible. The ghost immortal thought. So the ghost immortal also rushed towards Trafalgar Law, planning to punch him twice more when Trafalgar Law couldn't get up. When he lost consciousness, he would absorb his ability. Just when Onishenin was about to succeed, Onishenin's observation Haki also reminded him that an extremely dangerous sword energy was flying towards him. I almost forgot about this person Rayleigh. As expected of the owner of observation Haki, he was able to make himself feel intense danger. Advertisement. However, Onishenin's strength is not so passive. Onishenin's armament Haki instantly covered his bald head, and his originally bright and shiny bald head suddenly became a little oozing. The ghost immortal's steps paused momentarily, and then the muscles in his legs tightened instantly, and he shot out in the direction of Rayleigh. Armament Haki of Onishenjin is not afraid of Rayleigh's sword energy at all. So Guaxianren directly faced it with his head. The sword that Rayleigh just swung turned into an extremely sharp sword energy, and it could even be seen that the sword energy was light blue. With such terrifying sword energy, Hawkeye would be unable to match it. The flying speed of the sword energy and the ghost immortal was very fast, and soon the ghost immortal collided with Rayleigh's sword energy. Boom. Suddenly, the entire arena trembled. This is the real battle between masters. Rayleigh's body was also shaken back a few steps by the impact of the terrifying bottle. And Guaxianren's condition is worse than Rayleigh at the moment. After all, the ghost immortal uses himself to shake Rayleigh's attack, while Rayleigh uses his sword energy to confront the ghost immortal head-on. The figure of Guaxianren was directly shaken by this terrifying shock wave and flew backwards, but Guaxianren still landed on the arena calmly. Gee, this swordsmanship is not bad, the ghost immortal said disdainfully. Although Guaxianren did not suffer any actual injuries, his pants on his lower body were now a little tattered. Advertisement. You are very strong. I haven't met many masters like you. Rayleigh looked at the ghost and immortal in front of him and said. My name is Rayleigh, also known as Pluton. Take it. After Rayleigh said that, he waved the Xiong River in his hand in a strange move. Suddenly, a strange cyclone slowly rose from Rayleigh's feet. As the cyclone rose, Rayleigh's figure became somewhat illusory. Hearing Rayleigh's words, the ghost fairy was also shocked. Are you actually that strong? When fighting against the Pirate King's right hand, you can be so calm and gain such a huge advantage. Thinking of this, Onishin couldn't help but feel that he was only one conqueror's Haki away from ruling the world. As long as I have the qualifications to become a king, I think I will be able to form my own royal group soon and conquer this new world. God help me, Rayleigh. Although you are a legendary pirate, in my opinion, your strength is not that strong. Prepare to die. The ghost immortal smiled ferociously and rushed towards Rayleigh. Feeling the fierce murderous aura of the ghost immortal, the sword swung in Rayleigh's hand also accelerated, and now Rayleigh's side seemed to be flashing with a faint black-red halo. That's right, Rayleigh now uses Conqueror's plus armament Haki. Rayleigh's sword skill is to integrate the natural abilities of this world into his own sword by quickly waving the sword in his hand. With every swing of Rayleigh, more natural energy will be integrated into his sword. With the blessing of this special energy, the power of Fu's sword will be greatly improved. Chapter 538 Golden Observation Haki. This move is called Pluton, and it is Rayleigh's ultimate move. Even after so many years, no one has been able to get Rayleigh to use this ultimate move. This shows how terrifying the Ghost Immortal's strength is, as he was able to force Rayleigh to use this move. At this moment, Rayleigh's sword swing was over. Rayleigh charged all the natural energy into his sword. At this moment, the sword not only has Rayleigh's weapon color and Conqueror's Haki, but also golden natural energy. Rayleigh is holding the sword in her hand tightly at this moment, pointing directly at the Ghost and Immortal. The mixture of red, black and dark gold makes Rayleigh's sword look extremely terrifying. This sharp sword energy seems to be able to split the world. At this moment, Guaxianren also felt the unprecedentedly powerful sword intent in front of him. He knew that Rayleigh's blow was not simple, but Guaxianren still had no intention of retreating and rushed forward to face Rayleigh. Hey, Mr. Rayleigh, what's this move? Tashigi asked, looking at the western sword in Rayleigh's hand that looked a little different. Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki Tashigi can recognize it, but Tashigi really doesn't know what this dark golden sword energy is. I'm not sure. This is the first time I've seen someone use such a strange sword technique. But I feel like this aura comes from heaven and earth. Although Ron didn't know how Rayleigh used such a move, Ron could roughly guess how Rayleigh turned the sword into gold. I think Mr. Rayleigh just used Conqueror's Haki. Advertisement. Ron said with a smile. What? Conqueror's Haki? Armament Haki can't just sense or predict what's about to happen. This is also the first time Tashigi heard that observation Haki cannot be realized in the form of external broadcast. Yes, that's what I meant. Ron continued. Just now, I felt that Mr. Rayleigh's mentality had become extremely peaceful, unprecedentedly peaceful. I believe you also know that the degree of use of observation Haki has a great relationship with the user's state of mind. Mr. Rayleigh is still so calm even when facing an enemy more powerful than himself. This shows that Mr. Rayleigh is brewing watch your own observation Haki. Ron continued to explain. I feel that the dark golden aura does not belong to the sword energy, but comes from the energy between heaven and earth. What? Isn't this sword energy? Insichi asked. Although Tashigi can also feel that this is not an ordinary sword aura, but with her attainments in swordsmanship, she cannot identify the aura on the sword except sword aura and ghost aura. Armed colors and conquerors, what else can there be? Because some special magic weapons are cursed, an evil ghost lives on the knife, so the knife will have a ghostly aura. But this dark gold color is obviously not ghost energy, and this dark gold color can bring a comfortable feeling to Tashigi. It is obvious that this is not ghost energy. If it's sword energy, it's more reasonable. Maybe it's a special kind of peaceful sword energy. Advertisement. This is not sword energy, but the natural energy from this world. Ron said with some admiration. I didn't expect Mr. Rayleigh's use of observation Haki to reach such a terrifying level. We use observation Haki to feel the breath of everything in the world. By feeling the changes in the breath, we can feel the changes in the situation around us more clearly even if we can't see it. Ron continued. Quote. But we have overlooked a very important thing. This world also has its own atmosphere. Mr. Rayleigh didn't know what method he used, but he was able to use the natural energy around him to dance bit by bit through sword dancing. The energy is gathered into his own sword, and he uses the natural energy for his own use. Ron explained for Tashigi. I have to say that the right hand of the Pirate King is not called for nothing. As early as the first day Ron came to this pirate world, Ron felt the natural energy of this world was extremely rich, but Ron did not expect that this natural energy could be used in this way. This old man Rayleigh is really a genius. After this game, I must have some advice from Mr. Rayleigh. Because this is natural energy sensed and collected through observation Haki, I made it the external form of observation Haki. Ron said. It's so magical. I feel that Mr. Rayleigh's sword has the power to destroy the world. Tashigi said. Yes, for a person of Tashigi's level, this sword is indeed too powerful. Although Rayleigh has such a killer move, Ron is still confident that he can suppress Rayleigh's killer move with just his sword skills. Chapter 539. Sudden Weather. Looking at the gleaming sword in Rayleigh's hand, the ghost fairy also felt a lot of pressure. The power of this sword is absolutely extraordinary. If he had resisted this sword directly, he would probably suffer a huge loss. After all, this is a move performed by merging Conqueror's Haki together. Even armament Haki, who is as powerful as Ghost Sennin, dare not confront him head-on. Rayleigh held the Western sword in her hand tightly. At this moment, the Western sword actually made a low humming sound because the energy was too strong. It seems that this powerful energy has brought pain to this Western sword. It sounded like the sword could not withstand such huge energy and it let out a low roar of pain. At this moment, Rayleigh also closed her eyes because she needed to mobilize the extremely powerful observation Haki and need an extremely calm mind. At this moment, Rayleigh couldn't feel anything. Rayleigh's consciousness was completely locked on the Dongshan people. Although I don't know if this attack can determine the outcome, it is already the strongest move that Rayleigh can use. Rayleigh clearly knows that 223, this ghost immortal is not ordinary powerful, and he only has this chance. It can only succeed, not fail. Although this swordsmanship is very strange, it is the same as other moves. As long as it is used a second time, it will not have such an unexpected effect. Moreover, Onishenan's observation Haki is not weak. As long as the outcome is not determined by one strike, then Onishenan must be able to withstand such a second sword. Although Ron was sitting in the audience, far away from Rayleigh, Ron could clearly feel Rayleigh's state of mind on the stage. Rayleigh was so calm at this time, but she must also be very anxious inside. After all, this is a matter of life and death. Not to mention other players defeating him, this old bald man's strange fruit ability is to absorb himself. BDBC. Looking at this ugly bald look, Rayleigh couldn't help but feel a little sick. Advertisement. Thinking of this, Ron activated all the thunderclouds he had gathered that had been brewing for a long time. At this time, low thunder sounded from overhead to every corner of the arena. At this time, people couldn't help but raise their heads and look at the thick dark clouds over the duel field. People couldn't help but frown. What's going on? Didn't it say that today's weather forecast is sunny and it will definitely not rain? Rayleigh was also attracted by the dark clouds covering the field. Is this the vision of heaven and earth caused by me? Rayleigh couldn't help but mutter to herself. It is true that Rayleigh can solidify visible observation Haki by mobilizing natural energy, which includes various elements in nature. So Rayleigh also guessed whether this was natural energy triggered by himself. At this moment, the ghosts and immortals were also attracted by the vision in the sky. Mr. Rayleigh, don't worry, if you can't solve him, I will solve it for you. Ron smiled and said to himself. As for Ron's aggressive move to overthrow the world government, he also wanted the pirates to use their own strength to do this, instead of completely destroying the world government on his own. This thing couldn't have been caused by some shipwright. Indeed, for a swordsman, if his victory is achieved with the help of others, it will be a great shame for this swordsman. Advertisement. Tashigi is indeed very thoughtful about this. Indeed, with Ron's strength, there is nothing he can't do in this world. No matter how superb human swordsmanship is, it is still far behind compared to the power of thunder and lightning in the world. Well, how about this? Let's disguise this thunder and lightning as a special effect triggered by Mr. Rayleigh's sword. Isn't that okay? Ron, will Mr. Rayleigh be unhappy if you do this? Tashigi said at this time. This Ron is really so careless. You're talking lightly. With Mr. Rayleigh's strength, wouldn't he know that this is someone else's help? Tashigi said helplessly. Looking at the golden lightning rolling in the dark clouds, the ghost immortal also thought about something. Well, what you said makes sense. Mohan nodded, agreeing with Tashigi's point of view. Ron said with a smile. Feeling the impending danger, Onishingen fully covered every part of his body with his armament Haki. Don't worry about this. With my strength, I can make Mr. Rayleigh confused. Trust me. If Rayleigh is about to release this move, it can make the ghosts and immortals feel the dangerous atmosphere. Then the golden thunder and lightning in the sky made the ghosts and immortals feel death. After all, there is no way for ghosts and immortals to avoid the speed of this thunder and lightning. Chapter 540, Sword Technique Falling from the Sky. Ron knew that his strength was the absolute top in the world. With my own strength, it would be easy to do anything in this world, but it would be boring to solve all the problems so simply. That's why Ron went to this Sabayati archipelago to find Rayleigh so much. As Rayleigh's thoughts moved, her originally calm aura suddenly became murderous. At this time, the players who were having a hard time on the field stopped what they were doing. Because this terrifying murderous intent has already eroded their minds. Under Rayleigh's terrifying killing intent, their minds could not calm down and they could not concentrate on fighting their opponents, so everyone stopped. Watch Rayleigh's shocking sword. At this moment, in the arena, not only was thunder and lightning roaring, but even the wind began to rage randomly. Rayleigh didn't feel any of this. At this moment, Rayleigh only had pure killing intent. Rayleigh stood opposite the ghosts and immortals, amidst lightning and thunder, like a god of thunder, descending into this world. With the terrifying energy that blended Ultimate's murderous intent with Conqueror's Haki, Rayleigh's figure instantly disappeared from everyone's eyes except Ron. Suddenly, Rayleigh was in sight, and the ghost immortal was also panicked. No matter how the ghost immortal searched or used observation Haki to sense it, he could not capture Rayleigh's breath again. Immediately, the ghost immortal was frightened and lost the consciousness of fighting. No powerful enemy is scary. People are most afraid of the unknown. In Ron's eyes, Rayleigh had already ascended into the sky at this moment, but no one present noticed it. Unexpectedly, Rayleigh is still so agile despite her age. Sure enough, ginger is still spicy. Guixianren was already covered in cold sweat at this moment. Player Lao Lei has disappeared. Advertisement. The host's eyes were full of disbelief, and he stared blankly at the place where Rayleigh disappeared. Said word by word. The host's position has the best view in the entire arena. From this angle, he cannot see Rayleigh. At this moment, the host is also wondering if Rayleigh has escaped. But the host didn't dare to say such words. Wouldn't such words be a slap in the face of Charles? Charles couldn't help but feel helpless when he saw Rayleigh disappearing. Although such a person is a unique talent, he should not live. Because people with Conqueror's Haki are people who have hidden dangers to the rule of celestial dragons. Such people must not be allowed to stay. Not to mention a master like Rayleigh. No matter what, this person cannot be kept. Thinking of this, Charles also took out the remote control in his hand and entered the number of the collar around Rayleigh's neck. It is no longer important whether the Ghost Fairy can defeat Rayleigh. The Ghost Fairy's strength is enough to impress Charles. Now we just need to end this game as soon as possible. Charles pressed the button without hesitation. Now, just wait for Rayleigh to die. Even if he escapes, it will be useless. Big Charles thought. The players on the field were also stunned when they looked at the place where Rayleigh disappeared. Rayleigh made such a big noise before, wouldn't it just disappear? Please give me flowers. Just when everyone was wondering, a golden lightning fell from the sky without warning from the dark clouds. The golden lightning just fell next to the ghost immortal, and then slowly dispersed, and Rayleigh's figure appeared. Advertisement. Not bad, it actually avoided the vital point. Rayleigh said with a smile. That's right, this time did not kill the ghost immortal. While Rayleigh was in the air, he aimed at Guixianren's head, trying to split Guixianren in half. But when it fell, Guixianren finally noticed it, and his body flashed, avoiding the Rayleigh sword with his head. Oh. But after all, it cannot be completely avoided. Although he was aware of Rayleigh's offensive, he was still hit by Rayleigh. However, Guixianren was not aware of his injury, because Rayleigh's knife was so fast that he didn't even feel it. The ghost fairy looked at Rayleigh who was squatting on the ground and laughed. Are you trying to make me laugh? Guixianren said with a smile. Just when Guixianren wanted to continue laughing, Guixianren's right hand suddenly fell to the ground. At the same time, the blood from the broken arm's mouth also spurted out like a fountain. The ghost fairy looked at Rayleigh in disbelief and was speechless. Rayleigh also smiled at this time and inserted his knife back into his waist. This one blow should be enough to decide the outcome. Such a large amount of blood loss can basically knock people into a coma. Even if the ghost immortal is super powerful, losing too much blood will definitely have a great impact on the strength. Chapter 541 Self-Healing. Rayleigh stood up slowly, looked at the ghost and immortal in front of him, and showed a confident smile. Looking at the ghost immortal in front of him who had one of his arms cut off by himself, Rayleigh knew that it was all coming to an end. Now that he has used his special skills, he should be able to quickly deal with the remaining opponents. After all, among the remaining opponents in the field, there is no opponent who can compare with the ghost immortal. Rayleigh didn't look at the ghosts and immortals any longer. Rayleigh confidently turned around and left. At this moment, an incredible scene happened. The originally neat fracture on Guaxianren's severed arm actually started to squirm obviously from the 660. The bleeding from the severed arm stopped immediately. As this disgusting scene appeared, an even more incredible scene appeared on the ghost immortal's severed arm. At this moment, Guaxianren's broken arm seemed to have come alive, and the muscles began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. The dense muscles are like dense insects, intertwined, entangled and combined to form muscles. In the middle of the muscles, the broken bones gradually grew out. Then the red muscles wrapped the white bones, and the broken arm gradually returned to shape. Finally, skin began to appear on Guaxianren's arms, wrapping up the muscles and blood vessels exposed in the air at an extremely fast speed. Guaxianren's arm returned to its original shape in 3 seconds. Everyone who saw this scene was so frightened that they were speechless. Is this ghost immortal a monster? He has such a terrifying self-healing ability. Advertisement. When Rayleigh used this move, due to excessive use of observation Haki, there is currently no way to fully utilize his observation Haki. Therefore, Rayleigh has no way of capturing the aura of the ghost immortal at this moment. Everyone looked at the ghosts and immortals with horrified eyes, except T and Charles. Charles saw the self-healing ability of the ghost immortal, and immediately thought of handing the ghost immortal over to Vegapunk for research. Although Charles is a celestial dragon and claims to be a descendant of the creator, celestial dragons still have no way to escape the cycle of birth, old age, illness and death. As long as they reach old age, celestial dragons will still be like ordinary people, with their body functions gradually declining and then dying. When he saw Guaxianren for the first time, Charles thought that the reason why Guaxianren was still strong despite his age was that Guaxianren often exercised. But now Charles knew he was wrong. Even after suffering such a serious injury, he was still not greatly affected, but fully recovered from the injury. This is the new metabolic ability that is far beyond ordinary people. This is the first time he has suffered such a serious injury since he obtained the ability to absorb many powerful people from the sucking fruit. Thinking of this, Charles couldn't help but have a look of greed on his face. If he hadn't been lucky enough to get the self-healing ability of this lizard fruit, he would have been killed by Rayleigh today. Thinking of this, Charles became even more optimistic about ghosts and immortals. If you suffer a devastating blow, even with the recovery ability of Ghost Immortal, there is no way to stand up again. Advertisement. Although Guaxianren has now fully recovered from the injury on his hand, Guaxianren can clearly feel the pain caused by Rayleigh's knife. After successfully defeating the lizard fruit ability user, the Ghost Immortal possessed the ability of the lizard fruit. However, Ghost Immortal didn't like the appearance of the lizard fruit after it transformed into a lizard, so apart from its self-healing ability, Sea Immortal absorbed nothing. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been cut in half by now. This should be a special ability that Ghost Immortal comes from. Not only do I want to absorb your Conqueror's Haki, I also want to absorb your sword moves just now, no, all your proud moves, into me. Onashenin said fiercely. Moreover, this ability seems to only accelerate metabolism, but does not accelerate the consumption of the Ghost Immortal's lifespan. As celestial dragons, apart from lifespan, they can have everything else they want. Looking at Rayleigh's retreating back, Guaxianren's face was so gloomy that it seemed like water was dripping from his eyes. As long as Vegapunk researches the secret of the super resilience of ghosts and immortals, then celestial dragons will have a great chance of extending their lifespan. This lizard fruit user has developed his fruit ability to a certain extent and can completely heal himself from injuries sustained in a short period of time. And it can also be immune to basically all diseases. In an accidental battle, Guaxianren met a zone fruit user with the ability of the lizard fruit. Otherwise, Guaxianren would have died long ago if his metabolism was still fast at such a young age. Feeling the pain, the Ghost Immortal became more and more angry. Chapter 542, Reduced to Ashes. Thinking of this, the aura of the Ghost Immortal has slowly gathered. Armament Haki, which is richer than before, is already attached to the fist of Onashenin. It seems that the Ghost Immortal does not plan to inform Rayleigh this time, but plans to sneak attack Rayleigh. Seeing the ghosts and immortals getting ready to go, the supporter couldn't say anything, because such a thing would affect the battle between the two of them. The contestants in the arena were completely suppressed by the aura of the ghosts and immortals, and could not say a word. Rayleigh himself didn't know that his observation Haki was no longer able to clearly sense the murderous aura of the ghost immortal. Rayleigh was still confidently attacking the other contestants. Rayleigh wants to resolve this battle as quickly as possible. 13 inches huh, you really don't know how to live or die. Although I was seriously injured, you dare to turn your back to me, so I will send you to the west right now. Ghost Immortal said, his body suddenly ejected. At the speed of the ghosts and immortals, it only takes one breath to reach behind Rayleigh. Just when everyone was sweating for Rayleigh's safety, the thunder in the sky suddenly became violent. It seems like I won't be able to do it if I don't take action. Ron looked at the Ghost Immortal and said, this Ghost Immortal really has a lot of talent. With his strength, I don't know why he didn't become a pirate who dominated the sea. With the speed and strength that Ghost Immortal can suppress Rayleigh, he will definitely not suffer a loss even if he fights Marine Admiral. Coupled with such a powerful recovery ability, it can even be ranked as a 4 Emperors level combat power. Although his strength is very strong, in front of Ron does not need to take action. You only need to use your own fruit ability to solve it. My divine sword Yumeng, when will you meet an opponent worthy of being picked out? Really, days like this are really annoying. If you want to have a good fight, no one can accompany you. Advertisement. Ron sighed. Although these words sound very arrogant and pretentious, Ron does have the ability to say such things. Ever since he came to the pirate world, he has never met an opponent worthy of his sword. Even 4 emperors Kaido was easily killed by him with one move. This kind of life is indeed too boring for Ron. While others were still practicing hard, Ron was eating, drinking and having fun. While others were racking their brains to study new killing moves, Ron was playing various leisurely games. However, even if he is so loose, Ron is still invincible. There is nothing in this world that cannot be solved with one sword. This world cannot bring any pressure to yourself at all. So Ron can only choose to dominate the world from behind. Old guy, you are very strong, but your role is over, you can finish it. There was light blue lightning surrounding Ron's hand, but no one except Tashigi could notice it. After all, everyone's attention is now drawn to the ghost immortal. Ron controlled the lightning in his hand and sent a signal to the lightning above the arena. Suddenly the e-commerce thunder over the arena stopped. All the thunder and lightning gathered together at this moment, turned into a bright light, and shot towards the ghost immortal. This bright light looks like the light from an ordinary flashlight, and it looks very ordinary. Not even any breath came out. Just as Guaxianren was about to rush out, this light shone on Guaxianren. Guaxianren was irradiated without even having a chance to notice. Advertisement. Without any energy fluctuations, without any bells and whistles, without any reaction, the ghost immortal just disappeared from everyone's sight. The figure of the ghost immortal turned into dust and dissipated in the air. Done. Ron said calmly. At this time, everyone except Rayleigh saw this scene. What exactly is this 230? This doesn't look like lightning or thunder. What exactly is this? Even if the lightning from the sky hits a person, it will at best burn the person and leave no body behind. And no one has ever seen thunder and lightning that are as straight as light. Is this why Rayleigh is so confident about turning back? Everyone looked at Rayleigh with admiration in their eyes. Especially Trafalgar Law, even though he was lying on the ground, he clearly witnessed this scene. He is worthy of being the right hand of the Pirate King. This kind of strength is indeed not comparable to that of our supernova. Seeing Rayleigh's blow, Trafalgar Law felt that his trip was well worth it. After the game, I must ask Rayleigh for advice on this magical sword. Even if you can't learn the swordsmanship, you must learn the golden Haki. Only then did Rayleigh notice that everyone was looking at her with great admiration. Chapter 543. Side Effects of Golden Haki. Rayleigh couldn't help but be a little confused. What exactly happened? It must be because of that blow just now that everyone admires him so much. After all, he is the first person in this pirate world who can materialize observation Haki. At this time, the host also started to speak. This blow from Lao Lei is really incredible. I originally thought that the sword technique falling from the sky was Lao Lei's final blow, but I didn't expect that the fun is yet to come. The host stood on the small flying stage and explained, but his tone was very exciting. This scene looks so passionate. I originally thought that player Lao Lei underestimated player Guaxianren and exposed a flaw that gave Guaxianren an opportunity. I didn't expect that everything was under player Lao Lei's control. The host said. At this time, Rayleigh, who was walking towards Trafalgar Law, was instantly stunned. What? I actually have a backup plan. I don't even know. Rayleigh thought to herself. Moreover, the terrifying blood loss of the ghost immortal should no longer be able to continue attacking his own body. He probably lost too much blood and fell into a coma. Rayleigh's face was solemn as he stopped, and he immediately turned around and looked at the location where the ghost and fairy were just now. Rayleigh turned around and saw the scene in front of her. Rayleigh's face was immediately filled with shock. The figure of the ghost immortal has completely disappeared at this moment. Advertisement. Could it be that the ghost immortal has been carried down? Where are the people? Seeing Rayleigh's expression, Ron also smiled. Unexpectedly, Mr. Rayleigh really didn't know that the ghosts and immortals wanted to attack him just now. It seems that the side effects of that move on Rayleigh were not small. Among other things, Rayleigh's perception ability was reduced. Tashigi, can you see the side effects of the powerful swordsmanship that Rayleigh used just now? Pipe question mark quote. Ron looked at Tashigi and asked. Although Tashigi was not the first person to become Ron's crew member, Ron particularly admired Tashigi. Because Tashigi, like himself, is a swordsman. Moreover, Tashigi's enthusiasm for the pursuit of predicted swordsmanship is even crazier than his own. It may be that his swordsmanship has reached the point where it can no longer be improved, so Ron doesn't have much obsession with improving his swordsmanship now. But Ron is still very interested in training Tashigi. Ron hopes that one day Tashigi can become as powerful as himself, and then he can use Tashigi to discover his imperfections and improve his swordsmanship. Thinking of this, Ron couldn't help but laugh. Tashigi continued. Although the previous fight was too fast and Trafalgar Law couldn't see anything clearly, Trafalgar Law could clearly see Rayleigh's sword move falling from the sky just now and the golden light that appeared in the sky. Ron nodded with satisfaction. Advertisement. Ron said. Although he lost the ability to move, Trafalgar Law was not at all careless about the fight between Rayleigh and the ghost immortal just now, and was watching it every second. If I guess correctly, this is the first time Rayleigh has used this move, and it seems to be a move that overdraws observation Haki. Rayleigh's observation Haki seems to be temporarily unavailable. If I can learn Rayleigh's special Haki, my understanding of swordsmanship will surely reach a higher level. Although Mr. Rayleigh couldn't keep up with the speed of the Ghost Immortal just now, Mr. Rayleigh was still able to clearly perceive the Ghost Immortal's movements and position through observation Haki. But after Mr. Rayleigh used this trick, Mr. Rayleigh's perception ability changed. Much worse. In this operation, Ron's beast gained a lot. Not only could he earn a lot of Baileys, but he also got to see Rayleigh's special Haki move and special swordsmanship. Sure enough, after Tashidi's swordsmanship was improved to the top level by himself, Tashidi's ability to analyze combat has also improved a lot. Looking at Rayleigh walking towards him slowly, Trafalgar Law's face was full of awe. Rayleigh's eyes began to search quickly in every corner of the arena. Rayleigh did not miss every corner, but Rayleigh still could not find the shadow of the Ghost Immortal Qian Zhaozhao. The situation is the same as Ron's analysis. Indeed, Rayleigh was unaware of what happened just now because of the loss of observation Haki's perception. Why did you disappear inexplicably? Quote. Presumably that special Haki is the highest expression form of observation Haki. Rayleigh did not respond to the host's explanation, but walked towards Trafalgar Law. In my opinion, this special sword technique has had a big impact on Mr. Rayleigh's observation Haki, Tashidi said. Chapter 544 Questions. Although Guixianren's healing ability is very powerful, he didn't expect that Rayleigh's follow-up move would easily kill him instantly. Just now, Trafalgar Law thought that Rayleigh ignored the Ghost Immortal's sneak attack because he was careless. Unexpectedly, Rayleigh was so confident. As expected of the Pirate King's right hand. Everyone except Tashidi and Ron thought so. I think Rayleigh just gave the Ghosts and Immortals a chance to sneak attack because of their carelessness. But the truth is, Rayleigh was careless. But everyone thought it was Rayleigh who was being cool. Rayleigh walked up to Trafalgar Law, squatted down slowly, and asked. Young man, are you okay? Don't you have the op fruit ability? You should be able to heal your injuries, right? Rayleigh asked as he squatted in front of Trafalgar Law. Mr. Rayleigh, it's okay. I was too focused on the match between you and the Ghost Immortal just now, so I didn't have time to use my fruit ability to repair my 580 injuries. If I start repairing it now, it will be fine in a while. Luo said tremblingly. After all, Luo has always regarded Rayleigh as his idol. Not only did he fight side by side with his idol today, but he was also recognized by Rayleigh. This is really great. In that case, I'm relieved. Although you did me a big favor just now, I still want to win this game. After you recover from your injury, let's have another good fight. Rayleigh said with a smile. Then please give me some advice, senior. Trafalgar Law became even more happy when he heard Rayleigh's words. After all, he will have a formal battle with Rayleigh soon. Although I know that I have no chance of winning, there are not many opportunities for growth. Moreover, it is his long-awaited wish to compete with a top player like Rayleigh. Advertisement. At this time, Rayleigh also remembered something. Rayleigh asked looking at Trafalgar Law. Well, young man, I want to ask where the Ghosts and Immortals went. Rayleigh asked. Hearing Rayleigh's words, Trafalgar Law was stunned for a moment. Doesn't Mr. Rayleigh know that his blow just now has completely shattered the Ghosts and Immortals in this world? Trafalgar Law thought for a while, raised his eyes and looked at the sky. At this time, the dense dark clouds over the arena had completely dissipated. When there were such thick dark clouds before, the audience thought that today's weather forecast was inaccurate and it was going to rain. But without a drop of rain, the dark clouds completely dissipated. No matter how you look at this, it is all a scene created by Mr. Rayleigh, right? After completing the fatal blow, the sky returned to clear skies. Mr. Rayleigh, don't you know? Just after you used that sword technique that fell from the sky, the Ghosts and Immortals did not suffer much. Huh? How do you know? Rayleigh was a little confused. The first time I used this trick, Trafalgar Law noticed it. I see, Mr. Rayleigh, I don't know why your perception suddenly became worse, but the Ghosts and Immortals were indeed wiped out by you. Trafalgar Law opens Shikai explained. Advertisement. Just after you turned and walked away, Guixianren recovered from his injuries at an extremely terrifying speed, and his momentum became even more terrifying. At that time, he was trying to sneak attack you. What? Rayleigh was shocked when she heard Trafalgar Law's words. But at that critical moment, the thundercloud you summoned emitted an extremely terrifying light. It was light, not thunder and lightning. That golden light looked ordinary, but how terrifying it was, it must be only the destroyed Ghosts and Immortals will know. Trafalgar Law said. Rayleigh also knows that now his observation Haki cannot be used, so except for his own eyes, Rayleigh has no way to use other senses to sense the enemy's position. Indeed, how could a normal person not be affected? If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, you wouldn't believe it. Mr. Rayleigh, just after you successfully released that move, Guixianren's arm was indeed cut off by you, but when you turned around and walked away, for some reason, his arm quickly it just grew back. When the Ghost Immortal was about to attack you, the Ghost Immortal was hit by the light, and then turned into dust and disappeared into the air. Mr. Rayleigh, is this your first time using this trick? What? Such a thing could happen? Hearing Trafalgar Law's words, Rayleigh's breath suddenly became tense. If it is like what Trafalgar Law said, Then the ghost immortal must be running at extremely high speed to avoid his sight. Trafalgar Law continued with a smile. How is this possible? He BDCC actually cut off one of Guaxianran's arms. This didn't affect the ghosts and immortals at all. Seeing Rayleigh's sudden seriousness, Trafalgar Law couldn't help but ask. Rayleigh couldn't believe it. Chapter 545 The Final Battle. After hearing Trafalgar Law's words, Rayleigh couldn't help but be stunned. What on earth is that golden light? It's definitely not an ordinary thunder and lightning. Moreover, Rayleigh himself has learned how terrifying the Ghost Immortal's defense power is. According to Trafalgar Law's description, the Ghost Immortal's recovery plus defense power should make him invincible. Is that light really released by oneself? Rayleigh calmed down and thought. You can see how terrifying Ron's strength is now. At least opponents of 4 Emperors level. There is absolutely no way you can go a few rounds in front of Ron. Even Whitebeard, who is said to be the strongest man in the world, can't do it. Although Ron's strength far exceeds that of Whitebeard, Ron is not interested in those titles. After all, those names have no effect on him at all. A strong person will always be strong. A weak person can never be compared to a strong person. No matter how terrifying the title is, it is useless in the face of absolute strength. According to Whitebeard's previous plan, he only needs to bring Rayleigh to Whitebeard's territory. After Rayleigh sees Whitebeard, he will tell everything he knows. But as Rayleigh, it must not be difficult to summon the red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 Emperors. And Rogers will must have never been forgotten by the crew of the Roger Pirates. As long as they know why Roger chose to disband the pirate group before surrendering and destroying him, the crew members will definitely fulfill Roger's unfinished wish without hesitation. Thinking of this, Ron also breathed a sigh of relief. Although the Sabayati archipelago is more interesting, Ron still likes to stay at sea, and Ron is also very interested in the history that has disappeared for more than 100 years. The sooner you go back, the sooner you will know. Now Ron has helped Rayleigh deal with his biggest opponent, and among the remaining people, no one can stop Rayleigh. Rayleigh's victory is already a sure thing. Thinking of this, Ron stopped watching the situation on the playing field, but closed his eyes and lay down. Advertisement. What's wrong, Ron? Don't you want to watch it? Tashigi asked as he watched Ron lying on the armchair of the seat. There's nothing interesting left. When the game is over, we can just collect the money. You can take a look if you want. Call me when it's over. Although Ron is so cynical and doesn't take anything seriously on the surface, Ron is really thinking about business now. This ghost immortal is so powerful, and is hidden among the common people in obscurity. Doesn't this mean that there are actually many powerful people in this world? It's just that these people don't want to show off. Maybe the strongest person in the world is not Whitebeard, but someone far superior to Whitebeard. If Ron wants to take his strength even further, he must find someone whose strength is equal to his own. Ron thought about this and couldn't help but become more interested in this pirate world. Well, no. At this time, Ron suddenly sat up again and said solemnly. Huh, what's wrong? Tashigi looked at Ron's solemn look and couldn't help but ask. After all, it's rare to see Ron look so serious. Ron sat up, turned around and touched the chair behind him, and said with an unhappy look on his face. Saying this, Ron fell on Tashigi's lap. Although she was already Ron's, Tashigi was still very shy when Ron leaned on her lap like this in public. Advertisement. This backrest is so hard and uncomfortable, I'd better lean on your thigh. Rayleigh raised her head and looked at the dark clouds slowly dissipating in the sky, and she suddenly realized. I didn't expect that my own moves would hide such a terrifying back move. Thinking of this, Rayleigh drew out his sword again and slowly walked towards the other contestants. Although Ron has a good relationship with the celestial dragons, maybe Charles is just afraid of Ron's strength. As long as he convinces Ron, he can reveal the secrets in One Piece to the world. Nothing. Just go to sleep. After saying that, Tashigi moved his eyes away from Ron's face, deliberately not looking at Ron, and stared closely at what was happening on the field. The centuries-old history that had been dormant for decades can now be revealed. Tashigi blushed at Ron's gesture. Tashigi said, Kr. If I had realized this kind of swordsmanship earlier, could I have taken more of the pressure off of Roger? Huh. Is there something wrong? Please give me flowers. Thinking of this, Rayleigh couldn't help but feel guilty. Ron opened his eyes and looked at Tashigi with innocent eyes and asked. But this kind of self-blame only lasts for a moment. Because Rayleigh now sees enough hope to overthrow the world government. Chapter 546. Direct Surrender. At this moment, Rayleigh's observation Haki has recovered a lot. The aura of every player on the field is clearly controlled by Rayleigh. Rayleigh exudes an incomparable aura like a god of war. Although this aura is not suppressive, it makes the players in the arena feel extremely heavy pressure. Old man, I never thought you could be so powerful. Rocket Punch Rastu said. Originally interested in Rayleigh's saber, Rastu wanted to help Rayleigh. But after the fight between Rayleigh and the Ghosts and Immortals, Rastu realized that the person who really needs to be protected is himself. 717. Young man, don't think too much. After all, I have lived so many years longer than you, so it is normal for me to be stronger than you. When you were so young, I was not necessarily your opponent. Thinking that when Rastu was still thinking about protecting his older self, Rayleigh was also a little moved by Rastu's actions. Although Rustu is not a noble person, Rustu still has the heart to protect the elderly. How do you want to fight? Do you want to come together? Or do you want to admit defeat? Rayleigh said calmly. Although this game was very cruel and many people had died, Rayleigh still wanted to reduce unnecessary casualties as much as possible. The remaining people on the field now, even if they are together, cannot pose any threat to Rayleigh. After hearing Rayleigh's words, the remaining 30 people on the field couldn't help but look at each other. Each of them had just seen Rayleigh's sword skill falling from the sky, and they were also very clear about how huge the gap between them and Rayleigh was. If you take action, you will only end up in a dead end. Advertisement. Even though he failed in the game and would be captured by the celestial dragons and kept locked up, it was still better than losing his life, right? Thinking of this, a full 30 of the more than 30 people put down their weapons and signaled to throw themselves at Rayleigh. Wow, this is an unprecedented scene in the competition that has been held for such a long time. Player Lao Lei suppressed him with absolute strength, making the remaining 30 strong players choose to put down their weapons and admit defeat. This is the competition. It's a situation that has never happened before. The host said with some excitement. Apparently the host has forgotten that Rayleigh is a thorn in Charles Tien's side. At this moment, Charles's face was already dripping with tears. Not only did Rayleigh kill the ghost immortal he was going to hand over to Vegapunk for research, but he also beat the ghost immortal to pieces. Now he can no longer study the body even if he wants to. This was enough to anger Charles. Now carrying Conqueror's Haki, Rayleigh relied on his momentum to make the remaining 30 strong men on the field put down their weapons. Isn't this kind of deterrence stronger than his own? Thinking of this, Charles took out the remote control in his hand and entered the number 56 with some trembling. No matter what the outcome of this competition is, even if it is obvious that Rayleigh is the final winner, he can't control that much now. He just wants Fu He to die. Big Charles looked at Rayleigh fiercely and pressed the button in his hand. Die. Dee dee. The remote control in Charles's hand started to ring, which meant that the command of the remote control had been sent. Now let's wait and see Rayleigh die suddenly. Charles's face was full of excitement. What is the situation? 4.2. Advertisement. You still have 100 years to go against us, the celestial dragons. Why hasn't Rayleigh fallen yet? Rustu smiled very reluctantly. Although he knew that his hand was far inferior to Rayleigh's, Rustu's pride did not allow him to surrender. Ron said with a smile. Fortunately, he was prepared in advance, otherwise Rayleigh might not be able to use armament Haki to protect himself in time due to the overdraft of observation Haki. Ha ha ha, old man, what are you talking about? I am the one who wants to win this game. How could I give up? You should pay attention to it. Next, I will show my true strength. Deal with you. I didn't expect that Charles would take action so quickly. Does this collar developed by Vegapunk still malfunction? At this time, it was Charles's turn to be confused. Rustu laughed and said to Rayleigh. At this time, Ron also felt something, lying on Tashigi's lap and opened his eyes. This is impossible, Big Charles thought. Charles looked at Rustu and Rayleigh talking so happily that his eyes almost popped out of his head.
Young man, are you not going to give up? Rayleigh looked at Rustu and said with a smile. The moment Charles pressed the remote control, Rayleigh slowly burst out his breath, and his sharp sword intent was like flying knives, rushing towards the remaining players. Although Rayleigh was just playing as required, Charles felt that Rayleigh was ruining his own affairs and working against him. This Vegapunk is the world's #1 scientist. Chapter 547. Skipping. But in front of Ron, all means are useless. No matter what it is, as long as Ron wants to do it, there is nothing that Ron can't do. As long as you have the strength, you can walk sideways in this world. This law applies not only to this pirate world, but to all worlds. Charles looked at the unaffected Rayleigh and was stunned. At this moment, Charles was also panicking and didn't know what to do. Originally, this collar was something that allowed these strong men to obey their orders, but now it is ineffective. What would happen if these contestants knew about it? With these subordinates of his, there is no way to create any threat to the contestants on the stage. Even if he couldn't even protect himself thoroughly, he couldn't do it. Thinking of this, Charles began to sweat on his back. Looking at the contestants on the field, Charles actually had the urge to escape. 13. Charles was wondering whether he should find an excuse to leave first. At this moment, the Murlocs Honey and Rustu were the first to attack Rayleigh. Although both of them are the best among these contestants, there is still no hope of winning against a strong person like Rayleigh. The Fishman Hao still uses the Fishman tribe's signature attack method, the Fishman Karate. Hauna's finned arm had veins popping out, looking more and more oozing. Hao has grown up and lived for so long, and this is the first time he has faced such a strong person. Advertisement Hao's body couldn't help but tremble, but Hao was not trembling because of the difference in strength, but because of excitement. Hao's mood at this moment is not fear, but the excitement of being able to fight against the strong. Every warrior with a strong heart has the heart to challenge the strong. Only by constantly challenging the strong can you discover your own flaws and make faster progress. And actual combat is the best way to improve your strength. Hao's Fishman Karate makes Hao's fists extremely destructive. Although Murloc Karate cannot display its true strength on land, Hao can use the little seawater left in the arena to enhance his strength. Hao's hand is now surrounded by water mist, and the water mist seems to be alive, slowly squirming. Anyone who has reached a certain level of strength can feel the terrifying lethality hidden in these seemingly useless water mist shinobi. When Hao punches out, the water mist will turn into countless small water needles, stabbing the opponent. When the water needle pricks the opponent's whole body has been pricked and bleeding in large areas. At this moment, if Hao's Fishman karate is supplemented, it will cause maximum damage to the opponent. Human, you are very strong, and I respect the strong, so I hope to have a good fight with you. Hao looked at Rayleigh and said. Although he has been captured by humans since he was a child and put up for various auctions, Hao has more respect for a strong person like Rayleigh. Rayleigh looked at Hao and smiled lightly. This water mist was formed by the collision of the water needle shot by Hao and Rayleigh's sword energy. Hao roared and punched Rayleigh. Hao saw Rayleigh's signal, nodded towards Rayleigh, and prepared to attack Rayleigh. Advertisement suddenly, the water mist surrounding Hao's arm turned into countless tiny water needles and flew towards Rayleigh. Hao bent his legs and tightened the muscles in his legs, ready to rush out at any time, and the water mist on his hands began to move. Rayleigh calmly raised the western sword in his hand and slashed Hao through the air. Hao's fist hit Rayleigh with a powerful force. The secret of Fishman karate, the 3,000 tiles fist. The next second, a piece of water mist appeared between Hao and Rayleigh. Before the rainbow dissipated, Hao's figure ejected like a bullet and rushed towards Rayleigh. Hao's front fist hit Rayleigh's face. The punch was fast and hard, followed by his own water injection, giving Rayleigh no time to react. Immediately, Rayleigh swung out a visible light blue sword energy. This sword energy was not very destructive, but the range covered by the sword energy was indeed very wide. Although the water needle is sharp and has a large destructive power and killing range, the water needle is too slender after all, and it quickly collapsed in front of Rayleigh's sword energy. The water mist exploded between the two of them, and under the sunlight, a brief rainbow was formed. Hao had already set up his posture during the sprint. Countless water needles flew towards Rayleigh's face at an extremely fast speed. The water needles were so thin that it was difficult to see clearly. In addition, the seawater was transparent, so humans could not see with the naked eye whether there was anything heading towards them. Fly over. The light blue sword energy also flew towards Hao 283 at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 548 Flash Hao's set of offensive can be described as perfect. Players whose strength is close to Hao's are basically unable to deal with the combo of these two moves. But Rayleigh is the man called Pluton. With the recovery of observation Haki, Rayleigh has a clear perception of everything in the arena. Rayleigh knows everything that every player does. Rayleigh smiled, shook his head slightly, and easily dodged Hao's fist. Hao's 3000 Wajung fist passed through Rayleigh's ear with strong wind, and the force he exerted made Hao temporarily lose his center of gravity. Oops. Hao knew something was wrong. In this kind of duel, even the slightest carelessness could lead to loss of life. Not to mention such a thing as losing focus. Hao never expected that Rayleigh could dodge his combos so easily without even moving his steps. At this moment, Rayleigh still holds the sword in his hand. If he hits his chest with a sword, wouldn't he be doomed? But Hao has already made a move at this moment, and there is no way to stop it. The strong wind brought by Hao's fist blew the two white stacks of Rayleigh Madara and fluttered. Rayleigh smiled and stretched out his left hand. At this moment, armament Haki made a buzz sound and quickly covered Rayleigh's arm. After all, the physical fitness of the mermaid is higher than that of most humans. If you just hit it with your fists, you won't be able to cause much damage to the mermaid. If he used a sword, he might be careless. With Rayleigh's strength, he might kill Hao. Rayleigh didn't want to hurt any of the players in this arena, he just wanted to make them incapacitated. As armament Haki's attachment was completed, Rayleigh punched Haki in the belly. Advertisement Rayleigh's punches were so fast that it was impossible to see clearly. At least that's how it seems to the other players in the arena. In the eyes of the players in the arena except Rayleigh seemed to have just stretched out his left hand to gather armament Haki, and flew out the Haki without even moving. Bang backquote, Hao's body flew several meters away in response, and then landed heavily on the ground. Rustu turned around and took a closer look. At this moment, Hao had been knocked unconscious by Rayleigh. His eyes were white and he was foaming at the mouth. The first one who didn't admit defeat got it done, Rayleigh thought. It was easier than expected. Looking at the fishman Hao lying on the ground in a state of embarrassment, Rustu couldn't help but sweat. Is it so powerful? Rastu and the fishman Hao fought for several rounds, but there was no winner. Although Rastu's strength is slightly better than Hao's, he doesn't have much advantage. Seeing the unconscious fishman Hao, Rustu gritted his teeth and rushed towards Rayleigh. Rustu's special gloves can make Rustu's fist explode, so Rustu's punch cannot be defended by sword energy alone. Rustu's two-jointed arms erupted with a boxing style that was unimaginable to ordinary people. Coupled with the blessing of the specially made gloves, suddenly 10 fisting winds with an explosive atmosphere swept towards Rayleigh. From a distance, this punch looks like Ace's small fire punch. Rocket punch. I'm going to Rayleigh, my concubine. However, Rayleigh's figure remained motionless in place, seemingly unfazed by Rustu's punch. Old man, although you are very strong, you will suffer a big loss if you ignore my punch like this. Advertisement. You really didn't avoid it. Rustu's rocket punch blasted out dense cracks on the entire arena floor, and the flames completely covered Rayleigh's location. At this moment, except that the floor under Rayleigh's feet was blown to pieces, Rayleigh, has disappeared. As the flames dissipated, the view of Rayleigh's location became clearer. How so, old man? You are really ridiculously strong. Can you tell me your real name? Yeah. Just when Rustu was wondering, a cold feeling came from his neck. Rustu couldn't believe it. The fight I was looking forward to has arrived, Ron said calmly. Rayleigh didn't know when he had appeared behind Rustu, and put the sword in his hand on Rustu's neck. But within a few seconds, the flames dissipated. Okay, young man, it's over. Rustu said to himself. The terrifying flames instantly swallowed up Rayleigh's figure, and Rustu also fell to the ground handsomely. At this moment, Ron, who was sitting in the audience and lying on Tashigi's lap, also sat up. Although he knew that he could not cause substantial harm to Rayleigh, Rustu had a little hope that his punch could have some impact on Rayleigh. Rayleigh smiled and said lightly, Pluton, Rayleigh. Chapter 549. Fight without bloodshed. Rustu couldn't help but was stunned when he heard Rayleigh's true identity. It turned out to be a legendary pirate, no wonder he had such strength, and it was not a loss for him to lose to Rayleigh. Rustu turned his back to Rayleigh, felt the coolness on his neck, and couldn't help but smile. Although Rayleigh's knife was placed on Rustu's neck, Rustu did not feel any murderous intent from Rayleigh. Mr. Rayleigh, you have learned a lesson. You will definitely see a different me next time we meet, Rustu said with a smile. As a person with a strong heart, you must not only pursue strength persistently, but also be able to afford to lose. If you can't afford to lose, how can you become a strong person and stand at the top of this world exhibition? After all, no one is born invincible. After listening to Rustu's words, Rayleigh also smiled happily. This young man is quite good. Young man, you have a great future, but after today I have a very important thing to do. I don't know if I will have a chance to live until the day you become stronger. Rayleigh 937 said with a smile. This important thing naturally means asking Ron for help to get Ron on his side and to overthrow the world government. Rayleigh now only sees the unfathomable details of celestial dragons, thinking that his own is going to escape death. But he didn't expect that with Ron's strength, he had already defeated Lord I Am, the celestial dragon's biggest backer. Ron in the audience also became serious at this moment. But Ron's eyes were not on Rayleigh, but on Trafalgar Law lying on the ground. Advertisement. When Trafalgar Law helped Rayleigh deal with the ghost fairy before, several bones in his body were broken by the ghost fairy, but now it's nothing. At this time, Trafalgar Law had already used the ability of Op Fruit to piece together all his broken bones, and even the internal injuries were almost repaired. Op Fruit's abilities are truly heaven-defying. Trafalgar Law held his long knife in his hand, put his long knife on the ground, supported his body, and stood up slowly. Although the injury has completely recovered, Trafalgar Law's mobility has not completely recovered just after recovery. Trafalgar Law turned his head and shook his arm. When he was sure that his injuries and his ability to move had fully recovered, he slowly walked towards Rayleigh. Although he knew that he was no match for Rayleigh, he was determined for this match. I wonder what kind of style this Trafalgar Law will show, Ron said calmly. When Ron was in his own world, he felt that Trafalgar Law's Op Fruit ability was so cool. Not only did it have the heaven-defying ability that could make a person immortal, but it could also unleash Room's extremely pretentious and handsome look, skills. Ron thought, especially Trafalgar Law's handsome posture when releasing Room, how handsome it would be if he also had Op Fruit. Ron, who had never been envious of anything, seemed to have lights in his eyes at this moment. At this time, Rayleigh in the center of the arena also put down the knife on Rustu's neck. Although he doesn't know their names and has never played against them, Rayleigh can clearly feel that their strength is a poor choice compared to Rustu. Rustu said. Advertisement, with your strength, he doesn't even have a chance to draw the knife in front of you. Why do you care so much about this Trafalgar Law? After listening to Rayleigh's words, several contestants were a little dissatisfied, but Rustu waved his hand at this time. Ron heard Tashigi's words, turned his head and looked at Tashigi and said seriously. Okay, you guys can leave, I don't want to hurt your lives, Rayleigh said, looking at Rustu and the players behind Rustu. Let's forget it. With our strength, even if we fight Mr. Rayleigh, we won't be able to understand anything. After all, the gap between us is too huge. Because it's so handsome, Trafalgar Law's skills are really cool. 054302513 Filu 2,221,431. Tashigi looked at Ron, whose eyes were full of expectation, and couldn't help but ask. Being eliminated means losing the qualification for this game and giving up the chance to compete for the championship. Ron, what's wrong? Are you so interested in a supernova? Tashigi asked with a smile. Rustu's move caused the audience to explode. Although this was very embarrassing, Rustu had to admit it. Just when several contestants were about to say something, Rustu had already walked towards the elimination area. Hearing Ron's words, Tashigi was also confused. It turned out that it was because of this, and Tashigi couldn't laugh or cry. Chapter 535. Shocking. Although the audience saw that Rustu's punch was easily dodged by Rayleigh, and Rayleigh easily put the sword on Rustu's neck, the audience obviously didn't want it to be like this. It's over. What is this? Isn't this a fight to the death? Why is there an elimination zone? I've staked so much money on you, and you just give in? There was a burst of curses in the audience. In the noisy auditorium, the scene once became very chaotic. At this time, the host also said awkwardly, Dear guests, please be patient, maybe Rustu player has his own ideas. The host said with some worry. What he was worried about was not the mood of the audience in the auditorium, but the mood of Charles. What bothers Charles the most is such a noisy environment. If the cheers are okay, but there are a lot of curses, this will make Charles very dissatisfied. Moreover, the establishment of the elimination area was only established with the permission of Charles. Now that you are complaining about the elimination area, isn't it a slap in Charles's face? However, the situation at this time was exactly the opposite of the host's worries. After the remote control malfunction, Charles seemed to have become a frightened bird. Charles felt that Rayleigh might have known about his murder of Rayleigh, and Rayleigh must have protected his life through his armament Haki. After Charles thought deeply, he finally figured out that what 4+ Punk invented would definitely not go wrong. At this time, only Rayleigh could resist this explanation. Advertisement Rayleigh didn't riot at the moment, probably because he was in a good mood. If Charles jumped out to show off again at this moment, it would definitely make Rayleigh dissatisfied. Charles thought so. So even though there was a riot on the field at this moment, Charles didn't say anything. Now Charles wants to leave this arena quickly and get out of Rayleigh's sight. But Charles obviously thought too much. After last two admitted defeat, the remaining players also fell silent. They themselves are also aware of their strength. Although they are some of the best players in the competition, they are still far behind compared to last two. Just now, they originally wanted to help Rustu deal with Rayleigh, but they found that they couldn't keep up with Rustu's speed, so they didn't help. Now that Lustudu has taken the initiative to admit defeat, what qualifications do they have to continue to stand here? Rather than being embarrassed by being killed instantly, it is better to be wiser, admit defeat and move on calmly. Thinking of this, several contestants also walked towards the elimination area. Here, what's going on? The players on the field all walked towards the elimination area in unison. Could it be that Lao Liebing can win this game without losing any blood? The host said. Since the competition was held, there has never been such a big own goal. No, there is another player. At this time, the host spotted Trafalgar Law who was walking towards Rayleigh. It is none other than the competition's best hope, Death Surgeon Trafalgar Law. The Trafalgar Law player was not deterred like other players. Even though he was seriously injured, he still chose to challenge our mysterious Lao Lei player. Please give me flowers, advertisement the host said. Haha, call quickly, I'm waiting to collect the money. At this moment, Ron in the audience was like a child, rubbing his hands together excitedly. Ron didn't expect that the game would progress so quickly. Rayleigh's burst of Conqueror's Haki eliminated many miscellaneous fish. Now, relying on the pressure of his absolute strength, he has forced back so many players. You can get 300 billion Baileys soon, which is not a small amount. 0. Although Ron is not short of money, he even said that he can have as much money as he wants. But the money won in this game is different. When Ron was in his own world, although he would sometimes gamble a little, the money he gambled was only a few dollars. Now what Ron wants to win is 300 billion. Ron felt that he had reached the peak of his gambling career. Although I made the bet after knowing the outcome of this game, I won it based on my own ability. Rayleigh looked at Trafalgar Law who was slowly walking towards him and smiled and said. Has the injury almost recovered? Senior, please excuse me for worrying. Trafalgar Law bowed his hand to Rayleigh and said respectfully. Trafalgar Law's move stunned the audience. Although Trafalgar Law stood bravely opposite Rayleigh, this was not a challenger's attitude. This was obviously the respectful attitude of the younger generation towards the elders. We Trafalgar Law players are really polite. We treat the elderly with such respect. Chapter 551 Rayleigh was severed. The host naturally knows about Rayleigh's superior strength, but it's hard for the host to say now that Trafalgar Law's strength is far inferior to Rayleigh's. After all, most viewers put their money on Trafalgar Law. So the host also forced a wave of explanations to make the audience feel. In the match between Rayleigh and Trafalgar Law still has a chance to win. After Trafalgar Law bowed to Rayleigh, he drew his long knife. Mr. Rayleigh, please enlighten me. Rayleigh smiled and nodded, indicates that Trafalgar Law can begin. After Trafalgar received 753 and received Rayleigh's instructions, the op fruit ability was quietly activated. In an instant, a light blue halo enveloped the two of them. The light blue halo continued to expand after surrounding Rayleigh and Trafalgar Law. Gradually, the light blue halo actually occupied half the size of the arena. The fruit ability of Trafalgar Law has been developed to such a terrifying level. Within the scope of the fruit of Trafalgar Law is a godlike existence. It's great that this kind of pervert ability can cover such a large area. Trafalgar Law's development of fruit abilities is almost catching up with me. At this time, Ron in the audience said with a smile. Ron's words are obviously self-effacing. Trafalgar Law's fruit ability has indeed been well developed, but it is still far behind Ron. Advertisement after all, Ron's understanding of the devil fruit has reached a point where he can help others awaken the fruit's abilities. Even if the fruit ability user is not very powerful, the awakening of each fruit cannot be underestimated. You never know what kind of miraculous effects the fruit will bring after it awakens. Is this Trafalgar Law really that powerful? Toshigi asked. Toshigi naturally knew that Ron's evaluation of Trafalgar Law was a false compliment to him, but it was already very difficult to get such praise from Ron. Watching Trafalgar Law briefly fight with Onishinjin before, Toshigi felt that this Trafalgar Law did not seem to be too strong in terms of swordsmanship. If he only uses swordsmanship and taijutsu without using fruit abilities, Toshigi is 100% sure that he can kill Trafalgar Law instantly. It must not be simple for this fruit to be so recognized by Ron. Haha, you will understand after a while. Although his swordsmanship and armament Haki observation Haki are far inferior to yours, armament Haki will have no effect in front of him. Ron said with a smile. After Trafalgar Law finished speaking politely, he picked up his long knife and slashed at Rayleigh from a distance. There is no fluctuation of sword energy, no fancy moves, just a simple blow. As Trafalgar Law's knife fell, Rayleigh's body was cut into 2 sections. Although Rayleigh's body was cut into 2 pieces, not a drop of blood came out from the incision. Rayleigh saw Trafalgar Law's attack and used his observation Haki to predict what would happen next, so he did not use his own strength to block Trafalgar Law's slash. Advertisement: he also didn't use his armament Haki to defend against Trafalgar Law's slash. Within the scope of Trafalgar Law's ability, no matter what it is, it can be cut open by Trafalgar Law. Even if you have a powerful armament Haki, it will not help. Seeing Rayleigh cut into 2 pieces by his own sword, Trafalgar Law also smiled. He didn't expect that he could restrict Rayleigh's movements so easily. But Trafalgar Law really underestimated Rayleigh. With Rayleigh's strength, since he was not injured, how could it affect Rayleigh? This method of using the fruit ability to split Rayleigh in 2 only enhances the flexibility of Rayleigh's body. Rayleigh didn't have any panic expression, and there was already a faint smile on the corner of her mouth. Due to gravity, Rayleigh's upper body began to fall toward the ground. Just when Rayleigh's upper body was about to fall to the ground, Rayleigh held the western sword in his right hand and inserted it into the ground. Most people will definitely be frightened when they see their body being split into 2. 3.9 But Rayleigh is no ordinary person. Now that you know that this is the effect of the fruit's ability, you know that it does not cause any substantial harm to your body. Rayleigh didn't panic at all. The body has been cut off, just put it back together again. In the meantime, Rayleigh's right hand was holding the western sword stuck on the ground, and his left hand was holding his left foot. What is this for? Looking at Rayleigh's movements, Trafalgar Law clearly felt that something was wrong. It seems that Rayleigh didn't panic at all because of his fruit ability, which cut him into 2 pieces. Chapter 552 The real, strong man Rayleigh held her left foot, veins popped out, and all of Rayleigh's strength suddenly burst out. Rayleigh's lower body also jumped up slightly from the ground. Rayleigh held the western sword, supported his lower body, and rotated around the sword. Then towards Trafalgar Law, he threw his lower body with all his strength. The lower body that flew out had black armament Haki condensed on its legs. At this moment, Rayleigh's legs were pointed at Trafalgar Law's face at an extreme angle. If it were normal, he would definitely not be able to complete a flying kick at this angle. The sole of the foot points directly to the person's chin. Luo was momentarily at a loss for this sudden flying kick from a tricky angle. But Trafalgar is also a pirate with rich practical experience. Even when faced with an attack that he could not anticipate, he still had enough reactions to deal with and resolve the moves. I saw Trafalgar Law's Haki wrapped around his long sword in an instant. At this moment, the long knife suddenly shifted from pointing directly at the ground to in front of him. Luo stretched out his other hand, grabbed the handle of the knife, and placed the long knife full of armament Haki in front of him to defend against Rayleigh's flying kick. That's right, within the scope of Trafalgar Law's ability, Trafalgar Law can arbitrarily mobilize objects within the scope of its ability to achieve teleportation. Although Trafalgar Law's armament Haki is not weak, it is still far behind Rayleigh. Therefore, Trafalgar Law can only use his long knife to assist himself in defending against Rayleigh's flying kicks. Advertisement, ding. The sound of metal colliding came from in front of Trafalgar Law. Armament Haki's confrontation actually produced sparks. Trafalgar Law gritted his teeth and resisted Rayleigh's flying kick. If you didn't fight, you wouldn't know that Rayleigh's power is so powerful. Trafalgar Law immediately took out his other hand and held the handle of the knife with both hands. Ah! Trafalgar Law roared and used his greatest strength to launch Rayleigh's lower body. But Trafalgar Law didn't realize that this was part of Rayleigh's plan. At this moment, Rayleigh's upper body slammed the ground with one hand, pulled out the western sword inserted in the ground, and then punched the ground, using the recoil, flew towards Trafalgar Law. With a bang! The ground shattered. Rayleigh's upper body flew towards Trafalgar Law at an extremely fast speed. The lower body that was flying upside down at this moment flew towards Rayleigh's upper body, and the upper and lower body parts naturally merged together. Originally, Trafalgar Law thought that if Rayleigh wanted to regain his freedom of movement and connect the 2 parts of his body, Trafalgar Law would use his room to separate the 2 parts of Rayleigh's body. But what Trafalgar Law didn't expect was that Rayleigh didn't take his body back immediately, but separated the 2 parts of his body and attacked him. Rayleigh already knew that Trafalgar Law had such special abilities when he was saved by Trafalgar Law in a previous fight with a ghost fairy, so Rayleigh did not choose to take back his body at the first moment, but chose to attack. Advertisement Rayleigh's plan was easily accomplished.
After all, fighting against a strong person like Rayleigh who has a top-level observation Haki, even if he is crushed by speed and power, he may not be able to gain an advantage. See it, Ron said slowly, with a little pride in his words. This is a strong person. Even when he is at a disadvantage, he can use his own advantages to forcefully reverse the situation. This is the real strong person. After listening to Ron's words, Insichi was also thoughtful. This is indeed the case. In the situation just now, even I thought that Trafalgar Law had taken the advantage and had even won the competition. But unexpectedly, the situation suddenly reversed. Rayleigh's body completed the docking in the air. In the air, Rayleigh inserted his sword into the ground and stabilized his body 093. Just when Rayleigh's body completed the connection, Trafalgar Law originally thought that Rayleigh would take advantage of the situation to attack, so Trafalgar Law also secretly activated his own ability, trying to complete the position exchange with a piece of gravel next to Rayleigh. Trafalgar Law wanted to use his ability to cut Rayleigh into two sections at once, and then use the fastest speed to completely restrict Rayleigh's ability to move. That way he should be able to win. But Rayleigh's actions always exceeded his expectations. Looking at Rayleigh, who was still smiling, Trafalgar Law also used his slashing attack again. There is still no energy fluctuation at all, no sword energy fluctuation. But the Rayleigh in front of him seemed not to be affected by his fruit ability. After being directly hit by his fruit ability in seconds, he was not cut into two sections again as Trafalgar Law expected, but gradually began to dissipate. Chapter 553, Breakthrough begins. Looking at Rayleigh, who was gradually dissipating, Trafalgar Law was stunned. What's going on? Didn't the skill he released cut him in two? Why did the chop start to dissipate? At this time, Trafalgar Law suddenly remembered that in the previous battle with the Ghost Immortal seemed to have been hit in this form. It's broken. This is an afterimage. Trafalgar Law reacted immediately. My own fruit ability has not been able to act on Rayleigh's body. At this moment, Rayleigh's aura and position have completely disappeared. Faced with such a situation, Trafalgar Law knew that he could not be anxious. Rayleigh must be somewhere beside him at this moment. Under such circumstances, I must not be anxious at the moment. I can only calm down and sense Rayleigh's breath as much as possible. As long as I can capture Rayleigh's aura, it doesn't matter even if I can't see Rayleigh's figure. And catching the breath is much more than seeing the figure. After all, the eyes can deceive themselves. This time Rayleigh did not plan to kill Trafalgar Law directly, but wanted to improve his observation Haki through actual combat. After all, the best way to improve observation Haki is through combat. And the more disadvantaged you are, the more potential you have hidden deep in your body. Therefore, Rayleigh did not take action at this moment, but moved beside Trafalgar Law at an extremely fast speed. Seeing that Trafalgar Law did not make random moves but closed his eyes calmly, Rayleigh also smiled with satisfaction. Advertisement. It seems that you are a malleable talent. Rayleigh's voice echoed around Trafalgar Law. The sound came from all directions, and Rayleigh's location could not be determined. Hearing Rayleigh's voice, Trafalgar Law's mentality did not change at all. Instead, he began to look for the source of the sound, but there was no doubt that it was impossible to determine Fuli's location through the sound. As my mood became more and more calm, Trafalgar Law's observation Haki actually started to have some breakthroughs. In this competition, although he knew that Rayleigh would not kill him, and he also asked Rayleigh for advice on swordsmanship, Trafalgar Law had no intention of relaxing. Instead, this game is regarded as a life and death game. So when Trafalgar Law was settling his mentality, he was extremely nervous. I was afraid that if I was careless, I would be beaten by Rayleigh until I couldn't stand up. Just as Trafalgar Law continued to calm down his mentality, and the observation Haki became more and more intense, and when he was about to feel a trace of Rayleigh's breath, Rayleigh suddenly punched Trafalgar Law in the stomach. Although this punch was not heavy, it still hurt Trafalgar Law. The pain caused Trafalgar Law's finally calm state of mind to start to fluctuate again. Suddenly, the intensity of observation Haki began to weaken. I was almost able to capture Rayleigh's aura, but after being disturbed like this, I regressed in a straight line. Tashigi in the audience was puzzled. That's what happened. Ron, didn't Mr. Rayleigh want to help Trafalgar Law improve observation Haki, but why did he interrupt his promotion? Tashigi could clearly see that Rayleigh didn't take action before because he wanted to force Trafalgar Law's observation Haki to new heights and new limits under desperate circumstances. Use this to help Trafalgar Law improve observation Haki. Advertisement. After being disturbed by Rayleigh, Trafalgar Law did not lose heart and began to adjust his mentality and improve his perception. How to say it? After listening to Ron's words, Tashigi suddenly understood something. Tashigi asked. It turns out that Mr. Rayleigh has thought so carefully. Ron shook his head and said. But Tashigi couldn't understand this punch either. Ron, Zhao explained. If Mr. Rayleigh doesn't create any influence on him, then even if he can capture Mr. Rayleigh's aura, it will only be during the period of meditation with his eyes closed. Quote. You really can figure out difficult questions, but you don't understand simple ones. You really are. Rayleigh is such an excellent instructor. Previously, Rayleigh wanted to help Trafalgar Law improve. Observation Haki could see it, but why couldn't he? In actual combat, no one would stand and let you adjust your condition before fighting you. Ron shook his head. Thinking of this, even Tashigi couldn't help but want to have a few blows with Rayleigh. If observation Haki is improved through such training, it is just illusory. After all, in actual combat, it is impossible to display such observation Haki in a fierce fighting state. As soon as he moves his hands, his perception will immediately decrease. This woman's mind is really complicated. Chapter 554 Haki sees the future. This time, the perception ability improved much faster than the first time. Everything happens once and twice, and this time, Trafalgar Law began to capture a hint of Rayleigh's atmosphere. Feeling that everything around him became extremely clear in his head, Trafalgar Law tried to find Rayleigh's aura. At this critical moment, Rayleigh's attack came. And this time Rayleigh's attack was even more severe than the last time. He directly used armament Haki and punched Trafalgar Law until he vomited blood. Mr. Rayleigh is so cruel. Ron watched on the stage and couldn't help but exclaimed. In order to make this competition closer to actual combat, Rayleigh did not choose to show mercy. However, things have changed at Trafalgar Law. Although Rayleigh did indeed hurt himself, Trafalgar Law clearly sensed Rayleigh's aura the moment Rayleigh punched him. And after the experience of being interrupted last time, Trafalgar Law is also ready to be interrupted again. Although Rayleigh's breath completely disappeared the moment Trafalgar Law was injured, 417 was immediately followed by Trafalgar Law's perception ability being restored immediately. Rayleigh's breath was also clearly captured. After sensing Rayleigh's breath clearly, Trafalgar Law suddenly opened his eyes like an awakened lion. Stretch out your right hand and open your palm. The Op Fruit ability was skillfully activated, and a long knife appeared in Trafalgar Law's hand in an instant. Although his eyes did not look back, Trafalgar Law swung his knife back very confidently. At the same time, armament Haki covers the blade. Ding. Advertisement. The sound of metal colliding was heard. Immediately, where the sound came from, shining sparks collided. Rayleigh, who had disappeared, appeared at this moment. Young man, that's good. I didn't expect that you would be able to capture my breath so quickly. Thank you Mr. Rayleigh for your guidance. Trafalgar Law naturally knew what Rayleigh's intention was when he interrupted himself to promote observation Haki. If he calmly improves his observation Haki to sense Rayleigh, then as soon as Rayleigh disappears, he will have to start all over again. Although he can't feel Rayleigh's aura when fighting each other now, Trafalgar Law can immediately sense Rayleigh's aura as soon as he leaves the battle. Mr. Rayleigh, you're welcome. Since Trafalgar Law has been able to capture Rayleigh's aura, he has enough confidence to fight Rayleigh. Room. Slaughterhouse. This is a particularly buggy move of Trafalgar Law. It can temporarily separate people's minds. If there are more than two people, their minds can be exchanged. At this moment, Trafalgar Law wants to directly peel off Rayleigh's mind and try to see if he can defeat Rayleigh through this method. But this is obviously unlikely. After all, Rayleigh's strength is not a vegetarian. Although Trafalgar Law can sense Rayleigh's position, his speed and strength are not even close to Rayleigh's. And the most important thing is that Rayleigh's observation Haki is far from comparable to Trafalgar Law. Advertisement. Rayleigh knew what Trafalgar Law wanted to do without even consciously sensing it. Rayleigh's observation Haki, is it so powerful that it can predict the future? But now, only Trafalgar Law is left to bear the burden. That's right, Rayleigh's observation Haki can be regarded as the top observation Haki in the pirate world. Even in the heat of battle, Rayleigh can sense the brief future through observation Haki. In Rayleigh's own observation Haki, he already knew that Trafalgar Law would definitely activate his fruit ability and use his knife and his body to change positions to block this slash. Trafalgar Law's knife switched positions with his own. Although the sword was in vain, Rayleigh was not surprised at all. Instead, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This sudden change made Rayleigh slashed with a knife. But it is not so easy to only hurt yourself within your own scope. The moment Rayleigh's sword was about to hit Trafalgar Law, who was busy using Slaughterhouse at this time, did not expect that Rayleigh would choose to attack at this time. However, this time Conqueror's Haki is very different from the previous ones. In the past, one's own Haki was used to target all players on the field, so everyone suffered relatively less Conqueror's Haki. It was indeed the same as what I perceived. Therefore, Rayleigh's sword attack included Conqueror's Haki. Rayleigh thought. As Rayleigh's sword collided with Trafalgar Law's sword, Rayleigh's Conqueror's Haki also exploded instantly. Although Rayleigh's speed is extremely fast, Trafalgar Law's ability allows objects to teleport within the scope of his ability. Immediately, Rayleigh's sword was mixed with Red Conqueror's Haki and slashed towards Trafalgar Law's face. Chapter 555 Rayleigh wins. Suddenly, an extremely strong sense of dizziness completely filled Trafalgar Law's brain. Trafalgar Law only felt at this moment that his ability to control his body seemed to be completely deprived of him at this moment. Is this the true power of Conqueror's Haki? Although Trafalgar Law has lost his ability to control his body, his ability to think is still there. He immediately realized that he was going to fail. At the same time that he lost control of his body, Trafalgar Law also lost control of his Devil Fruit ability. He originally planned to deprive Rayleigh of his consciousness, but now it was his turn to be deprived of his consciousness. In just an instant, Trafalgar Law lost its best opportunity. Rayleigh took advantage of this momentary opportunity, rushed over, grabbed Trafalgar Law's neck, pinched his neck and lifted him up. It's over, Rayleigh said with a smile. At this time, Trafalgar Law also recovered from his brief dizziness. Just when I came back to my senses, I heard Rayleigh's words. As expected, I'm no match for you. I originally wanted to force you to kill me with that one move and learn your special swordsmanship, but I didn't expect that I wouldn't even have the chance to see that move. Trafalgar Law said with some disappointment. Although Rayleigh pinched his neck and lifted him up, he didn't feel suffocated. Rayleigh didn't exert any force, he just wanted to tell himself that he had lost. After hearing Trafalgar Law's words, Rayleigh let go of his hand, and Trafalgar Law fell steadily to the ground. Room. Trafalgar Law activated his fruit ability, but this time he did not attack but put his long knife and Rayleigh's Xiangjong into his scabbard and Fuli's waist respectively. Rayleigh smiled. Young man, it's not easy for you to reach this point. If I were the same age as you, there's no telling who will win and who will lose. Advertisement. Rayleigh said to Trafalgar Law with a smile. As long as you stick to your true intentions and practice diligently, your future achievements will definitely be higher than mine. Rayleigh's words unabashedly expressed Rayleigh's appreciation for Trafalgar Law. After all, the strengths of Rayleigh and Trafalgar Law are indeed not on the same level. You have forced me to use Conqueror's Haki. If I had not used Conqueror's Haki just now, you might be the winner. Trafalgar Law knew what Rayleigh said was true. As long as Gangroo successfully activates his slaughterhouse and deprives Rayleigh of his consciousness, he can throw Rayleigh out of the field and easily win this game. But he never expected that he would become the person who lost his mind in an instant. When masters compete with each other, it only takes one breath to determine the outcome, life or death. But there is one thing Trafalgar Law still can't figure out. Why did Rayleigh activate Conqueror's Haki at that time? Senior, there is one thing I don't understand. How did you know that the move I just made can determine the outcome? You probably don't know my moves very well, right? And even if you did, you wouldn't know what I was going to do. What ability are you using? Trafalgar Law asked. There was a bit of embarrassment in the audience at this moment. What's happening here? Lao Lei, who had just gained the upper hand and lifted Trafalgar Law, why did he suddenly let him go? Please give me flowers. Moreover, Trafalgar Law's ability to activate Op Fruit again is not used to fight, but to put away the weapons of both parties. What's even more incredible is that the two actually started talking. Advertisement. The host looked at the situation in the arena and asked the two of them awkwardly. Lousy came all the way to watch the game, could it be just to watch the two of you talking? Can't you see? I've already lost. Trafalgar Law turned his head and said to the host. Oh. As soon as these words came out, not only the host was stunned, but also the audience. Moreover, most of the people in the audience had placed their bets on Trafalgar Law. Now that Trafalgar Law had given up so easily, their bets were in vain. How could they be happy? There is also an own goal situation where the finalists admit defeat. Excuse me, player Lao Lei and player Trafalgar Law, have you finished playing? What happened to this game? Is this the end of the fight? Countless people threw things at the two of them, including bottles, slippers and knives. Suddenly the audience in the auditorium was unhappy. What? Suddenly there was an explosion in the audience. What is this? In previous games, all players had to be beaten to a bloody head in order to be finished. Today, so many players were stunned by Conqueror's Haki. After all, the effect of the program created by just talking will definitely be poor. In order to avoid the audience's complaints from affecting Charles's mood, the host asked first. Chapter 556, The Passionate Charles. The scene immediately got out of control. Because it was a competition held by Charles, everyone present did not dare to make mistakes during the competition. But now that such a big own goal has occurred, Charles will not be happy. Considering this, the royal nobles also broke out. No, we cannot accept this result. Are you acting? Are you two manipulating this? Many royal nobles questioned this game. At this time, Charles still didn't speak, but the host couldn't sit still. As the host, if he can't handle this situation well, then why does the big 380 Charles support him? Thinking of this, the host immediately shouted at Rayleigh. Player Lao Lei, please respect your opponent. Our game is not a child's play. How can a game like yours make the audience happy? Hurry up and play seriously. Supporters know the strength of Trafalgar Law, so they dare not take responsibility for Trafalgar Law. For this unknown ship repairman, the host thought that this time the competition was just a matter of the contestants being bribed by the royal nobles. Did I admit defeat on my own? Rayleigh said to the host with a smile. Although the host was condescending, Rayleigh also smiled and talked to herself, looking very kind. But at this moment, host Ree felt a big mountain pressing down on him. For some reason, the host felt that Rayleigh in front of him was like a ferocious beast that might pounce on him at any time and kill him. The extremely heavy pressure made the host break into a cold sweat. Just when the atmosphere was extremely awkward, Charles spoke. Shut up, everyone. Advertisement. Big Charles shouted. Lao Lei won this game. As soon as these words came out, the whole place fell silent. What's the situation? Why did Charles suddenly side with Rayleigh? Except for Charles himself, no one knew what he was thinking. The pressure that Charles is facing at this moment is no less than that of the host. Because when I tried to kill Rayleigh before, I didn't succeed. And at this time, Rayleigh is still safe and sound. It can only be said that the special collar invented by Vegapunk poses no threat to Rayleigh at all. It's not a big deal that there is something wrong with this little invention. The most important thing is that Charles feels that he is being targeted by Rayleigh. Looking at it now, with Rayleigh's speed and strength, it is absolutely impossible for him to escape from here. Moreover, no one can protect themselves in this arena. So in this crisis situation, Charles had an idea and chose to side with Rayleigh. As long as he helped Rayleigh resolve this embarrassment when Rayleigh was ugly, Rayleigh's hatred for him would probably be alleviated a bit. And maybe he can take Rayleigh into his own hands. Thinking about this, Charles stood up without hesitation. As soon as Charles's words came out, the nobles in the palace were immediately unhappy, but they did not dare to show it. Don't worry about the status of Charles, he is nothing at all. It's actually not a bad idea for Charles to do this. Rayleigh is a very unpopular player this time, so no one will bet on him. I can be considered as making a big profit, and I am not at a loss either. Advertisement. But Charles never thought that he was overthinking so much. Rayleigh didn't notice any discomfort from her caller at all, and she didn't have any hostility toward Charles. I declare that Lao Lei wins this duel. He will enjoy endless glory and wealth, and become the #1 admiral under my command. Observation Haki predicts the opponent's movements and makes moves. That's just scratching the surface of Observation Haki. After hearing what Charles said, Trafalgar Law also continued the question from 3.3 just now. Why did Rayleigh know that he wanted to use an ability that could determine victory or defeat? It's really pitiful that these ordinary people have no human rights at all under the absolute power of the celestial dragons. Just when Trafalgar Law was shocked, Rayleigh said something that shocked him even more. In one's own cognition, isn't the role of seeing, hearing, color, do, and energy limited to this? The king who was aloof in his own country came in front of the celestial dragons, and he was no different from a slave, except that he was dressed more gorgeously. Charles the Great announced. Trafalgar Law was stunned. Ron suddenly felt that these people were quite pitiful. Rayleigh smiled and said, could observation Haki still be used like armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki? Suddenly, applause resounded throughout the arena. I'm angry, but I still have to give Charles the face. What, is this just superficial? Rayleigh said. Suddenly, the princes and nobles all put on neat smiles and applauded together. In such a world, if pirates dare to stand up and compete with the world government, wouldn't anyone else dare? Seeing the princes and nobles applauding, Ron smiled. Chapter 557. Prepare to receive money. In Trafalgar Law's shocked look, Rayleigh put his face against Trafalgar Law's ear. My observation Haki can predict the future. Although Rayleigh said this sentence very calmly, the shock it brought to Trafalgar Law was unprecedented. After all, I have never heard that observation Haki can predict the future since I was a child. Growing up, Trafalgar Law always felt that observation Haki was just a Haki who could sense the other party's actions. Rather than training observation Haki, Trafalgar Law prefers to develop his fruit abilities and train his armed lust. Trafalgar Law prefers offense to defense. Therefore, since childhood, Trafalgar Law has ignored the importance of observation Haki and has not exercised enough observation Haki. Now what Rayleigh said made Trafalgar Law suddenly realize. Observation Haki can actually foresee the short future. What a heaven-defying ability. No wonder Rayleigh was able to use Conqueror's Haki to stun himself at the critical moment. When he was about to activate the slaughterhouse, Rayleigh predicted the effects of his skills. This ability is really heaven-defying. Trafalgar Law was suddenly sweating profusely. It turned out that Rayleigh was just playing with herself when fighting against herself. If Rayleigh had wanted to, there was no way he could have lasted 10 seconds. The reason why Rayleigh spent so much time fighting with himself was to allow himself to understand a higher level of observation Haki. But Trafalgar Law obviously couldn't imagine it. Ron's observation Haki is several times more powerful than Rayleigh. Advertisement. Ron watched Charles announce the results of the competition and smiled happily. I won money. The bet was won. This is the first time in my life that I have won so much money in gambling. Thinking of this, Ron couldn't help but smile on his face. Now, I can finally go back and show off to Nami proudly. He won so much money this time, Nami must love himself to death. Although Nami loves herself very much even when she has no money, with Ron having 300 billion belly, the attraction to Nami must be even stronger. Tashigi, take the proof of our bet, we will be ready to claim the prize in a moment. Ron said to Tashigi. Under the cheers of the princes and nobles, this time the game finally ended perfectly. Big Charles walked towards the arena with a smile on his face and came to Rayleigh's. Although the game is over, I still have to give an explanation to the audience. I can't let the audience see that I am afraid of Rayleigh, so I announced that he is the first. Charles walked up to Rayleigh, took Rayleigh's hand and raised it. Suddenly, the applause on the court became even more enthusiastic. Charles smiled and gestured to the princes and nobles in the audience, indicating that it was okay. Ahem, after so many duels, I have never been surprised by a player, but on this day, he appeared. Charles said, he is our Lao Lei player. Advertisement. Suddenly, applause rang out at the right time. How can such a person stand at the top of the world? Even a slave would not be willing to live such a humble life, let alone the princes and nobles who were born with golden keys in their mouths. In terms of the ability to handle political affairs, he has done nothing. If not, we have to find the most appropriate opportunity to kill him. The most important thing is that Rayleigh knows that Ron is terrifyingly strong. Player Lao Lei is the winner of this competition. He will gain the right to rule from island number 51 to island no. 60. At the same time, he will also receive a fixed income of 1 billion belly per month. Charles said. Thinking of this, Rayleigh once looked at Ron in the audience. Although I was very unhappy, such thoughts did not disappear quickly. Although they felt a million unhappy in their hearts, the princes and nobles still clapped with smiles. The celestial dragons are nothing like their momentum. When it comes to fighting, they are just like a scumbag. With such strong people siding with the world government and the celestial dragons, the world will never be liberated. Under such sentiments, these princes and nobles imagined how great it would be if one day the celestial dragons were no longer the rulers of this world. Although Ron seemed to be the partner of this big Charles, Rayleigh felt an incomparable aura of justice from Ron. Rayleigh was not paying attention to what Charles said at the moment, but was looking at Ron. Now that he has won the game, Rayleigh just wants to get to know Ron as soon as possible. If a master like Ron can help liberate the people from the oppression under the absolute power of the world government, that would be the best. What an irony. At this time, a trace of resistance arose in the hearts of the princes and nobles. Chapter 558 Apprenticeship to Rayleigh. Rayleigh looked at Ron and found that the other person was also looking at her. What's going on? Rayleigh felt very puzzled. Ron was actually looking at her, but Ron's eyes were very calm, and Rayleigh couldn't read any information from Ron's eyes. At this time, Trafalgar Law walked up to Rayleigh. Mr. Rayleigh, thank you for your guidance this time. If possible, I would like to stay by your side and practice observation Haki with you. Trafalgar Law said that now he is only thinking about becoming stronger and has completely forgotten that he is still the leader of the Heart Pirates. However, the Red Heart Pirates, led by their Fur Tribe crew members, must have landed on the legendary Zoe Island by now, so they don't have to worry too much. Haha, young man, it's not that I don't want you to stay with me to practice. I think you have a very high level of understanding. After I accept you as a disciple, you will surely become a disciple that I am proud of. Rayleigh said to Trafalgar Law. As I said before, I have important things to do after this competition, and it's still a narrow escape. I'm not joking with you anymore. I really have very important things to accomplish. Rayleigh said with a sigh. After all, Rayleigh is also a person who loves talents. For anyone who is talented and has an upright heart, Rayleigh wants to achieve great things through his own teachings. But if Trafalgar Law is involved in this matter, it will only bring danger to him. After all, with his strength, he can only barely reach the level of Shichibukai. Although the fighting power of Shichibukai level is also very strong, it is nothing compared to the real strong ones. So Rayleigh rejected Trafalgar Law. After hearing Rayleigh's words, Trafalgar Law was silent for a while, and then said firmly to Rayleigh. Advertisement. Mr. Rayleigh, I know you have something important going on, and it must be a very dangerous thing. But please be sure to take me with you. Trafalgar Law bowed after speaking. This time, I am really willing to put aside my own life to follow you in practice. I just want to become stronger and protect my crew. If you take me with you, I will not cause you any trouble. In critical moments, you can completely don't care about me. Trafalgar Law said with a serious face. Having said this, Rayleigh could only shake his head helplessly and agreed to Trafalgar Law. Charles watched the two talking and did not disturb them, but began to preside over the next session. Now that the results of the competition have come out, the winner of the gambling can also claim the prize. Charles said with a smile. In this competition, Big Charles really made a lot of money. In previous competitions, Big Charles used secret manipulation and defrauded a lot of money from these princes and nobles. This time in the game, the immortal is the god of heaven and Charles Ann's performance turned around. Charles is also aware of the strength of ghosts and immortals. But what he didn't expect was that the ghost immortal actually hit his super repair ability. If he hadn't met Rayleigh in this competition, Charles would still be kept in the dark. What's more, what he didn't expect was that Guaxianren would be defeated by an unknown shipwright. But fortunately, this shipwright is also an unpopular player, and he still made a lot of money in this competition. Just when Charles was about to announce that no one had won the bet this time, Ron slowly stood up. Brother Charles, I accidentally won this bet. Presumably the money Ron bets, How Wong Li, won't be too much, so he can just lose tens of billions of belly. Advertisement. This is really a secret operation. As soon as Ron said these words, the entire audience immediately became restless. Charles wanted to get angry when he heard that someone actually won the game. Charles didn't know where this fear came from. Rayleigh looked at the young man in front of him carefully again. After looking at him carefully for a while, he was convinced that he did not recognize this person. Does this person know me? It has been seen before that the relationship between Ron and Charles is very unusual. Now that Ron has won money, the princes and nobles have taken this idea seriously. Since it's Ron, just bear with it. Rayleigh was also confused when she heard that Ron had bet on herself. This is just right, let me have a good look at who you are. But as soon as he heard this voice, he immediately lost his temper. Although they had this idea, they still did not dare to say more. Although Rayleigh didn't know Ron, the sensitive Rayleigh also noticed that Ron must have made a special trip to see her. And Ron knows himself well. And in Charles's mind, although Ron was just an ordinary person, he was definitely someone he couldn't afford to offend. As celestial dragons, they are actually afraid of civilians. I don't know what to ask, but Charles is sincerely afraid of Ron. Well, brother Ron's eyesight is really extraordinary. He was able to see through the situation of this game and chose such an unknown player. Chapter 559. Stealing chicken but losing rice. Charles was obviously stunned for a moment when he heard that Ron actually bet on Rayleigh, but his awkward look quickly disappeared. Big Charles said to Ron with a smile. I wonder how much money brother Ron deposited. Although Charles didn't really want to pay Ron the money, Ron's intimidation made him feel very uncomfortable. Although it will cost some money, it nothing to Charles, who is a member of the Celestial Dragons. But when Ron spoke the next second, Charles's face twitched obviously. I don't dare to bet more, it's just 3 billion belly. Ron said calmly. As soon as these words came out, both the audience and the players in the arena were stunned. As we all know, if you win the bet in this game, the prize money of the game will be 100 to 100. In this case, if 553 Ron wins this game, he will get 300 billion Baileys. What is the concept of 300 billion Baileys? This much money is enough to reward 2 emperors. Such a large amount of money, even with Charles's background and strength, is very painful. Charles twitched the corner of his mouth and said with some embarrassment. Brother Ron, this is a bad joke. He didn't believe that Ron would bet so much money on an unknown player. After all, the princes and nobles who were expected to win the first seed did not bet too much money. Yes, after all, 300 billion Baileys sounds too scary. Advertisement. As soon as Ron said these words, the princes and nobles in the audience also dispelled their doubts about Charles's secret operation. 300 billion. Judging from Charles's expression and complexion, it seems that it really has nothing to do with Charles. After all, Charles's voice trembled because of this. Seeing the appearance of Charles, the princes and nobles couldn't help but feel happy. Why don't you treat us as human beings? You can't step down now. The princes and nobles thought. After all, in front of so many people, Charles would not slap himself in the face. Because Charles hitting himself in the face is equivalent to hitting all the celestial dragons in the face, he will probably not be able to survive with the celestial dragons. However, Yincherjun has a way of not giving her daughter-in-law. If an ordinary prince or nobleman wins the game, out of consideration for his own face, Charles will definitely pay the bonus to the winner after the game. But after the game is over, that person must spit out the money he won. It's not that easy to make money from celestial dragons. The nature of this competition is actually a way for Charles to exploit various countries. After accepting the invitation from Charles, if you don't go, you won't give Charles face. Then Charles can find a reason at any time to destroy himself and his country. Therefore, the princes and nobles of various countries can only choose to participate in this money-giving bet. After all, no king of any country would dare to offend Charles. Even if you come to participate in this big gambling game, if you don't pay to participate in the gambling game, it will definitely cause Charles the displeasure. Advertisement. Therefore, in every game, the princes and nobles have a tacit understanding, and they all only bet 100 million belly. In this case, neither more nor less. They won't lose too much money, and Charles won't make things difficult for them. Charles's money encircling talent plan originally went smoothly. But the sudden appearance of Ron not only made Charles lose money, but also caused him to lose a lot of money. Brother Charles, I'm not kidding, this is my betting slip. Ron said with a smile. After saying that, a door appeared in front of Ron without any warning, and at the same time, a door also appeared opposite Big Charles in the arena. Ron took Tashigi's hand and walked through the door. Soon, Ron and Tashigi appeared in front of Charles. This time, Ron quietly released his Conqueror's Haki. Although Conqueror's Haki can cause a strong sense of dizziness and even fainting. But Ron's mastery of observation Haki is beyond comparison. At this moment, with Ron's appearance, everyone in the entire arena, including the audience, felt an extremely terrifying pressure. Although this kind of terrifying coercion does not bring discomfort to people's hearts, it gives people the feeling that Ron seems to be an extremely terrifying beast, as if it is ready to pounce and bite him at any time. Especially Charles, who was close to Ron, turned pale with fright and couldn't help but push back a step. Why is the person in front of me so terrifying? And I don't have the courage to disobey him at all. Big Charles is messy. Seeing Ron Haki's appearance, Rayleigh seemed to understand something. The Celestial Dragons will not allow others to use Conqueror's Haki in front of him, because they hate anyone who has the qualifications to become a king. Chapter 560. Not much, only 2 billion. But obviously Charles didn't know about this slight Conqueror's Haki released by Ron at this moment. It's obvious that Ron is playing tricks on Celestial Dragons. After getting these guesses, Rayleigh couldn't help but feel relieved. I didn't expect that the person I had been waiting for so long was right in front of me right now. And based on Ron's understanding of himself, Ron bet so many Baileys on him, it can be seen that Ron must have come specifically to find out what happened to him. No matter who he is, as long as he stands on the opposite side of the world government, he can be a friend. Ron smiled and took a piece of paper from Tashigi's hand. Big Charles, look, this is my bet slip. Check it out, is it true? Ron smiled and handed the betting slip to Big Charles. Looking at Ron's stretched out hand, Charles didn't know why, but an even stronger fear rose from the bottom of his heart. I have never felt this way before. I am a celestial dragon's being. How can I be afraid of someone? Although Ron made Charles feel very uncomfortable, Charles did not dare to resist Ron at all, and took the bet slip from Ron in a polite manner. Charles said with a smile. Brother Ron, what are you talking about? Of course I won't doubt Brother Ron's words. Why give me this bet slip? Even though I say I don't need it, my body is still very honest. After taking the bet slip, Charles looked at it carefully. It is indeed 3 billion Baileys. Damn it, this is going bankrupt. Big Charles cursed in his heart. But there was no way. Charles didn't dare to have any evil thoughts towards Ron, so he could only say with a smile. Advertisement. Brother Ron, congratulations on winning so many Baileys. I will arrange for Jenin to send the money to you soon. Big Charles said, but his face was obviously a pain in the a. Here's Brother Charles, Ron said with a smile. Although Charles lost a lot of Pele in this game, it is already very good to get a talent like Rayleigh, and it can even be said to be a bloody profit. At this moment, Charles no longer cared about how Ron knew that Rayleigh had the ability to win. What he cared about was that Rayleigh didn't know that he just wanted to kill her. No matter what the reason is, 300 billion Baileys and a talent like Rayleigh is really a waste of money. Fortunately, the caller just failed, otherwise I would have lost a big help in competing with my younger brother, Charles Jr. Although there was a little accident, the ending was still okay. Big Charles thought. Charles thought, after Ron, no one would bet on Rayleigh to win anymore. Ever since, Charles once asked the audience, is anyone else going to win this bet? If not. Before Charles could finish speaking, a burly middle-aged man stood up in the audience. Lord Charles, I also bet on Mr. Lei to win. That's right, the person who said this is none other than the king of Wei country, Liao Ming. When he heard these words, Charles almost ran out of breath and spat out a mouthful of old blood. What's going on? There are two people betting on such an unpopular player. This is not a joke. In the audience, the atmosphere immediately reached a climax. This feeling is so good. The money that Charles stole from them some time ago will soon be spit out. Asterisk. Advertisement. There is nothing more exciting than this. Although they dare not cheer, the atmosphere on the field is also very subtle. Don't joke. This prince doesn't like to joke, Charles said to Liao Ming somewhat coldly. Lord Charles is joking. How dare I take advantage of Sir Charles for fun? I also have a betting slip as evidence. After hearing Liao Ming's words, Charles suddenly felt his scalp numb. Charles asked Liao Ming tremblingly. After all, this involved how much money he had to pay. How much did you bet? Not much, Liao Ming said respectfully to Charles. When he heard the words, Liao Ming Bu Duo, Charles immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It was okay, he didn't need to accompany him much. Compared to Mr. Ron, my bet is not much, 2 billion berry. Cough cough cough. As soon as Liao Ming said these words, Charles immediately felt a tightness in his chest and he couldn't breathe. Even with Charles's determination, when he heard these words, he couldn't help but take 2 steps back in fear. Am I going to die? Not much, not much. You call it not much. Just 2 billion. Are you kidding me? Big Charles almost fainted from exhaustion. Now how to do? I have already agreed to give Ron the gambling money. If I don't give it to Liao Ming now, what excuse will I have? Hey, let's stick to the old method. I had better promise Liao Ming to give him 200 billion belly first, and then send someone to get the money back when he leaves Sabayati Archipelago. Advertisement Chapter 561, Celestial Dragons Give In. After all, with the status and power of Charles, Liao Ming should not dare to disobey. Thinking of this, Charles's face immediately returned to a polite smile. It seems that someone is really lucky today. This is the first time since the market opened that someone has guessed correctly. Charles said with a smile. After hearing what Charles said, the audience in the auditorium immediately understood. This big Charles wants to give the two winners a showdown. They don't know if Ron is like this. After all, judging from the previous selection of Ron, Charles still respects Ron very much, and he probably won't fall out with Ron over the 300 billion Baileys, 130. But Liao Ming is different. The Kingdom of Wei was originally a little-known country, and the princes and nobles present did not think highly of Liao Ming, let alone Charles, because of the decline of the Kingdom of Wei. What Charles just said was telling Liao Ming, don't think that if you win this bet, you can take away the money. You don't even know who you are and dare to have your thoughts on my money. Liao Ming was stunned when he heard this. Liao Ming must know in his heart what Charles means. But Liao Ming was very unwilling. Your country is already on the verge of destruction, but these 300 billion belly can bring your country back to life. Is this opportunity going to be lost like this? Liao Ming was really unwilling, but there was nothing he could do about it. The one who let him win was Charles. Just when Liao Ming figured it out and was mentally prepared to return the money, Ron spoke. Brother Charles, this Liao Ming wants to go with you later. Ron said calmly. Advertisement. As soon as Ron said this, Liao Ming was stunned. Charles was also stunned. Who is this Liao Ming? And Ron actually wants to help him. Although Ron didn't want to care about how Charles exploited these princes and nobles, Ron felt that Liao Ming was a good person. Since this unfair thing happened in front of my eyes, I still have to take care of it. After all, this is what Ron is aiming to prevent. Ron liberated the world from the celestial dragons, didn't he just want to return justice to the world and exchange human rights for everyone? So Ron stepped forward. Brother Charles, I want you to take more care of Liao Ming. Do you think that's okay? Ron said to Big Charles with a smile. Although Ron's words were very calm, if taken literally, there is indeed no unnecessary meaning. But this sentence does have a redundant meaning. The contestants, the host, and the princes and nobles in the audience were all shocked after Ron said this. Ron actually dared to threaten Charles. Liao Ming couldn't help but swallowed when he heard Ron's words. Ron was actually willing to help him so much, even at the cost of offending Charles. Although Liao Ming showed Ron and Charles had a good relationship, Liao Ming did not expect that Ron would be like this. Even Rayleigh was stunned. His curiosity about Ron rose to an extremely high level. Advertisement. I originally thought Ron was a friend of Charles, but now it seems that I was wrong. Ron obviously has the strength to make the celestial dragons fear him. Ron is indeed very powerful and has unmatched strength, but strength alone is not enough to make the celestial dragons afraid. Just when everyone felt that the air was starting to solidify, Charles's laughter broke the awkward situation. Ha 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 ha. Brother Ron, what are you talking about? Your friend is naturally my friend. From now on, Brother Liao Ming will be my brother. As soon as Charles said these words, the jaws of the princes and nobles in the audience almost dropped. Who is Charles the Great? The eldest son of the Celestial Dragons family who has the right to attend the meeting. Even among Celestial Dragons, Charles's status is very high, let alone in front of civilians. But today, Charles gave in. Moreover, he was an unknown person. This person was not a prince or nobleman, and no one present knew him. Who is this person? Is he also a Celestial Dragons? But aren't all Celestial Dragons supposed to be wearing a glass respirator? Ron obviously isn't. After Charles's 2.7 laughs, Ron also laughed. Brother Charles is worthy of being the heir to the Charles family. He treats his friends so wholeheartedly. I believe Mariajoy will be very popular in the future. Ron said some polite words. What's wrong with me? Big Charles asked himself in his heart. I am a high-ranking Celestial Dragons. The guy's words just now were clearly provoking me. Why wasn't I angry? No, I was angry, but I really didn't dare to disobey that person. Chapter 562. Are you Ron's friend? Charles has been a proud person since he was a child, but today, he has completely changed. When Liao Ming heard what Charles said, he hurried forward and bowed deeply. Thank you, Lord Charles. Liao Ming will take care of the kingdom of Wei carefully and actively encourage the people to pay heavenly gold. Speaking of heavenly gold, Ron's face became a little gloomy. The so-called heavenly gold is the gold tax that every commoner must pay to the celestial dragons. This heavenly gold is enforced. If you do not pay the heavenly gold, you will be arrested, sold into slavery or exiled. In this world, there are many countries that are very poor, such as Liao Ming's country of Wei. In these countries, they were already very poor. Because they could not pay the heavenly gold, many young and strong men were captured and worked as coolies. After all, he couldn't let his wife and children be captured as slaves. Therefore, under this heavenly gold system, those 13 countries that were already poor have become increasingly poor. But as a small king, how can he compete with the celestial dragons? Because of the gold in the sky, many countries have perished in recent years. Such a garbage system can only be imagined by garbage among garbage. Ron firmly believed this. Brother Liao Ming, since you are Brother Ron's friend, then your country's heavenly gold will be waived from today on. Charles said with a smile. 1 plus 4. How is this going? Did Sir Charles's head get caught in the door today? The audience suddenly burst into laughter. This is so damn abnormal. Advertisement. Even Liao Ming couldn't believe his ears. Lord Charles, what did you say? Charles said to Liao Ming with a smile. I say that starting from today, your country will no longer have to pay heavenly money. Every word is extremely shocking. Today was so amazing. First, he saw the life and death duel between two supermasters, saw the magical door that can restore people's injuries to their original state, and even saw the transformation of Charles. At this moment, someone in the audience couldn't sit still. Lord Charles, can our country also be exempted from heavenly gold? The somewhat ignorant man shouted. This person is the same person who laughed at Liao Ming for betting on Rayleigh. When Charles heard what he said, he smiled and said to him. Are you also a friend of Brother Ron? I'm not. When asked by Big Charles, the man was a little confused as to why he would ask such a question in the first place. What the hell are you doing? Do you still want to get rid of the heavenly gold? You look down on us celestial dragons and think you are on the same page as us, right? Charles's originally friendly tone suddenly became vicious. Yes, this is the real Charles. Hearing such an angry roar from Charles the Great, the king who proposed to get rid of the gold in the sky was immediately frightened and slumped down in his chair. Seeing Charles's angry expression, he immediately came back to his senses. Advertisement. The man didn't know which country he was the king of, but according to his previous conversation with Liao Ming, we knew that their country's national foundation was still very strong. But at this moment, this person knelt down with a plop. Lord Charles, calm down. I was wrong. I don't dare to talk nonsense anymore. I hope you, sir, will spare me this time. Seeing that this man had a good attitude towards admitting his mistake, Charles didn't continue to embarrass him. At this time, Charles suddenly thought of a way. I can let this matter go, but I have a condition. A faint smile appeared on the corner of Charles's mouth. Lord Charles, just tell me, no matter what it is, I will do it. The king was relieved to hear that Charles planned to forgive himself. Everything has rewards and punishments. For example, Liao Ming, who has great vision, made the same bet as Mr. Ron. Not only did he get a generous bet, but he also got the qualification to be exempted from the heavenly gold. Charles continued. But you said something wrong today, so I will naturally punish you. Charles said with a smile. I don't know why, but the king could read anger in the eyes of Charles. Not to mention winning money from Ron, but also winning money from the king of a small country. Where is the dignity of the celestial dragons? But under Ron's intimidation, Charles not only couldn't be angry, but also gave Liao Ming a special privilege, which made Charles extremely unhappy. Now, there is actually a king who does not know the heights of heaven and earth who dares to stand up and provoke him. Naturally, Charles will not let go of this opportunity and will naturally punish him severely. Haha, don't worry, I won't embarrass you, let alone let you get hurt. Big Charles said with a devilish smile. I promise that you will be safe and sound without a single hair being damaged, but starting from today, your country will have to pay 3 times the heavenly gold for 10 years. Chapter 563. The Majesty of Charles the Great. As soon as these words came out, the king was stunned. 3 times heavenly gold, what is this concept? Doesn't this mean to completely oppress one's own country to the point of subjugation? As soon as Charles said this, the noisy sound in the entire arena fell completely silent for an instant. Those who are not Ron's friends cannot enjoy such treatment. Who on earth is this Ron, who can actually let Charles show off such dignity? Ron looked at Big Charles and smiled, and said to Big Charles. Brother Charles, you are too flattering to me. You make me a little embarrassed. No, Brother Ron, you have the ability to sell me this face, so don't be humble. From Ron's smile just now, Charles felt that the pressure on Ron's body suddenly decreased suddenly, and the feeling of being overwhelmed just now was completely gone. Charles felt much more relaxed and immediately said to Ron. After all, he never wanted to feel that kind of oppression again. When he heard that Charles was going to double his country's gold in 10 years, the king also collapsed. In fact, 3 times the heavenly gold is nothing, if the time is short. In just 1 or 2 years, the king could use his years of savings to make up for the lack of gold in the sky, so that the people would not know about it at all. But if his citizens know that because of his nonsense, his citizens will be implicated and have to pay 3 times the heavenly gold for 10 years, his position as king will probably not be preserved. Advertisement. What's the point of a king like this who doesn't understand the general situation and doesn't know how to judge the situation? This king knew very well what it meant to have 3 times the heavenly gold in 10 years. Immediately, the king's legs weakened, he knelt down towards Charles and kowtowed heavily. Lord Charles, I was wrong, can you take back your life? The king kowtowed heavily on the ground one by one. After a while, a red mark was left on the ground. Yes, this king has smashed his head, but what's the use? I originally thought that a weak country like Weiji country and such a king could receive the treatment of being exempted from the heavenly gold. A powerful country like myself would definitely be able to enjoy such treatment. But now, the king realizes that he is really too arrogant and that he is actually nothing. Charles looked at the king who was kowtowing on the ground and smiled. Do you think you can change anything by kowtowing like this? Even if you kowtow all day long, I won't change my decision. Charles's face was full of ridicule. A mere mortal king dared to bargain with the celestial dragons. He really didn't know whether to live or die. This king's lesson learned from the past also severely woke up all the spectators in the auditorium. Charles originally planned to announce that the game was completely over and let everyone leave, but suddenly an interesting idea came to Charles's mind. No matter what the conditions are, I will try my best to complete them. As long as Mr. Charles takes back what he said before, I am willing to do anything small. Ha ha ha, you are really funny. I didn't even tell you what to do and you agreed. Advertisement. Liao Ming also received such treatment because of Ron. Charles said with a smile. It's still the brutal Big Charles. The reason why Big Charles has that attitude is entirely because Ron is a super strong man. Charles said with a smile. No matter what it is now, he is willing to try it. As long as the lives of the people in his country can be undisturbed and the heavenly gold in his country can return to normal, he is willing to try everything. I felt extremely uncomfortable being suppressed by Ron's momentum. I felt uncomfortable all over. When I had nowhere to vent my anger, such a king who didn't know how to live or die suddenly appeared. Why not play with him? Don't you want me to take back the life of doubling your country's heavenly gold 3 times? Now there is an opportunity to shrink your country's heavenly gold to 1/10, that is, 1 year. Do you want to try it? After hearing what Charles said, the king who was kowtowing immediately raised his head. Thank you, Lord Charles, for being accommodating. Seeing the miserable look of the king, Tashigi couldn't help but pull the corner of Ron's clothes and motion for Ron to help him. Great Charles is still Great Charles. The king who was kowtowing kowtowed even more diligently. Seeing the ridiculous look of this king, Charles smiled ferociously. This was the feeling he wanted to enjoy, and everyone surrendered at his feet. The king said to Charles with some gratitude. Thinking of this, Charles squatted down with a smile and said to the king who was kowtowing. Chapter 564 Yumeng's Intimidation. Although these people also laughed at Ron and the others when they were betting before, this is also human nature, and arrogant people usually do this. What's more, their country's national strength is still so strong, so this king is naturally very arrogant. With Tashigi's kindness, he naturally couldn't watch such a tragedy happen. He couldn't implicate the entire country just because of a small mistake of this king. Ron looked at the anxious Tashigi and shook his head at Tashigi expressionlessly, signaling Tashigi to ignore the matter. Seeing Ron's expression, Tashigi calmed down. Ron was not a cold-blooded person, and Ron naturally had his own intentions in doing this. At this time Ron said to Charles with a smile, "Brother Charles, why don't you let me make things difficult for him this time?" Ron said with a smile. As soon as Ron said this, the cold smile on Charles's face immediately disappeared, and a kind smile immediately appeared. Since Brother Ron has such an idea, let Brother Ron give it a try. Charles said with a smile. No matter what Ron asks for, Charles will agree to it. This is the side effect that Ron left in Charles's head when he changed his memory. Although Charles really doesn't want to agree, he will still agree. Since Brother Charles has said this, I will not hesitate to raise a difficult question to make things difficult for this poor man. After saying that, a small door appeared in front of Ron without any warning, and from this small door, Ron took out a sword. This sword looks no different from an ordinary sword, just as dazzling and gorgeous. Ron picked up Yumeng in his hand and waved it gently towards the sky. Then he brought Yumeng in front of the king. Ron's hand loosened and Yumeng immediately fell to the ground. That's right, it fell to the ground. Advertisement. Yumeng is so sharp, it has penetrated 3 inches into the ground just by relying on gravity. If Ron had used just a little more force, the divine sword Yumeng might have cut off the arena. Seeing such a sword, everyone present, except Tashigi, was stunned. What kind of sword is this? It's not a supreme sword, nor is it from the Devil May Cry series. How can it be so sharp? Could it be a famous sword from long ago? Seeing Yumeng falling down from his scalp and inserting it in front of him, the king was so frightened that he swallowed his saliva. What does this mean? Do you want to commit suicide? Immediately, the king was so frightened that his whole body became paralyzed, and he no longer had the strength to even kowtow. Ron took a few steps forward and squatted down in front of the king. Poor man, I don't know your name, and I don't want to know your name. Now, as long as you can pull this sword out of the ground, I can triple the gold in the sky of your country. The time went from 10 years to 1 year. After Ron finished speaking, he glanced at Charles. Charles saw Ron looking at him and knew that Ron was asking for his consent. Big Charles immediately smiled and nodded. Since I agreed to Brother Ron, then naturally Brother Ron has the final say. Although Charles felt that such a test was too simple, he had no choice but to agree. Those present also felt that such a test was too simple for the king. The weight of the divine sword Yumeng, judging by how easily Ron wields it, is obviously not very heavy. But at this moment, the host's trembling voice came out through the microphone. Advertisement. There was no need for any moves at all. Even if Ron pointed the sword at Rayleigh, Rayleigh would not be able to use any moves under such terrifying sword intent and energy. Is this a god? Everyone, look at the sky. After Ron swung his sword easily, a huge crack appeared in Tianlong. It was obviously cut open by Ron's sword just now. At this moment, something that they could not believe in their entire lives appeared in front of them. Hearing the host's voice, everyone raised their heads and looked at the sky. This sword, in the eyes of others, seemed to be just an ordinary good sword, but in Rayleigh's eyes, Rayleigh saw a different picture. Look at the sky. Ron actually has such a sword and can wield it so easily. This requires such terrifying swordsmanship and powerful sword intent. Let alone pulling out the sword, even Rayleigh himself did not have the courage to touch the sword. This scene even shocked Charles. Brother Ron, what did you do? No, there is a huge ferocious beast living inside this sword. Thinking of this, Rayleigh realized that his sword skill falling from the sky was nothing in front of Ron. The cracks in the sky looked so scary, gray clouds were rolling, and there was a dark patch in the huge cracks. The surrounding flowing clouds are constantly rolling inwards. This is not a sword, this is clearly a huge ferocious beast. Ron didn't answer Charles's question, he just smiled. Chapter 565, Attempt. The punished king smiled and quickly stretched out his hand, trying to pull the sword out of the ground as quickly as possible. I'm afraid that Ron or Charles will regret it. Because such a challenge seems too simple for him. But is all this as simple as he thought? How can an ordinary man like him pick up the divine sword Yumeng? When the king put his hand on the hilt of the divine sword Yumeng, an overwhelming pressure suddenly surged toward him. At this moment, a huge tiger seemed to appear in front of the king's eyes. The tiger was now howling at the king with its bloody mouth open. When the king saw this scene, he was immediately frightened. His body suddenly lost balance. He staggered back a few steps and almost fell to the ground. Seeing the poor man in such a mess, Charles was puzzled. Isn't this the simplest thing? How could it be like this? Originally, Charles thought that Ron wanted to help the king, but now Charles knew that the matter was not that simple. The people present who did not understand swords felt very puzzled when they saw this scene. The sword was stuck on the ground motionless. Why was the king so frightened and so embarrassed? Tiger, there are tigers. The poor king said tremblingly. There is a tiger inside this sword. After saying that, the poor king began to have big beads of sweat on his head. Looking at this poor king, many people present thought that he was scared crazy by Charles. Where did the tiger come from? They couldn't even see it. Ha 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 ha, brother, don't be ridiculous. You don't think that Sir Charles can get around you just by pretending to be crazy. Advertisement. The audience burst into laughter. Although this king's country is very rich and its overall national strength is very strong, his mind is so weak that he can't withstand a blow. He goes crazy if he is so casually frightened. At this time, Ron also said calmly to the poor king who was slumped on the ground. What's wrong? Don't you want to keep trying? Ron's words were very calm, making it impossible to guess what other meanings he had in them. When the king heard Ron's words, he shook his head vigorously. I won't try anymore. I won't try anymore. I give up. Although what the poor king saw was not a real tiger, the aura and sight were very lifelike. As long as he met Yumeng, he could see the pressure Yumeng unleashed on him. People who are not strong-willed enough are not even qualified to meet Yumeng. Under this terrifying pressure, the poor king had clearly forgotten what kind of things would be waiting for him if he failed. It seems that you still deserve it, but it's a pity that the civilians of your country have to bear the responsibility of Russia together with you, a failed king. Ron said, slowly stood up, and was about to pull out the divine sword Yumeng from the ground and put it back in his own space, when the poor king said tremblingly. Mr. Ron, please give me another chance. Although this sentence is very lacking in confidence, his determination can also be seen. If he fails, not only will his throne suffer, but hundreds of people will suffer along with him. Advertisement. Please give me flowers. After a long ideological struggle, he finally decided, no matter what he would face next, he would pull Yumeng out of the ground. Ron was also quite surprised when he looked at the king's eyes. Although this poor king has a very ordinary character, he will still put the interests of the country first at critical moments. The way Ron looked at the poor king was no longer so contemptuous. Okay, then try again. Ron said calmly. After getting Ron's permission, the poor king slowly extended his hand to the divine sword Yumeng. The scene he just saw was still fresh in his memory. Although he did not touch the divine sword Yumeng, the poor king seemed to have seen the beast that was about to appear again. But this is nothing compared to the punishment of Charles the Great. Grit your teeth. After thinking about the people behind him, the poor fixed net once placed his hand on the divine sword Yumeng. As expected, the moment he put his hand on Yumeng's sword hilt, the terrifying beast appeared in the mind of the poor man. The huge tiger rushed towards the poor king at great speed. There was an unpleasant smell in the tiger's bloody mouth, and the saliva kept dripping from its mouth. Is this really my hallucination? All of this feels very real, and it is definitely not fake. The poor king thought that all this was just an illusion, but unexpectedly, it all seemed to be real. Chapter 566. Well done. In such a real situation, the king wanted to put down his hands, because this huge tiger was about to come in front of him. Not to mention that the king could smell the fishy smell, he could also clearly feel the wind caused by the air flow when he rushed over. It was at this moment that Charles's words came to his mind. No, I can't let go. The king closed his eyes, trying not to see all this. But how is it possible? This is something that appears in his spiritual world. He can still feel it clearly when he closes his eyes. At this moment, the huge, 057, tiger bit the poor king on the shoulder. Huge pain swept through the king's body in an instant. The pain was so intense that the king almost fainted. Is this true? Because in the illusion, you can't feel such real pain at all. As the pain intensified, the poor king saw one of his arms being torn off alive. Immediately blood sprayed out. Am I going to die? Thought the king. In reality, everyone looked at the king a little strangely. Just holding Ron's Yumu, what chance is this? The king had his eyes closed at this time, but his head and even the clothes on his body were completely soaked with sweat. And the king had an extremely painful expression on his face. Advertisement. This doesn't let you get shong, is that what it is? In the illusion, this king is about to collapse. At this moment, the tiger had swallowed the torn-off arm into its stomach, intending to bite itself again. At this time, the poor king was forced to a dead end, but his spirit was still not broken. At this moment, he discovered that the divine sword Yumeng was still stuck under his feet. This seemed to give the poor king once more hope of survival. Although one of his arms has been bitten off, he still has another arm. The king quickly bent down and grasped the hilt of the divine sword Yumeng. Just when the poor king wanted to pull out the divine sword Yumeng, he realized that the divine sword Yumeng was too heavy and seemed to be connected to the ground. At this moment, the tiger had bitten his other arm again. At this time, most of his shoulder had been bitten by the tiger, and the tiger had begun to tear at his shoulder. No, he must not fail again. If the only remaining arm is torn off again, then he will definitely not be able to pull out the divine sword Yumeng. Suddenly, a magical power began to burst out from the poor king. This is the power of despair. This sword-like Yumeng also recognized this king. After all, it was his sense of responsibility for his country that made him face such terrifying beasts in this fantasy world. The king used all his strength to finally pull out the divine sword Yumeng from the ground. The moment the divine sword Yumeng was pulled out, the tiger also disappeared. This poor king also returned from the fantasy world to the real world. At this moment, he was already raising the divine sword Yumeng in full view of everyone. Question mark. At this time, the princes and nobles all had the same idea. Advertisement. After acting for such a long time, I was sweating profusely and had a painful expression on my face. This guy's acting skills are really amazing. Immediately, there was extremely loud applause from the audience. Looking at Yumeng in his hand, the king smiled. Brother Charles, if you think this guy is acting to deceive you, you can try holding the hilt of my sword and see what happens. You lowly commoner, are you playing with my IQ? Great Charles roared at the poor king. Lord Charles, please calm down. I don't know what the villain did to offend Lord Charles. And the divine sword Yumeng penetrated into the ground again. Naturally, Charles knew what this applause meant. It clearly meant that Charles's IQ had been insulted. Did I pull it out? Hearing Ron's words, Charles smiled and explained. Ron suddenly spoke, which immediately dissipated a lot of Charles's anger. The acting is really great. But the poor king did not let go. Instead, he held the hilt of the divine sword Yumeng tightly. Due to gravity, the king also fell to the ground. But at this moment, divine sword Yumeng became extremely heavy, as if it was a big mountain. Veins suddenly popped out on Big Charles's forehead. Brother Ron, I know you set out such a simple test to reduce the burden on the citizens of their country, but this evil person dares to insult us, which is another matter. Just when Charles was about to say that the 2.3 king of the country was acting to deceive him, Ron said with a faint smile. Seeing the angry Charles, the king immediately let go of the divine sword Yumeng and kowtowed to the ground. Chapter 567. Great Charles's Reflection. What Charles said clearly meant that Ron's status was equal to his. Although Charles knew that Ron was letting loose and deliberately sparing the poor king and his country from being punished with 3 times the heavenly gold, he still followed Ron's wishes. This shows that Ron's status is completely comparable to that of Charles. But can a commoner have such a status? After hearing what Charles said, Ron didn't say anything, but lightly shook his head. With Ron's thoughts, the divine sword Yumeng slowly floated up from the ground and floated in front of Charles. Brother Charles, try holding it. Excalibur Yumu can now complete some simple actions under Ron's thoughts. Looking at the divine sword Yumeng floating in front of him, Charles also smiled. 13. Even if you use such a good sword to swing it, it won't matter. Try it yourself. What's more, this sword has split the sky. Charles nodded and held the hilt of the divine sword Yumeng in front of him. The moment Charles grasped the hilt of Yumeng's sword, he knew how stupid he was. How dare you underestimate Ron's sword? In full view of everyone, Charles was so frightened that he staggered and collapsed on the ground. Ron slowly came to the front of Charles. Looking at Big Charles lying on the ground, Ron said with a smile. Brother Charles, how do you feel? Tiger? No, it's a fierce tiger. Advertisement. Big Charles said tremblingly. As a skyman, he has been well protected by various guards since he was a child, and he has never encountered any danger. Just now, Charles saw an extremely ferocious tiger, very real in front of him. Just when the tiger was about to bite him, he let go of the hilt of the sword. CTN escaped from the fantasy world. People without a strong enough will are not even qualified to hold Yumeng. People like Charles the Great could only be so frightened that they collapsed on the ground. Seeing Charles paralyzed on the ground in fear, the surrounding guards panicked and immediately rushed onto the arena, aiming their weapons at Ron. What do you want to do? Put down the sword in your hand. After all, judging from such actions, it is indeed easy to misunderstand. Ron handed the sword in his hand to Charles, and then said something to Charles, who was so frightened that he collapsed on the ground. Obviously, it was Ron who threatened the safety of Charles. The scene suddenly became awkward. I thought Ron was some great person, but I didn't expect that he would now fall out with Charles. Several guards immediately rushed to Big Charles's side, helped Big Charles up and said to Charles. Lord Charles, are you okay? Hearing someone calling him, Charles's mind slowly returned to reality. Seeing himself sitting on the second floor, Yuningji was about to surrender. Ron, who had been stabbed, appeared in front of Charles. Suddenly, Charles slapped the guard who helped him up in the face. What are you doing? You are so brave, you dare to be disrespectful to Mr. Ron. As soon as these words came out, everyone on the field was stunned. Advertisement. Didn't Ron want to kill him? What's going on? His majestic celestial dragons are actually inferior to an ordinary king. Charles slowly stood up from the ground and walked to Ron's side with a smile. From the moment he was born, his parents told Charles that he was the master of the world. Charles also understood something at this time. Thinking of this, Charles also walked to the poor king before. Brother Ron, I never imagined that your sword is such a ferocious beast. Moreover, the poor king before was able to pull out the divine sword Yumeng from the ground. How much courage it took. Lord Charles, isn't it Mr. Ron who wants to kill you? Big Charles said with a straight face. Thinking of this, Charles suddenly felt that he was very embarrassed. Although he is a celestial dragons, he is really not as good as ordinary people in some things. The guard who helped Charles up looked at Charles suspiciously. What do you know? It was hard for Charles to imagine how Ron could hold such a sword calmly and be able to use it. If this sword was so vicious, then it would be perfectly reasonable for Ron to use it to cut the sky. 933. Charles is very troubled by this issue now. The guard felt aggrieved. Didn't he come to save Charles? He was slapped inexplicably. As a celestial dragons, what makes you more noble than ordinary people? You kid, you can get up now. Since you have won the bet that Mr. Ron set for you, your country's punishment of 3 times the heavenly gold will be cancelled. Chapter 568. Fulfilling Roger's Legacy. Because the Charles family was originally the leader among the celestial dragons, as the eldest son, Charles was naturally extremely noble. But today, for the first time, Charles discovered that he was no more noble than ordinary people. It's not like Charles has never seen the clever minds of ordinary people. I have gambled with many people before. When I gambled with Charles, no one dared to win. But when Charles was not playing, Charles discovered when he was watching the game that others did not show their strength at all when playing with him. There is no need to compare with the fighting power of ordinary people. Charles has been well protected since he was a child and has never learned any self-defense skills. Charles knows that he is no better than ordinary people in anything. Could it be that he is brave? But on this day, he knew that he was not brave, or even timid. After hearing what Charles said, the poor king immediately knelt down in front of Charles and kowtowed crazily. Thank you, Lord Charles, thank you, Lord Charles. Charles looked at the miserable king and said lightly. If you want to thank, just thank Mr. Ron. Now great Charles feels that he has no reason to accept the king's kneeling. After all, his bravery is so inferior to him. At least in this aspect, he is better than himself. Great Charles feels that he is no better than him. It's inferior. After saying that, he slowly turned around and walked towards the auditorium. Charles's departure means that this game is over. After hearing Big Charles's words, the poor king immediately turned around and licked his head towards Ron. Thank you, Mr. Ron. Now the king also realized how extraordinary the person he had laughed at before was. Advertisement. Ron didn't say anything. The purpose of this trip was not to show off, but to find Rayleigh and win money. So Ron took Tashigi's hand and slowly walked towards Rayleigh. Seeing Ron appearing in front of him, Rayleigh was also stunned for a moment. Mr. Rayleigh, I have long admired your name. Ron spoke first and greeted Rayleigh politely. Sure enough, he really knows me. Rayleigh knew that he had guessed correctly. After all, Rayleigh's competition information did not include the word, Rayleigh, at all. Since Ron could directly say his name, he must know him very well. I don't know what you call me, but you have such terrifying strength at such a young age. Rayleigh didn't waste any time and directly asked about Ron's background. Rayleigh originally thought that Ron was using his pseudonym. After all, how could a person with such terrifying strength be unknown in this world? But the next second Rayleigh was stunned. My name is Ron. I am here mainly to see you, Mr. Rayleigh, and to win some money by the way. Ron said calmly. How could this happen? Could it be that I have been hiding from the world for a long time and have never heard of your reputation? I am really rude. Rayleigh said with an awkward smile. With Luo Ken's strength and status, it was naturally necessary to deceive him. I wonder why Mr. Ron came to see me. Ron's next words actually made Rayleigh's eyes start to get wet. Advertisement. I'm here to help Roger fulfill his last wish. Rayleigh said calmly. Rayleigh wanted the red-haired Shanks to join forces with her to fulfill Roger's last wish, but Shanks refused. Rayleigh didn't understand Shanks' position very much. Just ask how many people in this world can do this. Although he respects Captain Roger's will, he does not want to become a sinner of this era. Although he was very old and his qualifications in the pirate world were considered supreme, Rayleigh still bowed to Ron. Even when Roger was captured by Marine and prepared to be executed, Rayleigh was not so shocked. There was a hint of relief in his voice. After all, I have been waiting for this sentence for many years. Rayleigh was stunned for a moment and quickly returned to normal. After all, this sentence came from Ron's mouth, so it was even more different. A few simple words gave Rayleigh an unprecedented shock. Rayleigh had already found the red-haired Shanks when Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, was growing up. I understand, I will listen to your arrangements next. Shanks's answer was that he, Zhao Zhao, liked the current world very much and did not want to break the peace of this world. Maybe Shanks has an unknown identity. But it doesn't matter now. Ron, who already has strength far beyond Shanks, is willing to help him. Now as long as we find the old members of Roger's pirates and gather as many people as possible, with Ron's help, we can definitely fulfill Roger's last wish. Ron can split the sky with a single sword. Although Ron's sword is very simple, it would be impossible to do it without super high swordsmanship and peak sword intention. Chapter 569. A powerful partner. Ron looked at Rayleigh, who bowed towards him and smiled lightly. Mr. Rayleigh, you are polite. I know what you are thinking. I can indeed help you overthrow the world government, but I am not a major participant. I hope you can do this on your own. Quote. Ron continued. Because I have almost solved all the people or things that can cause obstacles to you. Of course Rayleigh didn't know that Ron had already defeated Lord I.M., the super strong man behind the mysterious 5 elders. After defeating Lord I.M., Ron didn't announce the matter in a high-profile manner, and he didn't want to now. Without the support of such a super strong person, Wylong and Marine must be no match for Lee and Whitebeard. What's more, the Whitebeard pirates have now regained their peak power. Well, then why is Mr. Ron always looking for me? Rayleigh was a little confused. With Ron's strength, he could easily overthrow the world government, but Ron still went to such trouble to find her, saying that he would watch him do 140 until this point. How is this possible? After all, Roger has passed away. All the crew members of the Roger pirates have disappeared, and most of them are even dead. Rayleigh alone can do this. Although I am stronger than ordinary pirates, except for being with my old friend Shaki, I have basically no contact with anyone else. I'm afraid we can't do this just by ourselves. Rayleigh knew very well that with his strength, even 2 Marine admirals, let alone world government, would be completely unbearable for him. Rayleigh expressed her doubts naturally. This time Ron didn't speak. Advertisement. Tashigi next to Ron stood up and said politely to Rayleigh. Mr. Rayleigh, you are not the only pirate in this world who wants to liberate the world BDBA. Tashigi's smile was very nice, but from Tashigi's body, Rayleigh felt more than polite. As a swordsman, Rayleigh felt from Tashigi's body that Tashigi's sword intent was no weaker than that of Haki. Although Tashigi looks weak with eyes, it is obvious that even if Rayleigh wants to defeat Tashigi, it seems impossible. Who is this Ron? The women around him have such terrifying strength. How many people like him are there around him? Only then did Rayleigh remember to ask. I wonder where Mr. Ron comes from. I wonder if there is a pirate group. Rayleigh asked. It doesn't matter where I come from, but I do have a pirate group. My pirate group is called the Sword and Rose Pirates. Ron smiled after saying that. You must know from the name of my pirate group that our pirate group is Grandmaster in swordsmanship and has only female crew members. There are many swordsman masters like Tashigi in our pirate group. Sword and Rose Pirates. Why haven't I heard of this pirate group? The main reason is that the strength of this pirate group is so terrifying. Not to mention the strength of the captain, the strength of the crew alone is so troublesome. Apart from anything else, if the Sword and Rose Pirates really have many sword masters of this level as Ron said, wouldn't this be the most terrifying force in the pirate world? Advertisement. Thinking of this, even with Rayleigh's determination and mental quality, he couldn't help but break into a cold sweat behind his back. Does Miss Tashigi intend to help me realize Captain Roger's legacy? Rayleigh asked with a polite smile, pushing up the glasses on the bridge of her nose. If Mr. Rayleigh needs my help, my sisters and I will naturally take action. However, Captain Ron doesn't seem to want our pirate group to interfere more in the affairs of this world, so we have found a person for you. A very strong partner. Tashigi said with a smile. Oh, I am all ears. Rayleigh was curious about what kind of person could be called a strong partner by someone like Tashigi. Captain Edward Newgate, waiting for you to come with us. Tashigi said with a smile. Upon hearing the name, Rayleigh was stunned. Edward Newgate, who else would dare to use this name? Isn't he the real king of this sea? You're talking about the leader of the Whitebeard pirates. Edward Newgate. Rayleigh still feels a little unreal. After all, Whitebeard had rejected Roger's request many years ago because he wanted nothing but his family and did not want to risk the safety of his family. So Whitebeard did not help Roger overthrow the world government, but chose to live a peaceful life on this sea with his sons. However, at Whitebeard's current age, isn't his physical condition already in bad shape? How could he agree to such a thing? Chapter 570 Summoning the Admiral. And based on the friendship between Roger and Whitebeard, Whitebeard always chose not to help, so how could he agree now? Rayleigh didn't believe Tashigi's words. Ron said calmly. Mr. Rayleigh, I know what your concerns are. With my help, Margao, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, has awakened his phoenix fruit. Ron paused and continued. I think you know what this means, right? Today, Rayleigh's world view has been refreshed. The awakening of the phoenix fruit. The more powerful the fruit, the more difficult it is to awaken it. For a powerful phantom beast fruit like this, after awakening, it is simply a soul-shattering existence. No wonder Whitebeard was able to agree to Ron's help in fulfilling Roger's last wish. It turned out to be this. In this case, basically speaking, no matter what kind of opponent the Whitebeard pirates encounter, as long as Margao is not restricted by Seastone, the Whitebeard pirates will basically not suffer casualties. Mr. Rayleigh, let's go, I want to get my bonus. Ron said calmly. Now that Rayleigh has been found and Rayleigh has been convinced, there is only one thing left, which is to get the money. Ron never thought that he would win so much money through gambling. This is really the pinnacle of his life. 300 billion belly, Nami must be extremely happy. Thinking of this, Ron couldn't help but smile. Advertisement. At this time, in Charles's bedroom, Charles was angrily making phone calls. Mr. Vegapunk, you should give me a reasonable explanation why the thing you designed suddenly malfunctioned. At this time, Charles was holding a telephone bug and talking to the phone bug, his tone full of dissatisfaction. Charles felt that this time Rayleigh probably didn't realize that he had murderous intentions towards him, otherwise the people present today would probably not be able to find Rayleigh to kill him. Now without the suppression of the caller, Charles no longer dares to face Rayleigh. Although Rayleigh is now his slave, a slave with a relatively high status, this slave's strength is not average. What if Rayleigh is angered and Rayleigh is unhappy and kills herself? So Charles can only hide now. What, Lord Charles, are you saying that my caller is malfunctioning? On the other end of the phone, a middle-aged man who looked like a scientist said in a panic. This man is none other than Vegapunk, the world's #1 scientist. Lord Charles, I have never had any problems with my inventions, and I carefully inspected this collar for slaves when it was delivered to you. Vegapunk felt that Charles had encountered something dissatisfying and was taking it out on himself. After all, the title of the world's #1 scientist is not for nothing. It would be excusable if some high-precision instrument made an error. How could such a simple collar make an error? This was simply an insult to him. However, Vegapunk didn't dare to complain. After all, Charles's status and power were too great. Do you think it is necessary for this prince to vent his anger on you? Do you think I am looking for trouble? If you don't believe it, you can come over and check your collar yourself. Ad. Charles hung up the phone angrily. Advertisement. Please give me flowers. This Vegapunk is really arrogant, he dare not admit that he has a problem. The world's #1 scientist is nothing in front of him. If he hadn't played some role in restricting the peace of the world, he would have killed him long ago. After his anger was over, Charles fell into fear again. The game is over, and the player he was optimistic about was also killed. Do you really want to use people like Rayleigh to help you seize power? Rayleigh is the person who owns Conqueror's Haki. Don't say that you have lingering fears about such a person. I think such a slave will not be recognized. After all, such people are potential dangers in this world. Thinking of this, Charles became depressed. In this competition, not only the chicken but the rice is lost, not even a strong player has been selected. I thought about my 500 billion belly. Charles was extremely distressed. In this situation, Foolie just needs to change to a good collar. But if Rayleigh is asked to change the collar, it will definitely arouse Rayleigh's suspicion. When Rayleigh knows that the collar is broken, not only will his own life be in danger, but the capable slaves he has finally captured will be let go. Bar. Charles walked around the room anxiously, and suddenly he remembered an idea. Marine Admiral. Now as long as Marine Admiral arrives here and forces Rayleigh to wear a new collar, then the money he lost in this game will be equivalent to wasted. At worst, when competing with his brother's men, he can just tell Rayleigh not to use Conqueror's Haki. Thinking of this, Charles once again picked up the phone in his hand and dialed Naval Headquarters. Chapter 571. Charles's request for help. Not working, not working. Sengoku, who was sitting in the office eating snacks, was startled by the sudden call. This is a sensitive period. After all, there was a meeting between the 4 emperors before. I don't know what Whitebeard wants to do, but based on Naval Headquarters' understanding of the Whitebeard pirates, Whitebeard will not easily launch another attack on Naval Headquarters. But the meeting between the 4 emperors was another event that shocked the world. Sengoku put down the snacks in his hands and answered the phone. This is Marin Fendo, Naval Headquarters. I am Marshal Sengoku. Who are you looking for? Sengoku said, Wu Si-san, while eating snacks. On the other end of the phone, Charles was a little excited when he heard that the call was connected. After all, I finally heard the voice of Marshal Sengoku. As long as I explain the situation to Sengoku, I will soon receive support from the Naval Headquarters. Marshal Sengoku, this is Charles. I'm having some trouble in the Sabayati archipelago right now. Charles said anxiously. Lord Charles, what's wrong? What trouble did you encounter in Sabayati archipelago? Sengoku was a little disgusted when he heard the call from celestial dragons. Although he is a marine marshal, he really doesn't have a good impression of celestial dragons Sengoku. But as marine marshal, he must ensure the safety of the celestial dragons. So Sengoku politely asked Charles about the situation. My safety has been threatened. The collar that Vegapunk gave me to restrain the slave is now malfunctioning. Now there is a slave with Conqueror's Haki and ultimate sword skills who is no longer under my control. Charles said anxiously. Although he did a very stupid thing, for the sake of his own face, Charles still pushed all the problems onto Vegapunk. Advertisement. Okay, we will immediately send several vice admirals to protect your safety. Sengoku said perfunctorily, but at this moment, Sengoku suddenly remembered, because Charles seemed to have mentioned Conqueror's Haki just now. Conqueror's Haki appears in Slave. Every owner of Conqueror's Haki is a threat to the world. Sengoku also immediately became energetic. What, Lord Charles, you mean the owner of Conqueror's Haki? And the ultimate swordsmanship? Such a description is obviously that of the red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, but it is obviously impossible. No matter how bad the red-haired Shanks is, he will not fall into Charles' Curie. Lord Charles, do you know his name? Sengoku asked seriously. He is the shipwright slave we found in Sabayati archipelago, but for some reason, he has such superb strength. His name is Lao Lei. Charles said excitedly. Lao Lei, superb swordsmanship, owner of Conqueror's Haki. With such a description, it is difficult not to think of the legendary pirate. Although it was urgent, Sengoku still relaxed. Lord Charles, please wait a moment. First we'll send Marine Admiral Kizaru to Sabayati archipelago to protect you in a moment. If that person is really who I guess, Kizaru may not be able to solve it if he goes there. Sengoku's tone was a little solemn. After all, as Charles, there is no need to fight haha. But Charles has now called Naval Headquarters, which shows that there is indeed a situation. Hearing Sengoku's words, Charles immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Advertisement. Then I'll trouble Marshal Sengoku. Charles smiled and hung up the phone. Someone is coming. Sengoku whispered. Immediately, the door to Sengoku's office was pushed open, and a young marine walked in respectfully. Marshal Sengoku, what are your orders? The young marine saluted and said. Tell Kizaru to come to me now, immediately. Sengoku said calmly. Yes. The young marine bowed to Sengoku, turned around and walked out. After Ron finished talking to Rayleigh, he planned to take Rayleigh with him and go to Charles to ask for money. Ron and his group walked towards the VIP area of the arena. Along the way, Charles's servants saw Ron and Rayleigh walking together and bowed one after another. Rayleigh won this game, and it goes without saying that his strength is great. Ron, who was walking at the front, was the person they feared the most. 3.2 Ron's identity is very mysterious. No one knows what Ron's background is, but from the respectful attitude of Charles towards Ron during the game, it can be seen that Ron's status is extremely high. When he first arrived, the slaves present only regarded Ron as an ordinary prince and nobleman, but it is different now. He is the most respected person in this area. Feeling all these changes, Ron felt that this world was really ironic. Tashigi was still walking behind Ron very gracefully. Being able to walk beside Ron made the women nearby extremely envious. Chapter 572 Kizaru goes out again. Marshal Sengoku, what do you want from me? At this time, a lazy and lewd voice came into Sengoku's ears. Apart from Huang Yuan, no one in the entire pirate world could make such an obscene sound. As soon as he finished speaking, a wretched middle-aged uncle opened the door and walked in. Huh, you're here. Sengoku raised his head, looked at Kizaru and said. What's wrong, Marshal Sengoku, didn't you transfer me to New World in an emergency? Why are you calling me back in such a hurry now? Kizaru said with a smile. This look on Kizaru's playful face made Sengoku feel indescribable. Although blindness is a very peaceful situation, Sengoku doesn't know why, but always feels very uneasy inside. I always feel like something big is going to happen during this time. But Sengoku couldn't say what exactly was going to happen. So even if 13 faced Kizaru with such a playful smile, Sengoku still couldn't laugh. Kizaru, I have summoned you here for something very important. It is related to the celestial dragons. Sengoku said solemnly. Oh, celestial dragons. Is it because the Sabayati archipelago matter was not resolved before? Although Kizaru is usually very laid back, Kizaru can still vaguely feel the reason why Sengoku called him here this time. Your guess is probably correct, but this time it's not because the celestial dragons were killed last time, but because the celestial dragons are in trouble now and want your help. Sengoku said calmly. Oh, what happened to the celestial dragons? Are you asking for my help? Kizaru said doubtfully. Advertisement. This time, one of Lord Charles's slaves actually possesses super high swordsmanship and Conqueror's Haki. Sengoku continued. And his name is Lao Lei. You must be able to guess this person's identity. Sengoku said seriously. It's so scary. Could this old lady be the legendary Rayleigh? Kizaru still has that terrible catchphrase. Although Feng Qingyan looks playful and smiling on the surface, Kizaru still dare not underestimate Rayleigh in his heart. After all, he knows Rayleigh's strength very well. The world-famous pirates of that era only had a few fuel-efficient lamps. And judging from Sengoku's attitude, he is likely to encounter Rayleigh on this mission. Okay, Marshal Sengoku, I understand, I will go there now. Well, you should go there as soon as possible. Big Charles's attitude seems to be very anxious. Big Charles is currently located on island number 1 of Sabayati archipelago. You should go there as soon as possible. Sengoku continued. I guess with your ability, it won't take long to arrive. New. After saying that, Huang Yuan turned around and walked out of Sengoku's office. Kizaru sighed lightly as he walked out of the office. It is really helpless that not only the salary has not increased, but also that I have to do this to myself. Complaints turned into complaints. Under Kizaru's thoughts, Kizaru's body began to gradually dissipate, turned into light, and dissipated in the air. At this time, Ron took a super VIP position under the arrangement of his servants. Advertisement. At this time, 3 pretty maids in maid uniforms came forward and bowed respectfully to Ron. Mr. Ron, and it is not easy to take away such a large amount of money at once. Please take a rest and we will be responsible for arranging manpower to deliver the gambling money to your doorstep afterwards. Okay, then I'll wait a little longer. And even with Charles's financial resources, it is not an easy task to collect so much money in a short period of time. By the way, haven't I already won the game? Where can I collect my bet? However, there is no need for my gambling money to be sent to my home. You are responsible for sending the gambling money to the port designated by me. My ship will be anchored at the port. The leading maid took a step forward and said. The maid said with a smile. Now that everything is done, we just need the money to leave. Moreover, Charles cannot tolerate sand in his eyes, so how could he allow others to climb on his head? But this time, Charles really admitted it. There is no point in staying in this place any longer now, Ron just wants to leave as soon as possible. When she heard about this incident, the maid thought Ron was a mature and stable middle-aged man, but she didn't expect him to be such a young boy. Ron said with a smile. However, it is not easy to take away such a large amount of money at once. Mr. Ron, first of all, congratulations on winning this bet. Mr. Charles is using his connections to transport your 300 billion Baileys to you as soon as possible, 723. Mr. Ron, please wait a moment. Even though she had worked in Charles's mansion for so many years, she had never seen Charles suffer such a loss. Ron waved his hand gently. Ron was not used to this. Ron said helplessly. Chapter 573 Special Temperament. Yes, the maid replied respectfully. Then Mr. Ron, please take a rest for a while, and we will prepare the money for you soon. Ron waved his hand, signaling the maids to leave. The maids naturally knew what Ron meant. Although Ron didn't hate them, they would probably be unhappy if they kept following him. So the maids bowed respectfully to Ron and stepped back. Mr. Ron, I didn't expect you to have such a hobby of gambling. This is comparable to that of the newly promoted Marine Admiral Fujitora. Rayleigh touched the beard on his chin and said, Mr. Rayleigh, don't get me wrong, I just want to feel the joy of winning money. And the money I won is Celestial Dragon's money, so there must be nothing wrong with it. After all the maids retired, Rayleigh and Ron started chatting straight to the point. Ha ha ha, what Mr. Ron said makes sense, but how did you know I was here? Rayleigh felt very puzzled because since she retired, she had lived a very low-key life and had not done anything harmful to society. To be fair, no one should know where he is, not even Ron. Mr. Rayleigh, you have to ask Whitebeard. Ron said calmly. It's Whitebeard again. Could it be that you came to help me specifically? Rayleigh said with a smile. That's true. I'm not very interested in the issue of the dominance of your world. But I'm very unhappy. People are divided into high and low. Ron continued. Advertisement. Especially some celestial dragons I saw before. Their behavior was outrageous, so I even killed celestial dragons. What? Rayleigh was shocked. Although he had heard that someone had killed celestial dragons in the Sabayati archipelago, Rayleigh felt that all this seemed to be just the people being too resentful towards the celestial dragons and wanting to arouse people's resistance. But I didn't expect this to be true. Since you killed the celestial dragons, why weren't you pursued by the admiral? If I perceived correctly before, Kazaru seemed to have come to the Sabayati archipelago during the time of the incident. And the thing that can make admiral take action will naturally be the celestial dragons thing. I didn't expect this to be true. As for others, there may not be many people in the world who want to live a good life after killing the celestial dragons, but with Ron's strength, it is naturally not a problem. Mr. Ron, then why are you able to come to this Sabayati archipelago so arrogantly now? Aren't you afraid of being pursued by naval headquarters? Rayleigh was a little worried. Although one admiral poses no threat to Ron, what about 2, 3, and a marshal? The situation is completely unpredictable. After all, killing celestial dragons is no small matter. Mr. Rayleigh, don't worry, that admiral will probably run away if he sees me. What you perceived before was not wrong. Kazaru is indeed here, but he is absolutely no match for me. Ron continued. You should know the news about Admiral Akainu's death in the previous summit war, right? Ron asked with a smile. Well, I heard that when the Whitebeard pirates were about to lose, a mysterious swordsman suddenly came to Marin Fendo and completely reversed the Whitebeard pirates' disadvantage. Rayleigh said thoughtfully. Advertisement. I heard that the mysterious man who stopped the summit war also killed Akainu with one sword. Although this is a bit exaggerated, I think it is not easy for anyone who can kill Akainu. After all, Akainu's strength is there. Even if Whitebeard wants to deal with Akainu, it is not an easy task. Single quote. That thing is not an exaggeration, because I did it. Quote. Ron said calmly, without any fluctuation in his eyes. Rayleigh has been hiding in the world for many years and does not actually have much information about the outside world. So Rayleigh didn't know exactly what kind of person he was who killed Akainu. Rayleigh was a little ashamed, and the shock in her heart could not be described in words. Rayleigh is just more determined now. Ron was truly sent from heaven to rescue the people oppressed by the celestial dragons. Mr. Ron, please pay me your respects. Rayleigh suddenly stood up from her seat and Zhao Zhao's bowed to Ron very solemnly. What are you doing? Rayleigh's actions made Ron a little confused. Mr. Rayleigh, what are you trying to do? Ron quickly stepped forward and helped Rayleigh up. Mr. Ron, please help me finish what Roger has not finished. Rayleigh's eyes are full of sincerity. Rayleigh saw hope in the world from Ron. Although Ron has not done anything to make Rayleigh see his character so far, Rayleigh has such a strong feeling. Moreover, the temperament exuded by this person is much stronger than Roger's. Chapter 574. He shouldn't be so stupid, right? This temperament is not an ordinary temperament, but it is not just the temperament of a king. This is the temperament that stands at the apex of all things. Tashigi also came forward wisely at this time and said, Mr. Rayleigh, what you said is very polite. Our captain still has many things that we need to ask you for advice. We hope you will not hesitate to give us advice when the time comes. Tashigi is truly a swordsman. After seeing Rayleigh's swordsmanship that transformed observation Haki, he still can't forget it. And the current atmosphere is very embarrassing. Oh, you want me to ask for advice? Rayleigh touched his beard and felt something interesting. With Ron's strength, he still needs to ask himself for advice. At this time Ron also spoke first. Mr. Rayleigh, when I saw the sword technique you performed falling from the sky, there was a golden thing attached to your sword blade. I guess this thing is also a type of Haki. Ron thought Rayleigh had spoken his mind. Oh, how do you know? But this can't be called a Haki, but a kind of energy 097. Rayleigh didn't expect that Ron could even see that he had used observation Haki's overdraft to launch this move. When I watched you perform this move, your mentality reached an unprecedented level. This must be the reason why observation Haki was upgraded to ultimate. Ron continued his analysis. After you used this trick, your perception ability seemed to have completely disappeared. So I feel that your golden attachment should be related to your observation Haki. Why? Ron said calmly. Papa Papa. A burst of applause rang out without hesitation. Advertisement. As expected of Mr. Ron, your guess is indeed correct, but it's not accurate enough. Rayleigh said. I call this golden attachment of mine natural energy. Rayleigh explained. You must also know very well that no matter how powerful human beings are, they cannot compete with nature. Everything we have is given to us by nature. When I upgraded observation Haki to ultimate, I could feel that the air was full of floating natural energy. And this natural energy can be captured through a special sword dance method. After listening to Rayleigh's words, Ron suddenly understood. So that's why you swung your sword that time. Ron suddenly understood why Rayleigh's sword kept changing as it waved. Yes, I use my special sword dance method combined with my observation Haki's perception to gather all the natural energy around me into my sword. In this way, I can launch my ultimate move. Natural energy sounds pretty good. Ron thought. If you don't understand, just ask. This is well reflected in Ron. Then do you see this? As soon as Ron's thoughts moved, a dark door suddenly appeared in front of Ron. Ron looked into the door and took out his sword Umang. Although this is the second time Rayleigh has seen this sword, Rayleigh's fear of this sword has not weakened at all. Ron easily held the Umang in his hand and began to imitate Rayleigh's example of waving the divine sword Umang in his hand. Umang waved quickly in Ron's hand, exuding a faint halo at the same time. With Umang in Ron's hand, even with a very light swing, the sword energy could be seen. If Ron had struck with all his heart, what kind of terrifying sword energy would have been unleashed? Ron's talent is extremely terrifying. Any swordsmanship or moves. Advertisement. As long as he used it once in front of Ron, Ron could perfectly learn it from himself. Even Rayleigh's special sword dancing style is no exception. I just activated my normal level of observation Haki, and I clearly sense that there are indeed many special energy emperors around us in this world. If you want to attach this natural energy to your body, you must first consider whether you have a body as tough as fine steel. Quote. Natural energy cannot be seen or touched. Are you kidding, Ron? What? The swordsmanship that I had been pondering for so long was actually stolen by others in an instant. Ron slowly stopped holding the sword in his hand. Ron said. After all, when Rayleigh performed this move, Rayleigh's sword blade had already been covered by armament Haki. Looking at Ron's sword dance movements, Rayleigh was stunned. But with natural energy, I feel that I can make use of it without using this special sword dance method. Of course, this condition does not include armament Haki. Ron said. The reason why it can be reflected in the form of golden attachment is also because it is slightly influenced by observation Haki. Soon, under Ron's wave, golden attachments began to appear on the blade of the divine sword Umang. Ron can't just absorb natural energy directly into his body. He shouldn't be that stupid, right? With Ron's strength, it's impossible not to know the terrifying power contained in this natural energy. Chapter 575 Sublimation. Etc. Thinking of this, Rayleigh immediately shouted anxiously. He thought Ron wanted to absorb this golden natural energy through himself. Even for a powerful person like Ron, Rayleigh didn't think he could withstand the terrifying energy of this natural energy through the strength of his body. But Rayleigh's shouting was clearly too slow. When Rayleigh just blurted out, Ron had already begun to directly absorb the golden natural energy into his body through his own body as a medium. It's over. Rayleigh's observation Haki can naturally sense natural energy. At this moment, Rayleigh has sensed that Ron has absorbed natural energy into the surface of his body. Rayleigh couldn't help but feel a headache. What if Ron is injured and cannot recover? Who else can he expect to help overthrow the world government? Ron was very puzzled by Rayleigh's cry. What's wrong, Mr. Rayleigh? Is there something wrong? Ron said calmly. Hey, you'll know in a minute. Rayleigh sighed helplessly and said. Based on Rayleigh's understanding of natural energy, without armament Haki, the body simply cannot allow that powerful energy to attach to the body. If such an ability is attached to the body, it will rush wildly into the body, not only causing immeasurable damage to the skin, but also causing damage to the organs in the body. Now Rayleigh just hopes that Ron's physical fitness can be as strong as possible, so that Ron's injuries will be reduced a lot. After all, Ron has been absorbed into the body, and it's too late to stop it at this time. Advertisement. Ron didn't feel any physical discomfort. Ron is naturally aware of the terrifying destructive power contained in natural energy, but the reason why Ron has such information to directly absorb natural energy is because Ron himself is also a type of natural energy. That's right, after Ron awakened Thunder Fruit, he was like a god in this world, able to control all the electricity in this world easily. Whether it was thunder and lightning that reached billions of volts, or human brain waves that were too small to be detected, Ron could easily control them. Therefore, Ron's body can fully withstand the destructive power of natural energy. No, natural energy will not have a negative impact on Ron's body at all. With the natural energy possessed, Ron suddenly felt refreshed. That's right, the moment the natural energy attached to his body, Ron's perception of the world became clear. Ron doesn't even need to activate observation Haki now to predict what's going to happen next. For everything around you, even things that don't give out any breath, Ron was able to sense it extremely clearly. As this natural energy, Ron said to himself, it felt so good. Ron felt as if he had taken control of the world, as if he was omnipotent. After Rayleigh sighed, he couldn't help but froze. Not only did Ron not show any discomfort, but he also had a happy expression on his face. Is Tao a masochist? Likes to be dominated by pain. Mr. Rayleigh, did you just say that Ron would be injured? Please give me flowers. Advertisement. Tashigi couldn't help but ask after hearing Rayleigh's words. But Tashigi knows Ron's strength very well. He didn't believe there was anything in this world that could hurt Ron. So Tashigi showed a very calm look. I don't know either. It stands to reason that the human body cannot withstand the terrifying destructive power of natural energy. Ron just absorbed the natural energy directly into the surface of his body, so he should be injured. Rayleigh glanced at Ron. At this time, the natural energy on the surface of Ron's body had begun to dissipate. Hey, I was shocked, but there's nothing wrong with me now. Rayleigh breathed a sigh of relief as she watched the natural energy disappear from the surface of Ron's skin. But the next second, Rayleigh was so frightened that she couldn't speak. Rayleigh could sense that the natural energy did not disappear from Ron's body, but rushed into Ron's body crazily. How so? Rayleigh was stunned. Isn't it equivalent to committing suicide by directly inhaling such a terrifying thing into the body? Ron, stop it, Rayleigh shouted loudly, and at this time Rayleigh was even ready to interrupt Ron. If Ron is not interrupted and allowed to absorb more natural energy into his body, it will be really over. Thinking of this, Rayleigh slashed Ron's neck with a hand knife. At this time, Ron has reached a new level. In this world, no one can hit him even slightly. As long as he has the blessing of these natural energies, Ron can easily dodge all physical attacks without using Thunder Fruit's lightning ability. Chapter 576 The Breath That Cannot Be Captured. Rayleigh's hand knife hit Ron's back of the neck at an extremely fast speed, and in order to knock Ron out in one blow, Rayleigh also added some armament Haki. But Ron is invincible now. At this time, Ron still had his eyes tightly closed, with no expression on his face. If there was any expression on Ron's face, it would be cool. This feeling of being in control of everything is so good. Rayleigh came over with a hand knife. Ron's body did not move at all, but his head tilted slightly, and Rayleigh's hand knife was perfectly resolved. Rayleigh struck the air with a hand knife, causing a strong wind. As 613 missed in one blow, Rayleigh slightly lost his body balance. How can this be? Rayleigh just now had the observation Haki fully open. In order to hit this blow just right, I had already sensed Ron's movements through observation Haki. With Rayleigh's observation Haki, you can easily foresee the future. Just now, Rayleigh sensed that Ron would not make any moves, so he focused entirely on this hand strike.
But it turned out to be empty? Observation Haki actually deceived himself? I have been in the world of pirates for so many years, and I have never encountered such a situation. Rayleigh felt that her worldview had been refreshed. At this time Tashigi also reacted. Looking at Rayleigh who suddenly took action, Tashigi was obviously unhappy. Senior Rayleigh, what are you doing? There was a hint of anger in Tashigi's words. Just when Rayleigh was about to explain, Ron opened his eyes. Tashigi, don't be rude, advertisement Ron said calmly. Mr. Ron, are you okay? Seeing Ron unchanged, Rayleigh breathed a sigh of relief and quickly asked about Ron's situation without bothering to explain to Tashigi. Mr. Rayleigh, this trick of yours is really a good one. I feel like I have transcended the dimensions of this world. Ron said with a smile. What do you mean? Rayleigh listened to Ron's words and felt a little confused as to where he was talking about. I can't explain it to you now, but what I mean is that I have become stronger than ever before. Ron said. Then the natural energy didn't cause harm to your body? Rayleigh is obviously not concerned about this issue the most. Of course, I even feel a little comfortable. At this time Tashigi hurried forward. Tashigi cannot sense natural energy, so everything that happened just now made Tashigi feel very confused. Ron, how are you? From what Mr. Rayleigh said, you don't seem to be doing well right now. Tashigi asked with concern. Even though he knew that Ron was extremely powerful, Tashigi couldn't help but ask. I don't know what to say. By the way, you and Mr. Rayleigh attacked me. I'll just sit here and not move any position. If you can touch me, forget it. Ron suddenly said this. What? Are you sitting still? Tashigi was also shocked. Use all your own methods to attack, he is a swordsman. The attack range of this sword energy can completely cover Ron's position. How is it possible to do this by sitting in the same place without moving your position? Advertisement, okay. Let's go after we get the bet money, don't make trouble, we all know how good you are. Tashigi thought Ron was making a joke, so he planned to pull Ron up to find Charles. I am serious. Just when Tashigi wanted to pull Ron up, Ron said seriously. Mr. Ron, are you serious? Rayleigh suddenly asked seriously. Ron asked confused. After that, Rayleigh took out his western sword and stabbed Ron in the chest at an extremely fast speed. Seeing Ron withstand the energy without suffering any damage, Rayleigh was also very curious about Ron's ultimate ability and how powerful this person was. It turns out that it wasn't observation Haki who deceived him just now, but that he couldn't sense Ron anymore. Yeah, I'm still sitting in front of you, what's wrong? Ron, are you still sitting in front of me now? If it were in a duel, this blow could even be regarded as a sneak attack. Ron seemed to have become part of the air now. This blow must not be unpleasant. Rayleigh also wants to see it, but the next second Rayleigh froze on the spot. Rayleigh asked. Yes. Try it and see if you can touch me. In order to completely master the movements of 4.0 Ron, Rayleigh also unleashed all observation Haki. Although Ron was sitting upright in front of him at the moment, he was completely unable to capture Ron's aura through observation Haki. Okay, then I'm welcome. Rayleigh also planned to quickly retreat when she was about to meet Ron, Ron said calmly.